Chapter 153. What? The young man's expression suddenly changed. How did these enemies come in? Didn't he clearly use Foam Lu's breath to sense the surrounding situation? At this moment, the young man suddenly realized a great sense of crisis. The Divine Tree Master opposite, could he be someone from the Dark Knight Alliance who was able to capture his side silently? Squirtle, launch a megaton punch. Lu Shu commanded calmly. 100 squirtless burst out with extremely terrifying power and smashed towards the boy. Turtle. When Dingqing saw it, the boy was stunned. The enemy was a group of turtles. No way. There was no time to think about it. The combat experience made the boy instinctively switch his form to the water attribute. Elementalize his own constitution, is a method that the 5 Elements Divine Tree Master is particularly good at. It can be immune to physical attacks to a certain extent. This skill is quite fragrant. However, the boy transformed his body into a water attribute. Lu Shu had to gently hook the corner of his mouth curled up. You know, Squirtle has the superpower of swallowing the water fruit. He has a unique talent in the water attribute. And the huge mental power, multiplied by 100 times, can even allow the young man to fight back. All methods are useless. The ability to control water. The young man suddenly felt that his body transformed into water attribute was being pulled by a particularly fatal force. Someone can actually restrain my water attribute. It's just a bunch of turtles. How could their ability to control water properties be better than mine? At this moment, the young man's expression has completely changed. The bastard whom he has always looked down upon actually killed him instantly in the field of water attributes. This is just a group of turtles. The Divine Tree Master opposite should have a summoning talent. But isn't the ability of summoned beasts usually much weaker than that of the Divine Tree Master? Why are all these squirtless so terrifyingly powerful? The boy immediately changed the form of the attribute. Change to fire. Attributes. Squirtle, use the water cannon. Lu Shu. It may not be a particularly good solution for a boy to attribute his own fire element. Although the fire and water attributes have no fixed form, they can be immune to physical attacks, but the fire attribute has a flaw. That is to say, he will be restrained by the water attribute. Although the boy's body is divided into balls of flames. And the flames begin to spread in all directions. It can minimize the damage. However, Squirtle's water attribute being able to attack still had a big impact on the young man. Boom! A series of water cannons exploded the water curtain in the sky. The young man's embarrassed figure suddenly half knelt on the ground, his chest heaving violently, and his eyes were filled with emotion. Shocked look. How could this enemy be so strong? At the beginning, these silly turtles made the boy relax his vigilance. He thought he was a funny Divine Tree Master, but he found that he couldn't even defeat a turtle on the opposite side. Let alone 100. 2 turtles, attacking at the same time, were completely crushed and beaten. They had no ability to fight back at all. This was only possible on my own sacred tree island, with the blessing of the halo, so that I could withstand this series of attacks. But what if? In the Grey World, when encountering these terrible enemies, there really is no way to fight back. The next second, 100 little white foxes suddenly escaped from the void. Besides, there was a look of despair in the young man's eyes. Soon, this look of despair suddenly turned ferocious. Since you insist on my death, then I will let the entire island perish with you. The 5 elements were transformed into the young man's pupils. The entire Divine Tree Island suddenly began to tremble violently. The 5 Elements Divine Tree in the center of the island burst out with a burst of bright light. The next second, the young man's body began to show an aura that was like a world-destroying one. It was a blow that consumed the Divine Tree, merged with the 5 elements, and launched a devastating blow. Clank clank. A sound of a piano suddenly came from the Guanhan Qin in Lu Shu's hand. The sound was like to penetrate the world. Activate the power of the purple air eye. Release the illusion, at the same time. 100 Pikachu, possessed by Yumi, open the Mangeki Sharingan. Activate the illusion Tsukimi, the noise of the world and the earth suddenly changes. It stopped. The young man's eyes were full of confusion, as if he had lost his soul, staring blankly ahead. Enough. Lu Shu shrugged lazily. It was just to see how the young man's powers were. By the way, he also had a discussion with the powers of other sacred tree masters. In general, although the 5 Elements Divine Tree, it is not a very advanced ability. At least for Lu Shu, it can only be said to be average, right? However, the attack methods are unpredictable, and the means to match the aura of the sacred tree. Most of the sacred tree masters are located in the divine tree. When the tree is within the range of the island, some counterattacks can still be made. This shows that the power of the sacred tree master cannot be underestimated on the island. If Lu Shu's strength is not too overwhelming, ordinary sacred tree masters capturing the island is not an easy task either. Little white fox, deal with each other. Lu Shu ordered. The little white fox immediately released the power of the dark fruit. A dead black light suddenly swallowed up the boy's voice. At the same time, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. You killed the sacred tree master Lin Zhe. Obtained the sacred tree, 5 elements. Divine Tree 1. Chapter 154. Divine Tree, 5 elements. Stage, Advanced Spiritual Tree. Sunlight, 410 day, for 1x100. Spiritual Energy, 340 day, 3 for x100. Product, Fruit of Fire. Divine Tree Aura, 5 elements domain. Production cycle, 2 days, 130-0650. Growth points, 25,500, 21, for x1002140 day. Next stage, Holy Tree, 20,000 growth points. This panel popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. The 5 elements sacred tree island suddenly made a roaring sound. The power of a god that was like rebuilding the world, the next second. Islands have been merged. The area of Lu Shu's island has once again expanded. At the same time, in the island battle of the Divine Tree Master, the number on the remaining number panel jumped a bit. The island of Divine Tree Master Lin Zhe has been successfully captured. Number of people in island battle, 6. Time remaining, 6 days. Sacred Tree Island. In. A black-haired woman dressed in black, with a dashing appearance and an ancient martial arts style, controls the waves and flies across the vast sea. When her figure passed over the sea, it turned into an extremely sharp sword energy, cutting through the boundless ocean and dividing the sea water into 2 lines. It is enough to show that the black-haired woman has extremely strong supernatural talents. This time when she was riding the waves, she wanted to capture the islands of other sacred tree masters. At this moment, a prompt popped up in front of the black-haired woman's eyes. Someone has actually completed the capture. There was a trace of surprise in the eyes of the black-haired woman. In just 1 day, someone actually successfully completed the capture of the island. This speed is not unpleasant. It seems. This time in the battle on the sacred tree island, a master appeared. The black-haired woman did not feel flinched by this. On the contrary, her eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. I have to say, this woman has a fighting talent in her blood. See, when a strong man appears, even though he knows that he will face more dangerous tests in the future, the blood in his bones will become more and more excited. The next second, the black-haired woman continues to break through the waves and rush towards a farther direction. At the same time, the other 2 divine tree masters who were watching took a deep breath. In this battle, a ruthless character appears. Damn it, you ate the island of a sacred tree master in less than a day. You won't meet the leader in the rankings, right? Do you want to form an alliance? Forget it, let's just wait and see for a while. If we can't form an alliance, it's better not to form an alliance yet, at this time. The battle for the sacred tree masters on other islands is also ongoing. The experience gained by the boss is, first, for the sake of your own future development potential, try not to form alliances with other sacred tree masters, otherwise you don't know whether the other party will hold you back. Second, if you have the strength, you can go attack the islands of other sacred tree masters. 3. If you are a relatively weak sacred tree master, try to stay in your own sacred tree island. In this way, fighting others on your own territory can make up for the lack of combat ability. 4. If you encounter more than 2 sacred tree masters joining an island station, you can first explore each other's information before making a decision. If you meet a strong person, it is best to form an alliance with other sacred tree masters, otherwise you may face the risk of being killed. Certainly. Most divine tree masters choose the third option. Belongs to moderate thinking and practice. As long as others don't provoke you and hide in your own sacred tree island, you will be safe. As for the remaining 2 divine tree masters who are already in alliance. Oh my god, there is such a big boss in the island battle. Fortunately we chose to form an alliance. In this case, the big boss probably won't choose to kill us. The island gets new expansion. The range of islands explored by Lu Shu has become larger again. It can already sink to 10,000 meters below the abyss. The Water God Palace has become an area that can be explored. The island where the 5 elements sacred tree was wiped out. In the center of Lu Shu's island, a new sacred tree was planted side by side with other sacred trees. It only takes 2 days, when the fruit of fire matures. Lu Shu will be able to obtain new 5-element powers. Next, kill the 2 sacred tree masters who have formed an alliance. The other 2 sacred tree masters can also send their troops separately. It is better to complete the capture in the shortest possible time. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Then, the troops were divided into 3 groups. 50 squirtless, following Lu Shu's clones, went to destroy the allied divine tree master. The other 50 squirtless each took half of the pet army went to eliminate the 2 sacred tree masters who chose to defend. The last sacred tree master, the woman in black. Lu Shu noticed that the other party was heading towards his own sacred tree island. Since the other party came to kill people, then Lu Shu would save himself the trouble of going to other people's sacred tree islands. Anyway, if he kills the opponent's sacred tree master, the corresponding sacred tree will also be his own. Squirtle's large army marched towards them in a mighty manner. He headed towards his destination. Soon, the nearest island of the allied divine tree master appeared in Lu Shu's field of vision. Chapter 155. Allied Islands of Tree Masters. A tall barrier located around the sacred tree island. We have gathered enough 50,000 high-grade ores. This barrier alone is enough to block ordinary sacred tree masters. Once we find that the other party has come in, the 2 of us will use our special powers to interfere with the place. Advantages of having barriers. It shouldn't be that easy for the opponent to attack. Among them was a long-haired young man with a sword on his waist and an ancient swordsman's outfit. He said with a serious face. Next to him, a lazy black-haired young man looked a little careless and said with a smile. Maybe the other party sees that we are allied and is not interested in coming to attack. The long-haired young man shook his head and said the opponent has a strong sense of attack, otherwise he would not have captured a sacred tree island in just 1 day. No. The young man put forward a different point of view. If we choose to form an alliance, it means that the talent of the divine tree master is relatively weak. There is no benefit to him getting our sacred tree. Moreover, now that we have chosen to form an alliance, we must be a harder nut to crack. According to the general idea, the attack is done last. By the time he gets rid of the other people and comes to see us again, he probably only has a day or 2 left. Therefore, as long as we choose to form an alliance, we will be very safe. The long-haired young man thought for a moment. It seemed to make sense. In that case, then he didn't seem to have to worry too much. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of the wall collapsing suddenly came from around the sacred tree island. A bright sword light suddenly fell from the sky. The barrier collapsed instantly. Bursts of dust suddenly enveloped the entire sacred tree island. The enemy's sacred tree master. The long-haired young man and the black-haired young man looked at each other. They both saw deep shock in each other's eyes. Damn it! Did you promise that you would not easily offend the allied sacred tree master? Why is this big brother not play according to the rules? Damn it! The boy felt a pain in his face. As soon as he said this, he was slapped in the face. This feeling is not very pleasant. Moreover, the divine tree master broke through directly from the front. This high-level defense barrier is just like paper same, it's broken just because you say it is broken. Is it too exaggerated? The long-haired young man took a deep breath. From the scene in front of him, he could deduce that the strength of this sacred tree master completely exceeded his and his teammates' imagination. Basically, they were unstoppable. Let's run away quickly. Doesn't your superpower allow you to move in water? Let's dive into the ocean floor. Maybe the opponent doesn't have water attribute powers, and if he hides in the sea, he might be able to gain some breathing space and survive. Hearing the suggestion of the long-haired young man nodded quickly, and moved his fingers with a mysterious magic formula, making a burst of changes. The next second, he immediately communicated with the surrounding elements. The power that can drive the sea. It is not an elemental type of ability. Lu Shu turned on his purple pupil power and saw clearly the nature of the boy's superpower. It is not the same as the 5 elements or magic. The boy's superpower is more inclined to the Taoism of Eastern talismans. However, some 5 elements Taoism also it can be used to communicate with the power of nature. It's just that the process is a little more troublesome. You have to go through the magic formula and communicate with Taoist magic, and then you can cast the corresponding power. Therefore, the level is not too high. In the God Tree game, the types of powers let 100 flowers bloom. Some powers may seem to have the same effect, but due to the essential part of the powers, they may not be the same. After using the effects, they are divided into 3, 6, or 9 levels to distinguish different levels of powers. Lu Shu smiled lightly, said, "It's interesting. Although it's just an inconspicuous superpower. However, the nature of the superpower is different, and it may have unexpected effects in the future." Hearing what Lu Shu said, the two of them were suddenly in a state of doubt. This is what they saw, the worst-case scenario. The other party doesn't care at all whether their divine tree talent is good or not. As long as they have it, they need it. That kind. In fact, if it weren't for the battle for the Sacred Tree Island, Lu Shu would not be interested in the general Sacred Tree talent. After all, the islands of the Sacred Tree Masters killed in the Grey World cannot be integrated. There are too many for an island, different forces must be divided to guard it. If the talent is not good, Lu Shu will not bother to bother. However, from the battle for the Sacred Tree Island, the Sacred Tree Master who was solved, not only can integrating the island can also expand the exploration range of the seabed. In this way, as long as you can kill the Sacred Tree Master, regardless of the talent of the Sacred Tree, the expanded island range can increase the exploration space of the abyss, and you will definitely make money. Plop. There was a sound of water. The boy used his water power and led his teammates into the seabed. "Squirtle, get rid of them." Lu Shu lazily transmitted the message with his spiritual thoughts. It would be better for them to enter the sea, so as not to have to do it themselves. This time, Lu Shu just wanted to test his talent in cultivating immortals to deal with other Sacred Tree Island defenses. How is the effect? The result is quite satisfactory. The Zhuxian sword can chop down the barrier made of high-grade ores with one sword. In this way, the defense line of few Divine Tree Masters can block Lu Shu's attack. Highly, there was a sudden movement. In just a few seconds, the two Sacred Tree Masters had been eliminated. Several prompts popped up in front of them. You killed the Divine Tree Master Zhang San and obtained the Sword Divine Tree. You killed the Divine Tree Master Li Si and obtained the Taoist Divine Tree. Divine Tree 2. The Sacred Tree Islands are merging. Your island range expands to 13 million kilometers. Chapter 156. Boom. With a violent sound, the Sacred Tree Island merged again. Lu Shu's island area has expanded to 15 million square kilometers. Have to say. Capture the islands of other Divine Tree Masters. It's really the fastest way to expand your scope. I sighed inwardly. This means that after several Sacred Tree Masters have been eliminated, the scope of the island has increased a lot. The exploration range of the sea can now be dived to 12,000 meters. And the two Sacred Tree Masters. The panel also popped up in front of Lu Shu. They are all sacred trees with talents around B level. It doesn't seem to have much effect if they are kept. What will you get if you break down the sacred tree? At this moment, this idea came to Lu Shu's mind. The extra sacred tree was kept useless, but he had decomposed it. Maybe he could decompose it into something. Sorry, your decomposition skill illustration level is insufficient. Requires master level decomposition skill illustration. Decompose the sacred tree to obtain divine life essence and speed up the growth of the sacred tree. Do you still need master level decomposition? Lu Shu frowned slightly. After exploring so many areas in the Grey Realm, it seems that I rarely get decomposed skill illustrations. Forget it, keep it for now and look at it later. Lu Shu secretly thought in his heart. The Sword Divine Tree can produce some sword-related skill fruits and even weapons. Of course, the level of these weapons cannot be compared with the Zhuxian sword. At most, they can only be listed in the transaction interface, exchange for something. The Taoist Divine Tree is relatively pure, it is a superpower fruit, but the B-level superpower is of no use to the Lu tree, but it can grow subspecies spiritual trees, and maybe you can get more stuff. If you put in the past, Lu Shu would be worried about whether other sacred tree masters would obtain superpower fruits and become very strong, which would snowball. But now if it is just a B-level superpower fruit, then Lu Shu can't do anything to it at all. It will cause any impact, even if it can be matched with superpowers. Lu Shu has too many methods now. Therefore, you can sell superpower fruits and strive for greater profits. After all, if you don't change them yourself, others will. Better to maximize benefits. We have arrived at the two sacred tree islands. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Through the power of resonance, he was linked to pets on other sacred tree islands. Where do these monsters come from? Damn it! How could they be so powerful? The two sacred tree masters defending the sacred tree island showed a look of despair. The next second, the little white fox activated the ability of the dark fruit and swallowed their figures instantly. And all the defense lines were destroyed by Pikachu's Mangeki Sharingan. After seeing through it, most of them can rely on Squirtle's water fruit to directly attack the interior of the Sacred Tree Island and kill the Sacred Tree Master in the core area. 1 June, as a ranking powerful Sacred Tree Master, man, even he may not be able to stop Lu Shu's army, let alone these Divine Tree Masters who are relatively average in strength and have talents between B level and A level. Although they have many methods, after upgrading the Holy Seraph Beast, Little White Fox and Pikachu, plus the possessed Yumi, and Squirtle who has devoured a lot of growth fruits and gained new skills. These methods, placed in front of the top superpowers, it doesn't work at all. Not to mention, these pets with top-notch superpowers are not just one or two, but a large army of hundreds. The defense line of the Sacred Tree Island can be destroyed with overwhelming force. It's very easy. Quick. 2 prompts popped up in front of Lu Shu again. You killed the Divine Tree Master Lidachui and obtained the Great Hammer Divine Tree. You killed the Dream Tree Master and obtained the Dream Tree. Divine Tree 2. Your Sacred Tree Island is merging. The scope of the Sacred Tree Island has expanded to 20 million square kilometers. As the sound of a vision sounded, the next second, Lu Shu's Sacred Tree Island has once again received huge expansion. The exploration range of the Abyssal Sea directly reaches 15,000 meters. This means that Lu Shu can explore a wider area in the abyss again. Lu Shu opens the panel. Number of people in island battle, 1. Number of days remaining, 4. In just 3 days, Lu Shu defeated 5 enemies at the same time. But there is only one person left at the island station. Description: the other side of the island battle. Among them, another Divine Tree Master also successfully completed the capture of an island. Interesting. Lu Shu smiled. He sensed that the other party was a woman. This was not because the enemy Divine Tree Master appeared near him. It was because she came near his Divine Tree Island. Through the lookout, Lu Shu in his field of vision, the appearance of the Sacred Tree Master, a black-haired, stern woman. The other party's panel information was also displayed in front of him. Divine Tree Master, Zai. Superpower, fighting intention takes shape. Comprehensive strength, S level. Talents, fighting wolf fruit, S level, top skill illustrated fruit, A level, fighting wolf field, S level. Luck, E. Spirit hesitant face. Fruit of fighting spirit. Is it the ability to transform one's fighting spirit into one's form, to gather the fighting spirit and become stronger? There are also abilities similar to Overlord Color Hockey. It's quite interesting. After observing the panel for a while, Zai has already entered the range of his Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu couldn't help but sigh, this girl is really not afraid of death. The fighting spirit is certainly the source of her strength, but she is too warlike. This is not a good thing. Even if her pet army has not returned yet, the Netherworld army on the island is not something she can handle. Chapter 157. On the Blue Sea. A figure is walking on the waves. Zai followed the direction of the island's roar and rushed over. Based on her prediction, the sound was probably caused by the island fusion after killing other Sacred Tree Masters. This way. It is basically certain that, the direction from which the voice came is the strong man who killed all 5 Divine Tree Master Islands in a few days. Did not expect. This time in the battle on the Sacred Tree Island, I was able to meet such a big boss. If you want to defeat that guy, you must choose to outwit him. Ziyi took a deep breath, feeling a little depressed. Open the panel. In just 3 or 4 days, the 5 Sacred Tree Islands have been breached by that mysterious strong man. Of course, other gods cannot be ruled out. It is possible that the Tree Masters are relatively weak. Even if the weak Sacred Tree Masters form an alliance, they will never be able to stop the Sacred Tree Masters with extremely powerful talents. But, this guy was killed too quickly, right? It has only been a few days. By the time, this 7-person Sacred Tree Island battle is about to end. According to the discussions among the Sacred Tree Masters in the World Public Screen. Generally, they will be matched to the same Sacred Tree Island battle, usually because of the expansion of the area, therefore, connects islands in different sea areas together, thus creating settings such as fusion and battle. But it is still the early stage of island battles. Most island battles are one-on-one mode. A small number of the scale of the island battle will be expanded to 3 to 4 people. But so far, Zai has not seen many island battles that can be expanded to 7 people. What does this mean? The big changes that occurred in this island battle, man, it's definitely beyond my imagination. Maybe it's one that's very high on the rankings. At least in the top 20. Zai felt tremendous pressure. But at the same time, the desire to fight in her body was like a raging flame, burning up. seeing the invincible target and the terrifying enemy. Although Zai will feel tremendous pressure. But her fighting spirit talent will also transform this pressure into excited fighting spirit, and to provide continuous fighting motivation, this is also the source of fighting spirit. If this sacred tree master fights head-on, I will definitely not be my opponent. However, while he is attacking other sacred tree islands, there will definitely be huge loopholes in his own island. At least, his true body is definitely not in a sacred tree island. It's not like I have no chance of winning. If we can capture the island before his body returns to the sacred tree island, it is very possible to win the battle for the island directly and severely damage his talent. This is my only chance to win. Ziye's eyes were burning, and he looked at the huge island that appeared on the distant sea. It was so big. His pupils shrank slightly. The huge sea area, like a new continent, stood in the center of Ziye's field of vision. It was so big. The long coastline seems to be endless in sight. An ore defense line hundreds of meters high blooms with the luster of colored glaze. Under the sunlight, it reflects a gorgeous and dreamy luster. Just look directly at the color of the colored glaze with your eyes. Zai felt her eyes sting. There was a strong look of shock in her eyes. Is this really the island of the Divine Tree Master? Are you sure it's not a lost mysterious country? That huge oppression of feeling even broke through Zai's fighting spirit, making her find it hard to breathe. Just like an ant standing in front of a giant, it was difficult to look up at this huge island. Even if she stretched her neck, she couldn't see it. How powerful can this island's sacred tree master be? Ziye's eyes couldn't help but reveal a strong look of shock. Just the length of the coastline of this island is already his own island, which is completely incomparable. Not to mention the magnificent buildings, which are simply better than the technology. The civilization was shocked hundreds of times, as if a mythical country was restored in front of Ziyi. Calm. I have no chance of winning against this enemy. Although his sacred tree island building is very powerful, I have an S-level power. As long as they capture this island while the other party is away, it shouldn't be a problem. After some hesitation. Finally. A golden light bloomed in Ziye's eyes. The next second, the nearby sea area was suddenly separated into a channel. Following this channel, Ziyi walked on the waves, and the figure moved at a speed in an instant, like a golden arrow, it cut through the sea. In a short period of time, it arrived at the sacred tree island. No, it should be said to be the coastline of the sacred tree continent. Zai knew that this battle would happen if he hesitated. Defeat requires ending the capture in the shortest possible time. That Divine Tree Master was able to wipe out several Divine Tree Masters' islands in such a short period of time. In terms of movement speed, it must be very fast. The island. The sound of merging just came. Zai can be sure that the opponent has just completed the capture and it will take a certain amount of time to return to the island. This is her last chance. Gather fighting spirit. Ziye's eyes burst into golden light. The glazed stone defense line standing in front of her is the first threshold. Only by crossing the glazed stone defense line can one successfully reach the sacred tree island. Of course Ziyi did not take this line of defense seriously. Just need to gather fighting spirit. This defense line can be broken easily, right? She headed towards the defense line, without any extra thoughts, and rushed in. The next second, the glazed defense line suddenly reflected a ray of light. It turned into a shock with such force, Ziye's figure was instantly bounced away. Ziyi only felt a burst of chest tightness. After being pushed away by the huge force, the energy and blood all over his body were shaken by the shock. Ahem. A touch of bright red blood overflowed from her red lips. How is it possible? Ziyi stared at the defense line in front of her, with an incredible look in her eyes. Chapter 158. My fighting spirit. He was actually bounced back by this line of defense. How can it be? Ziye's chest rose and fell violently. That's right. She really felt that the attack that hit her was definitely an attack from the fighting spirit skill. That is her own power. A defensive line that will rebound? Still, is there such an incredible existence? Absolutely impossible. Ziyi didn't believe it. None of the sacred tree masters on the opposite side were here. Zedong couldn't be completely blocked by a line of defense, right? He gathered his fighting spirit again. Ziyi launched a second round of attacks towards the line of defense. Boom! Another counterattack force blocked her from passing here. But Zai was aroused with a stronger fighting spirit. The spirit of not admitting defeat turned into the power source of fighting spirit. Once again, the collision was launched towards the defense line. It lasted for 10 minutes. Zai's figure was bounced back several times. Blood was constantly seeping from the corners of her mouth, and she looked extremely embarrassed. Take it out a wine gourd. I don't know what kind of potion is contained in the pot to restore injuries. A burst of green light shrouded Ziye's body. As he drank the wine in the pot, Ziye's injuries quickly healed. Recovery. But at this moment, she no longer chose to fight against the defense line. Instead, she chose to use another power. The next second, Ziye's figure performed a shadow teleportation. The glazed stone stirred for a while. The counterattack light wanted to prevent Zai's figure from passing through the defense line. At this moment, those black eyes showed a strong look of shock. This defense line is really crazy. Even the Divine Tree Master's superpower, it can be blocked. Who can withstand it? Fortunately, the superpowers used by Zai were also high-level superpower fruits exchanged from the hands of an A-level Divine Tree Master. After some struggle, he barely passed Glazed Stone's line of defense. Before coming here, who would have thought that just passing through a line of defense would cause him so much embarrassment? This Sacred Tree Island is really weird. Even a Sacred Tree defense line has such a powerful ability. However, this also shows that the Sacred Tree Master may not have much talent in defense, so he spent a lot of money to build such a line of defense to prevent the invasion of monsters. Ziyi thought about it carefully and was not intimidated by the defense line. Firstly, it must have consumed a lot of resources to build such a powerful defense line. Secondly, the Divine Tree Master who was able to spend such a large amount of money to build the defense line, it seems to be very strong, but on the other hand, the island's defense may not be very good. Because strong aggression means there will be deficiencies in defense. And the Sacred Tree Master spent so much money just to in Zai's eyes, building a line of defense is to make up for his lack of defense. As long as this line of defense is passed, the next journey will be much easier. Use the ability to teleport again. I don't know. Unconsciously, Ziyi has arrived in front of the second line of defense. Xuanwu Mine. This line of defense is extremely strong, but it does not have the power of glazed stone to block supernatural powers. Ziyi passed this line of defense smoothly. There was a hint of excitement in her eyes. Sure enough, this Sacred Tree Master just deployed the most powerful line of defense on the outermost part of the island. But the defense inside is much weaker at this time. Far away, a pea suddenly shot at Zai at high speed. Zai reacted and quickly turned sideways. Magical plant. Recognize the pea attack. Zai is not unfamiliar with this. She has opened S-level treasure chests and obtained some magical plant seeds. Of course. After some attempts, Zai could only find out helplessly, the attack power of these magical plants is quite limited, and the defense of the Sacred Tree Island is useless. It is better to save the peas and use them to make dry food outside the Grey World. After all, the fruit of the Sacred Tree is too slow to produce. However, this pea is just the beginning. The next second, countless peas cover this place like a hail of bullets. How come there are so many peas? Ziyi was shocked and looked towards the sky. A moving flying fortress, as if it came from a large supertech spaceship, shrouded Ziye's head. Above the fort, tens of thousands of pea shooters, watermelons pitchers, as well as various countless plant armies, jointly launched a full-scale fire attack at Zai. So many plants. Ziye's brain shut down in an instant. Fuck is not enough to describe my mood at this moment. Usually when you open a treasure box, don't you only get hundreds of magical plant seeds as a gift? Where did this huge army of plants come from? Come out. The number of times everyone has invaded the Grey World should be the same. There is no way this guy has experienced thousands of battles and opened countless S-level treasure chests, right? In Ziye's brain, there is no when he reacted, the hail of bullets composed of a large area of magical plants covered the entire sky and headed towards Ziye's body. Chapter 159. What a beautiful thought. Ziyi snorted coldly. Her body was suddenly enveloped by a layer of golden aura. The next second, when peas, watermelons and other plants poured onto Ziye's body, all attacks were caused by this golden aura. The Gunchi shield resisted it. Fortunately, my fighting spirit can be transformed into a means of defense. Although there are a lot of these plants, their attack power is not as high as I thought. Therefore, it cannot pose any threat to me. Ziyi took a long breath. After a long time, he showed a smile. He was really too panicked just now, he was startled by this mighty army of plants. But now it seems that the number of these armies is just too much. A little, but the attack power is not beyond my cognitive scope. Think about it. I am an S-level Divine Tree Master. There is no need to be afraid of a group of magical plants, right? If an S-level divine tree master can still being fucked by a group of plants that can't speak or think is really the most ridiculous thing in the world. Zai's expression became more relaxed. As long as the Tiangang Qi shield is maintained, no matter how huge the firepower is, unable to cause any substantial harm to themselves. At this moment, a huge mysterious pattern suddenly appeared on the ground. At this moment, the Tianji array seemed to be operating. The center of the Divine Tree Island, the mythical building, affected by the Tianji formation, connected with each other. The ancient stone tablet bloomed with a suppressive atmosphere. I saw the wind and clouds surging above the 9 heavens. A huge word, desolate, like a divine inscription, towered over in the sky. There is an unparalleled breath of time. The moment the word, Huang, appears in the sky, the entire Tianji array spins rapidly. What happened? Ziye's face showed an extremely solemn look. It felt like something happened around her. The next second, Ziyi raised her head. The moment she looked at the divine text with the word desolate, all over her body up and down, it suddenly seemed like falling into a quagmire instantly. It was difficult to struggle. The wrists and ankles seemed to be tied with extremely heavy lead balls, and the movement of the limbs became extremely difficult. What is going on? Ziyi was shocked. No, it wasn't just as simple as the physical load suddenly increasing hundreds or thousands of times. She even felt that her fighting spirit was completely suppressed by the aura of this ancient time. My fighting spirit was suppressed. Ziyi raised his head, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Even when facing the boss in the Grey World, Ziyi never felt his fighting spirit. The moment he was suppressed, the more desperate he became. When the time comes, Ziye's fighting spirit will feel stronger. Has his fighting spirit been suppressed? This is completely unimaginable for Ziyi. Boom! The firepower of the magical plants is fully activated again, covering Ziyi the whole body. At this moment, Zai suddenly felt that the attack power of the magical plant had become completely different. The pea shooter's peas were more powerful and penetrating. When the watermelon was smashed down, it shook the whole head. It was dizzy. The attacks of Ice Shooter and Bingwa were accompanied by a deep chill, which even penetrated into the Tiangang Qi mask, causing many pimples to appear on the skin all over Zai's body. When he breathed out, he exhaled a stream of cold air, and his whole body began to shiver. Even his mobility and movement speed became much slower. What is going on with this island? That text can suppress 50% of my abilities. And when this formation is in operation, it can actually enhance the attack power and penetration power of all plants. Isn't the other party a defensive-type divine tree master? Ziye's brain almost stopped thinking. He was scratching his head and scratching his head. But no matter how he thought about it, Ziyi couldn't understand why the plants on this island could pose such a big threat to him. I didn't want to waste time and energy on these unimportant things. Since you forced me, don't blame me for being rude. Ziye's eyes glowed golden again. The fighting spirit in her body suddenly became stronger. The second stage of fighting spirit state was activated. At this time, Ziye's attributes suddenly received a doubled effect bonus. All plants must die. Z. Yi said coldly. Her figure turned into a golden light and rushed towards the defensive fortress. At this time, when all the firepower covered Ziye's body again, it had no effect on her at all. Zai's hands suddenly transformed into a bow and arrow with fighting intent. The moment she drew the bowstring, a golden arrow composed of fighting intent turned into a meteor and headed towards the mobile defense fortress. However, the giant nut and Gao the nut suddenly formed a solid and indestructible barrier. The golden arrows were blocked by the nut defense barrier. An explosion sounded. However, the nut barrier was not affected in any way. Trouble. Zai snorted coldly, but was not affected again by Nut's defense. Turning on the second form of fighting spirit, Zai at this time was only thinking about how to solve the target in the fastest way. Since long-range attacks are not possible, just use melee combat to get rid of these troublesome plants. Ziye's figure rushed towards the mobile defense fortress. At this moment, an extremely violent wind suddenly blew Ziye's body far away. Clover. Chapter 160. A strong wind blew from Clover, directly blowing Ziye's body away. This plant. Zai's eyes moved slightly. Clover is a magical plant that she has never seen before. How could he even blow away his second level of fighting spirit? This is just a plant. Zai's eyes once again bloomed with a fighting spirit. She didn't want to go all out. She also planned to save most of her abilities for later when she attacks the core area of the Sacred Tree Island. I didn't expect that just such an inconspicuous plant would bring me so much trouble. Start the third phase. Ziyi muttered silently in her heart. The next second, golden fighting spirit began to emerge from her body. The momentum of her whole body suddenly changed dramatically. The strong wind emerging from the clover could no longer deal with Ziyi's divinity, causing anything to shake up. This time, I will definitely tear up these troublesome plants of yours. Ziyi's eyes were full of anger and ferociousness. He rushed towards the mobile defense fortress. However, at this moment, Ziyi's figure was about to rush to the mobile defense fortress. Suddenly, on the flank, once again, a mobile defense fortress was built. Besides, Zai turned his head, and his pupils shrank for a moment. In the center of his field of vision, a huge mobile defense fortress rushed in from the side, like a hill. If he was hit by this thing, even if there was a golden aura shield as a protection will also be hit hard. Zai quickly pulled away and dodged sideways. When she turned her eyes to the new mobile defense fortress, her eyes were suddenly filled with a trace of fear. All of them were extremely ferocious piranha flowers. Not just piranha flowers, there are also ghost flowers that are filled with the breath of dead souls, exuding a breath of death. Even from a long distance, you can feel that these ghost flowers bring a threat to you. I even felt a slight dizziness in my brain, and quickly released the golden aura shield again to protect my mind. What effect can this flower have on my spirit? Feeling her own spiritual ocean, she received a certain impact. The expression on Zai's face has completely changed. You know, her mental power has reached S-level. Logically speaking, her mental power has reached at S-level, you can open up the spiritual ocean. At this stage, the spiritual power of the Divine Tree Master will undergo a huge transformation. Ordinary illusions will be completely useless against the S-level spiritual power of the Divine Tree Master. Unless the opponent's higher mental power. Otherwise, if the spiritual power of the Divine Tree Master reaches S-level, it has crossed a higher dividing line and will not be easily affected by illusions. Of course. This does not mean that it will not be affected at all. But you know, there are just a bunch of netherworld flowers on the opposite side. Such low-level things, even in the Grey World copy, Zai will not take these monsters seriously. When you come to this island, the strangest thing is that can even these nether flowers have an impact on my own spirit? Zai's superpower is the concentration of fighting spirit. Her mental power is more difficult to control than the Divine Tree Master of the same level. What makes Zai feel the most incredibly, the owner of the Sacred Tree Island had not yet arrived, but only a bunch of flowers and plants affected his fighting spirit. Suddenly, Zai began to regret that he had rashly landed on this island. But it was very clear that the moment he landed on the Sacred Tree Island, the Sacred Tree Master on the opposite side must have discovered his existence. Even if he wanted to run away, it would be too late. He could only bite the bullet and completely capture the island. Boom! At this time, a third roar came from the side. There is also a third mobile defense fortress. If I had to use any words to describe Ziyi's current mood, I guess it's a kind of elegant and easygoing plant, right? Ziyi almost couldn't stand it any longer, so she could only start to run away and escape in the distance. What should I say? Ah! The two defensive fortresses have already forced me to activate the third battle mode. If I waste too much more, hand over all my last cards. Do I not have to play the subsequent battles? Use the teleportation ability. Zeman continuously consumed more than one-third of his mental power, finally opened the mobile defense fortress, and successfully crossed the third line of defense. These plants are used to defend against monsters in the Grey World. Arrived in this area. This should be the main battlefield of the Divine Tree Master, right? Ziyi took a breath. Then he looked around and observed. Generally speaking, it is enough to establish a 3-layer defense line on the Sacred Tree Island. However, the area of Lu Shu's island is too large. It has 5 layers. Line of defense. Not only that, each line of defense is extremely long. Zai is not sure whether she has arrived at the core area of the Sacred Tree Island. However, she is certain that as long as these plants do not chase after them, then the enemies we will face in the future will definitely not be too strong. Zai suddenly sensed a huge crisis. She immediately raised her head and looked at the sky. More than a dozen Tianxian cannons, across the next to the Zhitian Spirit Tower. The moment the deep muzzle was aimed at Zai, the opponent immediately felt an extremely deadly attack. Boom! The next second, full of the power to destroy the world. The Tianxian cannon ejected extremely bright flames from the muzzle, covering Zai's entire pupils. Chapter 161. The Fourth Form. Finally. Zai couldn't bear it anymore. The fighting spirit in her body has reached its final form. If you don't do this, you might die. The power of the Tianxian cannon is so terrifying that it can cause heavy damage even against S-level monsters. When Zai turns on the fourth form of fighting mode, ordinary S-level damage can no longer have any impact on her. However, Tianxian cannon is blessed by the island and has the effect of immunity and disregard. Boom! He was hit hard by the extremely violent artillery fire. Zai was instantly fatally injured, his face turned pale, and he couldn't help but cough up blood. Run! The next second, Ziyi didn't dare to look back at all, and rushed towards the outskirts of the sacred tree island. The power of the artillery fire could even hurt the fourth form of his own fighting spirit. This was only the third form. It's just a heavy defense line. Then there are 2 more layers. Who knows what else is inside? From the outer defense line, to the mobile defense fortress, and then to this terrifying artillery fire. At this moment, Ziye's consciousness suddenly woke up. Even if the owner of the sacred tree island has not returned yet, and the defense line here is definitely not something he can afford to offend. Zai can only escape from the island as quickly as possible in a direction away from the island, and find a way to return to his own island, to hold on to these few days. I have to say that the golden fighting spirit in Zai is fading extremely quickly. She was originally a divine tree master who needed to continue to activate her fighting spirit in order to continuously obtain the source of power. But what if she has lost the consciousness of fighting and thinks about escaping, then? The fighting power in her body will also reduce her combat effectiveness quickly. But Ziyi has no choice now. Reason tells her, if she continues to move forward, if so, there is actually only one ending. That is death, the sacred tree island. From the beginning to the end, Lu Shu's body remained in the deepest part of the island, practicing. It was only one of the clones who went to conquer other sacred tree master islands. That's all. After practicing for a while, Lu Shu opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Want to run? The divine consciousness covers the entire sacred tree island. Lu Shu easily sensed that this new guest has already had the idea of retreating. This can't help but make Lu Shu feel a little bored. He wants to continue to see, fighting spirit, what kind of strength can a superpower unleash at the most desperate moment. Who would have thought that this girl would just choose to turn around and run away? Is this the so-called fighting power? Lu Shu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But now that you've come to my territory, it's impossible to run away. Leave your life and the sacred tree here. Lu Shu had a thought. The fourth line of defense. The Netherworld army stationed here was originally prepared to move out again when the enemy captured this place. Unexpectedly, this woman chose to run away. Lu Shu had no intention of letting go from the beginning. The other party left. Immediately sent out the Netherworld army and rushed towards Zai. Zai has retreated to the second line of defense on the Sacred Tree Island. However, she ran away in another direction. The purpose is to avoid the mobile defense fortress. After looking around, the only thing Ziyi can feel lucky about is that the mobile defense fortress did not catch up. Maybe it's because the tree master here is too far away from the island. Therefore, there is no way to mobilize troops to kill me for the time being. Damn it. This place is really terrible. But fortunately, I was able to escape unscathed. After going through many levels of despair, Ziyi took a long breath and felt lucky. There is still a chance to survive, which is the best thing. At this moment, a layer of fog appeared around him. Gray fog. Ziye's eyes shrank slightly. Suddenly, in the distant sky, a group of black clouds filled with the aura of the netherworld, like surging dark clouds, flew towards this place from the other side of the sky. The enemy hasn't come yet, but Ziye's sixth sense consciousness has already sensed that he has fallen into an unprecedented crisis. This feeling is even more desperate than when facing the Tianxian cannon. Not yet. Before he had time to react, the black cloud turned into tens of thousands of netherworld troops, crossing in front of Ziyi. Monster. Ziyi was shocked. Even if there are magical plants on this sacred tree island, why are there even monsters from the Grey World? Kill you. A murderous intent bloomed in Zai's eyes. He couldn't deal with the terrible artillery fire. Do you have to retreat when you encounter monsters in the Grey World? Zai's pupils once again bloomed with an aura of fighting intent. Continue to activate the fourth form of fighting spirit. In her hand, a spear composed of fighting spirit was transformed. It pierced the monster in front of her. However, when the spear penetrated into a monster figure, it glowed. There was an uncertain light. The fighting spirit turned into a spear light, which penetrated through the bodies of those monsters like a phantom, but did not cause any damage. Zai's brain shut down in an instant. What is going on? Attacks are useless against these monsters. Impossible. Ordinary spirits will definitely be penetrated by my own fighting intent attack. It is a special attack that cannot be avoided by physical immunity. The scene before my eyes, making Zai feel incomprehensible. Your attacks are invalid against reincarnated silhouette monsters. A cold reminder appeared in front of Ziyi. Seeing a monster that he didn't even know what type it was. Zai gritted his teeth. The fighting spirit in his body has faded a lot. The Netherworld army surrounded Ziyi from the side and blocked Ziye's escape route. If this is the case, then we can only move forward. Zai gritted her teeth and tried her best to gather fighting spirit for herself. You must not back down at this time. If the fighting spirit continues to fade, it will be a dead end. She used almost all her mental power to teleport. Soon. Past the third level again. Heading towards the core of the sacred tree island. Zai realized that only by destroying the opponent's sacred tree could he possibly end this torture. Boom. The sound of Tianxian cannon kept echoing in Zai's ears. But she relied on her most tenacious fighting spirit and continued to dodge through teleportation, and finally arrived at the core of the sacred tree island. Zai raised his head slightly, and his pupils shrank instantly. She saw an unparalleled figure sitting cross-legged under the sacred tree. Chapter 162. The moment that figure came into Ziye's eyes, there was no need for any extra answers. That peerless figure sat cross-legged under the sacred tree. It's as if the whole person's temperament is integrated with the sacred tree island. Here he is, as if he were nature. He is here, as if he is the master. Zai even had an extremely absurd illusion in his heart. The divine tree master who appeared in front of him seemed to be the way of heaven in this world. As long as he stands here, he is the omnipotent God. Didn't he go to capture other sacred tree master islands? Why did you come back so soon? Moreover, he never made a move against me. Countless doubts appeared in Ziye's eyes. The next second. Lu Shu opened his eyes slightly. At that moment, when he looked at the other party's eyes, deep in Ziye's heart, an unparalleled feeling arose. The sense of oppression. It was like going against the law of heaven that could never be resisted. For a moment, Zai felt that everything he had done before looked like the struggle of ants in the eyes of the other party, insignificant. Yes. Because of this. From the beginning to the end, Lu Shu allowed Ziyi to wander around his sacred tree island. He didn't take Ziyi seriously at all. Just like his own, it was like an ignorant ant intruding into the realm. How could the superior gods make any waves on the actions of an ant? This was the first time in Zai's life that he felt like this, even his fighting spirit seemed to be gone. The moment that couldn't be condensed. The moment that figure opened his eyes, the flow of time in the entire world seemed to have stopped. The oppressive feeling as thick as the heavenly law fell to the purple with this light glance. Ye's body made her feel like she couldn't even breathe. Dying. There was only one thought left in Zai's mind. But the figure seemed to just open his eyes slightly, glanced at himself, and didn't bother to look at anything else. How could gods care about the fate of all living beings? In Lu Shu's eyes, it only takes a matter of minutes to wait for his Netherworld army to come back and deal with Ziyi. No matter what happens, the little white fox and Pikachu next to him can move their hands casually. Ziyi can't stop any of them at all. Hit. That indifferent look, like the last needle, stung Zai's consciousness deeply, causing her mind to suddenly regain consciousness and wake up. Concentrate all your fighting thoughts. Explode the final strength. Either be reborn in a desperate situation or die in a desperate situation. Behind him, there were the sounds of countless demons wailing. At this moment, Zai gritted his teeth, used all his strength to activate his consciousness, and burst out the last fighting spirit. If he just sat here and waited to die, he would only die. Faster than ever. As a divine tree master with a talent for fighting, at the most desperate moment, he has the best chance of bursting out with unprecedented power. Boom. The next moment. Ziye's fighting power suddenly explodes to the brand new 5th stage. The 5th level of fighting spirit. That is a state she has never reached before. The majestic fighting spirit turns into a golden light and penetrates the sky. The surging air waves sweep across the surrounding world. I want to seal the sky. Breakthrough. There was a hint of joy in Zai's eyes. She saw hope. This last chance is her own fighting spirit, which can break through to the unreachable 5th level in the most desperate situation. Legend. This is the highest level of fighting spirit. As long as you use enough thoughts, you can be invincible and penetrate everything. As for whether there is a sixth level behind it, it is already unknown. At the moment, the fifth level of fighting spirit is all Ji's fighting spirit is the highest level that can be achieved. Zai took a deep breath and felt the fighting power blooming in her body. She felt the transformation of life levels. She was full of confidence. That was something she had never experienced before. The powerful power I have experienced. Even the power of the gods and Buddhas may not be able to do this. With such terrifying fighting power. Ziye's eyes are full of fighting intent. No matter who you are. Today, I will definitely crush you. Lu Shu raised his eyelids and glanced at Zai. Tisk and nod. Quite interesting. Breaking through the power of the fifth level, barely. Although it doesn't really help me much, it has such potential that it seems like a good thing to keep it as a sacred tree for collection. Boom. A palm of a god that covers the sky and the sun, slaps towards Zai from the 9 heavens. That palm carries infinite power of heaven and earth. It really looks like the palm of a god or Buddha. A slap fell. 1 second, Zai's fighting spirit was endless, as if he wanted to stand side by side with the sky. The next second, like a pug, he was hit deep into the soil by this palm. Together with that endless fighting spirit, were all shattered instantly by this palm. Palm of the Tgthegood. This is a magical power that Lu Shu recently learned in the Shentong Pavilion. Communicate the general trend of the world here, turn into the palm of the gods, suppress everything. Deep underground. Where is the fighting spirit left in Ziye's body? Now she has lost even her first level of fighting spirit. The whole person fell to the ground as if he were useless. The pupils still show a deep look of despair. How is it possible? Zai climbed up on the ground in fear, now. She just wants to leave this devilish island. That guy isn't a human at all. Only God is worthy of his description. Before he could climb a few steps, a sound of electricity sounded next to him. Pikachu next to him yawned and completed the last touch. Zai, who showed no resistance, encountered Pikachu's thunder-type attack. He had no means of resistance at all and was killed instantly. At the same time, several prompts popped up in front of Lu Shu. You killed the sacred tree master Zai. Obtain the fighting spirit tree. Divine Tree 1. Islands are merging. Chapter 163. Boom. With the violent vibrations caused by the fusion of the sacred tree islands, Lu Shu's island has once again expanded. The area of Zhani Island is almost equal to the sum of the previous islands. Lu Shu's island area reaches 25 million square kilometers. The exploration area of the abyssal sea area can reach 15,000 meters by visual inspection. In the center of the sacred tree island, a new golden sacred tree, invisibly releasing an extremely powerful fighting spirit, stood in front of Lu Shu. At the same time, a panel pops up in front of you. Divine Tree, War Will. Stage, Advanced Spiritual Tree. Sunlight, 410 day, for 1x100. Spiritual Energy, 340 day, 3, for x100. Product, War Will Fruit. Divine Tree Aura, War Will Domain. Production Cycle, 2 days, 1300-650. Growth Points, 38,521, for x1002140 day. The next stage, Holy Tree, 100,000 growth points, is now. Several prompts popped up in front of Lu Shu. Your life fruit has been successfully hatched. Get a new pet, a green caterpillar. Your God-level growth fruit tree X3 has reached the production cycle, God-level growth fruit 300. The God-level growth fruit trees have all completed production. Lu Shu opened the warehouse. After 3 production cycles, 900 God-level growth fruits were placed in the warehouse. You can evolve your pets again. Looking towards the direction of the sacred tree, incomparably spiritual green caterpillars hatched from the fruit of life. This pet. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Is it another pet that needs to evolve? It seems, Zerg. No, it's not as simple as a Zerg. Lu Shu felt very clearly that the green caterpillar actually had dragon blood in its body. However, further awakening of the ancestral bloodline is required to evolve into a true dragon. His eyes instantly focused on the God-level growth fruit. Let the green caterpillar try to evolve first. Soon. Lu Shu's thoughts moved. The green caterpillars immediately felt the spiritual message conveyed by Lu Shu. They climbed towards the God-level growth fruit tree. But how long? Soon. All the green caterpillars, they all swallowed a God-level growth fruit. Suddenly, the green caterpillar's body formed layers of thick cocoons. The life levels of these pets are undergoing transformation. Lu Shu's eyes changed slightly. When the green caterpillar emerges from its thick cocoon, it's time to transform. It's also because the first thing the green caterpillar swallowed was the god-level growth fruit. The effect was so powerful all of a sudden. It is estimated that the evolution this time will not reach the ordinary level. Open the Holy Tree panel again. Products, Devil Fruit, Blood Succession Limit Fruit. Production Cycle, 6 days, 390-0650. Growth Points, 85,921, for x1002140 day. Next stage, Holy Tree, 100,000 growth points, only you need to wait for 6 days, the Devil Fruit and the new Blood Succession Limit Fruit will mature at the same time. 2 additional abilities came at once. This harvest can be described as extremely rich. And the growth of the sacred tree has reached 85,000 points without realizing it. We are getting closer and closer to the legendary sacred tree stage. The war on the sacred tree island is completely over. Let's start announcing the rankings now. Rewards will be distributed after the rankings are fully announced. A system announcement echoed throughout the entire Divine Tree game. All the sacred tree masters, after seeing the prompt, immediately started discussing. The battle on the sacred tree island is finally over. Damn it, luckily I defended my island. Hahaha, I went to steal a tree master's island. That guy probably never imagined that when he went out to capture other sacred tree master islands, he would be attacked by me. Upstairs, you are so shameless. Is this the Shinshu game version of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Can it still be like this? Learned. I advise you not to imitate others casually. How do you know if any other sacred tree masters have stayed on the sacred tree island? Why don't you know? Just read the prompts. In the future, there will only be more and more sacred tree masters participating in the sacred tree island war. When the time comes, when you see a sacred tree master taking someone else's home, go and steal his home. Damn it, I feel like it's better not to capture other people's islands casually. If my hometown is stolen by these sacred tree masters who don't respect martial arts, wouldn't I lose a lot of money? Give it a try, the sacred tree won. The fruit talent of the defense system is fearless. You are here to give me the sacred tree. The boss who is envious of the defensive fruit talent. Damn it, this talented tree master seems to be ushering in spring. Yes, if you want to attack other people's islands, you can do so without fear. You don't need to worry about your own nest being stolen. The sacred tree masters began to discuss the island war. Among them, some special sacred tree masters took advantage of other sacred tree masters to steal the other's island when they were not on the island. Defense fruit talent, he was immediately praised by everyone. If you want to attack, you can attack, if you want to defend, just defend. It's so exciting. Many Divine Tree Masters also realize that the various talents of Divine Tree Masters may differ according to the progress of the Divine Tree game, usher in spring. There is always an era that suits you, right? As long as you can continue to live, at this moment, the rankings have begun to be announced. Chapter 164. At this time, the rewards for this ranking popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. This time the defense points ranking list has appeared, and all Sacred Tree Masters will receive different rewards according to the level. First place, God level reward. Second place, Extraordinary Weapon Extraordinary Suit City Defense Cannon, S level. Third place, Extraordinary Suit Basalt or X50000. Fourth to 10th place, Extraordinary Weapons Tianling or X50000. 11th to 30th place, Diamond Weapon Diamond Suit. 31st to 50th, Diamond Weapon. Number 51 to 100, Platinum Set Search Torch. The rankings will be announced soon, please wait a moment. The moment when the ranking rewards come out. All the Sacred Tree Masters immediately started discussing. Damn it! Is the first place a God level reward? Sliding rankings, ironclad God level rewards. What exactly is the God level reward? I'm very curious. You can only ask the Lu Shu boss about this. The tree-laying boss, YYDS. I'm so envious that second place can actually get an S-class city defense cannon. Yes, only the top few can get the rewards of city defense buildings. These are all artifacts. If there are city defense props, then the Sacred Tree Master himself can attack other Sacred Tree Islands more carefree. It seems that there were some Sacred Tree Masters who looked down on city defense props before, but now they are slapped in the face, right? From now on, I'm afraid it will be an era of fighting for the Sacred Tree Island. Yes, you not only have to withstand the attacks of the monsters in the Grey World, but you also have to stand on the island behind in order to get the reward. I wonder if there will be a leader in the rankings who will be killed during the battle for the island. Everyone is on the ranking list, so it's unlikely that we'll be matched with opponents of the same level, right? It's hard to say, but if all the other Sacred Tree Masters form an alliance to attack, there might still be a chance, at this time. The 100th place on the ranking list has been announced. The 100th place, Master Guayin, Defense Points, 621-0020, Comprehensive Evaluation, B level. Damn it. 5 million. It's too curly. This ranking list is too big. No wonder I won the Divine Tree Island battle with only E level points. I was also wondering why I got the lowest rating with 500,000 defense points. When I saw that the leader in the rankings had 5 million, which was 10 times ahead of me, and both were only B level, I probably understood it again. Alas, the leaders in these rankings are so good. When can I compare with them? As the list continued to be announced, the defense points soon exceeded 10 million. But when it reached the watershed of 10 million, it only reached 90. It's over, the gap between us and the leaders in the rankings is getting wider and wider. Are there only 90 people out of 10 million? Woohoo, we don't even have a fraction of the opposite side. Isn't it too miserable? Looking at the points of the top leaders in the rankings, I feel like I don't deserve to exist in the same world as them. Fortunately, the big guys and I still breathe the same air. Upstairs, my sacred tree has the function of purifying the air. It can become stronger just by breathing. It should not be the same type of air. Sorry, I am ignorant. 20th place, Dark Knight, Defense Points, 5 million, Comprehensive Evaluation, A level. When Enye's name was announced on the ranking list, many Sacred Tree Masters were stunned. Enye, who used to be ranked in the top 3 all year round, has now dropped to only 20. Hahaha, I was wondering what the Dark Knight Alliance is pretending to be. There are only 20 members now. The Outyan gang founded by Long Outyan invites you to join our guild. My defense points are much higher than Enye, and I promise to be very close friends with all the Sacred Tree Masters. Oh my god, a Sacred Tree Master who can't even make it into the top 10 in the rankings, who gave you the face to start a guild? Enye looked at the comments on the screen, and his chest couldn't help but feel violently bullied. It's so annoying. If Mu Yutingfeng, a bad woman, hadn't tricked him, Enye would have had a chance to get more information this time. High points. This time, to get some tree-pulling people, all my plans were messed up. I didn't move up the rankings. Originally, Dark Knight still had a chance to get the reward of legendary ore. But now, even the legendary ore is gone. 10th place, Mu Yutingfeng, Defense Points, 35 million, Overall Evaluation, S level. A familiar name popped up again. The Sacred Tree Masters of Muyu Pavilion were suddenly confused. Why has Sister Mu's ranking dropped? Damn it, is there a new dark horse coming out this time? Don't talk nonsense, maybe Sister Mu has other plans in the Grey World, it's just a delay, next time she will definitely come back to the rankings. That's right. But Sister Mu doesn't even have an SS level rating now, so how scary is the dark horse in the previous rankings? I'm not very sure either, could it be that there really is some incredible tree master this time? In the chat box. Some of the dog gamblers have begun to panic. Damn it. The second and third places on the ranking list have both overturned. And they have overturned badly. Could it be that the number 1 on the ranking list has also fallen out? What's the problem? The other part suppressed the tree master who was not the number 1 tree master, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that there was a chance to make a lot of money. Chapter 165. 5th place, Woohoo, Defense Points, 45 million, Comprehensive Evaluation, S level. 4th place, Wachao, Defense Points, 50 million, Comprehensive Evaluation, S level. When Enye and Mu Yutingfeng's names were all over, a large number of dark horse names appeared at the front of the rankings. Wait, why do the IDs of these two Sacred Tree Masters, Woohoo and Wokao, look familiar? It seems that they are all Sacred Tree Masters of Fengyun Guild. Fengyun Guild? What kind of guild is here again? I don't know, it seems that they started to be active and recruiting people 20 days ago, but after only showing up for a few days, there are so many big names in the rankings. The organizer I first saw seemed to be a Sacred Tree Master named Fengyun. Who knows who he is? I don't know. I haven't seen this person in the rankings before. Interesting. Lu Shu opened the World Public screen. Seeing the chat message above, he frowned slightly. The new Fengyun Guild attracted Lu Shu's attention. He had also heard that such a guild had appeared recently. It's not just as simple as expanding the recruitment of Divine Tree Masters, it seems that many Divine Tree Masters who are outstanding in the rankings are willing to join Fengyun Guild. At this moment, the points for third and second place have also come out. Third place, Feng Yun, defense points, 59, 9 million, comprehensive evaluation, S-level. Second place, I am really not Long Out Yen, defense points, 60 million, overall evaluation, SS-level. Is this Feng Yun the president of Feng Yun Guild? Yes, he is the founder. Amazing, I reached third place in no time. Brother Long also rose up, which I didn't expect. It was difficult for that big guy to get to the front of the rankings before. I remember he was always relatively low in the rankings, but now he has taken off directly and got the second place. I'm jealous, when will I be so awesome? At this moment, the figure of I am really not Long Out Yen appeared on the world public screen. I'm really not Long Out Yen, I'm really grateful to Brother Feng Yun for his promotion. I am really not Long Out Yen. If it weren't for Brother Feng Yun protecting me, I really wouldn't be able to get such a high score. I really am not Long Out Yen, and Brother Feng Yun knew that I needed city defense artillery, so he specially controlled the defense points and let me take second place. He is so conscientious. When these words appeared on the screen, all the sacred tree masters were immediately shocked. Damn it, when did Brother Long join Feng Yun Guild? This is awesome. 4 of the top 5 in the ranking are gods of Feng Yun Guild. Division. Much more powerful than that Dark Knight Alliance. Not only the Dark Knight Alliance, but even Muyu Pavilion doesn't have such a large formation. Who knows why this guild suddenly became so powerful? Are they still recruiting people? Be careful, maybe this Brother Long is a trap. Isn't this nonsense? You have already joined the Feng Yun Guild, and he is second in the rankings, and he has not set out any conditions for you to join, so why did you just ask him? I just came out and pretended to be cool, and I became a trustworthy person. This is quite interesting. For a time, Feng Yun Guild became the focus of the entire Sacred Tree game. All the Sacred Tree masters didn't know what the secrets of this guild were, and it was able to get so many big guys to join. Moreover, many big bosses also obtained extremely high status. The high-ranking ranking. The reputation of Feng Yun Guild has set off a huge wave in the Shinshu game and has become the focus of everyone's attention. Both Mu Yu Tingfeng and Yi frowned. Among them, the one who felt most aggrieved was Mu Yu listened to the news. Because he went to target the tree puller. As a result, not only did he fail to get into the top 5, but he was suddenly usurped by the Feng Yun Guild. I'm so angry. If I had known better, I wouldn't have caused trouble. But Mu Yu Tingfeng now also focused on Feng Yun Guild. She frowned slightly. Where did this guild come from? I have never heard of this person. It seems like he appeared out of nowhere. The next second, Mu Yu Tingfeng took a deep breath. Those pupils bloomed with crystal-white brilliance. Endless information poured into Mu Yu Tingfeng's eyes. It turned out to be. Mu Yu Tingfeng's eyes showed surprise. Did not think of. In this sacred tree game, there is such a superpower. It's really beyond my scope of cognition. At the same time, many divine tree masters are inquiring about the information about Feng Yun Guild. Most of the sacred tree masters want to sign up to join. Maybe this guild is much better than the Dark Knight Alliance. Some of the sacred tree masters who had already joined the guild secretly regretted it in their hearts. If I had known earlier, I would have waited a little longer. If you can join Feng Yun Guild, maybe you can become even more awesome. However, only a very small group of divine tree masters were able to obtain information about Feng Yun Guild. It seems that after being selected, the sacred tree masters who were able to get the information quickly chose to join the guild and kept the secret, therefore. In the short term, no one knows what kind of secrets there are inside Feng Yun Guild. Just when everyone was talking about it, finally, the last list was then announced. First place, Lu Shu, defense points, 90 million, overall evaluation, SSS-level. Chapter 166. 90 million defense points. My god, it won't be more than 100 million next time. Soon. The defense points of the tree-playing boss are just one step away from the small goal. It's not much worse. At least the next time we have a defense battle in the Grey World, we can break through this result. Too strong. Is this the invincible tree-laying boss? The only god in a god tree game? Who was doubting Mr. Lu Shu just now? Woohoo, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I shouldn't have doubted Mr. Lu Shu. It's him again. He's the leader again. Too invincible. Facts have proved that only the tree-lugging boss is worthy of our expectations. Hahaha, I spent 10 million yuan on high-grade fertilizer this time, and I'm going to make crazy money. Follow the boss of Lu Shu, the villa is close to the sea. Follow the boss of Lu Shu, and your whole body will be equipped with top-notch luxury equipment. All the sacred tree masters who had placed all their treasures on the tree masters could not help but smile. So cool. Is this the benefit of suppressing the big tree boss? Making crazy money. The big dog owners even directly used all their wealth and threw it on the tree man, making a lot of money. Seeing the other sacred tree masters, they all felt excited. And those sacred tree masters who had failed to bet on tree pullers were already numb at this moment. Certainly. Having learned the lessons from the previous times, these sacred tree masters did not press too hard. Just press it a little bit. The loss was not particularly big. It was just that when others were enjoying themselves, everyone was discussing how much they had bet on the Lu Shu boss and how much they had made, but they themselves were losing money. If I say it now, I will be ridiculed by everyone. This feeling is simply too uncomfortable. Rewards for the Grey World Invasion rankings have been distributed. In the ranking of this Grey World Invasion, you ranked first. Prizes are being distributed. The reward is finally here. Lu Shu turned his attention to these newly obtained items. This time. I don't know what kind of god-level reward I can get this time. The next second. Several prompts popped up in front of me. You have obtained the mythical building, the Garden of Divine Medicine. You have obtained the mythical treasure, the Bagua Furnace. You have obtained a mythical relic, the seed of the peach tree. You get a mythical creature, the Jade Rabbit. Magical Medicine Garden. Lu Shu's eyes immediately focused on the mythical building that was awarded this time. Build a miracle medicine garden. Yes. The next second. Lu Shu chose the location of the Divine Medicine Garden to the location of the spiritual grass and placed it. The location of the island has been greatly expanded, there are already tens of thousands of acres of land that can be used as the location of the Magic Medicine Garden. With a huge white light, like a 9-day waterfall washing the world, the nearby soil suddenly became different. The land originally used to grow elixirs has now been transformed into a magical herb garden. Countless spiritual herbs absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the components of special soil, grow rapidly, and become miracle medicine. These medicinal materials. Lu Shu's eyes lit up. A breeze blew by, and the unique aroma of the magical medicine moistened one's internal organs the moment it entered the tip of the nose. Just breathing in these aromas will do a lot of good to your body. If it is used to refine magic medicine, I am afraid that many good things can be refined. All the spiritual herbs I obtained from the Holy Land ruins on the treasure map can pass through the Divine Medicine Garden and evolve into magical herbs. These soils seem to be inherited from the soil of ancient mythological times. You can receive extremely generous gifts for the growth of elixirs. One day. When the Divine Medicine Garden absorbs enough spiritual energy from heaven and earth, these elixirs can evolve into magical elixirs, and through nourishment, they will continue to be produced. If the magical elixirs can be refined into magical elixirs, the resources for future cultivation will be even greater. So rich. Bagua Furnace. A thought came to my mind. An extremely noble cauldron bloomed with divine light and floated above Lu Shu's head, bringing an unprecedented sense of oppression. Bagua Furnace. The most powerful alchemy tool in the legend. If one has sufficient cultivation, the Bagua Furnace not only has the ability to refine elixirs, but can also bring the world from all directions into the Bagua Furnace and refine it with real fire. It is also a powerful magic weapon with attack and killing methods. Bagua Furnace. Category, Alchemy Furnace. Grade, Mythical. Conditions of use, Hadao Realm. Attributes, becoming stronger simultaneously with specific cultivation levels. Pity. The requirements for this magic weapon are too high. It actually requires the Hadao realm to be able to use it. My current cultivation level is still far behind. Lu Shu secretly thought. He saw a rabbit with a body as white as jade running into the magic medicine garden. At this time, the medicinal materials nearby seemed to be nourished by the jade rabbit and grew faster. Your magic medicine is nourished by the jade rabbit. Divine Medicine Garden. Level 1, 101,000. Speed, 20 evolution points day. Production cycle, 7 days 6 days. Product, Legendary Spiritual Grass X 100. Chapter, 167. It turns out that the Jade Rabbit has the function of nourishing spiritual grass. Lu Shu suddenly realized. There are some god-level growth fruits in the warehouse that have not been used yet, they are just right for the Jade Rabbit. Feed one first. Your Jade Rabbit swallowed the god-level growth fruit and gained 3,000 evolution points. The next second. A moonlight-like light appeared on the Jade Rabbit. The level of life was transformed immediately. The Jade Rabbit, which has evolved to the second level, nourishes the Divine Medicine Garden even more obviously. This time, the growth cycle of the Divine Medicine Garden has been shortened from the original 6 days to 5 days. Legend has it that the Jade Rabbit can pour out the elixir of life. It has a deep relationship with elixirs. And because its bloodline contains the yin energy of the moon, it has the nourishing effect of moonlight. Therefore, it can bring great help to the Divine Medicine Garden. Thinking of this, Lu Shu immediately fed 500 God-level growth fruits to the Jade Rabbit. Your Jade Rabbit swallowed the God-level growth fruit and gained 3,000 evolution points. Several prompts pop up in succession. Not long after, Jade Rabbit's level was instantly upgraded to level 7. I have to say that the bonus speed of the God-level growth fruits is too terrifying. Among all the mythical creatures, the Jade Rabbit is the fastest to reach level 7. A panel popped up in front of me. Jade Rabbit. Type, mythical creature. Level, 7th level. Blessing aura, nourishment 1000. Evolution points, 25,000 evolution. Points required to upgrade to level 7, 5000000. This moment, all the magical medicines in the Divine Medicine Garden have grown on a large scale. There was a burst of brilliance, all the spiritual herbs were even transformed. Your magic medicine garden has been nourished by the Jade Rabbit and has reached its first production cycle. Legendary Spiritual Grass 1000. Your Divine Medicine Garden has been gifted by the 7th level Jade Rabbit and has gained 100,000 experience points. Upgrade to level 10. The scale of the Divine Medicine Garden has rapidly expanded. Together with the output, scale, and quality of the spiritual grass inside, everything has increased. Open the panel of Magic Medicine Garden again. Divine Medicine Garden. Level 10 10000500000. Speed, 2000 evolution points day. Production cycle, 7 days. Product, Grass Jelly X 2000. Although the production cycle has still changed back to 7 days, the product has changed from the original legendary spiritual grass, to fairy grass. Obviously, this is a more advanced herb. If the elixir can be refined through the Bagua furnace, the speed of cultivation will be rapid. Ding! You got Devil Fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained the Blood Succession Limit Fruit X1. 2 prompts popped up in succession. Lu Shu's face suddenly lit up. Devil Fruit and Blood Succession Limit Fruit are finally mature. I don't know if I can get a new Blood Inheritance Limit or continue to upgrade the Sharingan. Lu Shu first buried these 2 fruits in the soil. Soon, 2 subspecies spiritual trees rise from the ground. At the same time, an information panel popped up in front of Lu Shu. Devil Fruit Tree. Variety, Subspecies Spirit Tree. Product, Devil Fruit. Cycle, 0-5 days, 365650. Production times remaining, 1. Blood Succession Limit Fruit Tree. Product, Blood Succession Limit Fruit. Period, 0-5 days, 365650. Click. At this time, a strange sound came from the other side of the island. Lu Shu looked back. What a guy. The thick layers of cocoon seem to be woven into a kingdom of white ocean. It is unimaginable that when 100 green caterpillars evolve at the same time, the cocoons they form alone can create such an amazing sight. When it hatches, what kind of pet will it get? As the sound of cracking continued, Lu Shu's mental power sensed a trace of movement in the cocoon, accompanied by the breath of life. Finally, after these few days, the green caterpillar will also complete its final hatching and evolve. There were several shattering sounds again. Finally, there are more and more cracks in those thick layers of cocoon. A pair of cyan wings suddenly seeped out of the cocoon. Roar! A fierce dragon roar echoed throughout the world. The green hidden dragon finally revealed its true appearance. Those huge wings appeared on the sacred tree island. Subsequently, 100 green hibernating dragons hovered over the sacred tree island. That formation can be described as huge. The loud roar of the dragon echoed throughout the entire sacred tree island, like a sacred land. The pet panel suddenly popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Green hidden dragon. Type, dragon. Abilities, Dragon Roar Strike, Angry Dragon Claw, Dragon Bloodline, Double Amplification, Green Hidden Dragon Domain. Physique, S. Speed, S. Spirit, S. Comprehensive Potential, S. Chapter, 168. It's actually a dragon. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Dragon Clan. He is the innate leader of all races. Although it has not reached the exaggerated level of the mythical Dragon Clan. But he never thought that a green caterpillar could evolve into a cyan hidden dragon. The cyan hidden dragons, it's not too big yet, and it belongs to the most basic dragon form, but it already has a big lead in terms of attributes. It will only take a while to evolve into the final Emperor Cyan hidden dragon form. Lu Shu will probably be able to get a new SSS-level pet. Ding! Your devil fruit has reached the production cycle, devil fruit 100. Ding! Your bloodline limit fruit has reached the production cycle, devil fruit 100. Lu Shu turned his head and looked in the direction of the subspecies spiritual tree. As expected. 100 fruits shaped like devil's hearts, and 100 fruits shaped like Sharingan eyes, grow on the tree. Just pick it gently and you will get new powers. It's the Sharingan fruit again. Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. In fact, the Sharingan is the most powerful of the blood succession limit fruits. If it can continue to evolve and become the Rinnegan, then it will be better than obtaining other blood succession limit fruits. The price-performance ratio is much higher. Pick up. Pikachu instantly turned into a flash of light and came to the bottom of the blood succession limit fruit tree. The pair of Sharingan eyes turned into star eyes. His face was full of wanting. After all, pets will be interested in fruits that can enhance themselves. Natural attraction. Moreover, the more powerful the effect and the more consistent the attributes, the more obvious the pet's desire will be. Eat it. Lu Shu smiled. 100 Pikachus became excited instantly and swallowed all the fruits. Bah! Bah! 3 times 5 divided by 2. Soon, all the blood succession limit fruits were swallowed into their bellies. At this time, the pattern in Pikachu's pupils has changed dramatically again. The shape of the pattern has become more complex. It's like the overlap of 2 different forms of the Mangeki Sharingan. Your Pikachu X100 has swallowed the Sharingan fruit, and the Mangeki Sharingan has evolved into the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. All abilities have been greatly improved. And turn on the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the consumption and burden of eye power become very small. If the advanced ability of using the Mangeki Sharingan in the past was a heavy burden on mental energy, then now, for Pikachu, the pupil technique is basically casual. The most important thing is that the abilities of teammates that Pikachu can copy at the same time have changed from the original 2 to 3. As long as the teammates around him become stronger, Pikachu's abilities will also be improved simultaneously. It just doesn't feel good anymore. In addition, what surprised Lu Shu even more was that Pikachu's mental attribute was also one step closer to the front because of the opening of the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Open the pet properties. Pikachu. Type, Pokemon. Powers, 100,000 volts, Shock Fruit, Chidori, Mangeki Sharingan. Physique, SS. Speed, SS. Spirit, SSS. Comprehensive Potential, SSS. Leftover. And Devil Fruits. Lu Shu set his sights on the Devil Fruit tree. He saw 100 fruits twined like thunder, growing on the tree. At first glance, it seemed that they were not fruits, but energy bodies composed of thunder and lightning. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by bursts of dull thunder. That thunder has a shocking power, and it seems to be even stronger than Pikachu's 100,000 volts. Unfortunately, Pikachu has already swallowed a devil fruit. Lu Shu pondered for a moment. This devil fruit is the thunder fruit. As the strongest natural fruit, the thunder fruit seems to have similar properties to Pikachu's 100,000 volts, but there is actually a big gap. Thinking in terms of volts alone, the thunder fruit can upgrade the power of thunder to a 200 million volt thunder god. I don't know how many times higher than Pikachu's 100,000 volts. And by swallowing the thunder fruit, you can turn yourself into thunder energy and travel freely in various situations. It is an extremely powerful superpower fruit. Although it is not without its nemesis, it has achieved the ultimate in destructive power. There are no monsters made of rubber in the grey world, right? Lu Shu's eyes were on the green hidden dragon, and he found out. 100 green hidden dragons landed near the thunder fruit at the same time. It seems green hidden dragon also has a certain interest in thunder fruit. As for the other pets, because they had swallowed devil fruits, they lost interest in them and left them alone. Green hidden dragon, do you want to swallow the thunder fruit? Lu Shu's heart moved and he asked. Qing Zhilong immediately nodded. Okay, let's take it for you. Lu Shu said with a smile. I was still thinking whether the green hidden dragon would lose his talent if he swallowed the thunder fruit. However, the green hidden dragon himself seems to have a certain fondness for the thunder fruit. Perhaps it is because of its great power. The devil fruit has a certain compatibility with the attributes of the blue hidden dragon, right? Soon, the blue hidden dragon also swallowed all the 100 thunder fruits. Green hidden dragon x 100 swallow the thunder fruit and gain the power of the thunder fruit. Chapter 169. Green hidden dragon. Type, dragon. Abilities, dragon roar strike, angry dragon claw, dragon bloodline, double amplification, green hidden dragon domain, thunder fruit, new. Physique, S. Speed, S. Spirit, S. Comprehensive potential, SS. Green hidden dragon got the thunder fruit. The overall potential has been raised to SS level. This is really fast. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly brightened. The green hidden dragon let out waves of dragon-like roars. The sound was deafening, penetrating the heaven and earth. It seemed to shock the 9 heavens. A ray of light shone brightly around the green hidden dragon. Eye-catching. Lu Shu did not expect that the green hidden dragon would be so greatly improved after obtaining the thunder fruit. Next, his eyes were set on the abyssal sea. Since the island was expanded, the exploration scope of the abyssal sea has become deeper. A lot. Last time, Squirtle explored the Poseidon Palace. However, because the scope of the exploration was not enough, he did not go in. This time, he can enter the Poseidon Palace to find out. But before that, Lu Shu plans to send Squirtle to the Poseidon Palace first. The turtle's abilities should be completely evolved. There are also 300 god-level growth fruits that are not used. Squirtle, eat all those fruits. Lu Shu pointed at the god-level growth fruit tree and said. I heard that there are so many good things to eat, and 100 Squirtless are still moving like turtles, even faster than Pikachu. 3 times 5 divided by 2. The fruit was completely scattered. Pikachu and the little white fox on the side looked at it with envy. These little guys have not tasted the god-level growth fruit for a long time. Lu Shu smiled and said, next time must. The remaining 200 god-level growth fruits. Lu Shu plans to save them first. He may upgrade the Wudong Phoenix in the future. The level of the divine fire will become more important in the subsequent exploration of the Grey World. Soon. 100s of fruits were swallowed by Squirtle. After a short transformation, Squirtle's body continued to double in size. Looking around, just one Squirtle's body was already as large as a mountain. The small island is so big. There are hundreds of Squirtless surrounding Lu Shu's Sacred Tree Island. This area is really overwhelming. Even if it is placed on the beach, the space does not seem to be enough. Let's dive into the deep sea. These big guys stayed on the Sacred Tree Island and had to be careful when moving, whether they would destroy the flowers and plants. Even if they deployed mobile defensive barriers, it took a long time to gather all the Squirtless. They were all sent to the coast. Until now. Even if it is not needed. Dinghezu. With Squirtle's strength, passing through the whirlpool in the abyss is no longer a problem. Soon. All Squirtless dive into the deep sea. Head towards deeper waters to explore. During this period, several ungrateful ghost lantern fish moved towards Lu Shu's direction. The result soon became the new searchlight source. Diving down bit by bit, the other deep-sea devil fish felt Squirtle's breath and wandered around instantly. Although the memory of fish is very short, the smell of death evokes their deepest fear memory. When those 100 Squirtless began to appear in the abyss, all the fish recalled the fear of being dominated by Squirtless that day. Soon. Lu Shu arrived at the location of the Poseidon Palace. At this time, he took out the mermaid bone flute. Played the most mysterious music of the deep sea. Near the Poseidon Palace, 2 sea elves of the mermaid tribe were stationed. When they heard this beautiful music, they instantly relaxed their vigilance. Lu Shu led the Squirtless through the Poseidon Palace smoothly. A legendary treasure chest appears ahead. At this time, a prompt pops up in front of you. Look along the path where the treasure chest appears. An ocean palace is as mysterious as an ancient mythical building built on the bottom of the sea. At the lowest point of the seabed, there are extremely rich treasures. Nearly 10,000 meters of sea area. When we get here, more and more treasures appear. Even legendary treasure chests appear frequently. What's more, since this is the Palace of Poseidon, the density of treasures is even higher. Lu Shu's eyes immediately focused on one of the palaces. The elves who appeared nearby were quickly fooled by Lu Shu's illusion. If you can fight without bloodshed, it's best to avoid a big fight. Once you kill any of the elves here, Then, the owner of the Poseidon Palace might be able to sense the enemy's aura and attack him. Lu Shu entered the Poseidon Palace and opened the legendary treasure box. In a burst of golden light, Lu Shu's eyes were instantly filled with light. A line of text popped up. Congratulations on opening the legendary deep-sea treasure chest and obtaining the special life essence. Extra life essence. Category, consumables. Function, it can help the sacred tree to grow significantly and quickly complete the production of products. A more advanced life essence. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. This is the first time to open the essence of life from the legendary treasure box. I don't know what the effect will be. Boom. At this moment, an alarm suddenly sounded outside the palace. Lu Shu looked back and found that the owner of the Poseidon Palace had appeared in front of him. Chapter 170. Stupid humans. How dare you attack my palace? Die. Ahead, there was an obscure mental fluctuation. The angry Poseidon sensed someone entering its palace. After obtaining the treasure, he immediately came to Lu Shu. Suddenly, the surrounding sea area began to stir violently. A panel popped up in front of Lu Shu. Poseidon. Category, Abyss Protoss. Danger Factor, SS. Perception Range, 5,000 meters. Power, 5,300. Speed, 6,250. Defense, 7,420. Skills, Call of Poseidon, Endless Sea, Thunder God's Storm, Split Sea Water, Abyss Bloodline, Super Recovery, Abyss Amplification. Description, it is a heavenly dragon noble in the abyss, possessing gifts from the ancient gods. Arrogance and anger are the most prominent characteristics of this race. Squirtle, use the power of the water fruit. Lu Shu immediately commanded. The Poseidon, as a god in the sea, has control over the laws of the sea, thousands of times better than the elves of the mermaid tribe. 100 Squirtless, working together to use the water, the fruit's superpower. At the same time, Lu Shu took out Ding Hai Pearl and Poseidon's trident. Poseidon's seawater superpower was immediately offset by Lu Shu's two legendary ocean magic weapons. Despicable human beings, how dare you tarnish our Poseidon heritage, damn it. When Poseidon saw Lu Shu taking out the Dinghaezu and Poseidon's trident, anger suddenly appeared in his eyes. In its eyes, humans are a despicable species. It can actually get them. The inheritance of Poseidon. How infuriating is this? Madness. Lu Shu shook his head. This Poseidon has too much nonsense. Let's get rid of it quickly. The next second, 100 Squirtless launched an extremely powerful attack on Poseidon. A million-ton punch. At this moment, with the help of an extremely powerful physique, Squirtle's million-ton punch caused the entire sea area to tremble. The earth-shaking sea water surged wildly, as if it could destroy the world. After Poseidon was attacked by 100 Squirtless, received a violent impact in an instant, and his body flew backwards towards the depths of the sea, and was photographed directly on a palace. Boom! The huge body collided with the palace, and immediately destroyed all the surrounding buildings, were crushed into rubble. From this blow, we can also see how terrifying Squirtle's destructive power has reached. Poseidon has opened the bloodline of the abyss and gained attributes and domain increases. Poseidon has activated super recovery and is rapidly recovering from his injuries. It didn't take long. Poseidon stood up again among the ruins. Although this blow caused considerable damage to Poseidon. But I have to say, Poseidon's super recovery, the effect is quite amazing. He suffered such a heavy blow, but he completely recovered in a short period of time. Lu Shu was not only surprised. Of course, this also has a lot to do with the abyssal sea area, which has a certain increase in Poseidon. Poseidon roared angrily. He missed the move just now and suffered a big loss, which made Poseidon feel that his face was shameful. The next second, a roar that swept through the entire sea area came from Poseidon's mouth. The Poseidon has activated the Poseidon's call and is summoning the surrounding fish and elves to come here. When the Poseidon began to roar, there was a strange sound in the surrounding seawater. Lu Shu's brows instantly frowned. Typical call for help if you can't beat him. All the nearby fish schools came over, and it wasn't just the Abyss Overlord and the Mermaid tribe. In the Poseidon Palace, there are also dragon tribes with very rare bloodlines, as well as some monsters with higher bloodlines that come from deeper sea areas. Lu Shu guessed that there was more than one sea god in the abyss. In other words, the Poseidon in front of me is just one of the gods in the abyss. But Poseidon has the ability to summon a large number of teammates. If you can't deal with the other party for a long time, you will really encounter some unknown situations and dangers. Think of this. Lu Shu took out the Guanhan Qin. Activate the Emperor's Haki. The next second. The layers of weakening have reduced Poseidon's attributes in all aspects. Squirtle, get rid of the opponent. Lu Shu quickly used resonance to pass on his combat ideas to the Squirtless on the field. Then, all the Squirtless followed Lu Shu and jointly launched a fatal attack on Poseidon. Poseidon was weakened by the Emperor's domineering force. All attributes, and was also affected by Lu Shu's illusion. He lost consciousness for a moment and fell into an extremely passive state. When he came back to his senses, Poseidon's eyes were already being attacked by Lu Shu and hundreds of Squirtless. The figure that came to kill was completely occupied. The next second. Squirtle used Megaton boxing together. At the same time, Lu Shu also used spiritual powers to interfere with Poseidon again, causing the opponent to enter again. Lost state. Boom. When the fist fell, the entire sea area spread out in an instant. The huge power shook the entire sea area, making people feel fear. It was as if Lu Shu was the god in this sea area. Violent the raging sound finally passed, the figure of Poseidon completely disappeared. It took a long time. A victory prompt popped up in front of me. You killed Poseidon. Chapter 171. You killed Poseidon. Obtain the legendary treasure, Poseidon token. 2 prompts appeared in front of Lu Shu in succession. Poseidon order. Lu Shu immediately turned his attention. Then, an item panel popped up in front of him. Poseidon order. Type, Royal Order. Level, Legend. Function, all races of creatures that rule the abyss, except the gods, can listen to your orders. Description, token of the gods. I see. The gods in the abyss can command all the races in the abyss. Its token is not only a perfect pass, but also has the function of commanding all races. Thinking of this, Lu Shu immediately used the Poseidon order. The next second, the entire Poseidon palace began to shake violently. Before, the mermaid tribe, dragon tribe, and other deep-sea tribes who had planned to attack Lu Shu the demon fish, the moment Lu Shu sacrificed the sea god's order, they all couldn't help but pause. They crawled on their knees. They couldn't help but began to tremble. Lu Shu's eyes scanned all the demons in the sea. Fish. The mermaid tribe with extremely delicate faces cast a tender gaze towards Lu Shu. Their eyes were filled with tears, and they looked like pitiful and charming fairies. There was a sense of flattery. It seemed to be conveying this meaning to Lu Shu, you can do whatever you want. However, Lu Shu was too lazy to pay attention to this group of mermaids. Interracial things, this is not a normal thing, humans can do it. He has no interest in it. When the Poseidon token is sacrificed, all the fish in the abyss will not have any thoughts about Lu Shu now. That token carries the supreme aura of the gods. Every Murloc who saw Lu Shu was respectful. No matter who saw this order, it was as if the Poseidon was here in person. Squirtle, quickly launch an exploration camp. Find all the treasure chests here. Lu Shu immediately ordered. The Poseidon Palace is a huge deep-sea treasure. There must be more than one legendary treasure box here. Maybe the harvest will exceed your imagination. After a period of exploration. Through Squirtle's perspective, Lu Shu immediately found 3 legendary treasure chests. His eyes suddenly showed a hint of joy. Whether to open the legendary treasure chest? Yes. 3 golden treasure chests were opened at the same time. The dazzling treasure's brilliance illuminated the deep abyss. Together with the entire Poseidon Palace, it looks mysterious and unpredictable. Ding! You opened the legendary treasure chest and obtained Poseidon's clothes. Ding! You opened the legendary treasure chest and obtained the top life essence. Ding! You opened the legendary treasure chest and obtained the Poseidon skill illustration, Sea Control. The special life essence has been released again. Moreover, a prop and a skill illustration also appeared. It seems that I am still eligible to study. Lu Shu's eyes were set on Poseidon's skill illustrated book. This skill illustrated book requires mastering the Poseidon order and at least 2 legendary Poseidon inherited treasures in order to learn it. Lu Shu just met all the conditions. Do you choose to study? The next second. In Lu Shu's mind, there was an illustration of the skills inherited by Poseidon. That is a skill that can only be learned by those belonging to the Deep Sea God clan. A new skills panel appeared in front of me. Sea Control. Function, control the power of sea water below 10,000 meters in the abyss. Less than 10,000 meters. Lu Shu noticed this keyword. He originally thought that sea control might be just a more advanced skill. But now it seems that it is not that simple. Controlling the sea area below 10,000 meters, usually, being able to come to the abyss, the attainment of water attributes will definitely not be low. But the skill panel of sea control is directly equivalent to clearly indicating the sea area below 10,000 meters. If you want to control this area, the sea water is not that simple. It means that the sea water below 10,000 meters cannot be controlled casually. Then, sea control is not like a skill, but more like a pass. In recent times, as most of the Sacred Tree Masters islands have expanded outside the sea area, many Sacred Tree Masters have begun to explore the seabed. Most of the Sacred Tree Masters still stay above 3,000 meters. This is equivalent to Lu Shu's progress a long time ago. The version simply shouldn't lag too far behind. There are also some Divine Tree Masters who control water attribute powers, so they can pass through sea areas below 3,000 meters. But Lu Shu's progress has long surpassed them. Towards 10,000 meters, let's explore the following sea areas. Poseidon's clothes. Grade, legendary. Function, can ignore the damage of the Black Sea. Black Sea. Lu Shu noticed this special term. Could it be that the sea area below 10,000 meters is the Black Sea? Is there anything different in that area? Through the Poseidon Palace, you can dive directly to the sea area below 10,000 meters. Lu Shu called everyone to squirtless move together towards the sea area below 10,000 meters. When they came to the dividing line of the 10,000 meter sea area, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of them. Congratulations on becoming the first Divine Tree Master to break through the 10,000 meter sea area, and unlock special achievement rewards. Chapter 172. When this prompt appeared, it wasn't just Lu Shu. All the Divine Tree Masters in the entire Divine Tree game have received this reminder. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Everyone rushed to the world public screen crazily and started a heated discussion. Damn it, Mr. Lu Shu actually explored the sea below 10,000 meters. What sea area? Is this a new map of the Grey World? This is an area that can be explored additionally after the area of the Grey World Island is expanded. Damn it, it turns out there is still something to explore in this sea area. I thought I just unlocked a scenic line. Lu Shu boss's previous fish ingredients were discovered from this sea area. Wait, when was the first time Mr. Lu Shu put fish on the shelves? I don't know, it seems like it happened a long time ago, right? Oh my god, doesn't this mean that the progress of the big tree guy was a lot ahead of us at the beginning? There is no doubt that I am on the ranking list. The depth of my sea area has only been explored to exactly 3,000 meters. I don't know how the whirlpool will go down. There are water attribute users here. Even my A-level water attribute power can't pass through that whirlpool in the 3,000 meter sea. I don't know how the big tree guy got down there. The whirlpool at the 3,000 meter sea boundary should be an obvious watershed, right? Needless to say, if such a dangerous boundary is used as a dividing line, then the danger level in the sea below is definitely much higher. Horrible. The tree-lugging boss actually explored below 10,000 meters. Worship the boss. Why yes, the tree lover. Sea area. Looking at the text filling the screen, Lu Shu felt speechless. Subsequently, focus on achievement rewards. You have obtained the achievement of exploring the sea area below 10,000 meters. Do you want to start the achievement reward? Is there any need to say it? Of course, choose to open it. The next second, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Congratulations on receiving the favor of Poseidon. Poseidon's favor. Type, gain buff. Function, you can designate all teammates in the area, including yourself, with 100 water attribute ability, 100 Black Sea resistance, 10 perception, and gain the authority and ability to control the Black Sea. Field type augmentation skills. Not only me, but all squirtless can get this buff. In this way, the effect is multiplied by 100%. Lu Shu has a large army of Squirtle. The water fruit's superpower can transform all things into water attributes. Even the advanced Black Sea may be regarded as a special water attribute substance, but it will still be affected by the water fruit. Effect. Adding this buff effect. Then, Squirtle is equivalent to increasing the buff effect of controlling the Black Sea by 100. Even if it enters the Black Sea and encounters the Overlord level devil fish inside, it still gets the Poseidon's favor. With 100 squirtless, Lu Shu and the opponent both have the power to fight. With the blessing of Poseidon, Squirtle will not be affected by the Black Sea. In this way, as long as I designate Squirtle to receive the same blessing effect, I can explore the sea area below 10,000 meters. Thinking of this, Lu Shu immediately led all the squirtless into the Black Sea. The moment he entered the Black Sea, the field of vision in front of him was suddenly compressed a lot. Originally, Lu Shu's perception range was the Poseidon Queen has already reached 5,000 meters. But now, the range of perception seems to have returned to the time when she just dived into the abyss, only 400 to 500 meters. This should still be 10 of my effect, the gain brought by. Lu Shu said secretly. If it were other divine tree masters who wanted to rashly dive into the deep sea below 10,000 meters, they would probably lose all their vision. It will be really embarrassing when you don't know how to go back. Teleportation arrays are still not available in this sea area. The scope of the abyssal sea is quite special. There is no place where teleportation arrays can be imprinted. Even if teleportation arrays are imprinted, the unstable space here will frequently interrupt teleportation. Not to mention losing sight of it. If you explore indiscriminately, your end may be much more miserable than in the Grey World. Not only that, this Black Sea has extremely strong corrosive power. If there were no Poseidon's favor and Poseidon's clothes, just staying in this sea area will be eroded every minute. It's just that this sea area is special and deadly enough. At this time, Lu Shu sensed the aura of an enemy nearby. From the left side, a huge devil fish rushed over. Chapter 173. The moment the demon fish rushed out, Lu Shu's mental perception quickly reacted. Show off your imperial domineering power. A stream of golden air burst out from Lu Shu's body. The body of the devil fish was shaken violently and slowed down. Squirtle uses the power of the water fruit. Lu Shu commanded immediately. The ability to control the surrounding seawater. 100 squirtless, with the Poseidon's favor buff bonus, can easily control the water flow of the Black Sea. The sea area suddenly trembled violently. Get up. A black whirlpool suddenly pulled the power of the devil fish, dragging its body completely to slow down. It was only now that Lu Shu used his mental perception to recognize the devil fish's body clearly. All appearances. It is actually a more terrifying creature than the overlord of the abyss. Its shape is similar to that of a saber-toothed shark, with a streamlined body structure and black scales covering its whole body. Its defensive power is not bad at all. Although it is not that big. It was huge, but it had faster speed and stronger explosive power. Then, the information panel of this monster popped up in front of Lu Shu. Black Sea Saber-Tooth Shark. Type, Black Sea Devil Fish. Danger Factor, S. Perception Range, 1,000 meters, Black Sea. Power, 5,400. Speed, 6,550. Defense, 3,420. Skills, Rapid Seas, Saber-Tooth Attack, Demon Scale Armor, Black Sea Bloodline, Abyss Amplification. Description: ordinary creatures in the Black Sea, often wandering around 10,000 meters away, are extremely aggressive towards humans. The Black Sea saber-tooth shark twists and turns wildly. Using the power to control seawater, it is even difficult to contain this behemoth. Lu Shu couldn't help but have a slightly surprised look on his face. The attributes of the Black Sea saber-tooth shark are much higher than those of the Abyss Overlord. However, this kind of monster in the Black Sea is just an extremely ordinary creature. I have to say that this sea area seems to be full of more dangers than I imagined. Realizing this, Lu Shu planned to make a quick decision first. Squirtle, use Megaton Boxing to instantly defeat the Black Sea saber-tooth shark. With an order. After receiving Lu Shu's attack command, hundreds of squirtless immediately launched a fatal million-ton punch towards the Black Sea saber-tooth shark. The Black Sea saber-tooth shark felt this deadly force. The danger was so great that he began to struggle like crazy. However, it didn't work. Lu Shu got Poseidon's favor, and had several Poseidon's inheritance items, which could control the water of the Black Sea. Once he got the sea with the power, you can kill the enemies here wantonly in the sea. The sea water violently pulls the body of the Black Sea saber-tooth shark, so that even if the opponent has an extremely powerful body, it will still suffer fatal injuries. The Black Sea saber-tooth shark. The most frustrating thing is that the body is completely torn apart by the sea water. The Black Sea bloodline in his body has also been weakened layer by layer because of Lu Shu's imperial domineering power. On the contrary, he cannot avoid the tearing and pulling of the sea water. In the blink of an eye. Hundreds of people. A Squirtle has already reached the Black Sea saber-tooth shark. Boom! When the million-ton punch landed heavily on the Black Sea saber-tooth shark, the entire nearby sea area felt as if an earthquake had occurred. It began to tremble violently. At the same time, the Black Sea saber-tooth shark was instantly killed. Although its attributes were much more powerful compared with the previous Abyss Overlord, its defensive capabilities were not improved much. What's more, Squirtle swallowed the god-level growth fruit, and his physique was strengthened. It was not something that the Black Sea saber-toothed shark could stop. He still used a megaton punch. Suddenly, a barrage popped up in front of Lu Shu. Hint. You killed the Black Sea saber-toothed shark, obtained the legendary fish meat X1, and obtained the saber-toothed shark's heart X1. Legendary fish meat? Lu Shu's eyes lit up even more. If rare-level fish meat only tastes better, its function can help water attribute pets improve their attributes. This improvement can actually be ignored. Then, legendary-level fish meat, it has actual effects. Of course, these effects are not very useful for the current Squirtle. But if it is placed on the transaction interface, the value of the transaction is not as simple as ordinary ingredients. The added actual value can make this kind of luxury goods have a higher value. The selling price is higher, and the market can accept it. As for the heart of the saber-toothed shark, after checking the properties, I found that I could actually hear the movement in the Black Sea. Gain the innate sensory abilities of the Black Sea saber-toothed shark. Thus, Lu Shu can go one step further and obtain information about other creatures in the Black Sea. Chapter 174. Use Sabertooth Heart X1. Yes. The next second, Lu Shu's vision and perception underwent huge changes in an instant. The deep Black Sea is a world of death and silence. The Black Sea isolated the spiritual power of the sacred tree master. No one knows what will happen in the next sea area. All changes are unknown. But using the heart of saber-toothed shark, an inexplicable throbbing feeling appeared in Lu Shu's ears. That's right. Throbbing. A sound like a heartbeat. Like a universal light, illuminating everything around it. 3 Black Sea saber-toothed sharks appeared in the sea within a kilometer ahead. Within a range of about 2,000 meters, the heartbeat is unknown, and it is suspected to be a new species. There is also a place where violent currents are coming, which seems to be very dangerous. It is best not to get close. Through the sounds coming from the surroundings, Lu Shu quickly judged the situation nearby. First of all, the saber-toothed shark is not worth killing at the moment. The duration of this kind of heart can last for a long time. Quite after killing you, you will get an extra piece of legendary fish meat. Now that you have reached the sea area below 10,000 meters, you must not focus on this little profit. It is best to use your time as much as possible. That sea area with a weird sound, I don't know what there is, it seems to be full of dangers, and it doesn't seem to be an easy place to explore. What's left is only a school of fish wandering about 2 kilometers away. Lu Shu rushed in that direction. Squirtle, towards the 12 o'clock direction, about 1,000 meters away, releases the power of the water fruit. Following Lu Shu's order. Although he couldn't see where the enemy was, Squirtle didn't think too much. He just threw the skill over there and it was done. The range of perception really couldn't reach such a long distance. But it doesn't mean that attacking can't work. With the perception of the heart, you only need to attack first when you are almost at the same position, so that you can get the upper hand. Sure enough, layers of terrifying storms rolled up in the Black Sea. Those fish schools was trapped in an instant. Even if he knew he was under attack, he couldn't move. Being able to control the power of the Black Sea is equivalent to controlling the power of a god in this sea. The distance is getting closer and closer. Reaching the range of perception when he was feeling guilty, a panel popped up in front of Lu Shu. Black Sea Ghost Eye Fish. Type, Black Sea Devil Fish. Danger Coefficient, S. Perception Range, 1,000 meters, Black Sea. Power, 5,400. Speed, 6,550. Defense, 3,420. Skills, Rapid Usurpation, Black Sea Ghost Eye Attack, Demon Scale Armor, Black Sea Bloodline and Abyss Amplification. Description, ordinary creatures in the Black Sea often wander around 10,000 meters away. The ghost eyes on their heads can even penetrate the Black Sea and launch spiritual attacks. Hiss. A harsh sound suddenly came from Lu Shu's ears. At the same time, a prompt popped up in front of him. The ghost fish is using ghost attack on you. Lu Shu suddenly felt his sea of consciousness and received a violent shock. However, his SS-level mental power, combined with the purple sea he opened up, is impregnable. This impact is not a problem for me at all. The ghost fish found that the attack it was best at had no effect on Lu Shu, and it was so angry that it screamed, "Sitsizi." Of course, this cry does not really come from the mouth of the ghost fish, but is transmitted through spiritual power. This kind of extremely threatening devil fish must be killed more. Squirtle, use Megaton Punch. Solve these 3 ghost fish. Lu Shu's eyes turned cold and he ordered. The ghost mother of the ghost fish can penetrate the Black Sea and launch a spiritual attack. It can launch an attack from a distance of 3,000 meters. This time, only the ghost fish was attacked by Lu Shu first. Only after discovery can he defeat the other party so easily. But no one can say, if you encounter the Protoss in the Black Sea, you will encounter the ability of the other party to command fish schools. In this way, the ghost fish can use your own perception to outside the range. Madness is causing harm to yourself. Even the heart of the saber-toothed shark cannot find the ghost fish 3,000 meters away. After all, the sound at this distance is very blurred and it is difficult to judge the direction. Stay. This kind of dangerous long-distance attacking monster will bring you a lot of trouble in the future exploration of the Black Sea. With the megaton punches of 100 squirtless, they bombarded down. Rumble. This area of the sea trembled violently again. The 3 Black Sea ghost fish were killed instantly without exception. They also sent out a violent mental shock before they died. It was okay given the small number, Lu Shu's mental power, there is no need to be afraid of them. If the number becomes too many, it will be hard to say what will happen next. Soon. A prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. You killed the Black Sea ghost fish and received a special gift from the Black Sea Ghost Fish X3. Chapter 175. Black Sea Ghost Eye. Lu Shu's eyes flashed. The eyes of the Black Sea ghost fish turned out to be a gift from the Black Sea. No wonder it has such a powerful ability. However, what surprised Lu Shu was that, after killing the ghost fish, he could get the same gift. Maybe it's also related to my possession of Poseidon's gift. After all, this is the Protoss of the Black Sea. It is not surprising to have the gift of the Black Sea. Lu Shu secretly thought in his heart. He has the gifts and status inherited from the sea god. It is not unexpected to receive the gifts from the Black Sea. Let's first look at what the ghost's ability is. With a thought in his mind, a panel quickly popped up in front of Lu Shu. Black Sea Ghost Eye. Power, a level. Function, mental power can penetrate the Black Sea and can also launch mental interference attacks. Next level, Black Sea Ghost King Eye. Evolution conditions, collect Black Sea Ghost Eye X10. Next moment. Lu Shu felt the center of his eyebrows and slowly opened his third weird vertical pupil. Suddenly, everything around the Black Sea becomes clear. Lu Shu noticed that his perception range had changed from 4 to 500 meters to 1,500 meters in an instant. The sensing range has been increased by a full kilometer. It is indeed the Black Sea Ghost Eye. It can directly increase my perception range. This way, my activities will be much easier. Lu Shu smiled softly. Then, he moved towards the deeper sea. If he encounters a Black Sea Ghost Eye, he will catch and kill him on sight. After all, quickly upgrade his Black Sea Ghost Eye to Black Sea Ghost Eye. Black Sea Ghost King Eye will have stronger combat capabilities. With Black Sea Ghost Eye, actions and killings will be much more convenient. Lu Shu's mental power has reached the SS level, and he can directly release an illusion to knock out his opponent. Control it, let another 100 squirtless launch a 1,000,000-ton punch, and kill them all. It's extremely easy. You killed the Black Sea Ghost Fish and obtained the Black Sea Ghost Fish X1. You killed the Black Sea Saber-toothed Shark and obtained the Saber-toothed Shark's Heart X1. Sweeping all the way away. When the effect of Lu Shu's heart is almost over, go find a saber-toothed shark, kill it, and use the heart to sustain it. Although he killed the ghost fish and gained higher perception ability. However, the heart of the saber-toothed shark allows him to hear farther and detect information from deeper sea areas. It's like adding an extra layer of insurance. No one knows whether there will be any terrifying existence in the sea below 10,000 meters, suddenly attacking. The perception range of 1,500 meters is definitely not safe. With the perception of a saber-toothed shark, Lu Shu can react in time even if he encounters any unexpected situation. You have collected Black Sea Ghost Eye X10. Do you want to evolve into Black Sea King Ghost Eye? Is there still a choice? Of course Lu Shu chose to evolve. Ding! Your Black Sea Ghost Eye has evolved into Black Sea King Ghost Eye. As this prompt popped up, Lu Shu suddenly felt that the vertical pupils on his eyebrows had undergone an abnormal change. The vertical pupils of the Black Sea Ghost Eyes became even deeper. It seems like you can cross the Black Sea without any hindrance and explore all the conditions in this sea area. The moment it evolved into the Black Sea King Ghost Eye, the entire sea area shook slightly. Lu Shu unexpectedly discovered that his spiritual power could be further used in this sea area. Although it is not as useful as divine consciousness, but it can already exert considerable effects. For Lu Shu, who has SS-level mental power, his combat effectiveness in the Black Sea will be further improved. Soon. A panel popped up in front of him. Power, S-level. Function, mental power can penetrate the Black Sea, and can also launch mental interference attacks. You can plunge the surrounding fish schools into chaos. Next level, Black Sea Ghost Emperor I. Evolution conditions, collect Black Sea Ghost King IX 100. The next stage will be difficult. Lu Shu couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, his current range of perception has reached 5,000 meters in the Black Sea. Even the Protoss may not have such a large range of perception. If you explore the sea area, it will be enough. Moreover, Lu Shu was surprised that Oni Wanwu also had the ability to create chaos. To put it simply, it could cause the surrounding monsters to create chaotic senses and confuse the opponent's true perception. If the use of mental power is mature enough, then in this sea area it is possible to create large-scale chaos. At this moment, a warning message pops up in front of you. The Black Sea God clan appears ahead. Lu Shu immediately activated the Ghost King's Eye skill. It blocks the other person's perception of him. Soon. A creature that looks like a sea god came here, followed by several followers. Strange, there seems to be something abnormal here. Poseidon sent out mental fluctuations, and in a mysterious language, he frowned and expressed doubts about the situation here. Chapter 176. The Gods in the Sea. Lu Shu thought. Since the Poseidon has his own language, then, it means that there is the nest of the Poseidon clan under the Black Sea. Lu Shu did not choose to kill this new Poseidon clan immediately, but chose to hide and follow the opponent in the dark. With the ability of Black Sea Ghost King Eye, Lu Shu can block the opponent's perception, which is equivalent to having the attribute of invisibility. Soon. The Poseidon clan looked around and found nothing new. He chose to turn around and return. When Lu Shu saw this, he found that Poseidon's activities had a certain trajectory and seemed to be moving towards a specific target. This direction was probably the opponent's lair. He followed Poseidon. As expected. Not too much. For a long time, a palace appeared in front of Lu Shu. Tip, there is a Poseidon palace ahead, and the danger factor is extremely high. There is a human invasion. At this moment, an alarm came from the Poseidon palace. All the Poseidon clan were alerted. What happened? There is actually a human invasion. Damn it, kill him. It's over, the predicted disaster actually happened. The entire Poseidon palace was instantly in chaos. All the Poseidon clan felt more than just extreme anger at Lu Shu's appearance. There was also a deep fear. Lu Shu's brows frowned slightly. These guys are really troublesome. They discovered me so quickly. He wasn't too surprised by this. The Poseidon palace must have triggered some kind of restriction and sensed the arrival of humans. However, what Lu Shu couldn't understand was that these sea gods showed such strong resistance to the arrival of humans. It seems that killing humans is their instinct. Wrong. These Poseidon clans seem to have mentioned a prophecy just now. Could it be said that humans will bring disaster to them? Lu Shu's Black Sea Ghost King Eye can penetrate the spiritual power to the entire sea surface, and he can naturally understand the languages of these foreign races. Just through mental fluctuations. Lu Shu could know what they wanted to convey. Prophecy. This familiar word caught Lu Shu's attention again. You know, there are also many prophecies in the Grey World. But what makes Lu Shu feel strange is, the prophecies in the Black Sea turned out to be that humans will bring them huge, an unparalleled disaster. Could it have something to do with the existence of the Divine Tree Master? There was no time to think about it. By this time, all the Poseidon clan had already surrounded Lu Shu. Human, you have violated the realm of God. You have no chance of leaving here alive today. We represent the power of the Black Sea to destroy you and eradicate the biggest scourge of the Black Sea. All the Protoss began to scream strangely. The entire sea area became chaotic. Some Protoss began to recite incantations silently. It seemed that they were summoned by the incantation. The nearby Black Sea Saber-Tooth Shark, Black Sea Ghost Fish, the Black Sea Ghost Eye King and other Black Sea Demon Fish emerged here one after another, receiving the summons from the gods. Lu Shu's eyes immediately turned towards the sound coming from the mantra. I saw a monster panel pop up in front of me. Poseidon Sacrifice. Category, Black Sea God Clan. Danger Factor, S. Perception Range, 5,000 meters. Power, 7,300. Speed, 5250. Defense, 4420. Skills, Poseidon Bloodline, Abyss Amplification, Summon Fish School, Dark Sacrifice, Call of the Gods, Rage, Judgment. Description, Black Sea. The priests among the gods have the power to summon schools of fish and control the Black Sea. They master the secrets and laws of the Black Sea. If you offend them, it is best to stay away from the Black Sea from now on. Ridiculous. The corner of Lu Shu's mouth showed a little disdain. Are these monster-like things worthy of calling themselves gods? It is simply a slander against the gods. The next second, Lu Shu's body bloomed with a golden luster. Imperial domineering. There was a golden aura that even the depth of the Black Sea could not suppress. The golden light suddenly appeared, turning into a spear, breaking through the shackles of the Black Sea, descending like a divine power, and immediately suppressed all the surrounding Poseidon clan. How can it be? We have the power of the Abyss. A human being can actually fight against the Abyss. This is the enemy of God. He must be eliminated, otherwise we will definitely face an unimaginable disaster. The Protoss made a horrified sound again. Obviously, the terrifying power created by Lu Shu made the sea gods feel a sharp fear. Even if they claim to be the Protoss in the sea, in fact, they are just a group of monsters with special abilities. Lu Shu's expression turned cold. He turned on the Ghost King eyes. That huge spiritual power instantly suppressed the surrounding sea gods and fish schools. So what if there were more monsters? In front of Lu Shu, the number of these monsters was just for decoration. Squirtle, start killing. Lu Shu's cold voice echoed throughout the sea area. Squirtle immediately used a million-ton punch. The sea area began to shake violently. The first person to be killed was this group of Poseidon priests. Chapter 177. Boom. Near this sea area, there was a sound like a landslide and earth cracking. All the nearby Poseidon priests instantly felt the power coming from the mountain, and their expressions changed drastically. How could this tiny human being possess such great power? Damn it! He stole from us Poseidon's gift. Damn humans! Despicable humans! He is blaspheming the inheritance of our Poseidon. Hearing the cries of these monsters, a contemptuous smile appeared on Lu Shu's lips. Just this? Return the gods. At best, they are just a group of monsters. Since he can get the gift of Poseidon, Lu Shu can be sure that the power from the Black Sea is equal and is not exclusive to the Poseidon clan. The reason why these gods can receive the gift of power is that they arrived before humans at best. And the reason why they made such a prediction was because they sensed the arrival of the Divine Tree Master. Since the gifts of the Black Sea are not exclusive to the Sea God clan, knowing this, Lu Shu naturally does not need to be polite to the monsters here. Boom! With a megaton punch, falling hard. You killed the Poseidon priest and obtained Black Sea Ghost King Eye X1. Only then did Lu Shu notice that there was a strange eye on the top of the heads of these Poseidon priests. It's the Black Sea Ghost King Eye. However, their spiritual level is obviously not as high as Lu Shu's. Skills that increase the domineering power of the king can only lead to being beaten and suppressed. Squirtle eliminates the nearby Poseidon priest. Lu Shu got dozens of hints in a row. At the same time, the number of Ghost Kings collected has also reached 15. Although there is still some distance between the hundreds of Ghost King eyes, but now we have finally taken a big step, and we can say that we are getting closer to the fusion of Black Sea Ghost Emperor eyes. At this time, the surrounding Black Sea fish swarms surged in at the call of other Black Sea gods. Ghostly gaze. Lu Shu turned his head, and the vertical pupils on his eyebrows glowed with black light. The pitch-black light curtain enveloped the entire sea area, and the deathly black light penetrated everything, completely suppressing the minds of these fish schools. Only the surrounding fish could be seen. The group's movements instantly slowed down, and they looked around blankly. For these extremely ordinary monsters, Lu Shu only needed to use the Black Sea Ghost King Eye to completely suppress them. As a period of killing continued. You killed the Black Sea Saber-Tooth Shark X50 and obtained the Heart of the Saber-Tooth Shark X50. You killed the Black Sea Ghost Eye X50 and obtained the Black Sea Ghost Eye X50. You killed the Poseidon Guard X50 and obtained the Poseidon Orb X50. Whether to fuse Black Sea Ghost Eye X50 into Black Sea Ghost King Eye? Yes. After a period of integration, Lu Shu's warehouse already has 20 Black Sea Ghost King Eyes. The progress towards upgrading Black Sea Ghost Emperor Eye has reached 1/5. The remaining Heart of Saber-Tooth Shark and other items obtained are countless. The Poseidon guards who appeared around were basically killed by Lu Shu. A new item dropped from his body: Poseidon Orb. Poseidon Orb. Type: Material. Function: Synthesize Poseidon. Rules of use: consume x 10 Poseidon Orbs to create a high-level Poseidon guard. Interesting. The corners of Lu Shu's lips raised slightly. This should also be the benefit that Poseidon's gift brings to him. It has to be said that getting this achievement reward has so many benefits. It is equivalent to Black Sea recognizing that Lu Shu is here a high-level authority. Although he is a human being, he is actually at a higher level than most of the Poseidon clan. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create high-level Poseidon guards. A prompt pops up in front of him. Do you choose to consume x 10 Poseidon Orbs to create x 3 advanced Poseidon guards? Yes. The next second. As several light curtains appeared, 3 high-level Poseidon guards appeared in front of Lu Shu. When these light curtains appeared, the nearby Poseidon clan were stunned. How could you? A human being actually created a Poseidon? No, it's impossible. I can't accept this reality. Despicable human being, you must have stolen the power of Poseidon. Noisy. Lu Shu's eyes turned cold. These sea gods are really too noisy. The Black Sea should be quieter today. As Lu Shu's thoughts moved, the next second, a huge spiritual idea enveloped this place. All the Poseidon clan nearby were completely suppressed. And Squirtle moved up and down, with a combination of punches, killing the Poseidon clan of these prisoners in an instant. Sweeping the sea area. The aura of death nearby made all those who came close to hear the Black Sea Devil fish fled like crazy. Lu Shu moved towards the direction where the Sea God clan lived. As expected. As soon as he entered the palace, a prompt popped up in front of him. Tip: 3,000 meters ahead, a mythical treasure chest appears. Chapter 178. A mythical treasure chest. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. This was the first time he had explored a mythical treasure chest in the sea. Without further ado, he chose to open it immediately. Buzz. Buzz. A strange sound echoed in the dead silence. In the Black Sea. Lu Shu's mind moved slightly. He sensed that inside the mythical treasure box, it seemed that some incredible treasure was about to be opened. The unparalleled energy fluctuations, even if Lu Shu's body came, would feel extremely majestic. The power. Then. A burst of divine light was revealed from the treasure box. Then, right in front of this sea area, a magnificent palace suddenly appeared. That's right. The palace. The bricks and tiles of the palace reflected with the golden light, the blue glazed tiles exuded a dreamlike luster, lighting up the Black Sea. It turned out to be a palace. Lu Shu was extremely surprised. When he thought, his mental power began to connect with the palace. This was because the palace recognized Lu Shu's identity and was binding it to his mental power. From then on, this palace was Lu Shu's magic weapon. At the same time, a panel of this palace also popped up in front of Lu Shu. Poseidon Palace. Level: Myth. Attributes: Attack Power 5000, Defense Power 10,000, Black Sea Movement Speed 10, Perception Ability 100, Black Sea Increase Rate 20, Poseidon's Favor 10. Power of Faith, Level 1, 100, 1000. Skills: Mobile Fortress, Poseidon Dragon Cannon, Observation Tower, Poseidon Cage, Poseidon Statue, Power of Faith, Teleportation. Description: This is something that can only be possessed by those who have Poseidon's gift and Poseidon status in the Black Sea. The supreme Black Sea divine artifact, even ordinary gods, cannot drive the Poseidon Temple. Unexpectedly, even the Poseidon clan could not drive this palace. Lu Shu was secretly surprised. He thought that these Poseidon palaces were the private property of these Poseidon clan. It turns out that even the Poseidon clan can't control this mysterious palace. It seems that the Poseidon clan looks very powerful, but in fact they are not the gods of the Black Sea at all. They just occupied some treasures in the Black Sea, and then began to dominate and claim to be the gods. Lu Shu received the first achievement reward and possessed the favor of the sea god. His personality is even much stronger than that of the average Poseidon clan. From this point of view, Lu Shu is more worthy of being called the god of this sea. His attention shifts to skills. When entering the palace at that moment, Lu Shu's perception ability suddenly expanded to 10,000 meters. The field of vision equivalent to most of the sea area could be presented in front of Lu Shu. After expanding to 10,000 meters, the other end of the sea area appeared. There were many schools of fish. This was because Lu Shu launched a large-scale stranglehold on the Poseidon clan in this sea area, and the breath of death drove all the fish schools to the other end of the sea area. Not only that, Lu Shu, through his expanded perception, he discovered that there were 3 legendary treasure chests located at 12,000 meters and 15,000 meters in the sea. It's time to try out the capabilities of this mobile fortress. Lu Shu thought, and the next second, the entire Poseidon Palace, under the control of mental power, began to move quickly towards the location of the legendary treasure chest. The nearby fish noticed the aura of Poseidon Palace and were instantly frightened. If you turn around and run away, how can you dare to stay here longer? I still want to try the power of the Tianlong cannon. As a result, he ran away. Too boring, right? Lu Shu felt disappointed. After playing with it for a while, he finally figured out the functions of several other skills. The statue of Poseidon can condense the power of faith in the Black Sea. Even some magic fish, as well as the elves, dragons, and dragons in the Black Sea, can provide faith. If they join my Poseidon temple, they can gain the strength of an additional legion, and they can also provide the Poseidon Palace with the power of faith. With more power of faith, Poseidon Palace can also unlock more skills and higher attributes, which means everyone can become stronger. The most important thing is teleportation. Lu Shu discovered that there is a huge teleportation array in the Poseidon Palace. As long as a teleportation mark is left on it, he can seamlessly connect the teleportation array between the Sacred Tree Island and the Black Sea. You know, other sacred trees it is impossible for the master to teleport in the Black Sea. Because there is no stable space here. But with the Poseidon Palace, this is different. Not to mention the issue of stability. The status of the Poseidon Palace, placed in the Black Sea, is the same as the god's domain. Likewise, even the Poseidon clan wouldn't dare to mess with it. It also comes with the ability to teleport, so you can come and leave whenever you want. Lu Shu won't need to be so troublesome in the future, and will continue to explore below 10,000 meters. Just teleport back and forth and that's it. At this moment, Lu Shu's Poseidon Palace has moved to the location of the first legendary treasure chest. Tip, 1,000 meters ahead, a legendary treasure chest appears. Chapter 179. Just when I was approaching the legendary treasure chest, at this moment, several Poseidon tribes suddenly approached. That's my treasure chest. If anything dares to come over, get out. If you anger my grandpa Poseidon, I will make you look good. There was a burst of obscure soul fluctuations nearby. Several Poseidon tribes noticed that the surrounding sea water was abnormal and immediately started shouting. After all, they are also one of the best Poseidon tribes nearby. If they encounter other Black Sea demon fish, come over and disrupt their territory, and you will naturally not stop. At this moment, a huge palace suddenly appeared in front of these Poseidon clan. The Supreme Poseidon was so heavy that they couldn't even breathe. All the Poseidon clan held their breath, and their faces suddenly turned pale. They knelt down instantly. The noble Poseidon. You, please forgive our ignorance. Let's get out of here. At this moment, how can the Poseidon tribe still look a little bit arrogant? They all started to tremble. Surrender, or die. Choose for yourself. A ruthless and indifferent voice came from the palace. It seemed to judge their fate. When the Poseidon clan heard this voice, their faces instantly turned pale. But after thinking about it, it seemed that there was no better option besides surrender. What's more, these despicable races are actually born to bully the weak and fear the strong. When they encounter a being stronger than themselves, their attributes of kneeling and licking are instantly exposed. Dear Lord Poseidon, you are our supreme guest. That's right, we are willing to worship you as the new master of the deep sea. What do you say in the future? If we do things for you, don't dare to have the slightest intention of resisting. As soon as he finished speaking, a spiritual force immediately bound these Poseidon clans. As long as they accept this spiritual force, the nearby Poseidon clans will be bound to Lu Shu's Poseidon Palace, and they will be bound to each other. Continuously provide the power of faith. Moreover, if they have the slightest thought of disobedience, then the Poseidon contract will completely tear their bodies into pieces. In other words, as long as they are bound to the Poseidon Palace, these Poseidon clan will be forever becoming a laborer in this palace, and it is free. This is equivalent to depriving these Poseidon tribes of their freedom. However, in order to avoid death, these Poseidon tribes also have to choose to be bound. Ding! Your Poseidon Palace is bound to Poseidon Sacrifice X2, Poseidon Favorite X1, Poseidon Guard X3, Poseidon Prisoner X2. The Power of Faith 1000. Detection, your Power of Faith has reached the upgrade requirements. Do you choose to upgrade Poseidon Palace to level 2? Is there still a choice? Of course Lu Shu chose to upgrade. There were sounds of unusual movements coming from the Poseidon Palace. These Poseidon tribes immediately showed expressions of surprise and uncertainty. They all felt a mysterious and supreme power from the deep sea. And at this moment, the Poseidon Palace began to expand. The statue of the god in the palace has become even more majestic. Together with the glazed tiles surrounding the palace, they began to reflect an even brighter light. Like a night pearl in the Black Sea, it bursts out with brilliant luster. All the Poseidon clan began to show expressions of admiration. They knelt down and worshipped the supreme mysterious power from the deep sea. At the same time, an updated palace panel also popped up in front of Lu Shu. Poseidon Palace. Level, Myth. Attributes, Attack Power 5500, Defense Power 11,000, Black Sea Movement Speed 15, Perception Ability 110, Black Sea Increase 22, Poseidon's Favor 12. Power of Faith, Level 2, 11005000. Skills, Mobile Fortress, Poseidon Dragon Cannon, Observation Tower, Poseidon Cage, Poseidon Statue, Power of Faith, Teleportation, Poseidon Domain, New. Description, Poseidon Domain can make Black Sea creatures bound to the palace, get a certain level of increases and gifts to gain more powerful attributes and combat effectiveness. It turns out that the new skills can also give blessings to these creatures. Lu Shu actually showed a slightly surprised expression. It seems that the benefits of upgrading the Poseidon Palace are more than he imagined. Several Poseidon tribes also showed their expressions after feeling the gifts from the palace. The expressions of surprise. The piety on their faces became more intense, and the eyes looking at Lu Shu were full of flattery. It was as if they were expecting a reward from the dog owner. Next, after a period of time, exploring, Lu Shu found the remaining 2 legendary treasure boxes. After collecting all the nearby legendary treasure boxes, Lu Shu chose to open all the treasure boxes in one go. Very quickly, a series of reminders constantly appeared in front of Lu Shu. Ding! You opened the legendary treasure chest and obtained the special life essence. Ding! You opened the legendary treasure chest and obtained the Black Sea Compass. Chapter 180. Open the Black Sea Compass. Under the guidance of the compass, you can find the direction to the deeper waters of the Black Sea. Collect 3 legendary treasure chests. Now, Lu Shu has reached the range of 15,000 meters under the sea. But after leaving the abyss, every kilometer of the Black Sea has a wide range that can be explored. Lu Shu only needs to divert his attention, stay here, and send Squirtle to explore slowly. Occasionally recruit some Poseidons and demonic fishes. Let's take these special life essences back first. Lu Shu stepped into the teleportation array. Poseidon Palace activated its teleportation ability amidst a trembling sound. I have to say that the level of the Poseidon Palace is really high. Just initiating a teleportation caused a series of vibrations in the surrounding sea area. Many schools of fish felt the huge noise caused by the Poseidon Palace and fled towards other sea areas. Lu Shu wants to recruit more fish schools next. As a result, everyone was scared away after being treated like this. I could only helplessly smile. The Poseidon Palace's temper was too great, and if it had to make such a big fuss, there was nothing I could do. Following a teleported light curtain, it descended into the dark sea. The next second, Lu Shu connected this teleportation array with the teleportation array on the Divine Tree Island. And his figure soon returned to the Sacred Tree Island. After this period of practice, Lu Shu's realm has reached the 9th level of Nascent Soul. There is only one step away from Nascent Soul's next step of returning to the virtual realm. Open your eyes. 4 Super Life Essence were sent back from the teleportation array. Compared to Advanced Life Essence, Special Life Essence appears larger, fuller, and more rounded. The breath of life contained in it makes people feel refreshed. Just by using your mental power a little, you can feel the majestic breath of the essence of life, just like the most sacred gift from nature. I don't know what role the essence of life can play. Lu Shu recited something silently in his heart and then, carrying the essence of life, he instantly moved to the location of his natal sacred tree. Do you want to use Premium Life Essence X4? Yes. For Super Life Essence turned into the purest life energy in the world and were injected into the sacred tree. The branches and leaves on the surface of the sacred tree suddenly shone with light. At that moment, fruits grew out from the dense branches and leaves of the sacred tree, glowing with crystal clear luster. You have received the fruit of life. You have obtained 5 God-level growth fruits. After the acceleration of special growth fruit, it didn't take long, the sacred tree had produced enough fruits. A new fruit of life is produced. With 5 God-level growth fruits. With subsequent pet upgrades, they can quickly reach the level of Pikachu and Little White Fox. At the same time, the divine tree's physique is still growing rapidly. Those lush branches and leaves keep growing upward, glowing with bursts of life. Ding! Your sacred tree has absorbed the special life essence and has 5,000 growth points. Ding! Your sacred tree's growth points have exceeded 100,000 points, and you have been upgraded from a high-level spiritual tree to a holy tree. Wow! Between heaven and earth, a strange wind suddenly emerged inexplicably. When the wind blew by, the dense branches and leaves of the trees rustled and made a sound like a wave. It seemed that just for a blink of an eye, as if the eyes were dazzled, all the branches and leaves of the sacred tree turned into a brilliant golden color. Every leaf turned golden. It seems to be plated with a layer of gilt, blooming with dazzling brilliance. But that golden color is not rich gold. It does not look secular, but looks more sacred. That is when the sacred tree reaches a certain level and begins to show its holiness. Finally reached the stage of the sacred tree. Lu Shu took a long breath. It seemed like a long, long time had passed after crossing this stage. But in fact, it hadn't even been half a year since he traveled to the sacred tree game. At this speed, he has grown a sacred tree. If other sacred tree masters knew about it, they would be so shocked that their eyes would fall off. Then, a new sacred tree panel appeared in front of Lu Shu. Divine Tree. Stage, Primary Holy Tree. Sunlight, 510 day, 5, 1x 100. Spiritual Energy, 540 day, 5, 4x 100. Subspecies Spiritual Tree Remaining Capacity, 13, total 15. Lu Shu opens the sacred tree panel. Products, Return to Void Fruit, Return to Void Taoist Fruit. Production Cycle, 5 days, 400-0800. Growth Points, 101,200, 31, for x1003140 day. Next stage, Intermediate Holy Tree, 200,000 growth points. At this moment, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of Lu Shu. You have obtained the reward for reaching the Holy Tree achievement for the first time in the Holy Tree game, Fairy Lake, God Level. Chapter 181. At the same time, a broadcast echoed throughout the entire Sacred Tree game and in the ears of all Sacred Tree Masters. Congratulations to the Sacred Tree Master, Shuren, for receiving the first Sacred Tree achievement reward. This moment. Even though everyone in the Divine Tree game is used to the tree-pulling people getting achievement rewards like crazy. However, when they discovered that the level of other people's sacred trees had reached the Holy Tree, this gap between heaven and earth made everyone completely speechless. After a brief silence, a flash flood and tsunami erupted in the chat box. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I can only use 3 consecutive words to express my inner feelings at this moment. Brothers, did I hear you correctly? Has anyone reached the level of the Holy Tree? Let me ask you weakly, what is a Holy Tree? It is the level after the Advanced Spiritual Tree. Oh my God, how many growth points are needed for this level? Can anyone tell us about it? Well, my current spiritual tree has just reached the level of an advanced spiritual tree, and I found that it takes 100,000 growth points to grow into a holy tree. Hiss. Damn it, 100,000. Damn it, I only have 6,000 growth points. Damn it, the boss's growth points are 10 times that of mine. For a while, all the sacred tree masters in World Public Screen have their mouths covered with honey. Even countless words can't express their feelings at this moment. You know, up to now, most of the sacred tree masters have not been able to break through 10,000 growth points. As long as they can have their own high-level spiritual tree, it will be enough to crush most of the sacred tree masters in the sacred tree game. Result. Lu Shu told everyone that his sacred tree had reached the level of a holy tree. This gap, this speed, don't you think it makes people despair? I just want to know what kind of fruits can Mr. Lu Shu's current sacred tree produce. Don't think about it, someone's talent may be just a small sapling, but the fruit it produces is stronger than your high-level spiritual tree. The truth above is heartbreaking. Are you so cruel? The fruits of small saplings are stronger than those of our high-level spiritual trees. Is this too exaggerated? I don't know what the level is after the holy tree. Maybe it won't take long for the tree-loving boss to let you know the answer. According to my calculations, it will probably take millions of growth points for the holy tree to move from elementary to advanced, and then to the next stage. Yes, it took a lot of time for the big tree grower to gather 100,000 growth points. In less than a year and a half, it is impossible to plant to the next stage, right? Lu Shu looked at the discussion on the world public screen and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. A year and a half. This is not necessarily necessary. The next second. A reminder popped up in front of him. Do you choose to place a fairy lake? Yes. A ray of light like daylight rose on Lu Shu's sacred tree island. Near the sacred tree, a huge lake suddenly opened up on a relatively flat piece of ground. A waterfall like a horse rushes straight down from a cliff. It has such a majestic momentum that, it flows down 3,000 feet, it is like the Milky Way falling from the sky. The Milky Way waterfall flows along a river and reaches the sea outside the island. This way. The inner lake of the sacred tree island is connected to the sea. The exchange of water bodies will become more obvious. It also improves the natural environment of the sacred tree island. At the same time, there is extraordinary lake water in the fairy lake. The spiritual energy gathered on the water surface evaporated into colorful auspicious clouds and mist, covering all directions. Suddenly, the entire sacred tree island was immersed in a hazy phantom mist, like a dream. Lu Shu felt that the aura coming from all around was twice as strong as before, and quickly opened the sacred tree panel to check. Sunshine, 1010 day, 10, 1x100. Aura, 1040 day, 10, 4x100. Product, return to void fruit, return to void Tao method fruit. Production cycle, 4 days, 40001000. Growth points, 101,200, 41, for x10044140 day. The fairy lake has transformed the natural environment of my sacred tree island. The aura and sunlight around you can be absorbed twice as much. No. To be precise, this lake also has the strange ability to absorb and reflect sunlight, which is equivalent to increasing the amount of sunlight reflected from the surface. It can absorb 100 of sunlight and feed it back to the sacred tree to obtain double sunlight amplification effect. This fairy lake is even more magical than I imagined. Lu Shu couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the miraculous scene in front of him. Who would have thought that the fairy lake could have such a powerful effect? And, listen carefully. There seems to be something in the spring water. A slight fluctuation of life. Lu Shu used his perception ability to explore. He unexpectedly discovered that there was actually a strange and incomparable life in the fairy lake, which was slowly being born. But it was not so fast yet, it takes some time to accumulate spiritual energy. Given time. Maybe my fairy lake can really give birth to the legendary fairy. This incredible idea couldn't help but appear in Lu Shu's mind. Chapter 182. Ding. Your life fruit tree has reached the growth cycle, life fruit 100. Ding. Your God-level growth fruit tree X3 has reached the growth cycle, and the life fruit 300. 2 consecutive clear and sweet reminders sounded in Lu Shu's ears. That's right. Now, the God-level growth fruits have matured. During this period, the Grey World has been completely opened. Lu Shu's clone had already entered the Grey World, leading an army of pets such as Pikachu forward for a certain distance towards the position of the Abyss of Reincarnation. The Abyss of Reincarnation. Since all the gates of reincarnation have been successfully cleared by Lu Shu got a special prop pass to the Abyss of Reincarnation. Through this prop, Lu Shu can go to another more advanced copy, the Abyss of Reincarnation. Abyss of Reincarnation. Coordinates sad phase 222, 222. Dungeon level, quasi-hell level. Lord of Reincarnation. Comprehensive risk factor, SS. After many days of traveling, Lu Shu has arrived at the area with coordinates, 175, 187. It will take some time to move from the location of the Abyss of Reincarnation. Pikachu, Little White Fox. Expand the exploration formation. In the Grey World, we came to an Abyss-level dungeon area. Lu Shu immediately ordered. Soon, after Lu Shu's instructions, Pikachu, Little White Fox, etc. had begun to plunder with great skill. They basically saw some good things, will take action immediately. This action of grabbing things is so skillful that it can't be more skillful. This scene fell in Lu Shu's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a little relieved. And after a period of experience, the green hidden dragon also becoming more and more accustomed to fighting. Hundreds of high-level undead appeared in front. A trace of disdain flashed in the corner of the green hidden dragon's eyes. Then, the dragon's head spurted out a waterfall-like violent current, turning into a thunder dragon. Like that, roaring towards hundreds of undead. At this stage, let alone the mobs in the Abyss dungeon, even if the Lord Boss comes in front of Lu Shu, it is just a plate of food. It didn't take long. The surrounding monsters were wiped out. At this moment, Lu Shu found that a notification sound came from his ear. Ding! Your God-level growth fruit. Are the fruits of God-level growth ripe? Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. It's time for these little guys to undergo a wave of upgrades. Of course, for Pikachu and Little White Fox, the only thing that can help these little guys now is more super fruits, to make up for the innate complement, or use supernatural powers to obtain more advanced abilities. The growth in attributes is no longer very big for Pikachu and Little White Fox. Then, the remaining ones who are helpful are Yumi and Angeman, Cyan Hidden Dragon, especially Cyan Hidden Dragon. After this period of fighting, Lu Shu clearly discovered that through the accumulation of combat experience, the Cyan Hidden Dragon is getting closer and closer to returning to its ancestors. With the Holy Seraph Beast, the evolution route of the Green Hidden Dragon is different. The bloodline evolution of the Blue Hidden Dragon is different from Awakening, and is more similar to an atavism. Therefore, its dependence on the God-level growth fruits is not as strong as that of the Holy Seraph Beast, and it relies more on combat experience. Now, Lu Shu realized that the Green Hidden Dragon was about to cross a bottleneck period. After returning, let the Green Hidden Dragon swallow a few more God-level growth fruits. Perhaps, it will be able to evolve into a higher stage Cyan Hidden Dragon immediately. Lu Shu's eyes flashed with joy. He marked the teleportation array on the spot. As the light curtain of the teleportation array flashed, the next second, Lu Shu took all the pet troops and returned to God. Among the tree islands. However, what Lu Shu didn't expect was that just after he left here, a team of sacred tree masters came nearby. Brother Long, if the map is correct, this is the abyss-level copy. A voice came from the side. Looking carefully, it was a team of about 10 sacred tree masters. A young man wearing a straw hat and grey clothes pulled the brim of his hat, pointed forward and said, I explored here a few days ago. It was just an ordinary abyss-level dungeon, not too difficult. Anyway, it will take a long time to go to the location at coordinates, 222, 222. It is also a good choice to come here to replenish a wave of resources. In the team, Brother Long is wearing flame armor. The extremely exaggerated costume is very conspicuous when placed in the Grey World. This sacred tree master called Brother Long is the man who became popular not long ago. The guild, whose ID is, I'm really not long out yet, achieved second place in the rankings during the Grey Realm defense battle some time ago. Brother. Long nodded lightly, and then waved to the sacred tree master behind the team. You all should follow up and quickly solve this dungeon within an hour. Don't delay our Fengyun Guild's plan. As everyone walked forward, they suddenly discovered a strange thing. After walking for a long time, why didn't they see a single monster? Chapter 183. Sacred Tree Island. When he returned to the sacred tree, Lu Shu frowned slightly. In the dungeon area, it seems that other sacred tree masters have come. Near the formation, there is the spiritual consciousness left by Lu Shu. After his spiritual power reached the SS level, Lu Shu also developed further uses of spiritual power. As long as the place covered by his spiritual power, a mark will be left, capable of sensing. Wherever the mark passes, you can sense what is happening around you. 10 divine tree masters. Anyway, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with. And it is not difficult to clear the abyss-level dungeon now. Lu Shu quickly stopped paying attention to this matter, and instead focused on the green hidden dragon. Woo woo. 100 green hibernating dragons surrounded the god-level growing fruit tree, watching eagerly. It's unimaginable that these guys have grown quite big and are actually starting to act cute. Lu Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I learned this from the little white fox and Pikachu. However, such a big dragon started to act like a girl, coquettishly, and Lu Shu couldn't help but shake his head and smile. As for the little white fox, Pikachu and Yumi, they are usually used to eating growth fruits, but now they are more interested in seafood. Coincidentally, Squirtle had just returned from the teleportation array in the Poseidon Palace, bringing very fresh seafood. After some processing by Lu Shu's cooking skills, it turned into a lot of seafood delicacies. Barbecue, skewers, stir-fry, clay pot, all kinds of delicious food recipes are available. God-level growth fruits are not as attractive as delicious food. After all, the upper limit of the help of these fruits to Pikachu, Little White Fox and Yumi is indeed quite small. On the contrary, Green Hidden Dragon, Squirtle and Angelmon were more interested in this. Green Hidden Dragon, you should try it first. Lu Shu's eyes moved and allowed the Green Hidden Dragon to eat the god-level growth fruit. The Green Hidden Dragon opened its mouth and swallowed 3 of them in one bite. However, the next second, its body quickly changed. A streak appeared on its body. Dao Qingxi. That's an atavism. Do you need to swallow 3 fruits? Lu Shu knows that the green hidden dragon does not eat randomly. It takes 3 god-level growth fruits to evolve, so they will eat 3. No more, no less. That's fine, since the green hidden dragon has its own judgment, then Lu Shu didn't interfere much. Bah! Bah! Soon, the green hidden dragon swallowed all the fruits. At the same time, the silk thread suddenly turned into white waterfalls all over the sky and began to spread out. Come! The huge body of the green hidden dragon gradually turned into the most primitive silkworm cocoon and began to wrap itself up. The breath of life continued to become weaker and weaker. Lu Shu did not feel too worried about this. This is Qing hidden dragon's huge body. The hidden dragon has successfully entered the evolutionary stage. It should be something to be happy about. For the rest of the time, you just need to wait quietly for the green hidden dragon to evolve. Under the sacred tree. 100 life fruits, way the ground made a trembling sound. New life was also waiting to be born in the silent silence. Holy Seraphman and Squirtle each swallowed the god-level growth fruit. A total of 200 god-level growth fruits were divided by these guys. Of course, Holy Seraphman didn't get an upgrade. This guy's level seems to have reached a bottleneck period, and it is difficult to move forward even half a step higher. But Squirtle gained a new skill. Squirtle. Type, Pokemon. Powers, Rocket Headbutt, Water Cannon, Impact, Bubble Beam, Water Fruit, Freeze Beam, Megaton Punch, Blizzard, Fury, New. Physique, SS. Speed, S. Spirit, SS. Comprehensive Potential, SS. Lu Shu thought. Select now to view Squirtle's newly acquired skills. Anger, all attributes increase by 20, duration is half an hour, and cooling time is 3 hours. This skill is very useful in exploring the Black Sea. After all, after Squirtle uses Wrath, combined with Poseidon's gift, the enhanced power becomes even more powerful. With the flickering of the teleportation light screen. After Squirtle's skills and attributes were strengthened, he passed the teleportation again, returned to the Poseidon Palace, and began to spread out for large-scale exploration. Next. Lu Shu came to Wutongfeng's side. Lu Shu lost all the remaining god-level growth fruits to Wutongfeng. Next, Lu Shu needs to go to the real copy of the Abyss of Reincarnation to challenge the final boss, the Lord of Reincarnation. Therefore, by upgrading Wudong Phoenix's level again, he can obtain higher-level Divine Fire and have stronger trump cards. Boom! Wutongfeng swallowed all the god-level growth fruits, the next second. The dazzling Divine Wind flames burned like a dance. Wutongfeng's flawless body was also burned in the fire and gained a new life. Chapter 184. Wudong Phoenix swallowed the god-level growth fruit and gained 3,000 evolution points. Several prompts popped up in front of Lu Shu. In his pupils, the perfect figure of Wudong Phoenix was reflected, transforming into a divine wind. In the raging fire, a phoenix cry echoed throughout the heaven and earth, spreading throughout the entire sacred tree island. Those pieces of gilded feathers set off the figure of Wudong Phoenix, a mythical creature that can be called a work of art. A phoenix eye bathed in flames appeared vaguely in the flames, and then burst out with the supreme blood aura. This moment. No matter who is standing here, they can feel Wutongfeng's bloodline in further awakening and transformation. At the same time. A new panel also popped up in front of Lu Shu. Wudong Phoenix. Level 7. Skills, Divine Fire, SS-level, Divine Fire Starter Prairie Fire, S-level, Feng Ming Jiutian, S Reborn from the Ashes, SS-level. Evolution Points, 120,000. Evolution Points required to upgrade to level 8, 3 million. A drop of flame revealing the supreme divine aura gently dripped out from Wutongfeng's mouth. The divine fire automatically merged with Lu Shu's fire source, and then burst out with a burst of light, and the flames swept around. Lu Shu felt the breath of this flame and became stronger. At the same time, the level of divine fire has also become high-level divine fire. With this kind of fire source, you can already travel to most areas when walking in the Grey World. Even reincarnation, the underworld, and the power from the abyss could not extinguish the divine fire in Lu Shu's hand. Lu Shu secretly predicted in his heart that in the near future, divine fire would most likely be the pass needed to reach higher-level dungeons. Of course, other divine tree masters also have similar ways to obtain divine fire, but there are very few ways. This means that the sacred tree masters who are qualified to reach higher dungeons are only a minority among the minority. After Wutongfeng evolved, she continued to get closer to the holy tree. Those evolved eyes gently glanced at the cyan hidden dragon with a hint of surprise. It seems that the most primitive throbbing of life is felt inside, thus stimulating the feeling and resonance of the mythical bloodline. However, as a mythical creature, Wudong Phoenix was arrogant in his heart and bones. He just glanced at it to express his concern symbolically, then returned to the top of the sacred tree and closed his eyes to perch. On the other hand, little guys like Pikachu and Little White Fox ran into the White Silk Kingdom created by the evolution of the Green Hidden Dragon. They were very curious about what happened to their little friends. Yumi was playing with Holy Seraphman, and seemed to feel that Angelman's bloodline was getting closer and closer to its highest form, and it was likely to become the new thigh. Well, it's Yumi's instinct to hug her thighs. Of course it takes time to connect with your thighs emotionally. In Yumi's eyes, this is a more important matter. It will take a few days for the holy tree to produce the fruit of rejuvenation. The Green Hidden Dragon is still evolving. I'll go back to the Grey World first and see what's going on there. The little guys like Pikachu and Little White Fox will stay on the Sacred Tree Island to avoid accidents. Lu Shu thought secretly for a while. He had not forgotten that when he just teleported back, the Abyss copy that he had conquered, and the Divine Tree Master came. Lu Shu planned to go and see what was going on there first. Of course, if there is no need to take action, Lu Shu will not take action. After all, there was a scene where the Sacred Tree Master sent the picture back to the world public screen before he died. But the first few times were his own ghosts the army took action, and there was no suspicion on the head of the tree-lumping man. Although his ability was exposed, the problem is not big at this stage, but there is no need to create more trouble, it is better to save some trouble. A teleportation the light curtain fell. The next second, Lu Shu returned to the Grey World. Brother Long, I really saw an Abyss-level copy here. I even killed a few monsters here. If you don't believe me, can I take a screenshot of my record panel for you? The young man leading the way kept explaining. Until a white-haired young man next to him became a little impatient and said angrily. Could you please be quiet? Didn't you see our brother Long observing the situation nearby? We don't have time to talk to you. The young man who led the way rubbed his nose and smiled sheepishly. Of course, this kind of situation also happens from time to time in the Grey World. It's not like there is only one Sacred Tree Master who came to the dungeon to investigate. Taking advantage of this paragraph time, there are many Sacred Tree Masters who have cleared the dungeon. But what this team did not expect is that it only took them more than 10 hours to get here. How could the Sacred Tree Master be so powerful? In such a short period of time, all the monsters were killed. At this moment, this dungeon looks like a gloomy ghost town. All the supplies have been swept away. It is more like a professional. This is something that can only be accomplished by a multi-person team of Divine Tree Masters. Fengyun Guild weighs its own abilities. Only by sending out the best manpower can such a thing be accomplished. Come and see the traces here. Brother Long waved to everyone. The troops immediately rushed over. On the ground in front of them, there were patches of burnt black marks. It seems that these are the traces left after a lightning attack. Brother Long pointed at the traces of battle nearby and explored in front of him, and suddenly took a breath of cold air. Please pay attention to the traces of lightning strikes. The cross-section of the damage appears very neat. This shows that the lightning range damage is completed in an instant. Everyone gasped. Such a huge thunderstorm caused a cross-section of thousands of meters in radius. Could it be said that this Divine Tree Master has S-level damage in a thunder and lightning element attack with a range of thousands of meters? Chapter 185. The white-haired girl frowned and tried to analyze these attacks. The power of these lightning injuries is quite consistent, indicating that it was done by a Divine Tree Master. Even if it is a preliminary analysis, if the S-level power damage is combined with the AoE, area skill, effect of 1,000 meters range. This Sacred Tree Master is conservatively an SS-level Sacred Tree Master. In the rankings, he can be ranked in the top 50. But according to the records in our intelligence database, among the top 50 Divine Tree Masters, are there any bosses with thunder and lightning abilities? As soon as these words came out, the other people, including Brother Long, couldn't help but frown deeply. Fengyun Guild was able to develop rapidly in such a short period of time, except for its president who awakened a very unusual sacred tree. In addition to the teacher's superpowers, it is also related to the information library. Recently, many very powerful Divine Tree Masters have joined the Fengyun Guild. This is not only as simple as the blessing of combat power. Excellent Divine Tree Masters will often compete with excellent Divine Tree Masters. The Sacred Tree Masters get to know each other and reach a relationship of cooperation or some kind of friendship. Once a group of outstanding Divine Tree Masters are recruited, both the interpersonal scope and the information channels will expand rapidly. The current Fengyun Guild is as good as Muyu Pavilion, the most outstanding one in the past, in terms of the channels for obtaining information. If Muyu Pavilion relied on Muyu Tingfeng's superpower, then Fengyun Guild relied on the rich information brought by the alliance of the most outstanding divine tree masters in the entire sacred tree game. Through the scope of this lightning strike, everyone in the Fengyun Guild frantically searched their brains for a divine tree master with the relevant abilities. But the result is still, nothing. Brother Long sent the on-site information to Fengyun Guild's exclusive guild chat box. The response I received was that I don't know, for a while. The clues about the ability of this mysterious tree master have been interrupted again. Let's move on. A glimmer of light shone in Brother Long's eyes. He realized that this dungeon could be cleared so quickly. It must not be that simple. If Fengyun Guild wants to develop further in the future, it will need to collect a large number of sacred tree masters. Intelligence to quickly expand your network and know what kind of opponents you will face in the future. In the Divine Tree game, the biggest opponent may not be the boss and enemies in the Grey World, but the Divine Tree Master around you. Come and take a look. At this moment, the young man leading the way suddenly exclaimed. There is a terrible gap here. I can't tell what kind of damage this comes from. It feels so terrible. Everyone heard the voice of the leading boy and rushed over. Although this boy looked unreliable, he was just a minion in the Fengyun Guild's team. However, his strangeness, it can be said that it is an analytical type of power, otherwise it would not take over the job of leading the way. It is indeed weak in terms of combat effectiveness, but analysis is always a strength, right? Even he can't see the clues, so naturally it caused other people's attention. What a neat cross-section. When the white-haired girl just approached, Ding Qin took a look and couldn't help but exclaimed. From the corners of this gap, no traces of energy residue can be seen yet. This shows that the Divine Tree Master's superpower swallowed up this place instantly. It's like the power of being swallowed by the void. Brother Long couldn't help but frown deeply. Swallowed by the void. Why does this power sound a bit weird? It's like the ability effect created by the Divine Tree Master from the Dark Knight Alliance. Could it be the Divine Tree Master of the Dark Knight Alliance? In the team, there were also people who thought of going together with Brother Long and asked questions. But the white-haired girl shook her head. In my opinion, it shouldn't be. Although Dark Knight's superpower can also achieve similar effects. But it does not represent the attributes of the Dark Knight, it is completely the attribute of nothingness. There will be a deep breath of the Dark Knight staying around here. This attribute is called shadow. The people around him nodded in realization. The white-haired girl's eyes revealed a faint light like daylight. This kind of pupil technique can see the essence of all things. It is the same type of analytical power as the leading boy's power. But it's not on the same level at all. Also has strong attack capabilities. It's equivalent to the difference between heaven and earth. The white-haired girl then analyzed. This wave of supernatural power is as if it has swallowed up the ground, and it is not affected by any physical external force. There is no elemental fluctuation property left nearby. Judging from the surrounding lightning abilities, the opponent's accomplishments in the thunder attribute are very close to the power of this devouring power. It shows that he is a divine tree master with dual abilities. There should be no such person in the Dark Knight Alliance. Brother Long nodded and agreed with the white-haired girl's analysis. That's right, the divine tree's superpower acquired the day after tomorrow was not planted by oneself, but traded. The upper limit is incomparable to that of one's own divine tree. Since the other party's lightning power attributes are similar to this suspected swallowing power, it means that both of them are his own powers. It can't be obtained by trading the day after tomorrow. This analysis, in the eyes of everyone, has no problem at all. How could the fruit of the sacred tree that was traded the day after tomorrow reach this level? Not to mention two types. SS-level powers in the divine tree game are very rare. Is there anyone who can trade this kind of power fruit? What a bullshit. The more everyone moved forward, the more they couldn't help but gasp. The surrounding buildings suffered extremely terrible attacks. It's like a city baptized by disaster. Some people in the team even began to mourn for the monsters in the Abyss dungeon. They are so unlucky that they have offended such an evil star. At this time, Brother Long's eyes moved slightly, pointed to a place, and said, "Is there a teleporter there?" Everyone turned their heads and looked over. At this moment, the teleportation array suddenly lit up with a teleportation light. Chapter 186. The next second, a figure walked out of the light curtain. Just after Lu Shu came out of the teleportation light curtain, he saw at first sight a dozen divine tree masters standing in front of him, and he couldn't help but be slightly startled. Before he was ready to enter combat mode, he saw these 10 people walking towards him with smiles on their faces. "Hello, boss. Lu Shu was immediately stunned by this incident. The voices of the people in front of him were uniform and their expressions were full of admiration. Lu Shu just wanted to take action, but in the end he couldn't find a reason to do so. Do you know me? Lu Shu asked doubtfully. Brother Long immediately stepped forward and said with a smile. Although we don't know you, we know you are the boss. Lu Shu was speechless for a while. Recognizing someone as a boss as soon as he came up. It felt strange. But Lu Shu had a systematic prompt and soon, the information panel of the Sacred Tree Master in front of him popped up in front of him. Divine Tree Master. ID, I am really not Long Outyan. Guild, Fengyun Guild. Superpowers, Dragon Blood Fruit, Storm Alliance, Contract. Comprehensive Strength, SS-level. Talents, Dragon Blood Fruit, S-level, Double Effect Fruit, a level, Triple Time Rate, a level. Lucky, Laughing Face. Spirit Hesitant Face. People from Fengyun Guild. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Some time ago, he went to the world public screen from time to time to check. Lu Shu knew that this guild had gained great momentum in the Shinshu game recently and had recruited a large number of Shinshu masters. He was very interested in this guild. The guild was also a little curious. What was the reason that allowed Fengyun Guild to recruit so many Divine Tree Masters so quickly? One of the abilities on the panel caught Lu Shu's attention. Fengyun Alliance. This special ability actually has the word wind and cloud attached to it. It seems to be inextricably linked to this guild. Could it be that by joining the Fengyun Guild, you can get a very powerful ability? The white-haired girl next to her introduced her politely. We happened to pass by here and were preparing to conquer this dungeon. But I didn't expect that this place has already been conquered by other Sacred Tree Masters. Therefore, I came to investigate. After these people's explanations, Lu Shu also understood why they inexplicably called him boss. It turned out that they were judging his level as a Divine Tree Master based on the traces of the dungeon's destruction. And Lu Shu happened to be left behind in the same place. From a teleportation array, one can basically judge that after clearing the dungeon, he transferred resources to the Sacred Tree Island, thus leaving behind such a teleportation array. Brother Long rolled his eyes slightly and asked tentatively. Boss, do you have any plans for going to the Grey World this time? Lu Shu heard that the other party was trying to test him, and smiled calmly. I haven't found a suitable location for the raid yet, so I just came to the Grey World to raid it. This answer is a bit perfunctory, but no one will be confused. After all, higher-level dungeons in the Grey World are difficult to find. Without a target, just scan the Abyss-level dungeons. It is also something that most Sacred Tree Masters would choose. But, for Lu Shu, sweeping the dungeon is just a daily routine, and there is no need for any strategies at all. As for the real target location, Lu Shu certainly will not choose to say it casually. Come out. Brother Long's eyes moved and he asked. Since the boss has no other plans, are you interested in cooperating with us? Lu Shu frowned and was about to refuse, but he heard the other party continue. We investigated a very special copy with coordinates at 222, 222. According to our observations, this may be a super nightmare level copy. If it weren't for Fengyun's ability, the Sacred Tree Master who entered might not have come back alive. If you are interested in cooperating with us, I can tell you about this matter in detail. Lu Shu was calm on the surface, as if he was thinking about it, but in his heart he was actually wary. Coordinates sad face 222, 222. Isn't it exactly the target place he wants to go to? After I cleared the 7 gates of reincarnation, the real abyss of reincarnation appeared in the Grey World. Has it been found by other Sacred Tree Masters? Anyway, I don't know much about that dungeon yet, so I might as well try it out with the Divine Tree Master of Fengyun Guild. Judging from the previous conversation, Lu Shu judged that the development model of Fengyun Guild was different from that of the Dark Knight Alliance. At least the benefits to his own guild members were probably real. Otherwise, with the experience of the Dark Knight Alliance, the truly capable, it is impossible for a Divine Tree Master to just join a guild. What's more, Long Outyan has repeatedly talked about Fengyun's abilities, and the Divine Tree Master at this stage actually has the ability to explore quasi-hell level dungeons. This makes Lu Shu was even more confused. According to his knowledge, even a Super S-level Divine Tree Master who entered the Nightmare level dungeon would have a narrow escape. But the appearance of Fengyun Guild seemed to have broken this pattern, making Lu Shu more feeling somewhat curious. Anyway, I have no other mission plans recently, but what you mentioned has aroused my interest. Lu Shu rubbed his chin, and seemed to have considered carefully before trying to cooperate. On the contrary, the Divine Tree Master from Fengyun Guild breathed a sigh of relief, and seemed to be happy with Lu Shu's joining. Everyone moved towards it together, walking in the direction of the abyss of reincarnation. As he walked, Brother Long introduced to Lu Shu. This copy we found is quite special. The monsters inside cannot be killed by just using ordinary powers. Even the holy light power cannot cause damage to any monsters. Time power must be used. Therefore, from the immunity attributes of these mobs, we can basically judge that what we encountered is at least a nightmare-level copy. Moreover, we have also investigated other nightmare-level dungeons and found that those mobs can generally be solved with holy light abilities, which shows that this dungeon is definitely bigger than ever before. Suddenly, Lu Shu asked a very pointed question. Since these copies are so dangerous, I'm a little curious, how do you know the intelligence information inside? Chapter 187. The timing of asking this question is quite clever. If you don't answer, it is very likely that the people in Fengyun Guild are deceitful. After all, it was the first time they met in the Grey World, so there was no reason to trust them. But Lu Shu's goal has long been the abyss of reincarnation, and he knows that there is a super nightmare-level copy at the coordinates, 222, 222. He asks this question not to confirm the authenticity of this matter, but to further deceive Fengyun Guild information. Brother Long's expression did not change at all, and he replied calmly. This is because the president of our Fengyun Guild has a very special ability. Lu Shu said nothing, waiting for the other party to continue. Brother Long seemed to have no taboos and continued to explain. President Fengyun's Divine Tree ability is very special. It is a very rare contract ability in the Divine Tree game. His special ability can bring together the abilities of all contractors as long as he enters the same guild and forms an alliance. Moreover, the contractor can withdraw from Fengyun Guild at any time and cancel the contract. In other words, if you want to get the blessing of the alliance's superpowers, then add your own superpowers to it, but whether you want to leave or not is up to you at any time. Of course, most of the Sacred Tree Masters who join our Fengyun Guild will not choose to leave. Lu Shu raised his eyebrows. There is such a special ability. To be honest, the development model of Fengyun Guild is indeed beyond Lu Shu's expectation. As long as a contract is concluded with Fengyun, all members of the entire guild can enjoy the unlimited superposition of different powers. This also means that Fengyun Guilds, the larger the scale, the more Sacred Tree Masters join in, and the greater their power will be. At first, if this kind of power is too public, it will definitely be targeted by the Dark Knight Alliance and other forces. Fengyun Guild has always been silently developing their own power, waiting until one day to become truly powerful, then accelerating the expansion of the scale. And this opportunity is the decline of the Dark Knight Alliance. After the decline of the largest assassination organization in the Shinshu game, Fengyun Guild no longer fears any enemies, so it began to be publicized on a large scale, and the guild's power expanded instantly in a short period of time. Lu Shu also admired the president's forbearance ability. He has such a special power, but he knows how to develop it. He is indeed a handsome man. This kind of ability will become stronger in the later stages of the Divine Tree game, but it is quite weak in the early stages. This can also explain why at the current stage of the Divine Tree game, Fengyun Guild can gain momentum in a short period of time. Rise up. Seeing that Lu Shu seemed interested, the white-haired girl asked with a smile. How about it, have you considered joining our Fengyun Guild? Lu Shu smiled and shook his head. Let's see. The other Sacred Tree Masters of Fengyun Guild didn't say much. Staying vigilant is always a good thing in the Grey World. And the Sacred Tree Masters that their Fengyun Guild wants to recruit are all excellent Sacred Tree Masters. Those low-level Sacred Tree Masters are begging to join, so why not? If you want to recruit a powerful Sacred Tree Master, you often need to show enough capital to impress the other party. Brother Long secretly smiled in his heart. Since the other party has followed, then there will be an opportunity for him to see the details of Fengyun Guild. At this moment, the leading boy came back from a short distance away and said with surprise. I discovered a nightmare-level dungeon ahead. The strength and danger factor of the Lord-level boss is about S-level, which is not particularly difficult. This should be the lowest difficulty nightmare-level dungeon we can explore. As soon as these words came out, the faces of everyone in Fengyun Guild showed joy. Okay, our strength has been greatly improved recently, and we are about to try the nightmare-level copy. Brother Long laughed loudly and said. Anyway, Fengyun Guild still has many Sacred Tree Masters from far away. It will probably take a lot of time to get to the location at coordinates, 222, 222. Taking advantage of this opportunity, we first try to clear a nightmare-level dungeon to practice our skills and experience higher difficulty dungeons in advance. Others' faces were also full of excitement. The young man leading the way said with a smile. If we can clear the nightmare level dungeon, wouldn't it prove our strength and gradually catch up with the tree-playing boss who is number 1 on the list? The white-haired girl gave the leading boy a blank look and said coldly. The sea area has been explored to a depth of 10,000 meters. This is an achievement behind the nightmare level dungeon. The voice of the young man leading the way suddenly became hoarse and he was speechless. All right. It's finally possible to catch up to someone else's knees, right? However, for other sacred tree masters, if they can break through the nightmare level copy, it will be considered an incredible achievement. It's like standing on the top of a higher mountain. Brother Long looked back at Lu Shu and asked. Boss, do you want to go to the nightmare level dungeon with us? Lu Shu nodded and agreed. For him, he has only conquered one nightmare level dungeon so far. The resources of the nightmare level dungeon are incomparable to those of 100 or 1,000 abyss level dungeons combined. Yes. Anyway, when you get to the dungeon, you will get as many items as you kill as many monsters as you want. As long as you take action on the final boss's explosive reward, you will definitely receive all the rewards. You don't have to worry about being robbed by the Divine Tree Master of Fengyun Guild. Even if they have Fengyun Alliance, their strength is still not enough in Lu Shu's eyes. With Lu Shu joining, everyone in Fengyun Guild will be more confident. There is an extra big boss in the team. If we can clear the nightmare level dungeon, at least in the Grey World, we won't be too far behind the big guys. Brother Long took a deep breath and said solemnly. Everyone else also nodded. If he can catch up with the number 1 in the rankings, it will mean a lot to other sacred tree masters. Lu Shu secretly laughed in his heart beside him and didn't say much. What? I'm afraid they never imagined that the real number 1 on the list is right next to them. Chapter 188. Grey Realm. Location, City of the Immortal. Coordinates Sadface 200, 145. Dungeon level, Quasi-Nightmare. Boss, Calamity Lord. Under the leadership of the young man who led the way, Lu Shu followed the people from Fengyun Guild to the location of the dungeon. Go directly to the copy. Brother Long glanced around and said. Everyone nodded. After all, nightmare-level copies, with their information abilities, it is difficult to obtain information outside the copy. This, after comparison, Lu Shu can also understand why is Mu Yu Tingfeng able to dominate the list for a long time. Before entering the dungeon, he can know the dungeon information in advance, which is equivalent to being a born cheater with his own strategy. No wonder that woman is so confident in herself. Of course, Lu Shu obtained the opponent's power fruit, although not complete, can obtain information about monsters in advance and make some judgments. Activate the power of monster prediction. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly, and an elusive trace appeared at the corner of his mouth. Smile. This copy. Interesting. The other people in the team didn't notice Lu Shu's expression at all. After discussing it for a while, they decided to enter the dungeon quickly. Do it all at once, second time tired, third time exhausted. For a team of sacred tree masters without nightmare-level dungeon experience, hesitation may lead to defeat. It's better to be a reckless man, maybe if you act recklessly, you will be fooled. And they have the special abilities of the Fengyun Alliance and have many methods, which are enough for them to react temporarily. Boom! Just as he entered the dungeon's territory, bursts of thunder suddenly appeared in the sky. The boy who led the way frowned and muttered, "It's weird, thunder can happen in this grey world, the weather is really weird." Brother Long heard what the boy who led the way said, and felt a little strange. Boy, is thunder in the grey world a weird thing? But, generally speaking, the grey world does not show any abnormal climate, let alone a climate like the sacred tree island. The boy who leads the way often surfs forums. In this regard, he is different from other tree masters who are always obsessed with dungeon strategies. Since he has plenty of time to go to the forums, the boy who leads the way is better than other tree masters, there are more information references. Basically, few sacred tree masters will mention that the grey world has climate reactions. The white-haired girl and several other sacred tree masters frowned and expressed their opinions. It is rare to encounter climate-type reactions in the grey world. Just when a few people were in trouble, they saw Lu Shu walking towards the front. Several people's hearts moved and they hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Boss, what do you think about this? Lu Shu shrugged. No opinion. Everyone was speechless. Then why are you walking so fast? There is a quasi-nightmare level copy ahead. Although everyone is ready to rush in recklessly, they can't rush in without thinking and kill people, right? If you don't come, then I will go in first, Lu Shu said with an indifferent expression. Everyone saw that Lu Shu really went in like this, and there was nothing they could do. Brother Long greeted his teammates behind him. Why are you standing still? Come on. Among them, several people came to Brother Long and whispered. Brother Long, is this guy reliable? We don't know each other. But now it seems like that guy is ready to lead the way. Originally, although the Fengyun Guild respectfully calls others boss, they still have the largest number of people anyway. Moreover, Brother Long also ranks second in the last ranking list. Even if the other party is a master and is polite, if you want to conquer the nightmare level dungeon, of course your own guild will take the lead. In the eyes of the Fengyun Guild, even the big guys are here to form a team to gain support. Let's work together to clear the dungeon. It's impossible for 10 masters of the Divine Tree Master to be led by one person on the opposite side, right? Brother Long hesitated for a moment, looked at Lu Shu's back, and for some reason, a ridiculous idea suddenly emerged in his heart. It seems that the person standing in front of him is not a person, but a mountain. After this period of experience, Brother Long's eyes are much more accurate than before. His intuition tells him that the Sacred Tree Master standing in front of him is probably unusual. It's okay. We are discussing here, but there is no solution. It is better to go in and take a look. Hearing what Brother Long said, several other people didn't say much and followed them one after another. Stepping into the dungeon and walking for a while, the thunder and lightning in the sky became more and more dense. Then amid the thunder that spread across the entire sky, flashing and bright as day, suddenly fell a dazzling thunder. An explosion suddenly sounded not far away. Monster attacks. A Sacred Tree Master suddenly roared. In the lightning, a 10-foot-tall, strong beast like a wild bull, covered in lei kai, galloped out of the lightning. Moo! A roar that resounded throughout the world, it rang in everyone's ears and spread throughout heaven and earth. Fight! Brother Long's eyes immediately burst out with a burst of light. The next second, a sword intent shot out from his pupils, tearing towards the lei kai beast. In the hand of the white-haired girl, a sword appeared, a simple long sword. The long sword had a mysterious aura, as if it could cut everything in the world. Her agile body suddenly turned into an afterimage passing by, and the long sword slashed out a sword light that was more than 10 feet long, trying to kill everything in the world. The lei kai beast was cut off with one strike. Other teammates also transformed into various magical attack methods, or elements, or oriental talismans, or holding bows and arrows. The young man who led the way wisely hid at the back of the team, imposing on himself a layer of concealment, thinking silently in my heart, you can't see me, you can't see me. Just when everyone's attacks were all falling on the lei kai beast. I thought that such a little monster would be killed instantly when attacked by this group of Sacred Tree Masters. As a result, the body of the lei kai beast suddenly turned into overflowing thunder and lightning, spreading towards the surrounding areas. The next second, a reminder appeared in front of everyone. The lei kai beast uses the elementalization of thunder and lightning, making it immune to most attacks. Chapter 189. What? Are you immune to our attacks? Everyone in the team was stunned for a moment. Obviously they didn't expect that the lei kai beast could be immune to their attacks. Brother Long's face also became slightly serious. If the boss is immune to attacks, it is understandable. But the problem is that what is in front of everyone is just a monster. The members of Fengyun Guild are different from ordinary Sacred Tree Masters. Their abilities are not that simple. If these methods are used to deal with ordinary immune types, monsters can all have an effect. However, they have no effect on the thunder beast in front of them. This can't help but make everyone feel a little troublesome. Seeing this group of humans, the lei kai alien beast did not have any explosion towards itself, and exposed a cunning look. The next second, the thunder on the ground instantly condensed into the figure of the lei kai beast, roared, and bit away at one of the members of the team. Snort! Brother! Long sneered, turned his hand and took out a black and yellow talisman, and shouted angrily. The 4-symbol talisman is forbidden. Suddenly, the 4-image formation emerged from the talisman, completely imprisoning the lei kai beast in one of the spaces. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. There must be no such attack method in Brother Long's own fruit. Dragon blood. What the fruit increases is the strength of its own attributes, awakening the blood of the true dragon, and suppressing the enemy. The Taoist methods of these talismans seem to be the abilities of other Sacred Tree Masters in Fengyun Alliance, and the level is quite high. Fengyun Guild has a large number of outstanding Divine Tree Masters have formed an alliance, and the combat power displayed is indeed not that ordinary. What are you still doing? Attack! Brother Long scolded the teammates around him. The white-haired girl slashed out with her sword and immediately cut the lei kai beast into 2 halves. It turned out that the 4 symbols talisman condensed 4 different seal attributes, specifically to restrain the elements. A transformed monster. Once the flow of elements is sealed, the Raikai alien beast cannot transform itself into elements. Therefore, the means of immunity will be ineffective. Easily eliminate the Raikai alien beast. As expected of Brother Long, he is indeed amazing. I never thought that I could use Master Xuanhuang's powers to deal with these monsters. It seems that I still need to learn more from Brother Long. Everyone in the team couldn't help but sigh. From these people's words, Lu Shu also judged that the powers of Fengyun Alliance did not mean that all powers could be used. If one's own mental power is insufficient, or if one does not use experience, then even if you get other people's powers, you won't be able to use them. It means that joining Fengyun Guild does not mean that every member can become so strong. Even if you want to use other people's powers, if you don't have enough mental strength, it's only when it's used that it becomes a ghost. It's no wonder that Fengyun Guild only needs powerful Divine Tree Masters to join, and weak Divine Tree Masters really didn't mean much in the past. So, our guild's strength is pretty good, right? The young man leading the way looked at Lu Shu and asked with a smile. Amazing indeed. Lu Shu nodded, not stingy with his praise. Of course, if there was a real fight, these people would certainly not be his opponents. But they had no ill intentions toward him, so Lu Shu would naturally not go to war with a guild, even if it was Fengyun's superpower fruit, he was not very interested. At this moment, in the sky, streaks of thunder descended again. The number of nearby monsters increased significantly. Not only the previous Leikai monsters were as simple as. On the ground, there are some black shadows, and hundreds of bats flap their wings and fly out. If they are bitten by those sharp teeth, the toxin will be triggered and the supernatural powers will be temporarily disabled. Where did all these monsters come from? The leading boy couldn't help but ask. The other people in the team frowned, looked serious, and were silent. Even the most powerful white-haired girl and Brother Long felt a pressure. Generally speaking, the dungeon monsters in the Grey World all have a specific perception range. Therefore, the Sacred Tree Master can choose to slowly conquer the dungeon and rely on the perception range to kill the monsters one by one. But this experience, in the nightmare-level dungeon, it didn't work. Lu Shu raised his head and looked at the sky above. He used monster prediction and actually knew that the monsters in this dungeon were much more special than other dungeons. Type, Natural Disaster Beast. This kind of monster is quite unique, born from natural disasters. Every monster is assimilated with the attributes of natural disasters. Not to mention the ability to be immune, the number is endless and cannot be killed. As long as there are natural disasters, the monsters in this copy will never be able to kill them. Kill them all. The existence of natural disasters comes from the boss of this dungeon, the Lord of Natural Disasters. Therefore, there is no other strategy to clear this nightmare-level dungeon. You can only go in with all your strength until you kill the Lord of Natural Disasters. You quickly use the 4-image talisman to imprison these monsters. Brother Long took a deep breath, calmed down, and then directed the members of the team to fight. There must be no chaos now. He is the backbone of the team. He must remain calm enough to direct this battle. Other members of Fengyun Guild, they all nodded, and the 4-image talisman appeared in their hands. However, their proficiency in using it was far inferior to Brother Long. This gap was reflected. Brother Long turned his head and was about to ask Lu Shu if he planned to join Fengyun Guild. This is a good opportunity. As long as you join their guild, you can get ways to deal with these special monsters. But looking back, at some point, 3 golden lotus flowers appeared above Lu Shu's head. When the surrounding monsters pounced on Lu Shu, the lotus flower suddenly burst out with a bright light, killing all the monsters instantly. This ability. Brother Long was surprised when he saw it. Shouldn't this Divine Tree Master be an elemental power user who specializes in ranged lightning and darkness devouring systems? Where did such a mysterious lotus flower come from, just like Eastern Taoism? Does this person have a 3rd S-level power? Chapter 190. When the Avenue Lotus appeared, all the natural disaster beasts around were instantly killed. When Brother Long and others witnessed all this, their entire expressions instantly became dull. The monster they could only kill after being imprisoned with the 4-symbol talisman was killed instantly in front of this boss. What kind of superpower is this? When he raised his hand, 3 golden lotuses were released. All the natural disaster beasts who came slightly close to the position of the lotus would be killed instantly. This scene fell into the eyes of everyone in Fengyun Guild, just like watching a magic show, their eyes were filled with incredible shock. Don't be stunned, follow the boss quickly. Brother Long gave serious instructions to the team behind him. Only then did everyone realize that by following Lu Shu, both safety and killing efficiency would be improved. The lotus seemed to be a natural disaster beast like the nemesis of the monster. Even if it emits a faint wave, it can kill the monster as long as it touches it. When Lu Shu saw the members of Fengyun Guild approaching him, he didn't dislike it much. Anyway, as long as the natural disaster beasts get close to him, they will die. When other people come closer, the natural disaster beasts will gather faster. The killing efficiency will also be improved a lot. You killed the Thunder Kai beast and obtained the natural disaster Thunder Element X1. You killed the Night Bat and obtained the Scourge Shadow Element X1. You killed the Rock Giant and obtained the natural disaster Earth Element X1. Lu Shu opens the panel introduction. Natural disaster elements. Grade, rare. Function, necessary items for synthesizing natural disaster beasts. Rules, similar natural disaster elements X10 to synthesize a natural disaster beast. After killing these monsters, the materials dropped are not as high as expected. Yes, I don't know what role these elements have. Maybe some specific sacred tree masters are useful. After killing so many monsters, not a single piece of equipment dropped. Why is this nightmare dungeon so cheating? The other members of the Fengyun Guild showed solemn expressions. Originally, going to the quasi-nightmare level dungeon should at least get some equipment benefits. Under normal circumstances, after killing so many monsters, you can get a suit anyway. Come out. But after killing so many monsters, everyone only gets elements. Moreover, only Lu Shu has special synthesis fruits to use the materials to synthesize monsters. For other sacred tree masters, just it has no effect for the time being. Brother Long and the white-haired girl also noticed this strange place and showed a more solemn look. How about, let's go back. The leading boy stood at the back of the team, stuck his head out, and said in a weak voice. Anyway, there is no equipment benefit from exploring these dungeons, so why do you do something where the risks and benefits are completely unequal? Everyone also felt that what the baby said made sense. Brother Long looked hesitant, as if he was thinking about whether to make a decision to retreat. At this moment, Lu Shu calmly explained. These monsters will not explode equipment. As soon as this sentence came out, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The white-haired girl asked strangely, why doesn't the equipment explode when killing these monsters? Brother Long's eyes looked at Lu Shu, and his eyes became a little deeper. Now, even a fool knows that the sacred tree master next to him is not as simple as he thought. Haven't you noticed? Lu Shu raised his hand and pointed at the sky. Whenever a disaster strikes, these monsters will appear from the disaster. This type of monster is very special, called a natural disaster beast. Natural disaster beasts are born from the energy generated by disasters. Therefore, they are not ordinary monsters, but a bunch of energy bodies produced. Energy body? Everyone couldn't help but open their mouths. In this way, the monsters they encountered along the way were just a bunch of manufactured energy bodies, and they were not considered real monsters hatched. Generally speaking, such monsters are all created because of a specific place or a boss behind the scenes. They are much weaker than other monsters in the same level of dungeons. That's why the equipment will not explode. Along the way, just meeting energy body monsters gave everyone in Fengyun Guild a headache. Now, Lu Shu actually told them that they only encountered the weakest monsters. This is still a quasi-nightmare level copy. What if it was a real nightmare level dungeon? How strong should those monsters be? Thinking that the Lu Shu people had actually solved the nightmare level dungeon, everyone in the Fengyun Guild felt a sense of disappointment. They thought they had caught up with the steps of the Lu Shu people in the Grey World, but unexpectedly, we haven't even reached the bottom of the mountain yet. In this case, let's go back, right? The white-haired girl paused and made a suggestion. It seems that quasi-nightmare level copies are not something we can touch for the time being. Yes. The other team members also nodded. Brother Long's eyes were on Lu Shu. However, he saw that the other party walked directly towards the deeper part of the copy. Boss, although you are very powerful, don't give it away. Yes. This copy is not something we can deal with. The sacred tree masters behind him persuaded one after another. After all, Lu Shu showed enough strength and escorted them here. In the eyes of everyone, he is a person worthy of gratitude. I have a solution. Lu Shu said lightly. Any solution? Everyone was surprised. If these monsters are energy bodies generated by natural disasters, then this copy is originally a huge natural disaster site. Natural disasters cannot be dealt with by the Divine Tree Master, right? It is impossible to eliminate natural disasters. The boss of the dungeon is the Calamity Lord. As long as you rush in and kill this boss, all monsters will no longer appear. The other members of the Fengyun Guild twitched at the corner of their mouths when they heard this explanation. Of course, they knew that killing the boss was also a way, but it was hundreds of times more difficult than dealing with the mobs. It's not that they didn't want to do it, but I can't do it. Chapter 191. After Lu Shu finished speaking, he walked towards the depths of the quasi-nightmare level copy. He had no obligation to explain too much to these people. Whether they are willing to follow or not is up to these people themselves. Captain, let's not go in, right? A teammate advised in Brother Long's ear. However, Brother Long was hesitant. He gritted his teeth and said, let's follow him. What? The other guild members had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Long Outyen, who is second in the rankings, actually wants to follow someone else. In fact, if Brother Long himself challenged this dungeon, he would probably just go back. The reason it's simple. The strength is not enough. To rush directly to kill the boss is to seek death. However, the mysterious tree master in front of him gave Brother Long a different feeling. First of all, Lu Shu was the only one in the audience who recognized there is no strong person who can easily kill the monster despite knowing the types of monsters. Secondly, his indifferent expression, even though he already knew the strategy, he still rushed directly to kill the boss, which shows that he has enough confidence. The most important thing is trump card. That's right. The methods Lu Shu showed were really unpredictable to Brother Long. At first, everyone thought that the opponent was an elemental tree master with thunder and dark attributes, but so far, the opponent has not used it. The corresponding method was the 3 golden lotuses, which made everyone in Fengyun Guild feel surprised when they saw it. Moreover, being able to know the relevant information about this copy shows that Lu Shu may also have a special power in his hand after all. The other party didn't know about this dungeon before, so it was impossible to make a guide in advance. Combining various factors. Brother Long can be sure that he has been embraced in the grey world. However, why have he never heard of this person before? The other members of the Fengyun Guild saw that even Brother Long was following them. They couldn't go against the captain's insistence and become deserters, right? Everyone had no choice but to follow them. They really didn't understand. Ranking number 1 Brother Long, why do you have to obey the advice of an outsider? It doesn't feel like the captain they know. However, after a period of traveling, everyone found that as long as they followed Lu Shu, it was much safer and more secure. How safe? Those 3 golden lotus flowers are like a mesh electric mosquito swatter. The monsters that come over are just a group of mosquitoes. When they fall on the net, they are automatically swatted to death. What kind of superpower does this guy have? Isn't he too invincible? I don't understand. I feel like this boss's superpower has touched my blind spot. Sister Bai, can you tell what the lotus flower of that person is? The leading boy quietly came to the white-haired girl's ear and asked secretly. The white-haired girl's pupils glowed slightly. But then she quickly shook her head, I can't tell. Can't you see it either? The young man who led the way was a little surprised. He knew that Sister Bai's power was not that simple, and he could identify the energy source of any power. However, Lu Shu's power could not even be analyzed by her eyes, indicating that it was indeed special enough. The white-haired girl also felt a little depressed. This was the first skill that she couldn't analyze at all. In fact, Brother Long on the side also secretly used the white-haired girl's pupil power. The mental power is at the same level as that of the white-haired girl, so he is one of the few strong men in the team who can share high-level powers. He was also unable to analyze the source of Lu Shu's powers. This made Brother Long even more determined to follow him. Lu Shu's idea. As the line continued on for a while. Boom! The thunder and lightning in the sky are becoming more and more dense. At the same time, Lu Shu's eyes became a little serious. The levels of the nearby natural disaster beasts are getting higher and higher. Moo! Amid the thunderous explosions, a roar pierced through the heavens and the earth, suddenly overpowering the thunder and shaking people's minds to the point of dizziness. Several people in the Fengyun Guild began to lose their pace. Except for Brother Long and the white-haired girl, who had better-looking faces, Lu Shu was the only one present who was not affected at all. The level of the scourge beast here is stronger. Lu Shu said calmly. At this moment, several Thunder Kai beasts with bodies as huge as mountains rushed towards the team. Every time it landed, the entire ground shook violently, and the terrain was as majestic as mountains and seas. Makes you feel helpless. Is this monster's level probably reaching S-level? Everyone's expressions changed. S-level monsters, in the eyes of the Sacred Tree Master, are already Lord-level monsters. But in fact, Lu Shu and others only came to the inner area. The natural disasters they encountered beast energy, an energy place close to the core area of natural disasters, is naturally much stronger. But monsters of this level can barely be regarded as elite monsters in nightmare-level copies. Everyone in Fengyun Guild couldn't help feeling suffocated. The feeling. They looked at Lu Shu subconsciously. But they saw that Lu Shu was unmoved, directly controlling the Golden Lotus, and crushing it. Boom! The moment he was crushed by the Golden Lotus. Even if the huge Lei Kai the beast also suffered the fate of being killed instantly. This. Everyone couldn't help being dumbfounded. Instantly kill an S-level monster. Is this too strong? You know, S-level monsters are also Lord-level monsters, but in Lu Shu's eyes, they are simply not enough. Brother Long took a deep breath. He knew that Lu Shu's ability was probably much more powerful than he imagined. At this time, other members of Fengyun Guild also knew why Brother Long chose to follow him. 100 hugged it to the thigh. At this moment, everyone was secretly thankful in their hearts. If they had been allowed to go back by themselves just now, facing these natural disaster beasts would not necessarily be less dangerous than following Lu Shu. The decision made by Brother Long is quite wise. Lu Shu's pace did not slow down, but instead sped up. This makes it difficult for others to keep up with each other. Brother Long urged the teammates behind him. Follow up. His eyes moved. The other person was walking so fast, maybe he sensed something. At this moment, the natural disasters around him suddenly became violent. Chapter 192. This is. Brother Long's expression suddenly became serious. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The ground in the grey world began to gradually fission into a huge abyss. The ground beneath your feet is cracking every inch. Everyone started to lose their balance. And when the land began to sink, it was like a devil opening its ferocious mouth, trying to swallow everyone in. Not good. Everyone's expressions changed. Quickly use the wind control technique to keep the air flow stable and follow the boss. Brother Long immediately commanded. The other members immediately used the power of the wind element to control the surrounding airflow. A strong wind dragged their bodies, flew in the air, and leaned towards Lu Shu. Brother Long was surprised suddenly. He discovered that Lu Shu was floating smoothly into the air, nimbly dodging the rocks falling from above. From the sunken ground, the huge rocks that shattered turned into pieces after being fused. Became rock giants. These natural disaster beasts were all born from the disaster energy field. During the earthquake, the broken ground would turn into rock giants. But the land sunken, and the extremely hard surface all when assembled into a rock giant, the monster's body could be tens of meters high, and it could scare a person to death. Brother Long's face turned pale for a while, but he saw Lu Shu take out a strange piano and suddenly played an incomparable song. The sound of the piano was described. When the strings were plucked, the sound of the piano turned into a sharp sword, instantly penetrating all the nearby rock giants. A surprising scene happened. The rock giants collectively lost their ability to move, and the body fell towards the abyss. Boom! From the depths of the abyss, there was the sound of the rock giant's bones being crushed after it fell. Listening to the echo in the abyss, the members of the Fengyun Guild looked surprised. They could not imagine what Lu Shu was using. What ability caused such a terrifying monster to lose its ability to move instantly? This seems to be the fourth ability used by the opponent, right? Illusion. The white-haired girl showed a thoughtful look. Sister Bai, do you think that guy can do magic? The young man who led the way asked in surprise. Brother Long was thoughtful, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said these energy fields can be dealt with spiritual attacks. After all, the mental system is a more advanced attack, which may make these energy bodies lose their reaction. Although energy bodies do not have spiritual consciousness, attacks from the spiritual system can disrupt the composition of energy bodies and cause them to lose activity. Our previous methods were too pedantic. Hurry up and find spiritual powers. Among the members of Fengyun Guild, there are quite a few divine tree masters with spiritual powers. At this stage, most of the divine tree masters have reached B level in spiritual power. And members of the top guilds generally have standard equipment. His spiritual level has reached level A. He can use a lot of spiritual powers. Everyone in the Fengyun Guild has found methods suitable for them from the massive powers, and they have launched spiritual attacks on the natural disaster beasts. Sure enough, it was just as Brother Long predicted. These monsters immediately stopped any activities after receiving mental attacks, and their bodies fell into the abyss. Originally, mental attacks could only interfere with the actions of natural disaster beasts, but when placed in this abyss, they changed. It has become a means of directly killing them. After falling from such a high place, even the energy body is not immune to this level of damage. What's more, after being controlled, the natural disaster beast cannot elementalize itself, so naturally the immune effect is lost. It really works. Everyone in Fengyun Guild's eyes lit up. They looked at Lu Shu with even more admiration. Although the commander was Brother Long, everyone knew that it was Lu Shu who made these attacks first and then let the captain realize it. Soon. As everyone launched mental attacks, the nearby natural disaster beasts were controlled by a large area and fell into the abyss. Soon after, the scene became much cleaner. What should we do now? Brother Long came to Lu Shu's side and said humbly. His attitude was like that of a younger disciple asking for advice from his teacher, showing respect. Go down. Lu Shu said lightly. Everyone was shocked. Are we going down here? Brother Long asked again in disbelief. Lu Shu nodded and said, Lord of Natural Disaster is in this abyss. Quasi-nightmare level dungeons are basically related to the abyss. From the beginning, this place is actually an abyss. The earth, lightning fields, and various shadow bats here are all energy fields that diffuse from the abyss, a special scene created. Only by entering the real abyss and killing the natural disaster lord can you pass this copy. Good. Brother Long nodded. Since Lu Shu said this, everyone else had no objections. Lu Shu had completely convinced the group of people with their performance along the way. Everyone followed Lu Shu and used the wind control technique. The body moves downward slowly. You humble bugs, how dare you trigger the realm of God? At this moment, an extremely harsh sound suddenly came from my ears. Everyone in the Fengyun Guild, whose mental strength was not low, including Brother Long and the white-haired girl, couldn't help but cover their ears, feeling that their brains were stunned by this sound. What a powerful boss. Brother Long couldn't help but show horror in his eyes. Just a sound wave could cause his spiritual ocean to be violently shaken. How dangerous would it be to deal with this boss head-on? Lu Shu's in front of you, the information panel of the Natural Disaster Lord appeared. Natural Disaster Lord. Category, Abyss Natural Disaster Tribe. Danger Coefficient, S. Perception Range, Natural Disaster Field. Power, 3200. Speed, 3150. Defense, 3120. Skills, Endless Natural Disaster, Mountain Flood and Tsunami, Natural Disaster Summoning, Natural Disaster Energy, Abyss Amplification, Annihilation of all things, End of Disaster. Description, the clan of natural disasters from the Abyss claim to be gods. Of course, they may be regarded as the clan of gods in the Abyss, but they are the lowest kind. The power to control natural disasters, but only in the created Abyss realm. Chapter 193. You will pay the price for your ignorance. The roar of the natural disaster lord was about to tear the eardrums apart. The entire abyss began to shake violently. The next second, endless thunder appeared in the energy field. The pure and incomparable natural disaster will cover everyone present. Careful. Brother Long felt the aura of destruction contained in it, and his expression suddenly changed. Although he knew that the quasi-nightmare level boss must be terrifying, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. The natural disaster spreading in front of him seemed to destroy the surrounding people. Everything is destroyed. Quick, set up a defensive formation. Escape this first injury first. The white-haired girl yelled at her teammates desperately at this moment. In everyone's hands, mysterious items such as oriental talismans, swords and magic weapons, Buddhist and Taoist jade beads appeared. They were suspended in various corners. At the same time, the items gathered energy respectively, interweaving incomparably mysterious patterns. The Taoist formations were condensed, and a golden light barrier suddenly appeared around them. Raging and the power of natural disasters made bursts of shattering sounds when it touched the magic circle. Brother Long and the white-haired girl both turned pale. Several other members couldn't help but cough up blood. The young man leading the way almost fainted. None of the members of Fengyun Guild expected that the quasi-nightmare level lord could be so terrifying. In fact, they have been well protected by Lu Shu. If these people were allowed to experience the attack of the natural disaster beasts head-on, even this formation would not be able to withstand it. Not to mention a direct blow from the Calamity Lord. Brother Long subconsciously cast his gaze towards Lu Shu. But he found that a sword light suddenly emerged from the other party's body. Sword light. Brother Long is confused. This guy, does he still have the power of sword cultivation? A shocking sword energy suddenly shot up from Lu Shu's body into the sky. The lightning that filled the sky was shattered by this sword energy. Divine light shone everywhere, and a divine sword that seemed to have the power to open the sky appeared in Lu Shu's hand. The tip of the sword swayed slightly, and the void around the sword body cracked inch by inch. This scene fell into the eyes of everyone in Fengyun Guild, making them collectively stunned. The aura blooming from Lu Shu even faintly overwhelmed the natural disaster lord. Isn't this too exaggerated? The power emerging from a divine tree master can actually suppress an S-level lord monster. It can only be described as outrageous. Stupid human being, you are challenging my bottom line. The voice of the natural disaster lord was shocked and angry. In fact, it had already felt that Lu Shu's strength was superior to its own. But the arrogance and hatred of humans made the natural disaster lord not bow to humans casually. These cruel words were even more a sign of timidity. So many words. Lu Shu's eyes were cold. He was too lazy to say any more nonsense and just slashed out with his sword. The quasi-nightmare level natural disaster lord is not as powerful as the lord of the netherworld. He has already synthesized the lord of the netherworld, and a small natural disaster lord. Do you need to take it seriously? No. The natural disaster lord felt this terrible sword energy now. However, it was too late. The Zhuxian sword burst out with a sword of 10,000 meters, and immediately engulfed the natural disaster lord's entire body. Just in the light curtain, it spread throughout the abyss, and in just 10 seconds, in a matter of seconds, when the sword light dissipated, the surrounding area became clean. What's going on around you? At this moment, the members of Fengyun Guild were all confused. In just a short moment, where did such a big lord-level boss go? The natural disaster lord is gone. Everyone looked in disbelief. Ding Qing looked towards the area where the Calamity Lord was originally located. Good guy. There was nothing there, only an extremely deep pit. It was as if this rift valley was already an abyss, and at this time, another abyss appeared. Like that. There is no doubt that this amazing attack was created by Lu Shu. That guy, actually, killed the natural disaster lord with just one sword. Until now, Brother Long and others have not come to think of it. Those 3 lotuses of enlightenment gave everyone the impression that they were extremely mysterious and wonderful. They were the strongest offensive and defensive methods seen in the Grey World. I originally thought that this was Lu Shu's ultimate stunt, but it didn't happen. Thinking that the power of the enlightenment lotus seemed so small and vulnerable under this sword. At this time, a reminder popped up in everyone's ears. Congratulations on killing the S-level lord boss, the natural disaster lord. When this prompt appeared, a hint of embarrassment appeared on the faces of the Fengyun Guild members. They seemed to have cleared this instance without doing anything. At the same time, a series of rewards for this instance also popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Get the Scourge Lord's staff, legendary, X1. Get the Disaster Lord's jewelry, necklace, and pendant, legendary level, X1. Get the Scourge Lord's armor, boots, arm guards, trousers, and plate armor, master level, X1. Obtain the heart of the natural disaster lord X1, the soul of the natural disaster lord X1, the fragments of the natural disaster lord X10, and the synthesis route of the natural disaster lord has been unlocked. Obtain Searchlight Flame X1. Get the Abyss Key X1. Unlock the natural disaster skill illustration, natural disaster summons. Do you want to study? Lu Shu immediately chose to study. The next second, there was a skill illustrated book in front of me. Call of God. Function. Consume mental energy and summon natural disasters. Lu Shu glanced at it and felt that it was just barely enough. After he has the 5 elements sacred tree, he has a more powerful ability than summoning natural disasters. However, the interesting thing about this skill is that it can turn mental power into an energy field, and it also has a certain effect on changing the energy field in the Grey World. Boss, the coordinates, 222, 222, have been determined to be a super nightmare level copy. At this time, Brother Long walked to Lu Shu and said excitedly. After some explanations and exchanges, Lu Shu realized that it turned out that the entire Sacred Tree game already knew about the appearance of the Abyss of Reincarnation. Chapter 194. Now, not only Fengyun Guild knows the news. In the entire Divine Tree game, everyone knows that at the location with coordinates, 222, 222, a super nightmare level copy has appeared. After all, at this stage, the overall strength of the Divine Tree Master is very strong, and the movement speed is getting faster and faster. Originally, the areas where everyone moved were relatively closed, and they usually moved between a few or a dozen coordinate points. Now most of the Sacred Tree Masters have the ability to span coordinate points in a wide range. The circulation of news is getting stronger and stronger. If a copy appears, everyone will naturally know about it. After the news of this super nightmare level dungeon spreads, I'm afraid the situation will be quite chaotic. Lu Shu frowned slightly. Originally, with his own plan, he just pushed the abyss of reincarnation and that was it. But because there were so many sacred tree masters known about, the strategy would inevitably attract the attention of others. No. It was so easy before. Boss, do you want to come with us? Brother. Long said sincerely, our Fengyun Guild still hopes to conclude this cooperation with you. Moreover, you can also receive the boss-killing rewards first. Lu Shu saw what the other party meant at a glance. This sentence sounded very tempting. The rewards will be received first. But when it comes to the boss battle, it will be so chaotic. Fengyun Guild wants to win over Lu Shu. Firstly, in the early stage of dungeon exploration, you can have an extra powerful combat power to intimidate other divine tree masters. Secondly, when there is a real boss battle, whoever kills the boss will get a higher reward. It's gone, the previous agreement is nothing. Lu Shu smiled lightly and said, I have other plans next, I won't accompany you. Having said that, Lu Shu left here quickly. The reason why he approached these people was just to find out the situation of Fengyun Guild. Now that Fengyun's superpowers are known, Lu Shu certainly did not follow them. Necessity. After Lu Shu's figure walked away, the young man who led the way came to Brother Long's side with a solemn face and said, Captain, this person is not simple. Why don't you try to win over him? With his strength, he should be able to initially explore the super nightmare level copy, right? Brother Long shook his head and said, do you really think he won't participate in this instance? Ah. The young man leading the way was a little confused. Didn't he say he had other plans? Fool. The white-haired girl couldn't help but knocked on the elm head of the leading boy, and explained, the super nightmare level copy appears. The other party must have been there, but he will not follow us, but has his own plan. Yes, after all, how can a true master succumb to others? Brother Long shook his head and sighed. But, compared to other members, in his heart, he vaguely guessed the identity of the other party. Could it be the Divine Tree Master? However, it should be unlikely. If it is the Divine Tree Master, do you still need to clear the Super Nightmare level dungeon? Moreover, the initial location of the Divine Tree Master should be very far away from 222. After clearing the Nightmare level dungeon, can it be done so quickly? Can you make it here in a hurry? I can't figure out the reason. But Brother Long can be sure that there will be a chance to see this master in the future. At that time, it may be the time for the other party to reveal his identity. Ding! You have obtained the Void Return Fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained the fruit of returning to the Void X1. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu opened his eyes from practicing. Are you mature? Turn around and look, the holy tree, 2 golden fruits, were born from the cultivation of Taoism. These are the fruits that advance to the realm of returning to the void. Lu Shu buried all the fruits of returning to the void. Soon. 2 subspecies spirits trees rise from the ground. Panel information appears in front of you. Return to deficiency fruit tree. Variety, subspecies spirit tree. Product, return to deficiency fruit. Cycle, 0, 5 days, 500, 1000. Remaining production times, 1. Take advantage of this half-day waiting time. Lu Shu's eyes first focused on the materials brought back from the Grey World. Scourge Lord synthesis route. Glancing at the warehouse, Lu Shu found that the synthetic materials were enough. Do you choose to synthesize the Scourge Lord? Yes. A huge white light curtain was summoned from Lu Shu's eyes. After a while, the familiar natural disaster lord appears again in this sacred tree island. However, this natural disaster lord is a member of Lu Shu's monster army. The Scourge Lord can unleash powerful AoE skills. You can also summon natural disaster beasts to attack your opponents. It is simply an extremely powerful AoE unit. Lu Shu couldn't help but sigh. With the addition of the natural disaster beast, the monster army is indeed much stronger. After all, this is an S-level lord monster, and because of the special nature of the natural disaster, its strength is preserved, and it is much stronger than the natural disaster beast the Lord of the Netherworld is complete. In terms of true combat strength, it may not be much weaker. After half a day of waiting, 2 prompts popped up in Lu Shu's ears one after another. Ding! Your deficiency-reducing fruit tree has reached the production cycle, and the deficiency-reducing fruit 100. Eat the fruit of the return to void Taoism first. At this time, Lu Shu's cultivation level has reached the 9th level of nascent soul. He is only 1 step away from the realm of returning to the void. The realization of Taoist supernatural powers has given Lu Shu enough qualifications to be promoted to the realm of returning to the void. Now, only it's time for the final initiation. Lu Shu first swallowed the fruit of the return to void Taoism. Ding! You swallowed the fruit of returning to the void and obtained the transforming the void and refining the God. In Lu Shu's mind, a technique for returning to the virtual realm suddenly appeared. This technique can be said to be top-notch among most of the techniques for cultivating immortals. It was enough for Lu Shu to cultivate to the state of returning to the void. With the support of the technique, Lu Shu gently picked 10 primary deficiency returning fruits. Fusion. Suddenly, the 10 primary void return fruits turned into one intermediate void return fruit. Sit down cross-legged, hold your breath and concentrate. When the state is adjusted to the best opportunity for breakthrough, Lu Shu swallows the intermediate deficiency returning fruit. The next second, the aura on his body rose rapidly. Chapter 195. Boom. Above the sacred tree island, clouds rapidly surged and condensed. At the same time, above Lu Shu's head, 3 enlightenment lotuses bloomed with golden light. The spiritual energy of the entire divine tree island surged rapidly and gathered throughout the body. At that moment, Lu Shu felt the aura on his body rising rapidly. Wu Tongfeng and Enlightenment Crane both cast surprised glances at Lu Shu. Obviously, he did not expect that this breakthrough would cause strange phenomena to appear in the sky of the entire sacred tree island. All of a sudden, the wind was blowing wildly and the storm was surging. Pikachu, Little White Fox and other little guys also showed curious eyes, as if they were wondering what happened to Lu Shu to condense such terrifying energy. A thunderous sound came from Lu Shu's body. Finally, his cultivation level broke through to the realm of returning to virtual reality. Turn over and grab it. The Zhuxian sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Lu Shu could clearly feel at this moment that the majestic energy contained in the Zhuxian sword became easier to control. In front of him, the magic weapon panel popped up. Zhuxian sword. Category, weapon. Grade, myth. Attributes, attack power 15,000, pierce 2050, critical hit rate 88, immune ignore 60, retaliation ignore 60, restraint ignore 60. Skill, 1 sword Zhuxian usage time limit, 1 day cooling time, 3 days. Thus, my Zhuxian sword CD time is only 2 days long. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. As soon as he used the Zhuxian sword, the countdown to the cooling time had already begun. After advancing to the return to void realm, Lu Shu's time to use the Zhuxian sword was extended to 1 day. If he entered a higher level if you are in the Hedao realm, you should be able to use Zhuxian sword casually. Without further ado, Lu Shu immediately synthesized all the primary void returning fruits into the intermediate void returning fruits. Ding! You have consumed X90 of the primary void returning fruit and synthesized X9 of the intermediate level void returning fruit. A burst of white light flashed. 9 larger and more translucent intermediate level void returning fruits appeared in Lu Shu's hands. Bite it gently, and the fresh juice lingers in your mouth. Immediately afterwards, Lu Shu felt that the cultivation level in his body was rising rapidly again. Continue. Lu Shu sat down cross-legged and began to practice. The aura on his body continued to climb towards a higher realm. However, the practice of returning to the void realm was obviously much more difficult. After swallowing 9 intermediate level returning fruits, Lu Shu's cultivation level has barely reached the second level of returning to virtual reality. My cultivation awareness is not enough. The realized 3-flower golden lotus of enlightenment needs to be further improved. In addition, the insights from actual combat experience are not enough. Lu Shu looked at his own situation and thought to himself. Open the sacred tree panel. Products, Holy Spirit Growth Fruit, Star Fruit, Miaomu Mountain Fruit. Production cycle, 4 days, 40001000, and glanced at the products of the divine tree. The Holy Spirit's growth fruit should be a God-level growth fruit or above, a fruit bred by the law of the holy tree. Star fruit, I don't know what it does. It should be related to high-level powers, at least S-level or above. Does the fruit of Miaomu Mountain have something to do with that fairyland? Lu Shu couldn't help but have some speculations in his heart. No matter what, it will be revealed after 4 more days of waiting for the fruits produced by the holy tree to reach what level. At this moment, Lu Shu several beeps popped up in his ears. Ding! You have obtained a legendary treasure chest, open it and get the divine life essence. A teleportation light curtain descended. Squirtle carried one big golden treasure box after another, teleporting back from the abyss through the temple. After this period of exploration, Squirtless have recovered most of the legendary treasure chests in the Black Sea. This large force under the deep sea also made great gains. However, what makes Lu Shu feel a little regretful is that Squirtle's current growth has reached a bottleneck. The more he explored the Black Sea, Lu Shu found that the danger factor in that sea area was not low, but there was currently no good way to improve the underwater exploration force. Just then, click. Click. Under the holy tree, a trace of shattering sounds bloomed. Your life fruit has been hatched, and you will get the fairy tide summoner Samhain, Nami, x 100. From the fruit of life, an elf similar to a mermaid hatched. Nami has the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish. Moreover, she is no ordinary mermaid, she has the blood of a special sea god clan flowing in her body. If you awaken further, you will gain the status and power of Poseidon. The potential is endless. Unexpectedly, this time the fruit of life hatched out to be Nami. Lu Shu said in surprise. A new pet panel immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Nami. Type, elf, mermaid. Abilities, breaking waves, sea confinement, impact wave, tidal blessing, tsunami. Physique, B. Speed, B. Spirit, S. Comprehensive potential, A. What surprised Lu Shu was that Nami's mental power reached S level right from the start. This is a good thing. In the Black Sea, mental power is a very important attribute. Whether it is to control the power of the sea or to deal with higher-level sea gods, spiritual power is undoubtedly the source of supernatural powers. Lu Shu also discovered that Nami has room for evolution. Perhaps these skills are just the most basic skills. But even so, Nami can already summon a tsunami from the beginning to sweep away her opponents. This is equivalent to a natural disaster-level attack. Over time, if cultivated, the effect cannot be underestimated. By the way, treasure chest. Lu Shu has not forgotten that he opened 2 legendary treasure boxes and obtained 2 god-level life essences. Do you want to use god-level life essence X2? Use. Your sacred tree has absorbed the god-level life essence, and its growth points are 5,000. Your sacred tree has absorbed the god-level life essence, and its growth points are 5,000. Chapter 196. In the blink of an eye, the production cycle of the Lu Shu sacred tree was shortened by another 2 days. It only takes 2 days to wait until the next product appears. It's time to go to Shinton Pavilion. Lu Shu stood up and his eyes moved. The next second, his figure appeared in the Shinton Pavilion. The moment he entered the Shinton Pavilion, Lu Shu suddenly found that his understanding had been greatly improved. The growth value of your Bodhi tree exceeds 100,000 points and has been upgraded to a primary holy tree. A refreshing voice echoed in Lu Shu's mind. It actually grew into a holy tree. Lu Shu opened the panel in surprise. Spiritual tree. Name, Bodhi tree. Level, Junior Holy Tree. Attributes, Comprehension 500. Enlightenment points, 101,500, 2,000 enlightenment points day. Distance to the next stage, Intermediate Holy Tree, 100,000 enlightenment points. Sure enough. After being upgraded to the primary holy tree, the attributes of the Bodhi tree have been greatly improved. It can actually provide yourself with 500 enlightenment points. No wonder my understanding has increased so much, the Bodhi tree is so powerful. Not only that, with the blessing of the Bodhi tree, the enlightenment crane just happened to break through to the nascent soul realm, and was not thrown away by Lu Shu. Use your spiritual sense to see that the spiritual roots of the enlightened crane are completely awakened at this moment. Although it looks elegant and easygoing, in fact, when it comes to fighting, it now has the ability to destroy the world and destroy the world. It is impressively the best fighting power on the island. Even the proud Wu Tongfeng looked at the enlightenment crane with a little more recognition at this moment. Get enlightened. Lu Shu saw that the pets on the island were all so motivated and the progress was astonishing. How could he fall behind these little guys? He immediately swallowed an enlightenment fruit and planned to move towards a higher level. Soon. As the enlightenment fruit was swallowed into his belly, Lu Shu suddenly felt that his consciousness began to become ethereal. His consciousness seemed vague, but he had entered a state that could only be encountered by ascetics. Road to road, very avenue. Lu Shu had a clear understanding in his heart. The so-called enlightenment is to open up a path from nothingness. If you follow the path of your predecessors, you will not be able to overcome the calamity and become an immortal. Only by realizing your own way can it be done. However, you cannot follow the path of predecessors and must open it up yourself, which is equivalent to finding an answer that no one knows, and the difficulty can be imagined. Those who are not determined in their hearts and have a unique talent for enlightenment will find it difficult to get started. Fortunately, Lu Shu with the fruit of enlightenment, you will automatically enter the state of enlightenment. This is also the divine power given by the sacred tree. Buzz. The sound of the avenue turning resounded throughout the world. The lotus of enlightenment next to Lu Shu suddenly gathered from 3 into 1. Color also changed from the original golden color to gray. It looked like it had withered and withered. Could it be that Lu Shu failed in enlightenment? No. 3 represents all things. But these all things are born from heaven and earth, corresponding to the magical power of the late nascent soul to the realm of returning to the void. If you want to move towards a higher realm, you must return to the state of chaos. At this moment, the enlightenment lotus has turned into a chaos lotus. Although it looks less bright, it is actually more close to the most essential energy of heaven and earth. Lu Shu felt that his state of returning to the second level of virtual reality suddenly relaxed, like a tightly closed valve, suddenly opened a valve, and the flood of cultivation initiation began to flow towards the valve, closed. The cultivation level that has been cultivated for a long time has slowly increased. This is something worthy of surprise. It means that Lu Shu's enlightenment has caught up with his own cultivation level. In this way, he only needs to wait until the next time the holy tree bears a more advanced cultivation level. With the fruit, you can continue to break through the realm. Ding! You have obtained Holy Spirit Growth Fruit X1. Ding! You got Star Fruit X1. Ding! You got Ntimayaboku Fruit X1. 2 days have passed like this. Lu Shu saw the prompt and was slightly stunned. He entered the state of enlightenment and was unaware of the passage of time. In Lu Shu's perception, 2 days seemed like the blink of an eye. With a thought, the figure returned instantly under the holy tree. 3 new fruits grew out. The Holy Spirit growth fruit, lingering with a breath of the Holy Spirit, seemed to be condensed from the lines of laws, making people feel a godlike personality. Star fruit, hazy dreams, when viewed from a distance, are like the Milky Way above the sacred tree island, made up of countless bright light points, showing the color of dreams. The Myamu mountain fruit is much simpler, just a white fruit, nothing special. Place. But Lu Shu sensed the purest aura of immortality from this fruit. Could it be that this is a higher-level fruit of cultivating immortals? Lu Shu buried these 3 fruits respectively. Soon, 3 subspecies spirit trees rose from the ground, extremely tall. At the same time, a new subspecies spirit tree panel appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Mayaboku Mountain Fruit Tree. Variety, subspecies spirit tree. Product, Mayaboku Mountain Fruit. Cycle, 0-5 days, 500-1000. Production times remaining, 1. Holy Spirit Growth Fruit Tree. Product, Holy Spirit Growth Fruit. Star Fruit Tree. Product, Star Fruit. Remaining production times, 1. The moon is sparse and the stars are bright. At this time, the sky of the divine tree island seems to have some kind of connection with this mysterious land. And this connection turned into the falling waterfall of the 9 heaven stars, communicating with the fairy lake on the sacred tree island. Suddenly there was a strange sound in the fairy lake. Above the lake, a mysterious atmosphere condenses. A shadow of a blue dragon, with its scales reflecting golden light, its claws extremely sharp, and its posture as noble as a god, sits in the east. A shadow of a red bird, bathed in divine fire, was born, sending out a loud phoenix cry, circulating around the world, and sitting in the south. A shadow of a white tiger sits in the south. The shadow's eyes bloomed with divine power, its whistling sound shook the sky. Its body was like a mountain, and it sat in the west. It was a basalt shadow. Its body was huge and boundless, its golden tortoise shell was indestructible, it guarded the divine general, and it sat in the north. Ding! Your fairy lake is giving birth to stars and fairy spirits. Chapter 197. The star fruit tree bursts out with mysterious star brilliance. On the sacred tree island, the stars in the night sky suddenly converged into a mysterious pattern, creating a special resonance with the 100 swaying star fruits. Immediately afterwards, in the fairy lake, figures of fairy spirits began to appear. The fairy lake absorbed the power of the stars and gave birth to the horned wood dragon. The fairy lake absorbed the power of the stars and gave birth to Jing Mayan. The fairy lake absorbed the power of the stars and Quimulang was born. The fairy lake absorbed the power of the stars and gave birth to Domohi. The fairy beasts corresponding to Qinglong, Suzaku, White Tiger, and Xuanwu respectively let out earth-shattering roars. Jayamujio, Jingmuyan, Quimulang, and Dumoha each occupy the 4 major directions of east, south, west, and north, forming a large array of stars. Unexpectedly, the fairy lake absorbed the power of the star fruit and actually communicated with the stars. This is definitely an extremely advanced energy system in the God Tree game. With the star fairies sitting on the sacred tree island, the fairy lakes can absorb the power of the stars. If I swallow the star fruit, I can also gain the power to control the stars. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly showed a hint of joy. He had not forgotten that when he was choosing talents, the first career he saw was related to the power of stars. As long as you master the power of stars, you can unlock an ancient and mysterious profession, astromancer. Lu Shu intuitively told Lu Shu that the star fruits produced by his holy tree, combined with the fairy lakes on the sacred tree island, gave birth to the star fairies. The power of the stars he controlled was absolutely it won't be that ordinary. At least, astromancer can only be regarded as an A-level profession at best, but Lu Shu can control higher-level star power, which is far more than just astromancer. It is very possible that there will be a chance to unlock more rare and mysterious profession. Try swallowing the star fruit. Lu Shu's gaze was focused on the star fruit tree. Soon, an item panel popped up in front of him. Star fruit. Type, super power fruit. Level, S-level. Function, swallowing this fruit can gain control of S-level star power. By the way, can star fruit be used to synthesize it? This idea suddenly appeared in Lu Shu's mind. If the star fruit is just a pure superpower fruit, then taking it would be equivalent to gaining an S-level superpower at most. Of course, being able to obtain S-level superpowers, it's already quite extraordinary. But Lu Shu plans to use the power of the stars himself. Therefore, his requirements for the level of the superpower will only be higher. Try it. Lu Shu had an attitude of trying and chose synthesis. You consumed X10 star fruit and synthesized X1 star fruit. Star fruit. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. Is there any difference between these two fruits? Look at the panel carefully and take a look. There is really a difference. Although taking star fruit and star fruit are essentially the same, it is to increase the power of stars. However, starry sky fruit obtains SS-level star power. The corresponding power is naturally SS-level abilities. If I synthesize 10 starry sky fruits, and then use these 10 starry sky fruits to synthesize one fruit, will I get SSS-level powers? Lu Shu's breathing suddenly became rapid. This may be the first time he has obtained an SSS-level power. Moreover, the power of the starry sky is a high-level energy in a god tree game, and the effect is definitely not that simple. You consumed X90 star fruit and synthesized X9 star fruit. A burst of white light flashed, and soon, 10 starry sky fruits appeared in Lu Shu's hand. Now comes the final step. Choose synthesis. You consumed X10 of the starry sky fruit and synthesized X1 of the starry sea fruit. Was the synthesis actually successful? Lu Shu's eyes lit up. He called up the panel and took a closer look. Sure enough. The star sea fruit can allow Lu Shu to obtain SSS-level star power. Not only that, swallowing the star sea fruit can also activate ancient star magic. The supreme classics of the master obtained ancient inheritance. The next second, Lu Shu swallowed the star sea fruit without hesitation. At that moment, the nine heavens galaxy turned into a waterfall, falling to Lu Shu's body, tempering his whole body. His life level and perception ability have been transformed and sublimated at this moment. Using his mental power, Lu Shu found that he can now communicate with the power of the stars. He raised his right hand slightly. Endless starlight condensed into Lu Shu, picking stars with one hand. There is no one like me in the world. The dazzling stars of the Milky Way turned into particles of light, gathered in Lu Shu's hands, and waved it out with a single palm. Boom! The terrifying energy destroyed the earth. Covering the sky, it shot straight towards the sea in the distance. This. Lu Shu was extremely surprised. With just a slight mobilization of the power of the stars, it has such terrifying destructive power. Before using it, Lu Shu had no idea that the power of the stars could cause such a huge attack power. Next time the battle for the sacred tree island begins. I feel like I can sit on my own sacred tree island, use the power of the stars from a distance, and bombard my opponents. After all, the power of this starry sky can be mobilized by Lu Shu. When the battle for the sacred tree island begins, the islands are connected together, so they are also in the same starry sky. As long as the stars are located, Lu Shu can mobilize the power of the stars and transform them into high-level energy bombardment methods. When the time comes, just bombard the sacred tree island and that's it. What surprised Lu Shu most was that the power of the stars also had the effect of immunity and immunity. At this stage, his immunity and immunity could reach 75. Coupled with the Tianji formation on the divine tree island, Lu Shu can completely achieve 100 immunity and ignore it. This power is completely comparable to supernatural powers. However, at this moment, Lu Shu discovered that his power of stars had faintly affected another part of the sacred tree masters. That part of the sacred tree masters seemed to be able to use the power of the stars on the sacred tree island. After all, more than one person has the profession of astromancer. It is a rare profession, but it is not the only profession. The moment Lu Shu controlled the power of the stars, the other divine tree masters in the divine tree game also felt. Chapter 198. Star Pavilion. The sacred tree masters here generally have to master the power of the stars to join this guild's organization. Strictly speaking, there are only a dozen people in this guild, so it is not considered a large-scale organization. But because the quality of the sacred tree masters is high enough, a small group of high-quality people has been formed, so it has a certain influence. At this time. Star Pavilion, Guild Interface Chat Box. Have you ever felt that the stars on the Divine Tree Island seem to have changed? Chenhua, do you feel it too? I noticed that the power of the stars I controlled suddenly became much smaller. No, it seemed like it had been robbed by someone. Yuxuanji, someone has awakened a very high level of star power, so all the star power we can control has become weaker. Mr. Yu, you actually came out. Chenhua, I didn't expect to alert Mr. Yu. Can you tell us what's going on? I can't understand why my star power is weakened even though it's good. In addition to Yu and Chenhua, other members of the Star Pavilion also came forward one after another. Next to Yuxuanji's ID, there is a president logo. It shows that he is also one of the founders of Xingqian Pavilion. Of course, the person who can become the guild leader and lead the astromancers will not be that simple. In fact, Yuxuanji has also been on the ranking list, and has reached the top 50. In the eyes of other sacred tree masters, he is considered a boss. Yuxuanji, haven't you noticed that our sacred tree island is actually located in the same world? A world? Chenhua, I can probably understand what Mr. Yu means. Didn't the battle for the divine tree island break out some time ago? Whenever we end the invasion of the Grey World, the scope of the divine tree island will expand. If there are different divine trees, if the islands of the division are connected together, then a battle will be triggered, indicating that we are in the same world. But does this have anything to do with the weakening of the power of the stars? Chenhua, I guess it's because the star power we use comes from the same starry sky and has constant energy. Suppose there is an astrologer who awakens a very high-level star power, then naturally it will come from our hands take away this part of the energy, right, Mr. Yu? Yuxuanji, Hua's explanation is right, that's pretty much it. Doesn't that mean that in addition to our guild and the Star Pavilion, there are other sacred tree masters who have awakened very high-level star power? Yuxuanji, according to my astrology, it is indeed the case. Chenhua, Mr. Yu's astrological predictions will not be wrong. In this case, there is indeed a very powerful astrologist appearing. No matter how awesome you are, you can't be as awesome as our fish, right? Yuxuanji, no, I can feel that the power of the stars this astromancer masters is far superior to mine. How is this possible? Chenhua, Mr. Yu, you are an S-level star power holder. How can there be someone far above you? Yuxuanji, I won't be wrong, because my star power is much less than you think, and it has been weakened by at least 30. 30%. Mr. Yu, are you really not joking? Chenhua, it is estimated that the more power of the stars, the more power will be felt when it is taken away. We are pretty good. If we reach SS level, the perception will be more obvious. Who on earth is so powerful that he can extract 30 of the power of the stars from Mr. Yu's hands? When Yu sent this message, the entire star was shocked. Everyone fell silent. No one knows which divine tree master can reach this level. Such a strong person is obviously not in Xingqian Pavilion. If you are a sacred tree master with the astromancer profession, you must know the existence of the Star Pavilion. But since he didn't choose to join, he just doesn't like the guild of Xingqian Pavilion. Of course, Yuxuanji and other astral magicians will not feel any dissatisfaction with this. With their strength, why should they join the guild? Woolen cloth. But what worried everyone in the Star Pavilion was that the power of the stars was suddenly divided too much. It's a bit unacceptable. Some of their originally usable skills have been weakened and can no longer be used. This is a huge blow to Xingqian Pavilion. Yuxuanji, I will try to find this astrologer in the near future. However, don't imitate me. Be careful with your recent actions. Received. Chenhua, got it. Other members, roger that. Except for Xingqian Pavilion. There was another person who frowned slightly when Lu Shu awakened the power of the stars. That's right. This person is Mu Yu Tingfeng. Why do I feel that the recent predictions have a very strong magnetic field that is disturbing me? Mu Yutingfeng took a deep breath and looked at the sky of the sacred tree island. The superpower was a bit ineffective. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. In fact, any predicted superpower would be more or less the same as the starry sky. Or less related. No matter which civilization, there were specialized astrologers in ancient times to predict the future for mankind. If this profession appeared in only a few civilizations, it can be said to be a coincidence. But there are many in history. All civilizations in the world have the profession of astrologers, who rely on the movement of the stars to predict the unspeakable future. Many coincidences come together, and it is not just a coincidence. As a prediction-type psychic, Mu Yutingfeng also has a certain sense. The next second, she tried to activate the skill, trying to find the answer. As a result, suddenly, Mu Yutingfeng's face turned pale instantly. Ahem. After this horoscope, Mu Yutingfeng couldn't help but vomit blood, and her eyes were full of horror. This feeling is so familiar. Chapter 199. Mu Yutingfeng couldn't help but feel depressed. Why did I vomit blood again when I was making predictions this time? Why say again? Secret. Another secret. Mu Yutingfeng couldn't help but feel a little speechless. The last time he made a prophecy, he was counterattacked by Tianji. After that lesson, Mu Yutingfeng became more careful when using his powers. Who knew, this time when predicting changes, he unexpectedly encountered the backlash of Tianji. The feeling of this attribute made Mu Yutingfeng feel aggrieved. He could guess thunder twice in the same place. Didn't he prove that he was a fool in disguise? What is going on? A deep doubt emerged in Mu Yutingfeng's mind. She felt that the stars in the sky of the divine tree island seemed to have changed. But when she tried to find the answer, she was counterattacked by the secret. Taking a deep breath, Mu Yutingfeng spoke in Mu Yu Pavilion. The exploration plan for the nightmare-level dungeon is temporarily cancelled. Everyone in Mu Yu Pavilion felt a little strange. Not long ago, Sister Mu didn't go to the super nightmare-level dungeon that caused a lot of fuss in the divine tree game. Then wouldn't this mean that Fengyun Guild would continue to increase its arrogance? As everyone knows, Mu Yutingfeng actually sensed that if he went to the super nightmare-level dungeon this time, not only would there be no gains, but it might be a sign of great misfortune. This feeling was quite obvious, and after being backlashed by Tianji this time, Mu Yutingfeng was sure that this was not a good time to step into this muddy water. Moreover, Mu Yutingfeng also predicted that the winner of the super nightmare level copy had been destined for a long time. Others had no chance anyway. Just wait and see. Mu Yutingfeng said secretly. Only by looking at what happens next can we know what happened in a divine tree game. I can communicate with the power of the stars. Lu Shu gently stretched out his hand, and the 9-day star curtain fell down, reflecting the fairy lake into a dream. It was like the Milky Way in the sky falling into the world. The 28-star fairy spirits located in the four corners absorbed the power of the stars and could release the power of the formation. Now, Lu Shu has temporarily awakened the 4-star fairy spirits. If all the 28-star spirits are awakened, then the 4 legendary beasts can be summoned to sit on the sacred tree island. By then, Lu Shu's sacred tree island will add more powerful combat power. The appearance of the constellation fairy will also enable Lu Shu's star power to exert stronger abilities. Now, if I use all my strength to strike with the power of the stars, it may not be worse than the immortal killing sword. To deal with the super nightmare level boss, I have one more bargaining chip in my hand. Lu Shu secretly said in his heart. Subsequently, Lu Shu's eyes were set on the Holy Spirit growth fruit tree. Or give it to Nami. With a thought in his mind, Lu Shu made a decision. Although there is still some time before the next invasion of the Grey World, considering the next exploration of the Black Sea, Nami needs to quickly get into actual combat and conduct training. Now, Nami's level is still too low. It will be very dangerous if it enters the Black Sea. As for other pets, their combat effectiveness is already very strong and can be used in any actual combat. Lu Shu still plans to speed up the progress of pet training. If Nami cannot follow Jenny, if turtles and turtles go to the Black Sea together, their actual combat experience will be much different, and their tacit understanding of cooperation may not be perfect. Nami, go swallow the fruit of the growth of the Holy Spirit. Lu Shu said. 100 Nami, after hearing Lu Shu's instructions, were overjoyed and came to the side of the Holy Spirit growth fruit tree. They pointed to the fruit with endless charm on the tree in unison, their eyes there is something incredible in it. It seems to be saying, is this something we can eat? Eat it. Lu Shu smiled and noticed Nami's character. These guys are not confident enough in themselves. It was also because Nami felt that the friends on the Divine Tree Island were very strong. It was like standing in a group of bosses. In the middle, like a trembling newbie, they feel unconfident about themselves. Pikachu, Little White Fox, etc. are already mature pets, and they are naturally willing to let their new friends swallow the fruit. Seeing this, Nami also didn't after hesitating again, each of them divided a Holy Spirit growth fruit and swallowed it. Not long after, all the Nami ate the fruit. Suddenly, a mysterious aura came from Nami's body. And out. At that moment, the ancient Poseidon bloodline revived from Nami's body. The scales on Nami's surface fell off layer by layer. From the mermaid tribe, she became the princess of the sea. That's right. Hi, the blood of the emperor. Nami, who was originally the most ordinary mermaid tribe, now, after completely awakening the blood of the Poseidon, has become the most powerful race in the sea royal clan. A wonderful song suddenly circulates between heaven and earth. The sacred tree the sea near the island suddenly set off huge waves that shot straight into the sky. The control power of this seawater power may reach SS level. Lu Shu's eyes showed a trace of surprise. Based on the initial judgment of Nami's attack power, it can be basically judged that if you wait until the next battle for the Sacred Tree Island, you only need to send Nami to control nearby. The seawater may be able to completely flood the opponent's Sacred Tree Island. It's enough to imagine how terrifying the power has reached. Pikachu, the little white fox and other little guys looked at Nami with a look in their eyes. A trace of surprise. Why did Nami suddenly become so powerful? Lu Shu's pets have reached a certain level of mental power. It can be clearly sensed that Nami's strength has changed in a very short period of time. Huge transformation. Are the friends fighting power too fierce? 1 second they were newbies, and now they have become bosses. At the same time, the pet panel appeared in front of Lu Shu. Nami. Type, Elf, Sea Royal Family. Abilities, Breaking Waves, Sea Confinement, Impact Wave, Tidal Blessing, Tsunami, Sound of Nature, New, Destroying Storm, New, Wrath of the Sea King, New. Physique, S. Speed, S. Spirit, SS. Comprehensive Potential, SS. Chapter, 200. It is indeed the fruit of the growth of the Holy Spirit. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Just swallowing one was enough to increase Nami's potential to SS level. It's not much different from Squirtle. Teleport to the Black Sea for some training. Lu Shu thought. 100 Nami immediately passed through the teleportation array and headed to the Black Sea, preparing to meet up with Squirtle. Poseidon Temple. A teleporting light curtain fell. All the Nami appeared in the Poseidon Palace, looking at the surrounding environment with curious eyes. Lu Shu said, "This is where you will need to fight in the future. Go and join Squirtle." At this moment, far away in the sea 100 miles away from the palace, Squirtle is engaged in a fierce battle with more than a dozen Poseidon clans. In the Black Sea, the wild and violent water surged crazily and turned into a huge wave, trying to engulf Squirtle. More than a dozen Poseidon tribes chanted ancient Poseidon mantras together, summoning the power of the Black Sea to attack. "Despicable foreigners, don't even think about invading our waters," the Poseidon clan said angrily. The next second, the Poseidon clan seemed to have touched the nearby ancient restriction. Boundless murderous intent suddenly covered the entire sea area. These Poseidon clan actually have such means. Through resonance, Lu Shu has actually been participating in this battle. He frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, the Poseidon clan used a method similar to the killing array. The nearby sea area was all shrouded in the killing array, as if to kill all enemies in this area. Squirtle uses the power of water fruit. Lu Shu commanded. The water fruit's superpower can transform all things into water elements. With this move, there is a certain chance to break through the killing array. However, the power of the killing array has not been reduced at all. Your water fruit power is invalid. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Lu Shu frowned slightly, realizing that this killing formation was not that simple. Now, 100 Squirtless are trapped in a killing spree, and they must find a way to break it. Stupid intruders, you are dead this time. Feel the fear of being dominated by Poseidon. Ha ha ha, you dare to occupy the temple of our Poseidon clan, you will definitely pay the price. The Poseidon showed a wild smile. In their eyes, this carefully arranged plan and attack will 100 achieve great results. They only need to wait until the killing array is put away. In the hands of the tree, the Poseidon palace was snatched back. Suddenly, an ancient and obscure mantra was chanted in the distance. As the sound sounded, the seawater in the entire sea area began to surge violently. This bloodline. Sea royal family. The expressions of all the enemies of the Poseidon clan changed instantly. They felt that a more transcendent power appeared in the sea. The bloodline of the Poseidon Emperor, which was superior to all races, suddenly burst out with heart-stopping power. All the Poseidons couldn't help but feel the trembling in their blood, and instinctively crawled and trembled. It turned out to be the Sea Royal family. Damn it, why would the Sea Royal family side with the enemy? It must be that damn illusionist who used spiritual powers to control the Sea Royal family. That's right. We must rescue the great Sea Royal family. Lu Shu's mental strength noticed the Poseidon clan's intention and he almost laughed out loud. Everything belongs to you, what are you thinking? Is this group of Poseidon clan's brains broken? Nami, deal with them. Lu Shu immediately ordered. That's right. This transcendent power comes from Nami. Feeling the battle in the distant sea, Nami quickly came to the battlefield under Lu Shu's guidance. With the ancient the chant spread throughout the entire sea area. Nami controlled the nearby Black Sea and suddenly swept the Poseidon clan. No. The faces of the Poseidon clan suddenly changed. The terrifying wave destroyed all the killing arrays they had arranged. The entire formation became fragmented. 100 squirtless were also freed from the killing array. Jenny. The squirtless all expressed their thanks. At the same time, they also cast curious glances at the newly arrived Nami. They were surprised and pleasantly surprised. With the addition of Nami, the squirtless will have an easier time dealing with the Poseidon clan in the future. There are so many. The Poseidon clan is not so easily eliminated. After the killing array was destroyed, they quickly adjusted their formation and prepared to set up the killing array again. However, how could Lu Shu give them a chance? Nami, use Poseidon's wrath. Lu Shu's eyes flashed and he said quickly. Nami awakened as the princess of the sea, and the most powerful skill she gained was the wrath of the Sea Emperor. The next second, this sea area was like boiling magma. Nami's the blood on his body boiled like an erupting volcano, instantly igniting the entire sea area. The dead Black Sea was burned into gilded hot magma by this pure and incomparable bloodline of the Poseidon. All the Poseidon clan felt this power, and their faces changed. Suddenly changed. How is it possible for the mighty Sea God clan? It's over, the Sea Royal family has rebelled. This news must be given to the Lord God later. No, you despicable traitors, I will definitely. However, there was no waiting for the Poseidon clan to transmit the information back. The hot gilded magma suddenly spread rapidly in the sea area, covering the whole body of the Poseidon in an instant. More than a dozen Poseidon tribesmen, who had no ability to resist, were instantly killed. This is simply divine power. Lu Shu couldn't help but sigh. Nami's skills really surprised him. The bloodline of the Sea Royal family is top-notch in the Black Sea. It can even suppress the Sea God clan. After all, these Sea God clan are not orthodox. The gods are just self-proclaimed. In fact, in terms of the degree of awakening of their bloodline, they are far inferior to Nami who took the Holy Spirit growth fruit and transformed into the Princess of the Sea. 100 Princesses of the Sea. Put in the Black Sea, I don't know if there is such a thing. What a powerful combat power. After killing more than a dozen Poseidon clans, Lu Shu also gained an unexpected harvest. Ding! You have collected the legendary skill illustration, Black Sea Killing Formation. Chapter 201. Do you want to study? Yes. The next second. A new skill panel popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Black Sea Killing Formation. Level, Legendary. Type, Formation. Description, activate the power of the Black Sea to create a killing array. Enemies trapped in the array will be suppressed by the Black Sea. It turned out to be to mobilize the power of the Black Sea. Lu Shu showed a thoughtful expression. These killing formations are of a very high level. Even if he has the Poseidon's gift, he cannot resist the power of this killing formation. If it were just an ordinary Poseidon clan, he would definitely not be able to obtain this. Waiting for the formation. It means that behind these dozen enemies who came to intercept and kill Squirtle, there may be higher-level existences in the Black Sea, secretly giving instructions. Lu Shu came to the Black Sea, got a Poseidon palace, and killed so many Poseidon clan must have alerted a more unpredictable existence in the Black Sea. As for who the enemy is, it's hard to say. But Lu Shu can be sure that the other party has definitely noticed him, and has already noticed him. Looking for a way to eliminate it. The exploration of the Black Sea will become more dangerous in the future. However, the addition of Haihuang Ji has increased the strength of Lu Shu's Black Sea exploration force by more than one level. This makes Lu Shu feel more confident about himself chips, and added a little more confidence. Keep exploring. Next. Lu Shu asked Nami to follow Squirtle and began to explore nearby. Facing the unknown enemy, Lu Shu had to train Nami's fighting consciousness as soon as possible. After the failure of these dozen Poseidon tribes, in the short term inside, these enemies should not dare to come to the door. How dare the nearby magic fish stay nearby after this battle? This sea area has become a lot cleaner. There are only a few magic fish, and Lu Shu after finding it, it will be used specifically to train Nami's combat experience. When the next battle for the island begins, go to deeper waters, and there may be hope to find out the person behind this black sea. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu's eyes were set on Miamu mountain fruit. Information about this fruit appeared in front of me. Myokiyama fruit. Type, talent fruit. Function, it can open or improve the talent of cultivating immortals and enhance the qualifications. Creatures without any talent for cultivating immortals can also unlock spiritual intelligence. It turned out to be the fruit of increasing qualifications. Lu Shu's eyes flashed secretly. Any living being, that is to say, if his pet eats this fruit, can it also unlock the talent of cultivating immortals? Lu Shu thought for a while, but finally did not give it to his pet. The number of Miamu mountain fruits, there are too few. Moreover, their pets mainly rely on evolution rather than cultivating immortals. Therefore, swallowing the fruit of Miamu mountain seems to have no effect. However, Lu Shu himself can swallow this fruit, increasing the check out the qualifications for cultivating immortals. Try it. Lu Shu picked a Miamu mountain fruit, put it in his mouth and took a bite. When he just bit it, the extremely fresh juice immediately filled the tip of his tongue. It was the most natural sweetness. When Lu Shu swallowed the fruit the moment he took it, the pores all over his body seemed to be open, greedily breathing in the spiritual energy around him. The speed of cultivation became faster than before. Not only that. Lu Shu also felt that his own understanding, there has been a certain improvement in various aspects such as cultivation and proficiency in magical powers. If it was the fruit that helped Lu Shu open the door to immortality in the past, then, after swallowing the Miamu mountain fruit, the door becomes wider. Now, the speed of cultivation in all aspects, including growth rate, etc., has all become much faster. Although there is no obvious increase in cultivation, Lu Shu feels that now he only needs to swallow fewer fruits to reach greater heights. High Realm. In the past, Lu Shu might have had to swallow 10 intermediate-level void-returning fruits to be promoted to the second level of void-returning fruit, but if it were now, 5 would be enough. This is the benefit of qualifications. Ding. You swallowed a Myo-Mushin fruit, your qualifications 20. Ding. You swallowed a Myo-Mushin fruit, your qualifications 19. Ding. You swallowed a Myo-Mushin fruit, and your qualifications are 18. Several prompts popped up in succession. Lu Shu unexpectedly discovered that every time he swallowed a Miamu mountain fruit, the increase in his qualifications would decrease a little. In other words, after taking about 20 fruits, the qualifications are almost at their peak. It can be said to be a bit of a pity. Lu Shu tried to synthesize it, but found that this kind of fruit could not be synthesized. There seems to be no better way. After swallowing all the fruits of Miamu mountain, Lu Shu opened his qualifications. Qualifications, Heaven Level Mid. Level. This new index can be understood as a comprehensive evaluation of talent. Among them, Tian level is already the top match of talent. Although it is still a little far away from the real top-level talent, the middle-grade heaven-level talent is still a little behind, but who knows whether the sacred tree will be able to produce better fruits in the future. By then, your qualifications may be able to rise to another level. Just when Lu Shu turned his head, he suddenly found that the enlightenment crane had come to his side at some point, looking longingly at Lu Shu, the Miamu mountain fruit beside him. Obviously, this fruit has a great attraction to the enlightenment crane. Do you want to eat too? Lu Shu couldn't help but become happy. The enlightenment crane hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. The stubborn look on his face, and the greedy look on his face in the end made Lu Shu couldn't help but smile, put out the Miamu mountain fruit and said, "Eat as much as you can." The enlightened crane was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly pulled his neck, threw the fruit into the air, and swallowed it in one gulp. Good guy. Lu Shu's eyelids twitched when he saw that the elegant and easygoing crane actually had such a look on his face. He was stunned. Isn't this afraid of getting stuck in his neck? Thinking that the enlightened crane has cultivated to the Yuanian realm, it is no longer what it looks like on the outside. Simple, Lu Shu was relieved. However, what surprised Lu Shu was that the enlightenment crane actually ate 30 fruits before stopping, which was more than himself. This showed that this guy's upper limit of qualifications was actually higher than his own. Lu Shu suddenly regretted swallowing so many Miaomu mountain fruits for the Enlightenment Crane. He felt like he had to catch up. Chapter 202. Open the Sacred Tree panel. Products: Holy Spirit Growth Fruit, Tao Mark Fruit, Intermediate Void Return Fruit. Production cycle: 6 days, 600010000. Since the end of the last product, the products of the Divine Tree panel have been updated again. Tao Pattern Fruit. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The Growth Fruit and the Void Return Fruit are very familiar. But the Tao One fruit is a new kind of fruit. What is the function of this fruit? Lu Shu gradually discovered that when his Divine Tree upgraded to after the Holy Tree stage, the content of the products becomes more and more abundant. Maybe this fruit can bring you some surprises. Grey Realm. Coordinates Sadface 222. Location: Abyss of Reincarnation. Danger Coefficient: SSS-level. Boss: Lord of Reincarnation, Super Nightmare level. Description: This is an abyss with no return. The moment you step into reincarnation, the best make a realization you can never come back from. The huge mouth of the abyss with a radius of 10,000 meters spans the gray world with coordinates 222. The surrounding fog spreads, and a cold breath is projected from the entrance of the hole. But beside this abyss, many figures have been stationed. Divine Tree Masters from all over the world gathered here and set up camp to see what happened. Among them, there are many Divine Tree Masters from various major guilds. Of course, there are also a small number of Sacred Tree Masters who are casual cultivators, but are quite powerful. They come to this Super Nightmare level copy to see if they can get some benefits. Each group maintained a certain distance. Everyone looked at different groups with vigilance. Obviously, this group of Sacred Tree Masters did not regard each other as their own people at all, but regarded each other as terrifying monsters like the Grey World. After all, in this survival game, whoever can obtain the most resources will have a greater chance of reaching the end. And the same Divine Tree Master is a competitor. At this moment, a silent figure arrived here. The man's figure was completely hidden in the darkness, and he moved alone, coming and going freely. Even after passing several Divine Tree Masters, no one could discover his location. After the Shadow Assassin was upgraded to Extraordinary Level 6, his strength was indeed extraordinary. Seeing that no one saw him, Lu Shu nodded slightly. Then, a professional panel appeared in front of him. Occupation. Name: Shadow Assassin. Level: Extraordinary Level 6, upgraded to Level 9. Attributes: Attack Power 520, Speed 1020, Dodge 375. Available skill points: 2. Skills. Integrate into the night, LV5 in the dark, blend into the night, immune to 100 physical damage, movement speed 200, and obtain that stealth effect. Shadow Escape, LV4 teleport within a range of 5,000 meters. Shadow Movement Speed, LV5 transform into a shadow, movement speed 500. Demon Knife 1000 Blades, LV8 your weapon blade can be split into 1,000 fragments, each fragment causing 40 damage to the enemy. Shadow Kill, LV6 summon a shadow, gain 80 of the body's attack power and full stealth effect, and assassinate the enemy. Killing Shadow Knife, LV23 your weapon can be attached with the attribute effect of Killing Shadow, with 75 immunity and ignore. Duration, 51 minutes, cooling time, 1h. After this period of time, enough Dark Night fruits have been accumulated. After Lu Shu carried out a wave of synthesis and swallowed it all at once, the level of the Shadow Assassin also reached the extraordinary 6th level. During this period, no new skills were unlocked, so Lu Shu evenly distributed the remaining skill points to strengthen his comprehensive ability. Among them, the skill of integrating into the night unlocks the new attribute of Secret when it is upgraded to level 5. This ability makes it impossible for other Divine Tree Masters to detect their own existence unless they can defeat themselves. Unless the opponent has the mental skills to eliminate illusions, Lu Shu's perception range is very large. After absorbing several waves of Divine Fire and Search Torches, his perception range has reached 3,000 meters. Even if you don't summon Pikachu and Little White Fox, you can still sense faraway locations in the Grey World. Far superior to most Divine Tree Masters. Therefore, all the Sacred Tree Masters who could detect their own existence were bypassed by Lu Shu. Even if Dark Knight arrives here, he may not be able to do better than Lu Shu in the fields of concealment and assassin-type abilities. Gee, it's really lively here. At a glance, from observing this way, Lu Shu could at least judge that there were thousands of Divine Tree Masters here. On the way, he also saw several members of the Fengyun Guild through the system panel. I heard that the members of this guild have spread all over the Grey World, and it is estimated that it will take a long time to arrive. If everyone gathers here, it is estimated that the scale will reach tens of thousands. So many forces gather here, just to conquer a copy. This scene is unprecedented. This time, we, the Dark Knight Alliance, must avenge our past humiliation and fight for a turnaround. After entering, if anyone dares to go against us, we will kill them directly without any instructions. Especially the people from Mu Pavilion. If you see one, kill one for me. Suddenly, Lu Shu noticed obscure mental fluctuations coming from an area surrounded by shadows. Lu Shu immediately went to investigate and immediately discovered the Divine Tree Master of the Dark Knight Alliance. Moreover, Dark Knight actually came over. Listen to this. The meaning of the paragraph is that Yi seems to have formed some kind of blood feud with Mu Pavilion during this period. However, Ye's arrogant attitude of killing everyone on sight, I'm afraid this guild can't go far. At this stage, God Shu Yushi's guild has become the world's leader, and Mu Pavilion's momentum has been suppressed. Is it the Dark Knight's sacred tree? It should be interesting. The corner of Lu Shu's mouth curled up slightly. The upgrade speed of his own shadow assassin has been a bit slow now. Now, there are many people and it is difficult for Lu Shu to take action against Dark Knight. When the dungeon comes, this sacred tree, we need to make good arrangements. Chapter 203. Everyone, we have explored this copy and what it is about. At this moment, a video popped up on the public screen of the Divine Tree game. Posted by Fengyun. As the president of Fengyun Guild, this Divine Tree Master has been extremely popular recently. When he just released the video, this attracted everyone's attention. Lu Shu's mind moved and he clicked on the video. In the picture, a man wearing a Western cowboy suit appeared. He lowered the brim of his hat, making it difficult to see his true face. He spoke with a slightly heavy and serious expression. Said in a tone of voice. Opening the abyss of reincarnation requires a special pass. Based on the abilities of the prophecy system, we speculate that there should be other sub-dungeons derived from this dungeon, and you can get the pass. Everyone, you can search the surrounding dungeons to see if you can find the location of the pass. If you have a companion who has obtained a pass, you might as well act together and hang out with me, Fengyun, and I can give you priority in allocating more resources. When this video was released, people below started discussing it. Do you still need a pass? No wonder no one can explore this dungeon after so long. It turns out that a pass is needed. It's interesting. This is the first time I've encountered a copy with such a high threshold. I heard that there is a barrier at the entrance of the abyss that blocks others and cannot be broken through using any powers. It seems that only specific props can eliminate this barrier. I guess that the people in the Fengyun Guild didn't get the real passes and keys, so they released them. Yes, if you can get a pass, you will definitely choose to make a fortune silently. Who would choose to publish it? Even Fengyun Guild can't find the pass, so what will we do if no one can find it? What can be done? I guess I have no choice but to go home. In fact, this key is naturally in Lu Shu's hands. Ever since he obtained the mark of reincarnation, Lu Shu himself is the key. However, he was not in a hurry to open the seal of the barrier. The momentum now is too great, so I plan to wait for a while. During this period, Lu Shu began to observe the surrounding situation nearby, and at the same time wrote down some sacred tree masters. No one came from Mu Pavilion. Xingshan Pavilion is a bit interesting. This guild is mainly composed of astromancers, and I also awakened the ability of astromancers not long ago. I don't know what the strength of the strongest member of this guild is. Fengyun Guild has more than 20 S-level tree masters. Even the Dark Knight Alliance only has 3 S-level tree masters. There are also some big names in the rankings, as well as some S-level sacred tree masters who cannot be hidden, and they are now here. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. S-class divine tree masters, placed in the Grey World, are already very powerful in combat. Their strength is equivalent to that of an abyss-level boss. Well, in Lu Shu's eyes, they are probably equivalent to small monsters. Level, right? However, S-class tree masters already have the ability to clear the dungeon alone, and their abilities are different from those of monsters in the Grey World. They are more difficult and difficult to deal with. This group of tree masters, when placed in a dungeon, are all it may cause unknown trouble to yourself. As time goes by, the number of sacred tree masters who come to the abyss of samsara is increasing. Among them, Fengyun Guild is leading the guild members to search for the location of the pass nearby. Also some divine tree masters stood still and watched from the other side. They seemed to be indifferent to whether the abyss could be opened, and they just came to join in the fun. Some guilds with grievances even started fighting nearby. The scene was so lively. The abyss, the area is so large that just by being stationed around it, many different areas can be divided. Friction among the sacred tree masters also started nearby, and the disputes continued. However, when these sacred tree masters started fighting, I discovered that a particularly strange phenomenon was happening nearby. Whenever the sacred tree masters started fighting, there always seemed to be a lurking shadow wandering nearby, and very strange things happened. That is, once when any high-level sacred tree master is about to perish, there will always be a black shadow sneaking into the melee silently and killing the high-level sacred tree master. But the opponent's soul is still it was strangely sucked in. This incident made all the sacred tree masters feel numb. Some people said that this may be the power of the abyss of reincarnation. Originally, these sacred tree masters kept certain trump cards when they started the war. It is not a real matter of life and death. Even if they are forced into a dangerous state, they still have trump cards to protect themselves. But the strange thing is that most of the sacred tree masters can't even use their trump cards before they die, and they are killed by the black shadow mysteriously took away lives. Some of the divine tree master guilds saw their friends killed in battle, and they were so angry that they went on a killing spree, making the casualties even more serious. There were also some rational guilds who realized that something was wrong and left this mess as soon as possible. Water. Damn it. This can't be that bastard in Yi who is doing something behind his back. It may have something to do with the assassination and shadow powers, but what the hell is that soul? I remember Dark Knight doesn't have such powers. Who knows if the divine tree master he killed had powers similar to those of the necromancer? Depend on. This abyss reincarnation still cannot be opened. I haven't seen the copy yet, but quite a few people in the guild have died. If I had known better, I wouldn't have come to this damn place. It's such a mess. When Yi saw this conversation, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. How could he blame his Dark Knight alliance for everything? During this period, Yi asked the members of the guild to keep a low profile, and everyone was under his nose. No one moved. I want to see who is impersonating my Yi name. Dark Knight's eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous look. This is undoubtedly a very high-level shadow assassin ability. But besides the Dark Knight Alliance, who else has such an ability? Chapter 204. The harvest this time is quite a lot. The Grey World, a remote and uninhabited corner. Lu Shu raised the corners of his mouth slightly. In front of him, several corpses of divine tree masters appeared. That's right. The figure that appeared in the melee was none other than Lu Shu. Anyway, these divine tree masters are all going to die. Rather than die in the hands of others and disappear from this game from now on, it is better to become a member of your own undead army. Fusion with more powerful monsters, these sacred tree masters become undead in the future, he will even be able to display more powerful abilities than he did in life. For example, immunity to normal attacks. For such a rare attribute, Lu Shu usually places it on his most advanced undead army. After a week of mopping up, Lu Shu has plundered the souls of more than 50 sacred tree masters to refine the undead. And his strongest undead has reached the SS level. This is due to the level of the necromancer, which has also been upgraded to the extraordinary 6th level. Finished all this, Lu Shu opened the panel. Occupation. Name, Necromancer. Level, Super Level 6, upgrade to Level 9. Attributes, Spirit 1500, Perception 500, Magic 3000, Special Perception 150. Available skill points, 2. Skills. Undead Perception, LV2 you can sense the breath of the undead within a range of 5,000 meters. Undead Magic, LV10 consumes spiritual power and magic power to summon an undead with an SS level danger coefficient. Undead Control, LV11 you can control undead whose danger coefficient is SS and below. Undead Storm, LV11 control up to 4,500 surrounding undead with danger coefficients below SS level, and attack the corresponding target. Undead Refining, LV10 you can collect the recently deceased souls of the living and refine them into undead for control. The higher the level of the living, the stronger the refined souls will be. You can refine souls with a risk factor of up to SS level. Disappear, LV20 designate an area, and everything in this area will disappear in the long river of time. If this area existed in its past form, it would completely collapse, range of 500 meters, cooling time of 2 minutes. Undead Control, professional exclusive defeat an undead, completely control it with mental power, and cultivate undead monsters. What a hell, while we were fighting, the corpses nearby disappeared. Our guild has also encountered such a situation. This ghost place is really evil. Is it someone from the Dark Knight Alliance who is responsible? It's probably them. Not long ago, I seem to have seen a figure appearing nearby in the Dark Knight. I guess not. I have also seen a figure appearing in the Dark Knight, but his abilities are obviously different from this Black Shadow, and he doesn't seem to have that strong ability. Yes, I remember that when the Dark Knight appeared in the southeast corner of the abyss, this incident occurred in the southwest. There was a long distance between them. It is impossible to kill people across such a long distance, right? So how did these corpses suddenly disappear? Be careful, everyone, this may have something to do with the abyss. Yes, no one knows what the abyss is. Maybe there are some unknown monsters nearby. It's best to stay vigilant. A super nightmarish copy is indeed extraordinary. Open the world public screen. During this period, there have been a lot of rumors in the chat box. Some people say that the disappearing corpses are the work of people from the Dark Knight Alliance, some people say that the occurrence of these supernatural events is related to the abyss, and others, I saw several organizations dressed in black, pretending to be the Dark Knight Alliance, and began to kill people secretly. After being caught, the supernatural events did not disappear, indicating that they were taking advantage of this supernatural event to pretend to be the masterminds and fish in troubled waters. In fact, he wants to continue to frame the Dark Knight Alliance. After various things were exposed, the area surrounding the coordinates, 222, 222, has become the most chaotic area in the Grey World. As of now, the Abyss copy that everyone really wants to explore, it has not been opened for a long time. However, many people died in the Civil War. Many sacred tree masters have already begun to return home. The fighting in the vicinity has also decreased a lot due to the frequent occurrence of supernatural events. Everyone discovered that as long as there is no fighting, these incidents will not occur. Therefore, over time, even if there is a conflict, these sacred tree masters will move to distant places to resolve it, and will not fight near the abyss. Lu Shu feels a little pity about this. Only a few souls with S-level combat power were obtained, and the improvement of the monster army was barely satisfactory, not a big improvement. Just when Lu Shu completed the refining of the last dead soul. His ears at the same time, several prompts suddenly popped up. Ding! You have obtained Holy Spirit Growth Fruit X1. Ding! You got Daowen Fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained the Intermediate Void Return Fruit X1. Sacred Tree Island. Are you mature? Lu Shu opened his eyes and looked at the 3 newly grown fruits of the sacred tree. He buried all these fruits in the soil. Soon, 3 subspecies of spiritual trees rose from the ground. Holy Spirit Growth Fruit Tree. Variety, subspecies Spirit Tree. Product, Holy Spirit Growth Fruit. Cycle, 0, 5 days, 500, 1000. Production times remaining, 1. Daowen Fruit Tree. Product, Daowen Fruit. Intermediate Deficiency Returning Fruit. Product, Intermediate Deficiency Returning Fruit. It only takes half a day for Lu Shu to get these newly ripe fruits. What is the new fruit? Lu Shu opened the Sacred Tree panel to check the next product. Products, Blood Succession Limit Fruit, Devil Fruit, Holy Spirit Growth Fruit. Production cycle, 6 days, 6001000. Chapter, 205. Ding! Your Holy Spirit Growth Fruit Tree has reached the production cycle, Holy Spirit Growth Fruit 100. Ding! Your Daowen Fruit Tree has reached the production cycle, Daowen Fruit 100. Ding! Your Intermediate Level Deficiency Reducing Fruit Tree has reached the production cycle, and the Intermediate Level Deficiency Reducing Fruit 100. As the 3 paragraphs of text appeared in front of Lu Shu, his eyes suddenly lit up. After the fruits of Holy Spirit growth mature, it means that pets can be upgraded again. This time, it was Angelmon who came closer. Little guy, are you saying that as long as you swallow this fruit, you can evolve to the final form? Lu Shu couldn't help but ask in surprise when he heard the meaning conveyed by Holy Seraphim. Angelmon immediately nodded. Okay, just take it this time. Lu Shu smiled. It has evolved into Holy Seraph Beast at this moment, there is only the last step to the final form of Shendraman. In this case, Lu Shu naturally gave this opportunity to Holy Seraph Beast. Green Hidden Dragon, Pikachu, Little White Fox, Yumi and other little guys were all greedy when they saw it. If Squirtle and Nami were here, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to resist the Holy Spirit Growth Fruit. Don't worry, I'll be there for you later. Lu Shu comforted him. Bah! Bah! 3 times 5 divided by 2. Soon, 100 sacred seraph beasts swallowed all the fruits. Boom! Suddenly, a supreme wave of the power of blood suddenly burst out from the Holy Seraph Beast. Is this the aura of evolution of the sacred bloodline? Lu Shu's heart moved slightly. The extremely powerful aura spread to the entire sky, turning into fire and burning for 9 days. On the sacred tree island, Wu Tongfeng narrowed his eyes to a slit, looking in the direction of the holy seraph beast, and it seemed that what are you thinking about? The eyes of the little white fox, Pikachu and other little guys are also filled with shock. It feels like the cute angel beasts in the past are turning into incredible guys. Even better than them, they are all much more powerful. I have to say that the friends on the island are getting more and more powerful. In the sea, the golden dragon koi carp, which had not been seen for a long time, popped up and appeared on the sea thousands of miles away, raising its head, looking in the direction of the divine tree island. His eyes moved slightly. Although they come from different world systems, they are all dragons, and there will naturally be an induction between each other. In the end, the golden light curtain was like a volcano erupting. The holy seraph beast successfully completed its final transformation. The gilded bloodline was as hot as volcanic lava, and accompanied by a burst of evolutionary light curtain, it fell down. At this moment, the body of the holy seraph beast underwent astonishing changes. There are many changes on its body. The shadow of a coiled dragon appeared, and the divinity on his body was much more powerful than before. The evolution was successful. Lu Shu quickly opened the pet panel to check. Divine Dragonmon. Type, Digimon. Powers, Acid Bubble, Air Cannon, Fist of Heaven, Burning Fruit, Sacred Flame, Seventh Heaven, Covenant, Gate of Heaven, Flame of God. Physical, SSS. Speed, SSS. Spirit, SSS. Overall Potential, SSS. All attributes SSS-level. Moreover, he also mastered the ultimate destructive skill, God's Flame. Legend has it that this kind of flame can destroy the entire world and destroy all enemies. Even in the Grey World, against any kind of boss, this skill will cause huge damage. In other words, because the destructive power caused is too terrifying, it is best not to use it if there are other teammates around you. Lu Shu took a deep breath and felt sincerely happy when he saw Angemon evolve into the final form of Shendraman. Now, give it to Angelmon. No, it should be said to be Divine Dragonmon. The strength displayed by taking any kind of superpower fruit is unmatched by other pets. After all, after Shendraman evolves to its final form, all attributes have reached the SSS level, and its growth potential has been fully maximized. Of course, the growth potential of pets does not represent the highest combat power in the Grey World. Pets are just pets. Once the upper limit of attributes reaches a certain stage, it can no longer increase. The SSS level corresponds to Lu Shu's level of immortality. It has probably just reached the peak of nascent soul and cannot go any higher. However, Lu Shu can also use superpower fruits on these little guys. After these guys' mental power reaches the SSS level, their ability to use abilities will be no worse than mine. This is equivalent to relying on more abilities in the later stage to increase the upper limit. With the talent of Fruit of All Worlds, the SSS level is not the end of pet evolution. The potential of these little guys is unlimited. When the Blood Succession Limit Fruit and Devil Fruit mature in 6 days, you may be able to acquire innate skills that will be of great help to Shendraman. Of course, if the Sharingan fruit appears again, then Pikachu will unlock the Samsara Eye. By the way, Daowen fruit. Lu Shu suddenly thought that he still had Daowen fruit that he had not used yet. I don't know the origin of this new fruit yet. Click to view the information. Daowen fruit. Type, Enlightenment fruit. Function, the magical power of occupation and enlightenment can be turned into Dao patterns to prepare for the 9th layer of Dao patterns to break through the fairyland. It turned out to be a fruit related to the real fairyland. The moment he saw the information panel, Lu Shu's eyes showed a bit of shock. He didn't expect to touch the fruits related to the true fairyland so quickly. From the description, it seems that breaking through the true fairyland is not that simple. You still need to condense the 9 levels of Dao patterns. However, in the Divine Tree game, if there are additional professions or magical powers that you have learned on your own, they can all exist in the form of Dao patterns. If this is the case, then it will be much easier for me to understand the 9-layer Dao pattern. Lu Shu couldn't help but smile. What he lacked most was an extra career. The next second, Lu Shu swallowed the Daowen fruit and prepared to open the Daowen. Chapter 206. Boom. At that moment, Lu Shu realized that his Dao patterns were condensing and taking shape. The boundless shadows spread around like seas of ink, covering the world in the blink of an eye. The Dao Mark fruit is connecting my extra career with the path of cultivating immortality. Wait, 1 Dao Mark fruit is not enough. The professional level of the Shadow Assassin is too high, so 10 Dao Mark fruits are needed to complete the transformation. Lu Shu was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that the Dao Mark fruit could turn additional professions into his own exclusive path to immortality. That's right. To enter the realm of true immortals, you need to understand the true origin of the avenue. Among them, it is necessary to condense 9 Dao patterns as a basis. If these 9 Dao patterns are condensed with additional professions, it can greatly increase the success rate of breaking through to the realm of true immortals. Moreover, stored in the form of Dao patterns, it is equivalent to possessing one more kind of magical power. By then, Lu Shu's profession and ability will be integrated, and he will reach a new level of combat effectiveness. The abilities of different professions will also be transformed into Taoist magical powers, so that he can be like a fish in water. Use it. Thinking of this, Lu Shu immediately stopped hesitating and took down the 9 Dao patterns again. Boom! In an instant, a black thunder light suddenly passed through from the other end of the sacred tree island. That thunder light, it was accompanied by the aura of annihilation. It was the Tao of tribulation. Lu Shu felt a palpitating aura from this deathly thunder light, and his face became slightly heavy. Unexpectedly, my Tao pattern actually caused the Tao of tribulation to come out. The black thunder light seemed to want to land. But the next second, the surrounding Tianji array suddenly began to operate crazily. The black annihilation thunder light was affected by the Tianji array. In the sky, a huge yin and yang diagram turned into an extremely powerful suction force, firmly confining the thunder light. After a while, after the energy of the thunder light was exhausted, it gradually dissipated. Fortunately, my Tao pattern is not a real breakthrough to the realm of true immortality. Therefore, the condensed Tao pattern only alarmed Lei Jie. But my heavenly secret formation and the sacred tree island protected me. Of course, even if the attack just hit me, it would not cause fatal injuries. Lu Shu's eyes revealed a brilliant light. At the same time, the Shadow Assassin's Tao pattern has been condensed. The Shadow Killing Path. Step into this path, walk like a ghost, and kill people invisible. It is the most powerful assassination method. Tao. The next second, Lu Shu's figure blended into the night without any hindrance. He activated the magical power of Shadow Killing Avenue, and the weapon in his hand instantly turned into thousands of fragments, carrying an incomparable sword light, causing a shocking wave on the sea. Wave. Not bad. Lu Shu opened his eyes, feeling the new path of shadow killing, and showed a satisfied smile. After the Shadow Assassin's profession was condensed into Dao Mark, all skills no longer need a cooling time to be used, and they are extremely smooth. Various abilities you can perform it as you wish and move at will. Don't underestimate this. During the battle, your proficiency in the moves can often make a qualitative difference in the battle. It is equivalent to the same magic fireball technique, using a smelly and long compared with the high-speed chanting exclusive to the great magician. The tone of the old lady's foot rap chanting was definitely not on the same level. Next, Lu Shu continued to take 10 Dao Mark fruits. The profession of the necromancer was transformed into the avenue of the undead. Saint, the profession of the clergyman, is transformed into the avenue of holy light. The magical power of the 3 flowers gathered at the top is transformed into the avenue of Vientian. Lu Shu condenses 4 different avenues. At this moment, a heart-stopping flash of lightning appeared in the sky again. No, more than one flash of lightning. This time, Lu Shu gathered too many Dao patterns at once. Thunder rolled, and the black thunder and lightning in the sky suddenly became denser. It seems like it will fall at any moment. Continue. Lu Shu did not hesitate, swallowed 10 Dao Mark fruits again, and continued to condense his last Dao Mark, the Star Dao Mark. Suddenly, the power of the stars in his body was quickly mobilized. The next second, the stars in the 9 heavens, the light fell, and Lu Shu's avenue became clear and transparent again. His whole body was bathed in the starlight, like a messenger from the stars, as if he did not belong to a god in this world. The fairy lake suddenly absorbed the majestic starlight with the power of the power, 4 phantoms condensed in the 4 corners again. Qinglong, Xuanwu, Suzaku, and White Tiger appeared from 4 different directions of the lake, showing their majesty. The next second, the fairy lake began to give birth to new immortals. Spirit. The fairy lake absorbed the power of the stars and gave birth to the Kongjin dragon. The fairy lake absorbed the power of the stars and gave birth to the ghost golden sheep. The fairy lake absorbed the power of the stars and Lu Jing'o was born. The fairy lake absorbed the power of the stars and gave birth to Taurus. When the fairy lake, 4 new constellation fairy spirits were born. At the same time, the black lightning of annihilation also penetrated the huge yin and yang array in the sky and bombarded Lu Shu. However, Lu Shu's body had an extra layer of starry raincoat at some point, and his whole body seemed to be bathed in starlight, becoming one with the Milky Way in the 9 heavens. He looked indifferent, glanced at Lei Jie, and waved his right hand lightly. Suddenly, hundreds of millions of stars burst out with incomparable brilliance above the sacred tree island, condensed into a long bridge, fell down, and turned into a barrier that blocked the sky and the sun. The 4 divine beasts, as well as the 8 newly born immortal spirits of the stars, suddenly simultaneously guided the light of the stars, spit out the essence of the sun and the moon, and followed Lu Shu to fight against the thunder and disaster of heaven and earth. The moment the black lightning struck the star barrier, the entire sacred tree island trembled. However, the star barrier is extremely strong. No matter how hard the Nirvana thunder tribulation tries to chop down, it remains motionless and as tough as a rock. Finally, the black thunder light gradually dissipated. Lu Shu put away the power of the stars, sat down cross-legged, and began to stabilize the newly born Taoist patterns on his body. Chapter 207. It seemed like just a blink of an eye. 5 days passed by in a blink of an eye. Shentong Pavilion. Lu Shu opened his eyes. The next second, the flowers and plants in this world suddenly bloomed. The whole world becomes clear and bright. Orioles are flying around, grass is growing, birds are chirping and flowers are fragrant. Lu Shu's whole body was bathed in the aura of the 4 phenomena, and the aura flowing around his body became more and more ethereal. Sitting cross-legged in the Shueiyue pavilion, his figure flickered, as if he was integrated with the heaven and earth. The magical power of all things is truly wonderful. After a long time, Lu Shu sighed with emotion. 3 flowers gathered on the top of the head, the golden lotus of enlightenment. The so-called 3 life things. These 3 flowers represent everything in the world. The avenue of all phenomena derived from this is naturally related to the control of all phenomena. Control all phenomena in the world and evolve all things in the world. In one thought, vegetation grows, in one thought, all things wither. This is the power of Wanxiang's magical power. The means of attack are endless, unexpected, and ever-changing. After 5 days of meditation, several other Tao patterns have also been stabilized. Lu Shu transformed into the shadow, in the blink of an eye, escaped from Shentong Pavilion and came to the island of the Divine Tree, where the Return to Void fruit tree is located. It's time to break through to a higher level. Taking a deep breath, Lu Shu felt that the valve for breakthrough in his body had been completely opened. The spiritual energy in his body was constantly flowing, and he only needed to accumulate a certain amount, and he would be able to make a breakthrough naturally. This is the combination of 5 Tao patterns, the huge benefits brought by it. In Lu Shu's eyes, the realm of returning to the void seems to have no bottleneck period. The 5 lines, this is more than half of the 9 lines that break through the true fairyland. You know, the current Lu Shu is only in the early stage of returning to the void, and he has achieved such achievements. You can imagine the potential in the future. The growth points of the Bodhi tree are all because Lu Shu condensed 5 Tao patterns, which increased by 50,000 points. Now he is one step away from the intermediate saint. The tree has already exceeded half of the progress, even faster than the sacred tree. Do you want to consume X100 of intermediate-level void-returning fruits and synthesize X10 of high-level void-returning fruits? Yes. With a thought in his mind, the next second, dozens of synthetic light curtains appeared in front of him. 10 advanced void-return fruits have appeared in Lu Shu's hands. However, Lu Shu did not choose to take it immediately, but moved to the sea specially. Now, I have reached the state of returning to the virtual world, and the breakthrough will produce visions. Powerful energy may cause damage to the flowers and plants on the sacred tree island. It would be better to move to the sea and break through. Anyway, after condensing the Tao mark of Shadow Killing Avenue, Lu Shu can move as fast as he wants. In the blink of an eye, we were on the sea. Swallowing 1 pill, 2 pills. When he swallowed the 3rd pill, the aura on Lu Shu's body once again surged forward to a higher level. Return to the 3rd level of virtual reality. A terrifying energy swept across the surrounding sea. The wave rolled hundreds of feet high, as if it was going to reach the sky. The vibrations in the sea caused the surrounding fish to flee in a panic and did not dare to stay here longer. Lu Shu felt his own aura and successfully reached the 3rd level of returning to void, and couldn't help but smile slightly. This progress is faster than I thought. With so many Tao patterns condensed, the speed of breakthrough has become faster. In the past, maybe after swallowing these 10 advanced void return fruits, I could break through to the 3rd level of void return. After all, at this level, I am already far away from the true state. The fairyland is getting closer. The difficulty of cultivation has also become much greater. But Lu Shu's progress is more terrifying than imagined. With 5 Dao lines condensed, it has become easier to break through the realm of returning to the virtual world. Take the remaining few advanced efficiency return fruits again. Boom! On the sea, there was another loud noise. Lu Shu exploded the sea surface again, and the aura on his body continued to rise, finally reaching the 4th level of returning to the void, and then stopped. My Zhuxian sword has become stronger again. A magic sword suddenly came out of the body amidst the buzzing sound, and the sword energy went straight up to the sky. Lu Shu's eyes showed a look of satisfaction. Now that his level has increased, the Zhuxian sword can increase some of its attributes, and its combat effectiveness has become even more powerful. At this moment, Lu Shu's ears came with several reminders. Ding! You have obtained the Blood Succession Limit Fruit X1. Ding! You got Devil Fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained Holy Spirit Growth Fruit X1. Are you mature? Lu Shu murmured to himself. After so many days of practice, unknowingly, the products of the sacred tree have matured again. At the same time, Lu Shu also found that there was an extra one in his panel. Countdown. Time remaining until Grey World Invasion, 25 days. Time is getting tighter and tighter, Lu Shu thought in his heart. Although the time between invasions of the Grey World is lengthening every time, the time required for the Divine Tree Master to upgrade is also becoming more and more urgent. After all, the difficulty of each test is increasing. Lu Shu instantly turned into a shadow and returned to the Sacred Tree Island. Bury all 3 fruits into the ground. Soon, 3 panels popped up in front of me. Blood Succession Limit Fruit Tree. Variety, Subspecies Spirit Tree. Product, Blood Succession Limit Fruit. Period, 0, 5 days, 500, 1000. Production times remaining, 1. Holy Spirit Growth Fruit Tree. Product, Holy Spirit Growth Fruit. Cycle, 0, 5 days, 500, 1000. Devil Fruit Tree. Product, Devil Fruit. Open the Sacred Tree panel again. Several different new products have been updated on it. Products, Fruit of Life, Fruit of Holy Spirit Growth. Production cycle, 10 days, 100, 001000. Is it actually a new Fruit of Life? Lu Shu secretly said in his heart. Anyway, with the Holy Spirit Growth Fruit, new pets can be quickly raised to a higher level, so there is no need to worry about the growth speed. After waiting for about half a day, finally, these 3 subspecies spiritual trees have also its time to harvest. Chapter 208. Ding! Your Blood Succession Limit Fruit Tree is mature, Blood Succession Limit Fruit 100. Ding! Your Devil Fruit Tree is mature, Devil Fruit 100. Ding! Your Holy Spirit Growth Fruit Tree is mature, Holy Spirit Growth Fruit 100. As 3 consecutive beeps sounded, Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Finally mature. Lu Shu couldn't help but sigh. Then, his eyes focused on the Kensui Limitation Fruit. The appearance of this fruit showed a pure white color. It was not a Sharingan fruit. It was a new blood successor. Limiting fruit. Lu Shu opened the panel and took a look. White Eye Fruit. Type, Blood Succession Limit Fruit. Function, by swallowing the Byakugan fruit, you can obtain a new blood inheritance limited talent, Byakugan. It turned out to be the Byakugan fruit. Lu Shu felt a little unexpected. The Byakugan fruit and the Sharingan fruit are both pupil-type fruits. Although the Byakugan is not as strong as the Sharingan fruit in the early stage, if it can evolve into the form of the Reincarnation Eye, compared with the Rinnegan Eye, this is the real cheating. Who can use it? Lu Shu's gaze circled around the pets on the island, and he fell into deep thought. Of course, the Byakugan and the Sharingan cannot overlap, so Pikachu was excluded first. Squirtle and Neptune Princess, regarding the Byakugan the demand is not very big, after all, the Black Sea will block the Eye of the Eye, affecting the use of the Byakugan. Yumi is not very dependent on the Eye of the Eye. This guy is always hanging on others. Therefore, the field of vision is also limited. Stop. Then the only ones left are those guys with extremely strong combat power. At this moment, Shendraman actually came over on his own initiative. Do you want to swallow this fruit? Lu Shu showed a slightly surprised expression. He thought that Shendraman's talent and ability were already strong enough, but he looked down upon Byakugan's ability. Shendraman nodded decisively, his eyes blazing. It seems that these guys really want you have to swallow this fruit. Could it be that Byakugan and Shendraman are so matched? Why didn't you notice this? Okay, you swallow it. Lu Shu nodded and agreed. The mental power of Shendraman has reached the highest level, and it can also fully utilize the Byakugan's ability. Moreover, the Byakugan is not strong at this stage, but it does not mean that it will not be strong after evolving into the reincarnated eye. 3 strikes and 5 divided by 2. It didn't take long for Shendraman to swallow all the Byakugan fruits. At that moment, a dazzling divine light suddenly shot out from the Byakugan. What a strong penetrating power! Lu Shu was suddenly surprised. What is going on? In the early stage of Byakugan, it should only be able to see through the essence of all things. Are there other skills? He quickly opened the panel to check. Divine Dragonmon. Type, Digimon. Powers, Acid Bubble, Air Cannon, Fist of Heaven, Burning Fruit, Holy Flame, Seventh Heaven, Covenant, Gate of Heaven, Flame of God, Byakugan, New, Divine Light Pupil Technique, New. Physique, SSS. Speed, SSS. Spirit, SSS. Overall Potential, SSS. 2 new powers. It turns out that I have discovered a new talent. Lu Shu showed an expression of surprise. He never expected that Byakugan's pupil technique would actually merge with the blood in Shendraman's body, and he would realize new innate skills. No wonder Shendraman valued the Byakugan fruit so much. But whenever a new innate skill can be comprehended, the compatibility is usually very high. In this way, Lu Shu doesn't have to worry about whether the Byakugan will not be suitable for Shendraman. After all, the Byakugan can evolve into the reincarnation eye. Still very strong. Next, it's the devil fruit. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. No devil fruit has appeared for a long time. I don't know what kind of devil fruit will be born after the sacred tree reaches the level of the holy tree this time. The next second. A panel appears. In front of Lu Shu. Phoenix fruit. Type, devil fruit. Function, it has super regenerative ability and can cast the flame of regeneration to repair fatal injuries on the body. The phoenix fruit finally appears. Lu Shu's eyes showed an expression of great surprise. Super strong regeneration ability, isn't this the fruit he dreams of? Moreover, the clone can also be benefited by the phoenix fruit. This means that Lu Shu's clone can it's not so easy to die. The body is even more invincible. Swallow it quickly. The shape of the phoenix fruit is like a firebird made of flames. When you swallow it, your whole body became hot. Lu Shu suddenly discovered that the phoenix flame in his body was forming Dao patterns. This kind of superpower can actually become a Dao pattern. Lu Shu couldn't help showing a confused look. The next second, the Dao pattern suddenly stopped and did not continue to condense. Lu Shu's brows frowned slightly. The power of one phoenix fruit is not enough to condense the Dao pattern. The Dao pattern is related to promotion to the true fairyland. Even if the 9 supreme Dao patterns are not condensed, as long as there is one Dao pattern, it is equivalent to comprehending a great avenue and possessing power that is no less than magical power. Now, Lu Shu has 5 Dao marks, and what is surprising is that the phoenix fruit is becoming the 6th Dao mark. In this case, Lu Shu chose to swallow the remaining phoenix fruit. If one is not enough, let's get 100. I don't believe that even if 100 phoenix fruits are used, the Dao pattern cannot be condensed. As the phoenix fruit was swallowed into his belly, a flame of rebirth spread throughout Lu Shu's body. At that moment, he was like a phoenix emerging from the flames. Even Wu Tongfeng couldn't help but cast a deep look at Lu Shu. As he swallowed the phoenix fruits one after another, the Dao patterns carrying the immortal flame continued to condense. Boom! After a while, all the phoenix fruits were swallowed by Lu Shu. A new Dao pattern, the immortal Dao pattern, has appeared. Chapter 209. Lu Shu's eyes showed a bit of joy. The immortal Dao mark in your hand contains incomparable power of recovery. Regardless of any serious injury, you can recover instantly. The most important thing is, when Lu Shu transforms the fruit of the phoenix into the immortal pattern, he can even designate an area so that all pets can gain the effect of the immortal pattern. It's equivalent to all pets having phoenix fruit. The effect of the Dao pattern is indeed extremely powerful. Lu Shu couldn't help but sigh. So far, 6 different Dao patterns have been condensed. The significance of having the immortal Dao pattern is not only to have stronger resilience and fault tolerance in battle, more importantly, it is Dao of tribulation. When crossing the true immortal realm, it will inevitably lead to the landing of 9 heavens thunder tribulation. And with the Dao of immortality, even the Dao of tribulation will not be able to kill Lu Shu so easily. This is the way to obtain the Dao of immortality. True meaning. There are also fruits of growth of the Holy Spirit that are not used. Lu Shu's eyes just moved to the position of the subspecies spiritual tree. He saw Yumi staring longingly at the Holy Spirit growth fruit, with a look of want on his face. Tian Songqing hidden dragon glanced at the Holy Spirit fruit, but it didn't seem to be very interested in this fruit. In fact, Lu Shu's original intention was to give the Holy Spirit growth fruit to the Cyan hidden dragon, so that it could evolve into the final form of the Emperor Cyan hidden dragon. But after a heart-to-heart communication, Lu Shu was a little surprised by Tiansang Cyan hidden dragon's reply. Just taking the Holy Spirit growth fruit would not awaken the bloodline to the final form of the Emperor Cyan hidden dragon. Either they need to swallow a lot of fruits, maybe every Cyan hidden dragon has to eat at least 10 fruits. Either swallow higher-level fruits, or wait for the time for the bloodline to awaken. Also, the Cyan hidden dragon has just evolved and needs some time to settle before it can awaken its higher-level bloodline. For Pikachu and Little White Fox, these two guys are too strong, and their abilities are almost at their peak. But it's been a long time since Yumi became stronger again. This time, Lu Shu chose to give the Holy Spirit growth fruit to Yumi. 100 Yumi flew into Lu Shu's face in an instant. This expresses your inner happiness. Okay, go and eat. Lu Shu felt dumbfounded by this. Who can withstand so many Yumi coming around? Moreover, his body cannot allow so many Yumi to come in. Possession, 3 times 5 divided by 2. Not long after, all Yumi ate the Holy Spirit growth fruit. Open the pets panel to check. Yumi. Type, Magic Cat. Powers, Hitting and Blocking, Fishing Missile, Yumi Possession, High Energy, Final Chapter of the Grimoire, Shining Fruit, Would Release, Life Essence, New. Physique, S. Speed, S. Spirit, SS. Comprehensive Potential, SS. Did you actually learn a new skill? Lu Shu showed a surprised look. Yumi was also a little surprised. Obviously, these little guys didn't expect to be able to understand skills after eating the Holy Spirit fruit. This is not a talent fruit. It is the Holy Spirit growth fruit. After all, what's going on? Yumi, let me see how you unleash your newly acquired skills. Lu Shu ordered. Yumi nodded. The next second, a supreme breath of life condensed on Yumi's body. Possessed by Lu Shu, this life essence can quickly recover from injuries, and even the state before death can be brought back instantly. Not only that, during the period when the life essence is taking effect, the target receiving the gift of life can also receive various attribute blessings. Speed, strength, defense, resistance, not to mention getting improved, even attacks can have the effect of life essence. Of course, when this effect falls on the enemy, it ignores the immunity effect. This is equivalent to a strong all-round buff. If it is replaced by a talent, it can definitely be rated as S-level or above. This breath of life is very similar to my immortal pattern. Suddenly, Lu Shu's eyes lit up and he said in surprise. I see. It was me who awakened the immortal Tao pattern and connected with the entire sacred tree island. The Tianji diagram integrates everything in this world into the 5 elements of yin and yang. Therefore, the Holy Spirit's growth fruit also has the aura of my immortal path pattern. The wood release that Yumi obtained happened to have similar innate skills. When the two were combined, he had an understanding. No wonder Yumi loves the Holy Spirit growth fruit so much. It turns out that she feels there are huge benefits in it. Of course, Yumi didn't know that there were so many benefits to swallowing the Holy Spirit growth fruit. Pets only feel with instinct. However, sometimes instinct is more reliable than rational thinking. Yumi realized new abilities. In this way, the death rate of Lu Shu's pet army has been reduced a lot. Of course. This does not mean that you can do whatever you want in the grey world. It is still very important to stay calm. Once you seek death, don't talk about immortality. If you get tattooed, even if you reach the true fairyland, you may not be able to save your life. It's time to open the door to the abyss of reincarnation. Lu Shu glanced at the situation on the Tree Island and murmured to himself. The next product is the Fruit of Life. It will take some time for the new pet to grow up. The clone whose consciousness has been placed in the grey world. At this stage, many sacred tree masters began to return home and no longer stayed near the abyss of samsara. Firstly, this place was too chaotic and indescribably weird. Secondly, the key to the abyss of samsara had not been obtained for a long time. Not to mention losing all your money, you can't even save your life. Who is still here? In addition, the time for the next invasion of the grey world is getting closer and closer. At this time, the copy of the Divine Tree Master Guide will become more and more conservative. Fight back the Divine Tree Masters in the mansion naturally account for the majority. However, this key is in the hands of Lu Shu. He dominates the decision-making power to open the dungeon. After taking a look at the situation in the Grey World. By now, the dungeon has been opened. What a good time. Lu Shu set off immediately and headed to the entrance to the Abyss of Reincarnation instance. Chapter 210. Can this Abyss of Reincarnation still be opened? Damn it, I wasted so much time in this useless place, it was really disappointing. No fun, let's go. At this time, in the Grey World, there are already many sacred tree masters who have left the Abyss of Reincarnation cursing. After waiting for such a long time, so many sacred tree masters can't even find a key. It's so useless. Yes. Some of the sacred tree masters secretly speculated, perhaps, the current progress of the sacred tree masters has not reached the progress of the super nightmare level dungeon, so it is better to go back early. After all. Except for the top one tree pulling man. So far in the sacred tree game, I have not heard of any sacred tree master or super guild who can clear the nightmare level dungeon. Their average strength does not even meet the threshold of nightmare level. In the case of a breakthrough, it is necessary to conquer the super nightmare level dungeon. Isn't this a foolish dream? Fengyun Guild. Surrounding Fengyun and Long Outyan. Dozens of big guys gathered together, looking worried. We have raided many copies nearby. As a result, there was no information related to the Abyss of Reincarnation. This is really annoying. When will I find the key to open the copy? The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Fengyun sighed and said, perhaps our current progress has not reached the super nightmare level copy, right? Everyone's expressions are a little heavy. Recently, many guilds have left the Abyss of Reincarnation, indicating that they have not found a way to go to the super nightmare level dungeon. Such a majestic situation ended up with everyone returning empty-handed. It's simply funny. There are so many divine tree masters, and even one of them can't find a way to get in. Isn't it a big loss? Brother Long frowned and said, I think the current progress of the sacred tree masters has not reached the level of super nightmare. Level copy may not be correct. Oh. Fengyun showed a surprised look and asked, Nephew Long Xian, what do you think of this? Brother. Long pondered for a moment, and finally chose to tell the matter. In fact, we cleared a quasi-nightmare dungeon a few days ago. The general story was told through Brother Long and the white-haired girl. Their memory videos are also placed in the guild for all members to view. Everyone in Fengyun Guild frowned. Do you know this person? Fengyun looked around at the members and asked. The scene was silent. Since no one answered this question, it means that no one knew the mysterious strong man that Brother Long and the white-haired girl met a few days ago. According to it can be seen from the picture that even Long Outyan, who is currently second on the list, has a hard time passing the quasi-nightmare level dungeon. However, this person can pass the quasi-nightmare level dungeon with ease. This is not the most critical part yet. Facts above, in the subsequent scene of Lu Shu killing the natural disaster lord with one sword, Long Gu and others chose to hide it. In any case, they and Lu Shu had a certain fate, and some trump cards still had to be left to others. Therefore, the scene of killing the quasi-nightmare level dungeon boss was not released. Fengyun took a deep look at Brother Long. In fact, from the other party's actions, it could be seen that some information was concealed, but he did not go into it. Is thinking about Lu Shu's identity. Our Fengyun Guild has already gathered nearly 100 S-class divine tree masters. Normally, higher-level sacred tree masters must have some contact with each other. But no one has seen this person, which means that this person has not joined any guild and has been hiding his identity. Perhaps, he is the kind of strong person who specializes in conquering dungeons, but will not lead monsters to the sacred tree island. Everyone nodded in agreement with this conclusion. Some maverick sacred tree masters like to work alone. They often hide their own strength deeply. They may even control the points in the island battle. They will not on the list. After all, the current list requires you to drag the boss to the island and kill it in order to get high scores. But judging from Lu Shu's movements, this person's attack power to kill the dungeon is really too scary. But it didn't show enough defensive methods. And the sacred tree master with full attack power must have shortcomings in the defense of the island. Therefore, Fengyun and others also judged that Lu Shu can't pull monsters, but directly deal with the enemies encountered in the Grey World. In this way, the number of Grey World monsters that attack the opponent's sacred tree island will be reduced, and the scores will not be high, so they will naturally not appear in everyone's sight. Since there is a divine tree master of this level in the Grey World. From this point of view, we still have someone who has reached the super nightmare level to enter. He can pass the quasi-nightmare level dungeon so easily, he must be able to pass the nightmare level dungeon. From this point of view, this sacred tree master is at least qualified to enter the super nightmare level dungeon. Fengyun made a judgment. Brother Long's eyes moved and he said, since someone has reached this qualification, then it is impossible for the abyss of reincarnation not to let us enter because of qualifications. It's just because we haven't found the key yet. But where is this key? At this moment. Rumble. In the distance, there was suddenly a strange sound. What happened? Everyone looked at each other in shock. In the guild panel, a member immediately spoke in the chat box to remind. Something strange happened at the entrance to the abyss of reincarnation. Ding! Fengyun Guild members uploaded a group video. Click to take a look. The door is actually open. Fengyun immediately stood up and said in a deep voice, let's go to the abyss of reincarnation quickly. What? The other members were all shocked. They had worked hard to search outside for so many days, but in the end, the door was opened when they were not around. Now is not the time to talk nonsense, leave now. Brother Long waved his hand and motioned for everyone to follow. At this moment, this video was also sent to the world public screen. It alarmed the entire Divine Tree game. Chapter 211. In the chat box, many Sacred Tree Masters were so angry that they almost vomited blood when they saw that the door opened just after they left the abyss of reincarnation. Damn it, is this dungeon specifically trying to get in trouble with me? You didn't open it when I came, but you opened it when I left. You're kidding me. Go back quickly. Why do I feel like someone has obtained this key and is controlling everything behind the scenes? Yes, after so many of us retreated, this guy just opened the door to the abyss of reincarnation. Wait, there should be a Divine Tree Master left near the dungeon door. Didn't they see the Divine Tree Master who opened the door? Who is it? Some of the Sacred Tree Masters raised this question sharply. Many people also reacted and quickly contacted some Sacred Tree Masters who were still near the copy. Among them, Fengyun Guild had the most eyes and manpower. Within the guild. Fengyun, have you seen the person who opened the door to the abyss of reincarnation? Who is it? Other members didn't see it. Members guarding the door, we only heard a loud noise, and then the entrance to the abyss opened, but no one was seen nearby. Hearing the words of the guild members, Fengyun frowned deeply. The young man leading the way couldn't help but ask, damn it, did the door of this dungeon open by itself? Brother Long rolled his eyes, if this dungeon really opens by itself, why do you need a key? By the hairy girl nodded in agreement. The key is obviously the tool to open the copy. If the copy decided to open the permissions from the beginning, then the door at the entrance and the key would not need to exist at all. Things got interesting. Fengyun suddenly smiled anyway, when we enter the dungeon, it will be revealed who is the one who got the key. Everyone nodded. Not only the Fengyun Guild, nearby, many Sacred Tree Masters who had just ran not far came back cursing. I have to say, this is the nature of human beings. A ghostly black figure instantly stepped into the area of the abyss of reincarnation. And, in an instant, he escaped hundreds of miles into the depths of the abyss. You should get rid of them. Lu Shu raised his head and looked at the entrance to the abyss above. That's right. With the Shadow Kill Dao mark, as long as Lu Shu doesn't take the initiative to attack other Sacred Tree Masters, his whereabouts will be without a trace. There will be no trace at all. People can detect his actions. In fact, Lu Shu opened the gate to the abyss of reincarnation much earlier than everyone expected. Because he also cast illusions. It interfered with the senses and consciousness of the nearby Sacred Tree Master. In this way, the news of the opening of the abyss of reincarnation will spread much slower. But the movement when the door is opened is still much louder than expected. Many Sacred Tree Masters already know about this matter. Therefore, Lu Shu once again activated the ability of the Shadow Kill Dao mark and went a certain distance deep into the dungeon. When he was killing monsters, he had no interest in letting other Divine Tree Masters watch. Otherwise, his various abilities would be compromised by others. Has it been analyzed? Roar. At this time, a roar of a ferocious beast came from the side. From the void, a monster covered with scales came through the air and suddenly killed him in front of Lu Shu. Die. Lu Shu's consciousness had already predicted it. The next second, the sword light flashed. The silhouette of the reincarnation suddenly scattered into bubbles and returned to the void. You killed the Samsara silhouette and the void beast and got X1 advanced Samsara fragment. Reincarnation silhouette. Void beast. Type, reincarnation shadow. Danger coefficient, S. Perception range, 1000 meters. Power, 2200. Speed, 3150. Defense, 2920. Skills, Void Escape, Reincarnation Silhouette, Tear, Abyss Amplification, Ancient Bloodline, Howl of Fear. Description, be careful. These reincarnation silhouettes from the abyss not only replicate the bloodline of ferocious beasts from ancient times, they are also extremely difficult to kill and often hide in another space. You never know when and from which direction this monster will suddenly kill. Come. Glancing at the pop-up panel, Lu Shu murmured to himself. The silhouette of reincarnation here is much more difficult than the gate of reincarnation last time. In addition to the buff of the reincarnation silhouette, these monsters also have the blessing of the abyss increase. Whether it is attributes, resistance, or other skills and attack methods, they are much stronger. In addition to the attributes of the reincarnation silhouette, the void beast also has the ability similar to the little white fox. It can hide its body in the void, and its whereabouts are extremely ghostly. If other sacred tree masters encounter this kind of monster, they will be attacked and killed at any time. Even if the monster at the entrance of the abyss is no longer something that ordinary divine tree masters can deal with. Moreover, although Lu Shu's perception range is very strong, it is because he has the attribute of divine fire that he has so much field of vision. If it were another sacred tree master who came down, the field of vision would be suppressed to 1/10 of the original value. Facing the void beast's sneak attack, it would be impossible to defend against it. Let the pet army come out first. Lu Shu does not intend to fight alone in such a dangerous place. Moreover, high-level reincarnation fragments can be used to synthesize high-level reincarnation silhouette monsters. The same reincarnation monsters can also be summoned. Therefore, even the mobs are quite different. The gains from the secular world. Imprint a teleportation array on the spot. Soon. All the pets in the Sacred Tree Island were transferred to the copy of the Grey Realm. Pick up. Pikachu became excited as soon as he returned to the Grey World. Yumi instantly possessed Pikachu and sensed danger nearby. The little white fox narrowed his eyes. It seems that there are void beasts in this area. The existence aroused the competitive spirit of the little white fox. After all, the original name of the little white fox was the escape fox. Encountering a monster with the same void ability aroused the competitive spirit of the little white fox. Kill it. Lu Shu said with a smile. His pet army has not taken action for a long time. The comprehensive strength of these guys has improved so much, and they are already itching to start a long-awaited killing in this area. Chapter 212. The Grey World, the periphery of the abyss of Samsara. Let's get in quickly. If it's late, it's probably too late. Do it all quickly. There are only a few days left before the next Grey Realm invasion. There are not many opportunities for us to explore the Super Nightmare level dungeon. Other guilds will definitely enter the abyss to explore next. We will go in immediately. The longer we explore, the more favorable factors we can occupy. For a moment, everyone started to go crazy. After all, the number of nightmare-level copies was not very large in the first place. All the sacred tree masters were pouring in here. In this way, there were other sacred tree masters for themselves. By sharing the firepower, the survival rate will be higher. After all, more people make you bolder. What's more, the output value of nightmare-level dungeons is higher. Even if it is just some mobs, the income may not be comparable to that of abyss-level dungeons. Some advanced materials can be of great help to some sacred tree masters. These are the reasons why they rush to the Super Nightmare level copy desperately. If we gather the power of the guild, we can definitely kill these monsters. An A-level divine tree master smiled and vowed. Ever since the door to the abyss of reincarnation opened, news spread throughout the Grey World. Still stationed outside, one of the larger divine tree master guilds soon arrived. We summoned dozens of divine tree masters and prepared to go to the nightmare level copy to find out. We walked a distance of about hundreds of meters. Why are there no monsters around? It seems that this place is not difficult to deal with. Yeah, I haven't seen a monster in such a long time. Don't let your guard down. This is a nightmare-level dungeon, and invisible dangers are usually the most dangerous. At this moment, a burst of screams suddenly came from the crowd. Ah! Everyone immediately looked in the direction where the screams came from. But in the void, a huge alien beast suddenly roared away from the space, tearing the head of a divine tree master into pieces in the blink of an eye. Blood spurted everywhere. The man had been decapitated and his death was horrific. Many sacred tree masters suddenly felt hairy. Where did this guy come from? Someone asked tremblingly. Attack him. The guild's slightly more qualified sacred tree masters' eyes became sharp, and they instantly launched an attack on the void beast. As a result, their attack penetrated the void beast's body. How can it be? When the nearby sacred tree masters saw this scene, they were collectively stunned. The expressions of more than a dozen people were as if they were carved from the same mold. They all had their mouths wide open. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Their attack. It actually passed through this guy's body. It was like hitting a phantom of nothingness. The void beast turned its head and stared at the senior sacred tree masters who came forward. Damn, this monster seems to have intelligence. The several divine tree masters who were targeted immediately felt a huge pressure coming from in front of them, and even their breathing became heavy. Moreover, monsters in the Grey World generally do not think, let alone choose to attack. Enemy. The void beast in front of him broke common sense. This monster has special attributes. It takes a special attack to be effective. Divine tree masters from the Holy Light system and the demon system came out to form a formation. I don't believe it, this monster is not immune to any attack. A guild leader immediately took the lead and said. In this situation, as a leader, you must stand up. Otherwise, if you are frightened by the aura of this void beast and dare not take action, then you don't even need to fight, the team members are about to be ruthlessly killed. After hearing the words of these seniors, the guild members present also gathered together, with the sacred tree masters with rare attributes being prioritized, and the sacred tree masters behind them formed the group. Large formation. Usually, the attack of the formation is different from the attack of ordinary sacred tree masters, and it is easier to resist monsters with high resistance and cause damage. Snort. In this world, there must be no monster that cannot be attacked. It's just that the attack power is not strong enough. The president sneered and said, kill it. The sacred tree masters behind him launched attacks one after another. However, an unexpected scene happened. All the attacks, when they fell on the void beast, did no damage at all. Continue. The president pretended to be calm and commanded, our attack is almost effective. Roar. The void beast let out a violent howl, but it was unmoved at all. The nearby guild members' fighting will has been weakened. What happened? Our attacks have no effect at all. It's over, this guy is here, help me. None of the attacks had any effect. However, the void beast was completely angered by the actions of these sacred tree masters and began to kill. The first to bear the brunt is the formation divine tree master. Those formation mages all had their necks bitten to pieces by the void beast, blood spurted out, and they soon fell into a pool of blood. President, our attacks have no effect. The sacred tree master next to him turned around and called out to the president. As a result, when he turned around and saw, their president was missing. Ran. The remaining guild members are all confused. They didn't realize it until now. This so-called guild leader doesn't know how to deal with these monsters. The calmness before were all just an act. Put them away. When the gunhead bird uses it and finds that it still cannot defeat the enemy, it will abandon its members without hesitation and choose to escape. That bastard. Everyone couldn't help but cursed. The voice of the void beast came again. All the sacred tree masters stationed here, how could they dare to stay any longer? They panicked and ran away desperately. At this moment, Brother Long and others rushed to the battlefield. Town. A mysterious rune suddenly came from the void and headed towards the void beast to suppress it. Chapter 213. The moment the runes shrouded in golden light were photographed, the void beast was immediately imprisoned. The big guys behind him all had mysterious patterns in their hands. But after a while, the void beast was entangled in runes and was completely killed. The runes of Master Three Rings are indeed exquisite and easy to use. Unexpectedly, among so many superpowers, it was the Taoist superpower that had the greatest effect on the void beast. Next, if you want to enter this dungeon, you need to at least control your Taoist proficiency to the entry level, otherwise you won't be able to hurt even the void beast. Everyone from the Fengyun Guild arrived near the entrance to the Abyss of Reincarnation. Thanks for your help. The rescued Divine Tree Master cast a grateful look at everyone in Fengyun Guild. Fengyun nodded lightly without making much response. Those few people hesitated to speak. Finally, the leader of the team came out and asked, "Excuse me, some big guys, if we can follow you, the benefits are okay. No need to say more." Fengyun waved his hand and said, "We have an independent guild, and we have no plans to form alliances with other guilds. These monsters cannot be killed using ordinary attack methods. For you, the difficulty of this dungeon is too high and is beyond your reach. Go back as soon as possible." The members of this guild, after being rejected, could only return angrily. When they saw that Fengyun Guild's Divine Tree Master had the ability to deal with void beasts, they naturally had some thoughts. But the joining of this group of people, in addition to apart from sharing the benefits, it will not be of any help to the members of Fengyun Guild. So, how can we let people follow us and get the benefits in vain? After confirming that this group of people have returned, the white-haired girl said with a solemn face, although we use Taoism, it can also work against this kind of monster, but its power is compressed very little. The young man leading the way next to him echoed, yeah, this damn place looks really wrong, and it also compresses the field of vision. How about we go back? You've already come, why go back? Brother Long gave the young boy an annoyed look, but his expression became slightly serious. We need to be more careful on the next journey. Taoism is not a heavy attack, but a magical ability. These void beasts can move through space to get close to their opponents. They are very elusive. If you are not careful, you will be killed by a sneak attack. One person must be separated and use the infinite void power of the Divine Tree Master to detect the whereabouts of these void beasts. The white-haired girl took the initiative. Let me use the void power. Okay, then the president and I will be responsible for the battle. Brother Long nodded. At this time, everyone had to sigh. Fengyun's ability to form alliances is really useful. If they didn't have void powers or Taoist powers, they would definitely be unable to move forward in this dungeon. And it is precisely because Fengyun Guild has recruited enough outstanding Divine Tree Masters. After forming an alliance, the abilities of each big boss are superimposed, and the fighting power they exert is naturally extraordinary. Everyone continues to move towards the depths of the abyss, slowly move forward slowly. At this moment, the white-haired girl's eyes suddenly moved. Come and take a look, there are residual energy reverberations here. Feng Yun's mind suddenly moved, he stepped forward to check, his brows wrinkled slightly. By you, why didn't I feel the energy fluctuations you mentioned? President, if you use my Byakugan and try to check, you will be able to find this residual energy. Good. As soon as he finished speaking, not only Feng Yun, but also Brother Long and several Divine Tree Masters around him successfully used pupil technique. The hidden information nearby was revealed through a new perspective in a unique way. The form of the energy distribution interface is displayed in front of everyone. There were many void beasts nearby, and they died not long ago. Moreover, there are many types of abilities left in it. There is also a very sinister aura. Another trace of pure and incomparable life essence. What is going on? Feng Yun, Brother Long and others had shocked looks on their faces. The young man leading the way jumped out and asked what happened. What did you see? Bayu's pupil technique, white eyes, is a quasi-S-level power, and the pupil technique power is usually not that easy to use. Many members of the Fengyun Guild, not to mention ordinary members, even the core members may not be able to use it. Showing Bayu's superpower. Fengyun said with a serious look, there was a battle here, which means there has been a Divine Tree Master who fought against the void beast here. Moreover, from the remaining energy, I sense the breath of the reincarnation fragments. It means that person has the special ability to kill the monster in this copy. Only then did the young man leading the way realize that a sacred tree master had been here. Moreover, it is much faster than the progress of Fengyun Guild. He stamped his feet with an annoyed look on his face. Well, if we guard here, others won't get there first. No. Fengyun shook his head. That's not the point. Ah. The young man who led the way had a puzzled look on his face. In his eyes, Fengyun Guild is already the strongest guild. If someone is in front of them, of course they have a time advantage and came in earlier than them. Is it possible? Can these people be faster than Fengyun Guild? Bayu said seriously, the energy traces at the scene are very clean, and the battle will not last long. This shows that the opponent takes very little time to kill the monster. It can basically be said to be a crushing. But this copy is so special that ordinary attacks are ineffective against monsters. Who has this ability? Only then did everyone react. They followed Feng Yun and others and passed through all levels with great ease. However, they ignored that the void beast was almost immune to the abilities of most of the Divine Tree Masters. Although Taoism can work, the effect is at least weak. 50%. The origin of a Divine Tree Master who can crush and kill void beasts must be extraordinary. Such a powerful Divine Tree Master, or rather, a guild, seems to have never been heard of before. Then get in front of the copy. What is the origin of this master? Chapter 214. The Abyss of Reincarnation. A ray of sword light suddenly slashed diagonally from the front. It's like the waterfall of the nine heavens Milky Way falling. In an instant, the bodies of several void beasts that rushed around were separated into two halves. You killed the Samsara silhouette and the void beast and obtained the advanced Samsara fragment 1. After a period of killing, the number of void beasts appearing nearby is increasing. However, the little white fox lurks in the void and can capture the location of places at any time. Boom! A terrible flame swept across all directions. Divine Dragonmon activates 9 heavens. Ahead, a vast field of fire suddenly illuminated the entire abyss. The sacred fire carries divine power and has the effect of being immune to ignorance. Any void beast that pounces on it will be incinerated in the blink of an eye, just like a moth flying into the flames. The moment it touches the fire net, its body will be incinerated. The azure hidden dragon let out a roar. Lightning suddenly covered the world. Pikachu, on the other hand, copied Dragonman's abilities. After all, Sharingan, as the most evolved pet, has the strongest combat power. The Sharingan successfully replicates the skill of divine fire and can achieve the same effect when released against surrounding monsters. Yumi possesses Sharingan and continuously releases healing light curtains to increase buff. As the main force that kills the most enemies, Sharingan can be said to have attracted a large amount of hatred. Allowing Yumi to possess it can also help the battlefield situation to the greatest extent. Of course, these void beasts on the periphery can only carry out sneak attacks with their abilities. Under the offensive of the pet army, tens of thousands of void beasts died in Lu Shu's hands. At this time, a hissing sound of strange beasts echoed around the abyss and valley. Suddenly, huge pythons jumped out of the shadows. The next second, the python turned into a black line, as if it wanted to penetrate directly into the body of the dragon beast. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly became fierce. All things Tao pattern. The buzzing sound of the avenue suddenly spread between heaven and earth. All around the pet army, bright golden lotuses suddenly rose up. No, it was not just a golden lotus phenomenon. Colorful auspicious clouds, auspicious purple light, heavenly clouds and mist, all kinds of miraculous things. The signs turned into a field, blocking the attack of the shadow python. Hiss. The moment the shadow python touched the vision, its body seemed to be blocked by something, and it reflexively took half a step back. Its cold eyes stared at the field summoned by Lu Shu, full of fear. In front of Lu Shu, a monster panel popped up. Reincarnation silhouette. Shadow python. Category: Shadow of Reincarnation. Danger coefficient, S. Perception range, 1,500 meters. Power, 3,200. Speed, 4,150. Defense, 3,220. Skills: Void Escape, Reincarnation Silhouette, Tear, Abyss Amplification, Integrate into Shadow, Sneak Night, Shadow Attack. Description: Be careful. These reincarnation silhouettes from the abyss have the blood of the ancient shadow pythons and can blend into the night and darkness. When they turn into shadows, they will have super resistance and speed, making them difficult to prevent and resist. Turn into shadow. The corners of Lu Shu's mouth raised slightly. This is one of his special skills. What surprised Lu Shu was that it seemed to be in a special environment of the abyss, so the intensity of the shadow python blending into the night was no worse than that of the shadow assassin. However, Lu Shu is no longer as simple as a shadow assassin. His body is condensed with shadow killing patterns. This is a more advanced shadow killing path. The shadow python's use of shadow talents is incomparable to Lu Shu's shadow. Kill the avenue to compare. Everything returns to its shadow. Lu Shu's voice echoed indifferently on the field. With a move of his hand, the whole world suddenly became dark. No. If we say that the darkness of the abyss is just darkness without a light source. Then, Lu Shu used the shadow-killing avenue, all nearby people everything seemed to be sucked into the shadow. The shadow pythons suddenly felt a burst of instinctive fear from the heart. They instinctively felt that Lu Shu had a transcendent power, and this power was still powerful to them. It has a strong restraint effect. In this way, you should no longer be able to take advantage of your talents. Lu Shu chuckled. That's right. The shadow python used the abyss to turn into a shadow, trying to escape directly into the body of the divine dragon beast and kill the divine dragon beast directly. Of course, with the attributes of the divine dragon beast, even if it is true if the shadow python's attack succeeds, it will never be killed immediately. What's more, Yumi is possessed by Sharingan, so the chance of killing him is even lower. But Lu Shu is not interested. Give your opponent any chance. Directly turn the nearby area into your own shadow realm. Although the shadow python can turn into shadows in this space, Lu Shu's pet army also received the buff bonus of the shadow realm. The two are equivalent to fighting in one space. The gap caused by the shadow talent is smoothed out. Sharingan, use 7 heavens. Pikachu, copy the power of Dragonmon. Little White Fox, restrict the activities of the shadow python. Following Lu Shu's order, the surrounding pet army immediately started killing. The Little White Fox took the lead in using the space power. The shadow python suddenly felt that its body was as if it was stuck in a quagmire, and it was difficult to move. The dragon beast and Pikachu released 7 heavens at the same time. The rolling divine fire immediately covered the bodies of all the shadow pythons. You killed the Samsara silhouette and the shadow python, and got 5 advanced Samsara fragments. Chapter 215. The number of high-level reincarnation fragments that the shadow python can provide is 5 times that of the void beast. My current fragments total 35,000 pieces. This advanced fusion material only requires 10 times the amount to fuse the same monster. That is to say, I can now fuse 3,500 void beasts. On the Sacred Tree Island, Lu Shu's true form opened his eyes. He opened the warehouse. It was filled with debris. It's time to summon an army of monsters. The Netherworld army was not summoned to this battlefield due to its attributes. The attacks of these monster legions cannot cause substantial damage to the Samsara silhouette. But if the void beast is summoned and fused, it will be different. In this way, as long as the fusion is carried out, the monsters you own will. The Vanguard Legion also has the ability to kill the silhouette of reincarnation. Do you want to consume advanced reincarnation fragment x 35,000 and summon reincarnation silhouette? Void beast x 3500. Yes. The next second. In the open space ahead, a summoning light curtain rose. 3,500 void beasts appeared on the spot. That amount can be described as huge. However, for Lu Shu, it's not about quantity, but about essence. Choose fusion. The vanguard of that group of monster legions give priority to merging void beasts. Up to now, hundreds of monsters have been fused with the undead souls of the Divine Tree Master. Not only do they have the attributes of the Netherworld, but now they also have the attributes of reincarnation and void. Even an S-level Divine Tree Master may not be able to deal with them. Most of the relatively inferior Netherworld army has reached S-level after incorporating the attributes of the Samsara silhouette. Moreover, it is not as simple as an ordinary S-class. With the various resistances of reincarnation and the Netherworld, if the Sacred Tree Masters of the Grey World encountered it, it would be enough to give them a headache for a long time. The remaining few hundred, after fusion, also created a quite powerful army. The ability of monster fusion is more powerful than I expected. Lu Shu couldn't help but sigh. When he first obtained the power of this sacred tree, Lu Shu didn't feel that this skill was so powerful. But after a period of verification, the fusion is really easy to use. Of course. This is also based on the fact that Lu Shu's progress is faster than other sacred tree masters, so that the fusion skills can be maximized. In a short period of time, Lu Shu can continuously conquer new dungeons and find different types of monsters to fuse. Therefore, the progress looks extremely amazing. If it were another sacred tree master to use this skill, just challenging other copies and preparing fusion materials, I don't know how much time it would take. If it cannot be guaranteed if the progress of materials and dungeons keeps up, the speed of creating monster legions will be extremely slow. This means that the summoner profession is destined to be played by only a few divine tree masters. At this moment, Lu Shu frowned slightly. He sensed that in the abyss of reincarnation, there were already divine tree masters getting closer and closer to his position. Because this time, there were many sacred tree masters going to this copy. When Lu Shu was going down, he placed many wicks of street lanterns along the way. These wicks provided a lot of vision. He could know that the position of the sacred tree master was getting closer and closer to him. It should be the sacred tree master of Fengyun Guild. Lu Shu secretly thought in his heart. The strength of this guild is indeed not simple. Of course, since the other party has no direct conflict of interest with him, Lu Shu has no intention of exterminating them all. However, he is in the process of conquering the dungeon, so he does not intend to disturb by them. In this case, let my monster army accompany you to have fun. Lu Shu smiled. He wanted to try what his monster army could do when it met the top guild in the Shinshu game. The abyss of reincarnation, the periphery. Bai Yu silently recited the mysterious and obscure Taoist pattern. In the void, golden talismans appeared in the void. The surrounding sacred tree masters immediately used Taoist magic to hunt down the surrounding void beasts. The leading boy hid behind the crowd, watched his teammates kill the enemy, and smiled from behind. These monsters don't look very strong. After killing the monsters around him, Fengyun's expression was not as relaxed as expected, but he said with confusion. Have you noticed that the number of these monsters is not as large as we thought? Brother Long and Bai Yu stood there, also frowning. They thought for a moment. Bai Yu's pupils suddenly activated the white eye technique. They glanced around. She slowly said, "What the president said, that's right, there seemed to be something a little unreasonable about us along the way." As soon as these words came out, the young man leading the way was a little confused. Wait, what did you notice again? We got through customs all the way, wasn't it pretty smooth? Could it be that the boss of this dungeon is secretly tricking us? Feng Yun shook his head, pointed at the monsters around him and said. Have you noticed that the number of monsters we encountered throughout the level were almost the same? From the entrance of the abyss to now, the number of monsters has not increased. Generally speaking, no matter what dungeon you conquer, as long as you go deeper, the level and number of monsters will increase. But now that we have come all the way, the strength of the monsters has not improved significantly, but the number is unstable. Everyone also realized this from Feng Yun's words. Brother Long frowned and asked, could it be that the Divine Tree Master Guild who was walking in front of us killed all the monsters in advance? Unconsciously, Brother Long has completely ruled out the possibility of a personal tree master in front of him. If it can cause large-scale killings and reduce the number of monsters here, then it will definitely not be a personal tree master. Go ahead and take a look. Feng Yun paused and said. Just when they had not walked for long, suddenly, a strange monster army appeared in front of them, blocking their way forward. Chapter 216. Careful. Bai Yu paused, and her eyes became alert. In front of her, hundreds of monsters suddenly appeared. On their bodies were the marks of the silhouette of reincarnation. Finally encountered a new monster type. A member of the guild rubbed his fists with a bellicose smile on his face. Don't let your guard down. Bai Yu said in a solemn tone, these monsters are different from the void beasts just now. They have an extremely sinister aura on their bodies, and the feeling they give me has completely changed. That's right. Feng Yun nodded, you all should pay attention, the origins of these monsters are not ordinary. Members of other guilds are also very alert. Only a few high-level officials in Feng Yun Guild can use Byakugan. Only then do they know what is happening ahead. In fact, from the perspective of Byakugan, the power fluctuations of these monsters are much more powerful than the void beasts just now. No, it's not just the breath. Experts often have a very sharp sense of smell for their enemies. This group of monsters, just standing there, gives Feng Yun and others brought a full sense of oppression. We have also killed many dungeon monsters along the way. These monsters should not be impossible to deal with. Brother. Long glanced at the teammates around him and commanded. According to previous combat experience, try to imprison these monsters first, and then launch an attack. Good. Everyone nodded. As soon as they finished speaking, golden Dao patterns appeared in the hands of Feng Yun, Bai Yu and Brother Long. The Dao patterns seemed to form a formation of heaven and earth, and enveloped the group of monsters. Within a moment. Dao patterns are all over this space. The monsters in front are obviously much slower in movement. It's now. Feng Yun said loudly. The teammates behind him immediately transformed into various Taoist supernatural attacks and attacked and killed the group of grey monsters. However, one of the monsters suddenly spit out a sound wave from his mouth. This sound wave transformed into huge ripples spread around, and when they collided with the Dao technique, they actually offset the Tao technique's attack. Together with the surrounding runes, they also began to vibrate violently. And the other monster's hands suddenly transformed into a strange flute. When the monster blew the flute, strange music floated around. All the sacred tree masters who heard this music couldn't help but kneel on the ground, covering their heads, feeling a severe impact on their hearts. Psychic attack. Feng Yun's expression suddenly changed. These monsters are indeed stranger than I imagined. Bai Yu said solemnly. Mental attacks are not ordinary attacks. Generally, only Lord-level monsters can perform attacks of this level. If they are ordinary mobs, their own attributes are relatively weak, even if they are in pieces. If they gather together and use mental attacks, they can be easily destroyed. However, the monster in front of them not only uses mental attacks. The flute in its hand is also similar to an advanced weapon. When paired together, the effect of the illusion is even stronger now. Everyone in the Feng Yun Guild also carries some jewelry and equipment, which are resistant to spiritual attacks. Moreover, most of their sacred tree masters have strong spiritual power and are immune to most spiritual attacks. However, it's just the little monster, the sound of the flute, made most of the members of the guild lose the ability to resist. Except for Bai Yu, Feng Yun and other senior sacred tree masters, they would not be completely suppressed, but they were still more or less affected. Impact. The condition of other sacred tree masters is even worse. The attacks of these monsters seem to be different. Bai Yu's pupils glanced back and forth between the whistling and flute-playing monsters, and his tone became more solemn. Feng Yun's brows furrowed even more tightly. Yes, Bai Yu's words reminded him. Generally speaking, monsters of the same type should be similar in terms of attack methods and characteristics. But the attack methods of these monsters seem to be very different. The whistling monster uses the ability of chaos. When the whistle sounds, the surrounding Tao patterns will begin to become unstable. All physical laws and space laws began to shake violently at this moment, thus breaking the stability of the Taoist formation. In addition, the mental attack of playing the flute weakened the mental power of all Fengyun Guild members, causing their overall combat capabilities to drop a lot. In just the blink of an eye, Fengyun Guild was completely at a disadvantage. I just said that these monsters are easy to deal with. Why did the level change instantly? Fengyun glanced at the leading boy subconsciously. The young man half opened his mouth, as if he was shouting, but after receiving such a glare, he shut up instantly. Well, I have to admit that my crow's mouth is really not suitable for talking anymore. Fengyun's eyes looked at the monster in front of him again. Of these dozen monsters, only 2 are taking action now, while the rest are still watching covetously from behind. For some reason, Fengyun suddenly had an illusion, as if this monster army were not unconscious monsters, but were facing a well-trained Divine Tree Master Guild. He has never encountered an opponent who can bring such pressure to him. Bai Yu, use your eye skills to find their weaknesses. The attack methods of these monsters are very similar to our human abilities. We must find their weak spots before we know how to act. Bai Yu nodded, and then further strengthened the white eye's pupil technique, watching every move of the opponent. Suddenly, the monsters behind started to take action. Black magic, death arrows, triple time speed. Various different powers caused the pupils of Fengyun Guild members to shrink violently. For a moment. The next second. Just as these attacks were about to sweep through Fengyun Guild, the surrounding night suddenly darkened. Just in the blink of an eye, the field of vision is infinitely compressed. Darkness has fallen on the earth. Fengyun suddenly looked back, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a deep voice. Dark Knight Alliance. This group of people actually came here. Chapter 217. Now. Night Realm. Countless light sources were swallowed up. Even the attacks from those monsters were swallowed. And Yi stepped out of the night, glanced at Fengyun Guild lightly, and then looked at the monster in front of him with a slightly solemn look. People from the Dark Knight Alliance, why did they get here so quickly? Now, the situation becomes troublesome. Those cold-blooded lunatics would actually help us. This is unscientific. Everyone in Fengyun Guild is looking at Yi with vigilant eyes. Although the opponent's action just now helped several people in Fengyun Guild escape from the crisis, Yi has always had a bad reputation. We still need to be wary of these people. Bai Yu has returned next to Fengyun. He frowned and said, President, what should we do now? Fengyun pondered for a moment, and then walked to the front of Yi. Sir, these monsters are not something ordinary tree masters can deal with. Are you considering joining forces? Yi glanced at Fengyun with a slight contempt and said the combined superpowers are just quantity but not quality. No matter how many powers there are, no matter how many people join together, they still can't compare to the real top powers. As soon as Yi finished speaking, the eyes of everyone in Fengyun Guild suddenly became unhappy. No wonder Yi chose to take action at this time. After the reputation has been ruined during this period, the blood-generating ability of the Dark Knight Alliance has dropped too much. On the contrary, the momentum was stolen by the Fengyun Guild. Now, Dark Knight has chosen to repel the enemy, and in turn save the Fengyun Guild. In fact, it is building momentum for the Dark Knight Alliance. Doesn't this mean that when facing the Grey World copy, the Dark Knight Alliance is stronger than Fengyun Guild? Sure enough, the other party has no good intentions. Since you are so confident, you can go up and try it yourself first. Fengyun paused, suddenly smiled, and led Fengyun Guild to take a few steps back. He gave up the battlefield to the Dark Knight Alliance. However, this move made several members of the guild feel a little dissatisfied. Someone came to Fengyun's beside him. He whispered, President, are we giving in now? Fengyun shook his head and said, these monsters are not that simple. You will know after reading them. At this moment, the realm of night enveloped all the monsters. Today, I will let you know that only top-level abilities have the greatest value. Yi sneered and used the night domain. This abyss was suddenly shrouded in endless shadows. It was like a huge curtain, wrapping everything here. As expected of the President. Is this the power of the Dark Knight fruit? Killing these Grey World monsters in seconds is absolutely a piece of cake. The guild members behind immediately began to flatter them. Their expressions were full of admiration. The age of these sacred tree masters is usually relatively young, which can also explain what kind of new blood the Dark Knight Alliance has imported during this period. Divine Tree Master. However, at this moment, from the darkness, a ray of holy light suddenly broke through the surrounding night. Holy light power. Dark Knight's eyes suddenly moved. However, from the night, I don't know when a few more monsters appeared. Those monsters had never appeared on the battlefield before. At this time, they suddenly appeared in Dark Knight's realm. Moreover, the power of the Holy Light system was released. This sudden change caught Yi off guard. The next second, the dazzling Holy Light penetrated the Dark Knight. At that moment, Yi was in the most vulnerable state. And a few monster from the Grey World suddenly teleported to Yi's side out of thin air. There was a crash sound all around them, and the next second, chains with spells wrapped around Yi's body. Damn it! Yi gritted his teeth, and a black energy emerged from his body. Immediately afterwards, his figure merged into the night, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared 100 meters away in the night field. This time, he seemed to have escaped a dangerous attack by teleporting. But at the location where the teleportation landed in the Dark Night, a few extremely cold eyes were already looking at him. Death stare. The next second, Yi felt that his soul was being violently pulled. Even his mental power was suppressed to a certain extent, making it difficult to use it. Yi's eyes were full of horror, and he shouted to the members behind him. Road! Come and give me a hand. After hearing this, several sacred tree masters of the Dark Knight Alliance immediately used the power of the Dark Knight fruit, instantly turning Dark Knight's body into darkness and pulling him to his side. Dark Knight can use the power of shadow, as long as there are teammates around him, you can instantly enter the shadow of your teammates. This extremely dangerous attack was finally defused. Everyone in the Fengyun Guild felt frightened when they saw this scene. Brother Long admired him, Guild President, no wonder you didn't choose to go up, these monsters are simply too weird. Bye. You frowned and said in a deep voice. The abilities of these monsters are a bit beyond my expectations. This is the first time I have seen a monster that can use holy light powers in the Grey World. Moreover, those monsters were transported to the Night Realm through Dark Knight powers, which shows that their night powers are not even worse than those of Dark Knight fruits. Do you think this super nightmarish copy is too weird? Everyone reacted after being said like this. Yes. I feel that these monsters are completely different from the Void Beasts just now. However, when the monsters later used Void Teleportation to hunt down Dark Knight, the ability is exactly the same as that of the Void Beast. Everyone in the Fengyun Guild is puzzled. The monsters just now were fairly manageable. Now, after this group of monsters appeared, they suddenly became no match for them. And, they have conquered countless dungeons, I have never seen mobs with such rich skills, they are comparable to boss. No. Even the boss of the Abyss-level dungeon cannot compare with these monsters. It feels more like facing a sacred tree division. Chapter 218. The Abyss of Reincarnation. Under 10,000 meters. Lu Shu led the monster army and killed all the nearby monsters. His eyes moved slightly and he suddenly laughed. Interesting. The sacred tree master outside is really getting more and more lively. However, with their current level, they still cannot break through my monster vanguard army. It seems that the ability of my monster army is powerful enough. That's right. Those strengthened monsters are actually not the monsters of this dungeon. They are Lu Shu's monster army. If the sacred tree masters outside know what they are dealing with, they are not the monsters of this dungeon at all. No, how would you feel if you knew it? The ability of the Monster Legion was actually beyond Lu Shu's expectations. Although he used the ability of the Shadow Killing Path and the Holy Light Dao Mark to help these monsters. After all, only a part of them were dispatched. The Vanguard Army. Lu Shu also mobilized more monster vanguards to go to the frontline battlefield. Therefore, those monsters alone were able to block the Divine Tree Master Guild, which was beyond Lu Shu's expectations. Things are getting more and more lively. Through the power of resonance. Lu Shu saw the periphery of the abyss from the perspective of the Monster Legion. More and more sacred tree masters had arrived at the position of his Monster Legion. Of course, judging from the current situation, due to the emergence of the Dark Knight Alliance, the Divine Tree Master Guilds present were extremely wary of each other, and they all speculated on each other's intentions. People's hearts are at odds. This means that the Divine Tree Masters on the field are not only unable to successfully achieve cooperation and alliance relationships, but may also be opposed to each other. Among them, Lu Shu saw several guilds of Divine Tree Masters who were enemies of each other gathered together. If it weren't for the Fengyun Guild, the Dark Knight Alliance, and their own monster army guarding there might have been a fight at any time. The current situation is actually more favorable to me. Lu Shu smiled softly. The number of these sacred tree masters has increased, and the situation has become more complicated. The conflict of interests of those guilds is obvious. But he is hidden in the monster legion, and in the eyes of other sacred tree masters it seems that monsters in the grey world cannot understand human activities. With this intelligence gap, it can give you a lot of room to operate. It is enough for dozens of monster vanguards to block all the sacred tree masters. As for the interior of the Abyss dungeon, Lu Shu can safely carry out the sweep. Tip: there is a reincarnation maze ahead, the danger factor increases, and elite monsters appear. Suddenly, a line of text appeared in front of Lu Shu. This is still a copy of the guide, a reminder that rarely appears. A special area? Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The number of monsters around him suddenly became much rarer. But if you use your mental power to sense it, you will find that the aura of the surrounding abyss is much stronger than before. The nearby field of vision has also changed. It was a lot darker. Even with the divine fire lighting up the surroundings, it still felt quite dark here. No one knew what was ahead, waiting for him. He walked forward for a while. At this moment, in front of Lu Shu, a deep tunnel appeared. Is this the entrance to the maze? Based on the previous tips, Lu Shu can be sure that he has arrived at the core area of the Samsara abyss. From the entrance to the huge abyss, he has been sneaking 10,000 meters downward. In fact, he has just passed the outermost test. The copy of the core area will start from this maze. The void beasts and shadow pythons that appear outside, as well as the reincarnation silhouettes of other vicious beast types, are just appetizers. The real enemies will appear within the maze. No wonder the monsters outside only drop some material fragments. It turns out that we haven't reached the core area of this copy yet. From this point of view, although the Abyss of Reincarnation only has one more super word than the nightmare level copy, it is much more difficult. Lu Shu took a deep breath. There was a bit of excitement in his eyes. The more difficult the copy, of course it means a higher rate of return. Thinking of this, he walked towards the direction of the maze. This maze extends in all directions, every few steps, a fork in the road will appear. Lu Shu tried to carve a mark at the entrance of the cave. However, something strange happened. This cave seemed to be alive. If he left a mark here, in a short period of time, the mark was healed visibly to the naked eye. It didn't take long before it returned to its original state. That is to say, ordinary sacred tree masters have no way to judge whether they have lost their way by leaving marks. Lu Shu showed a thoughtful expression. He tried to use the divine fire in his hand to leave a burning mark on the area. Divine power may be more useful. But the burning mark on the ground will not heal. The speed is even faster. No matter how much damage is done or how the terrain is changed, no mark can be left behind. By the way, the wicks of street lamp flowers. Since he couldn't leave a mark, he would leave some clues. He tried to put the wick of the street lamp flower on the ground. In this way, without destroying the terrain here, the street lamp flower you can keep the wick here. As long as you leave the wick, you can judge whether you are lost. But this will also leave a problem. What if there are a few sacred tree masters outside who slip through the net and sneak in secretly? Here, you may find your own wick. Lu Shu has a solution to this problem a long time ago. Launch the shadow killing avenue. He gently touched the wick, and a night projection instantly enveloped the wick. The next second, the wick turned out to be invisible. But the effect is still there. Even if you come in the dark night, you can't find the wick left behind. Lu Shu's shadow killing path has surpassed the level of shadow assassin, and it is no longer comparable to ordinary powers. After doing this everything, Lu Shu headed forward to explore. However, after a period of exploration, when he traveled to an intersection again, he found the first wick he left behind. Coming back. Chapter 219. Coming back. Lu Shu frowned slightly. He remembered that he had tried to avoid the original path and explore forward. However, after going around and around, he returned to the starting point. Try walking towards another intersection. Lu Shu pondered for a moment, then chose a different intersection than last time and tried to enter it. However, after walking for about half an hour, Lu Shu returned to the first intersection. Going around and around, came back again. Should you choose another intersection, or try the intersection you have already been to? Lu Shu frowned and thought. This maze is a lot weirder than imagined. Every time he enters an intersection, Lu Shu will leave a wick of a street lamp in place. Logically speaking, as long as I left the wick behind and walked towards the intersection without the wick, if I kept exploring, I should be able to move forward. But what I didn't expect was that I had returned to the starting point twice in a row. Moreover, it was also the first one I left behind. Street lantern wicks. But the strange thing is that he has never encountered other wicks. Lu Shu returned to the starting point twice in a row, and the 2 wicks he encountered again returned to the starting point. After walking for such a long time, what he left behind, the number of wicks was in the thousands. The wicks that were encountered twice in a row were the wicks left behind by the first time. This probability is completely unreasonable. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Lu Shu was not in such a hurry to move forward rashly. He moved slowly towards an intersection. Suddenly, he seemed to have changed his attention. I would like to see how the intersection I visited before is now. Lu Shu smiled softly, and then he stepped towards the intersection he had entered before. As a result, a strange thing happened. Entering this intersection, he did not find the wick of the street lamp left behind. Originally, logically speaking, Lu Shu had entered the same intersection before. He should have left a wick of a street lamp here. However, the wick that should have appeared has disappeared. Disappeared. If the wick disappears, then Lu Shu shouldn't be able to find the wick left behind the first time. What is going on? Purple Chi power. The next second, a purple sheen appeared in Lu Shu's pupils. The vision in front of him immediately changed. The originally seemingly calm surroundings were actually filled with countless undercurrents. Lu Shu walked in this maze, as if like walking on a treadmill. He seemed to be moving, but in fact he was not. In other words, he did not move to his goal. Because the transformation of this maze caused Lu Shu to return to the starting point many times. I see. Lu Shu laughed. He already understood the principle of this maze. It is indeed a super nightmare copy. It turned out to be a living maze. If I didn't have the pupil technique, I might not be able to see it. Lu Shu opened the purple pupil power again, trying to find a path. But, the purple chi pupil power is the soul sea that is opened up when you are promoted to the golden elixir realm. It is not a professional pupil power in itself. It is a kind of soul sea formed form. Therefore, it is not yet capable of breaking the laws of the maze. Green hidden dragon, open your white eyes. Lu Shu suddenly summoned the green hidden dragon and said. The eyes of the sky blue hidden dragon instantly turned on the form of white eyes. The next second, Lu Shu activated resonance. His vision suddenly changed. The mazes, all the changes are not so obvious in front of the purple eyes, but after switching to the visual state of Byakugan, everything is clear and easy to understand. Not only that. Byakugan can even see more things in the depths of the darkness. The vision in this area is blocked, but when placed in front of Byakugan, it becomes extremely clear. The breath of the abyss here can't block Byakugan's vision. It seems that the power of eye technique is much more powerful than I imagined. Lu Shu's eyes moved and he couldn't help but sigh. With the white-eyed vision of the azure hidden dragon, now Lu Shu can easily find the way to change the maze. Move towards the front again. Having seen through the maze after the change, Lu Shu discovered that every time he walked a certain distance, the nearby cave passages were secretly changing. In the past, without the help of Byakugan, it seemed to be moving forward, but in fact it was spinning in circles. Circle. However, with Byakugan's perspective, Lu Shu has already seen which passage is the real way to the front. As long as you walk forward, you can continue to go deeper into the maze. As expected. Halfway through when he was a child, Lu Shu had never encountered the street lantern wicks he left behind. The number of passages ahead gradually decreased from the many forks in the road. At this moment, a line of text appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes tips. Tip, there is a treasure chest maze ahead. Open the treasure chest and you will get a surprise or a test. Interesting. Lu Shu walked toward the maze room. In front of him, in the center of the room, was a treasure box made of silver. According to the prompts, if you open the treasure box, you will get a surprise. Or maybe a shock. Lu Shu walked forward calmly. At this moment, a silver blade suddenly cut towards Lu Shu's face. It was so fast that people could hardly react. When the silver blade touched at that moment, Lu Shu's body seemed to be cut into a shadow. Lu Shu's body completely turned into darkness. And, in an instant, he moved a few steps to the side, avoiding the crisis. Could it actually cause some harm to me? A burst of healing green light appeared on Lu Shu's body. This is the phoenix fruit to repair injuries. His eyes also became focused. He raised the divine fire source in his hand and radiated it forward. More than a dozen, a huge monster of the opposite sex, with a body like a silver snake but a tail like a scorpion, appeared in front of Lu Shu. Hiss. The sound made by the monster was like a snake's cry, but it was harsh and unpleasant, and it also had a slight suppressive effect of mental power. Lu Shu smiled and said. It turns out that this is the test of the treasure box. As long as I kill you, you should be able to get the treasure chest. Chapter 220. In front of Lu Shu, a monster panel popped up. Reincarnation treasure chest, time and space, silver python. Category, shadow of reincarnation. Danger coefficient, S. Perception range, 2000 meters. Power, 3200. Speed, 5550. Defense, 3920. Skills, void escape, reincarnation silhouette, time travel, abyss amplification, silver snake bloodline, 3 double time rate. Description, be careful of this giant python that appears in the abyss. They often guard next to the treasure chest and receive gifts from the treasure chest, possessing extremely powerful abilities and attributes. The time and space silver python possesses the ability of time and space, and its unexpected attack is difficult to parry. The next second, the time and space silver python arrived in front of Lu Shu in the blink of an eye at an incredible speed. Triple time rate. It's not just as simple as being faster. Being in the same space and time, the time movement speed of the time and space silver python is 3 times that of Lu Shu. Therefore, from the naked eye, it looked like the time and space silver python had arrived in front of Lu Shu in the blink of an eye. After the speed of the space-time silver python became faster, Lu Shu's own speed also slowed down. This speed is actually faster than the little white fox. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The time and space silver python not only has the ability to escape from the sky, but can also control time. Even if this ability is placed on the list of the Divine Tree Master, it will definitely be ranked above S-level. Of course, their number is also much less than the void beasts outside. Pikachu, copying the time speed of silver python 3 times. Yumi, possessing Pikachu. Divine Dragonmon opens its Byakugan to capture the enemy's movements. Lu Shu thought and gave the order to fight. The pet army instantly formed a battle formation. Pikachu copied 3 times the time speed and instantly applied the same buff to all teammates, including Lu Shu. The enemy has 3 times the time speed, and when we also have 3 times the time speed, everyone's speed was pulled to a horizontal line, making up. Through the resonance vision, Lu Shu quickly saw clearly the space-time silver python. Action. He raised his hand slightly. Countless avenue visions suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. The avenue of Vientiane. Using this magical power, you can summon the visions of heaven and earth and suppress your opponents. It is equivalent to Lu Shu's domain. Or, the projection of the small world. All the time and space silver pythons suddenly became much slower in their movement ability. Although the vision summoned by the Vientiane Avenue was not real, it had the effect of suppressing the opponent. Soon, after the speed of the time and space silver python was suppressed, Pikachu turned into a bolt of lightning and penetrated its body. Hiss. This group of monsters let out a burst of painful screams. Pikachu used the power of thunder and lightning to immediately seal the space-time silver python's ability to move. Then, Shendraman immediately launched the 7th heaven. Boom! A burst of divine fire flames swept past. These monsters all died in the divine flames. You killed the reincarnation treasure chest and the time and space silver python, and obtained high-level reincarnation fragments X10. The synthesis route of the space-time silver python has been unlocked. The synthesis of this kind of monster actually requires 200 reincarnation fragments. My monster army already has the teleportation ability of the void beast, so adding a triple time rate is of little significance. Therefore, I'd better save some more fragments and upgrade the strength of all my monster legions to the level of reincarnation silhouettes as soon as possible. Lu Shu did some analysis and decided to save some materials and synthesize the void beast. After all, the void beast requires less synthetic materials. It is much more cost-effective than the silver snake python. Next, Lu Shu walked to the treasure chest next to. Do you want to enable reincarnation and silver-level treasure chests? Yes. Congratulations on getting reincarnation boots, extraordinary level, X1. Lu Shu took a cursory glance at the attributes of the equipment. I have to say, now, his suit has begun to move closer to the extraordinary level. I only got 1 reincarnation set for the time being, and I don't know what the effect of the whole set is yet. It's just a silver-level treasure chest, but it actually contains extraordinary-level equipment. The levels of treasure chests are generally divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond and legend. The silver treasure chest in the Abyss of Reincarnation is only a low-level treasure chest, but it can already unlock extraordinary-level equipment. If you get a more advanced treasure chest, maybe legendary equipment or even additional professions can be opened. Lu Shu vaguely felt that the power of reincarnation is very special. It seems to have a quite complete system. Is there a profession that controls reincarnation in the Sacred Tree game? Maybe. Inside this copy, after opening the most advanced treasure chest, there is a plan to get additional professions. For Lu Shu, all higher-level professions can be transformed into doubt patterns after reaching a certain level. This is a good thing. With the help of Byakugan ability. After seeing through the changes in the maze here, it seemed much easier to continue moving forward. Before long, Lu Shu had already conquered several treasure chest rooms. You killed the Samsara treasure box and the purple flame dragon snake, and got X10 high-level Samsara fragments. You killed the Samsara treasure chest and the three-clawed giant python, and obtained X10 advanced Samsara fragments. You killed the reincarnation treasure chest and night spider, and obtained high-level reincarnation fragments X10. Successively killed many monsters in the silver treasure chest room. At this time, Lu Shu has obtained the 3-piece set of reincarnation. Among them, one of the treasure chests contains the same equipment. After the dungeon ends, you can sell it on the trading interface, or you can directly sacrifice it to the 5-color altar. The 5-color altar now always maintains the chance of 1 or 2 luck critical hits, but it has not been used yet. Subsequently, after Lu Shu replaced his boots, breastplate, and arm guards, he had obtained the attributes of the 3-piece set of reincarnation. Chapter 221. Lu Shu opened the equipment panel. Reincarnation armor. Type, chest protector. Grade, extraordinary. Attributes, defense 2100, crit resistance 20, reincarnation resistance 100, abyss resistance 5, durability 1000. Set effect. Reincarnation 8-piece set sad face 38. Set effect, reincarnation resistance 150, immune resistance 20, reincarnation perception 50, reincarnation gain 70, reincarnation critical hit rate 20, blessing 100, reincarnation invalidation 3 seconds. Invalidation of reincarnation. There is actually this kind of power that can turn my own body into the silhouette of reincarnation. This is equivalent to turning on the invincible mode for 3 seconds. It is indeed an extraordinary set effect. The corners of Lu Shu's lips raised slightly. Reincarnation invalidation. The group of Sacred Tree Masters outside are still having a headache on how to deal with the Void Beast. With the ability to invalidate reincarnation, although it only lasts 3 seconds, but Lu Shu is a Divine Tree Master. 3 seconds is enough for him to defeat enough enemies. What's more, he has gathered more suit effects, and his ability to negate reincarnation can be steadily improved. He can be said to be invincible. Lu Shu continued to walk forward. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to the core of the abyss of reincarnation. He once again eliminated some monsters here. Ahead, a room with a gold treasure chest appeared. Lu Shu was planning to walk forward. Go, suddenly. His figure changed. The next second, the room with the golden treasure chest disappeared from Lu Shu's eyes. His figure suddenly returned to the entrance of the maze. In front of his eyes, the wick of the street lamp flower, appearing in this room. It is the 3rd time that I have returned to the starting point. Tip, you enter the vortex of reincarnation and return to the original place where reincarnation began. Seeing the prompt, Lu Shu's brows suddenly frowned. Samsara vortex. Initial location. Sure enough, this abyss is not just a maze. If I can't handle the power of reincarnation, then I will probably not even be able to see the boss and will be trapped here. Close your eyes. Lu Shu concentrated his attention and began to recall every detail that had appeared before. He seemed to just move a few steps forward, and suddenly there was a transparent water wave barrier, sweeping up his body. Not yet he had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, his position reappeared at the starting point of the abyss of reincarnation. The whirlpool of reincarnation, even Byakugan can't see where this thing is. Moreover, even if you see it, it will have no effect. As long as you are sucked into the whirlpool, you will return to the original starting point. This is going to be troublesome. Lu Shu frowned. Next, how should we solve this problem? To avoid the vortex of reincarnation, perhaps we must have enough reincarnation resistance. In other words, we must gather a certain amount of reincarnation suits. Lu Shu continued to explore forward. In the maze, after a period of searching, his reincarnation suit has been gathered into a 5-piece set. Open the panel. Reincarnation 8-piece set sad face 58. Set effect, reincarnation resistance 350, immune resistance 40, reincarnation perception 150, reincarnation gain 170, reincarnation critical hit rate 50, blessing 200, reincarnation invalidation 7 seconds ahead. A room with a gold treasure chest appears again. Lu Shu activated the ability to invalidate reincarnation in advance. However, when the whirlpool of reincarnation wrapped around Lu Shu, it always entangled his whole body. Lu Shu tried to activate various avenue patterns. However, these whirlpools seem to be magnetic fields coming from the abyss, and there is no way to break free. Wait until the 7 seconds of invalidation time has passed. Lu Shu's figure returned to the starting point again. No, I don't have enough time to deactivate reincarnation. If I ever thought about crossing this vortex of reincarnation, at my current speed, I would have to maintain at least 10 seconds of invalidating reincarnation. But now, my reincarnation suit can no longer be upgraded. Generally speaking, the set is divided into two parts, armor and jewelry. Armor is generally physical defensive equipment, including chest armor, arm guards, boots, trousers and jackets. Jewelry is divided into pendants, necklaces and rings. Generally speaking, the level of jewelry is higher than that of armor. This means that if Lu Shu wants to get jewelry, he must open a gold-level treasure chest. But the reincarnation whirlpool requires at least 10 seconds of reincarnation invalidation to pass through. As for the number of reincarnation suits, 5 is not enough, 6 pieces are needed. The one suit that happened to be the wrong one was stuck by its rules. The Lord of Reincarnation is really cunning and cautious. Lu Shu frowned slightly. When the Lord of Samsara created this copy, he did not intend to give the Divine Tree Master any room for strategy. This also means that the higher the level of the gray monster, the more intelligent it is. Coupled with the bug-like attribute of reincarnation increase, once the monsters in the gray world have the wisdom of human thinking, they will become extremely difficult to deal with. The 5th time, the 6th time, the 7th time, several times in a row, Lu Shu they all returned to the starting point, staring at the wick of the street lamp that had appeared in front of them so many times. How can we survive this whirlpool of reincarnation? Lu Shu frowned and muttered to himself. At this moment, 2 reminders suddenly popped up in his ears. Ding! You got the Life Fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained Holy Spirit Growth Fruit X1. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu opened his eyes and murmured softly, "Are the new fruits ripe?" Unfortunately, the fruit this time is the fruit of life. It shouldn't be of any help to this copy. When Lu Shu picked off the fruit of life, his eyes moved slightly. The Breath of Reincarnation. Chapter 222. Use mental power. Lu Shu could quite clearly feel that this fruit of life contained the aura of reincarnation. Could it be, is it a pet related to reincarnation type abilities? Lu Shu's eyes lit up slightly. It seems like, when the pet is hatched, it is very likely that it can help him get through this instance. Let's plant the subspecies spiritual tree first. Lu Shu muttered something silently in his heart, and then buried all the life fruit and Holy Spirit growth fruit in the soil. Soon, 2 subspecies spiritual trees rose from the ground, and a panel appeared. Life Fruit Tree. Variety, Subspecies Spirit Tree. Product, Life Fruit. Cycle, 0-5 days, 500-1000. Production times remaining, 1. Holy Spirit Growth Fruit Tree. Product, Holy Spirit Growth Fruit. Open the Sacred Tree panel. Products, Advanced Void Return Fruit, Void Return Kung Fu Fruit, Blood Succession Limit Fruit, Holy Spirit Growth Fruit. Production cycle, 10 days, 100-001000. Next. You only need to wait until the life fruit tree reaches its full production cycle and hatches new pets. As for these fruits of the growth of the Holy Spirit, Lu Shu plans to give it to new pets. He had a vague hunch. Since the pet born after being untied has the aura of reincarnation, it is likely to be of great help to him in the future. So, Lu Shu plans to leave the growth fruits for new pets to take. The rest just needs to wait. Certainly. In the Grey World, Lu Shu's clone did not take any time off, but continued to explore. Although I found duplicate silver-level treasure chests and only got some equipment, it was better to have them than not to have them. At this time, Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. He found someone coming outside the maze of reincarnation. And the wick of the street lamp he placed on the outside sensed that someone had arrived at the palace. The maze of reincarnation. The entrance to the outermost tunnel. Several shadows appear here. The president is indeed right. Let the guys from the Fengyun Guild absorb the hatred of the monsters in the Grey World, and then let us come in first. This idea is indeed brilliant. Stay calm, the president is still on the front lines attracting others' attention. We are here to complete the mission. We should be the only ones sneaking in. The guys outside are still being suppressed by those monsters. I really don't know what kind of ghosts appear in this nightmare dungeon. I haven't even met the boss yet, but the mobs alone can overwhelm the top guilds. They must be very unlucky to encounter the elite monsters in this dungeon. We have been down for so long without encountering monsters. We are so lucky. Don't be careless, all of you, please be careful. Just because there are no monsters yet does not mean that the danger is less. The crisis ahead may be even greater. Through the wicks of the street lamp flowers, secretly, Lu Shu already knew the identities of these sacred tree masters. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said in his heart, people from the Dark Knight Alliance actually came here. Under normal circumstances, it would not be a problem for Lu Shu to deal with these miscellaneous fish. However, at present, he has no way to solve the vortex of reincarnation. Maybe. With the arrival of these people, he can find some ways. Maybe. After all, if you just explore by yourself, the speed will be too slow. With a thought, Lu Shu left a teleportation array on the spot. The next second, the original figure of the Divine Tree Island teleported back to a clone. The clone turned into a shadow in the night and flew away towards the entrance. Normally, Lu Shu could have two clones at the same time, but the other clone was not commonly used. The other clone turned into a night curtain, sneaking on to those people from the Dark Knight Alliance. You can take action and monitor them at any time. Lu Shu's shadow killing path is obviously more advanced than the powers of the Shadow series. When he possessed him, he didn't cause anyone to react. Pay attention. Suddenly, someone asked, did you notice something that seemed to fly in front of us just now? Everyone turned around and looked at him with doubts on their faces. What? Like a shadow? Pfft, no, bro. You are from the Dark Knight Alliance, but you still doubt Shadow. Are you a member of our guild? The member was a little embarrassed about being sprayed, and said, I just saw something passing by. I must have been dazzled. The other members didn't say anything about it. After all, it's understandable that they came to such a dangerous super nightmarish dungeon, and separated from the guild leader. It's understandable that just a few of them went to such a dangerous place and had hallucinations due to nervousness. It's just that, the black shadow that possessed the past was naturally Lu Shu. Through the Divine Tree Master panel in front of him, Lu Shu learned that these Divine Tree Masters, although few in number, were all at a level in strength. Above, there is also an S-level Sacred Tree Master. He can be said to be Yin Ye's confidant. These people have eaten the fruits given by Yin Yi and have powers in the night field. But since they are unable to detect the existence of Lu Shu, it can be clearly seen that the attainments of these Sacred Tree Masters in Shadow are not even the slightest difference from Lu Shu. After following this group of people and exploring for a while, Lu Shu found out very speechlessly, these guys are simply too stupid. They kept spinning in circles. And they haven't found it yet. Under forced circumstances, Lu Shu actually used illusions to help them get out of this maze. Following the places Lu Shu had visited before, these people made their way smoothly again. Act forward. Why do I feel like this journey has been surprisingly smooth? Look, there is a room ahead. Hurry over and have a look, someone exclaimed. This room is actually a golden room that Lu Shu has never entered. There is an invisible whirlpool of reincarnation nearby. Originally, he had no hope for this group of people. However, when this group of people walked past, Lu Shu suddenly discovered that the speed of the whirlpool of reincarnation seemed to have slowed down. Chapter 223. Through Bayan's perspective, Lu Shu made a surprising discovery. The moment the vortex of reincarnation enveloped these Sacred Tree Masters, a compressed energy magnetic field appeared around them. If it enters this magnetic field, it will be sent back to its original position. But due to the existence of these Sacred Tree Masters, the speed of the magnetic field has slowed down. This place will slow down due to the increase in the number of people around. But what is strange is that pets are not affected by this effect. When Lu Shu's pet army followed him in, they were still teleported back instantly. But as the number of Sacred Tree Masters increased, the speed of the whirlpool actually slowed down. Maybe it's because the Divine Tree Master is special. Lu Shu thought secretly. Anyway, this is an opportunity for him. The next second, several people from the Dark Knight Alliance returned to the original location. After a brief period of confusion, their expressions suddenly changed. Showing a frightened expression. How is this going? We are back to the starting point. I asked myself why I didn't encounter any monsters along the way. It turned out that there was a big problem with this maze. So, what should we do now? Don't act in a hurry. We'll decide what to do next after we figure out what the surrounding situation is. Lu Shu listened to the discussion of this group of people, and his mind was filled with black threads. You still understand the situation. If you hadn't eliminated all the monsters in the maze around you, would you have been able to reach the golden treasure chest so smoothly? I'm afraid that if I don't enter a room with a silver-level treasure chest, I'll be killed by the surrounding monsters. By the time these people figure out the situation, I'm afraid the Grey Realm invasion will begin. Lu Shu had no interest in wasting time with this group of people. The next second, he directly summoned a shadow monster to hunt them down. A dangerous aura suddenly enveloped several sacred tree masters of the Dark Knight Alliance. Fortunately, they can come here, at least they have some level of combat experience. When faced with a crisis, he reacted instantly. There are monsters. Start the battle formation immediately. Hahaha, it turns out to be a shadow monster like us, now it's easy to deal with. Several sacred tree masters of the Dark Knight Alliance laughed. When they saw that the monster was a shadow, they were so happy. Isn't this their superpower attribute? Of course it is easier to deal with it. However, the next second, the shadow monster kicked one of the sacred tree masters. What a strong attribute. The sacred tree master who was kicked immediately turned into a shadow. But even so, the shadow monster was also an S-level monster summoned by Lu Shu. With these attributes superimposed, after giving that person a kick, even if he turned into darkness, his body is immune to certain physical attacks, and he also suffered a lot of damage. Seeing this, the faces of several other people suddenly darkened. It has to be said that the attributes of the shadow monster are beyond everyone's imagination. Let's go quickly. This shadow monster is not something we can deal with. They immediately picked up their friends and stepped into the maze. Still have some brains. Lu Shu nodded when he saw this group of people and did not choose to fight head-on with his clone. Then, he used the shadow monster to chase these people all the way, driving them towards his target location, like chasing ducks. Rushed over. Hey, Captain, you look at the speed of the shadow, it seems that it is not as fast as us. So what are you afraid of? The opponent's strength and attack power are just a little stronger, but in terms of speed, they are definitely incomparable to our shadow powers. Yes, we don't need to be so afraid. These people were relieved when they saw that the shadow monster did not catch up. Lu Shu, who was hiding in the dark, was not happy. Not only were these guys not grateful for how much water he put in, but they also slowed down. Come on. It seems that we still need to show some real skills. The speed of the shadow monster suddenly accelerated and appeared at the rear of the team. Among them, one person turned his head, and his pupils reflected the scene of a shadow spreading rapidly from behind, and immediately roared. Damn it, run. I don't know why that ghost got crazy, he suddenly became so fast. Already caught up. The expressions of the others had softened a lot just now. When they looked back. Damn. This thing is really coming to kill you. If you don't run away now, when will you wait? Seeing the shadow monster running so fast, these days how could a sacred tree master dare to stay where he was? He rushed towards the location of the golden treasure chest room like crazy. It's now. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. From Bayan's perspective, the position of the vortex of reincarnation was getting closer and closer. He immediately possessed the shadow in the middle of these people, and used the ability of illusion to let them in the process of escaping. An encirclement was formed unknowingly. And Lu Shu's shadow happened to be hiding in the middle of them. When the magnetic field covered the sacred tree master, there would be a short pause. It was like the sacred tree master was reloaded to the starting point of the samsara maze. This seemed to be a short time, but in Lu Shu's eyes, it was enough space to use. Seeing that the magnetic field had surrounded it. When several people around him, their bodies the moment he encountered the magnetic field, Lu Shu clearly saw that their bodies seemed to have turned into silhouettes of reincarnation. It seemed that they were connected to the maze as a whole. Then, their bodies disappeared in this moment. Lu Shu took advantage of this short period of time and instantly launched the fastest charge. Opening the avenue of shadow killing. His figure turned into a black knight and passed through the vortex of reincarnation in an instant. The next second. Lu Shu turned around when he went there, he found that the magnetic field of reincarnation had been left behind. Naturally, the Dark Knight Alliance team was left at the starting point of the reincarnation maze. They pushed open the golden bronze door standing in front of them. Boom! Amid a violent sound, in the center of the hall, a golden treasure box appeared in front of Lu Shu. Chapter 224. There was no imaginary monster in this room. However, Lu Shu did not relax his vigilance. He first left a teleportation array in place. Then, teleport the pet army over. Turn on the eye roll. Suddenly, invisible whirlpools of reincarnation appeared ahead. This thing is still here. Lu Shu frowned slightly. Although there are not many vortexes of reincarnation here, they are scattered everywhere, like traps, which are very dangerous. If you accidentally step on the vortex of reincarnation, you will return to the original place. This is such a mess. After bypassing the whirlpool of reincarnation, Lu Shu opened the golden treasure chest very smoothly. Congratulations on opening the gold-level reincarnation treasure chest and obtaining the reincarnation ring X1, legendary level. Open the panel and view it. Reincarnation necklace. Type, necklace. Grade, legend. Attributes, magic 1000, spirit 1000, magic penetration 580. Skill. Reincarnation phantom, place the enemy in the illusion of reincarnation, causing the opponent to appear in the same place repeatedly and experience the same things. Set effect. Reincarnation 8-piece set sad phase 68. Set effect, reincarnation resistance 550, immune resistance 50, reincarnation perception 250, reincarnation gain 270, reincarnation critical hit rate 55, blessing 300, divinity 100, reincarnation invalidation 10 seconds. The illusion of reincarnation. When Lu Shu saw the description of this skill, he frowned slightly. I have to say, this skill actually feels very similar to when entering this maze. Return to the same place and experience it over and over again. This maze is not as simple as killing monsters. Lu Shu continued to walk towards the deeper maze ahead. Tip, the illusion of reincarnation appears ahead. At this moment, Lu Shu suddenly returned to the original location of the golden treasure chest. Interesting. At this stage, the difficulty has increased a lot. Is the so-called whirlpool of reincarnation actually this abyss, the most unique illusion? Lu Shu frowned slightly. He calculated the speed of his walking. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, until 10 seconds later. Lu Shu's body returned to the original position again. I see. By observing the changes in the pattern, the corners of Lu Shu's lips slightly raised. He already knew what was going on in this room. There seemed to be no monsters around this treasure chest, but it actually turned into a fantasy world of reincarnation. As long as you take the treasure chest, the illusion will be triggered. But I won't be affected by the environment for a while. 10 seconds. The resistance and neutralization of my reincarnation ring lasts exactly 10 seconds. This means I only have 10 seconds to operate. However, if I activate the reincarnation environment, can it be offset by the illusion in this area? Suddenly, Lu Shu realized that he still had the ring's ability to use. Since this room was actually an illusion. Then, using the same illusion can offset this effect. Lu Shu continued to move towards the room. Go forward outside. Count down the tens of seconds in your mind, wait until the time is up. It's now. Lu Shu instantly used his mental power to communicate with the ring of reincarnation. Immediately afterwards, the scene in front of him shook like a wave of water, but unexpectedly it did not move back. You can continue walking towards the outside of the room. However, this is the first time to try. Lu Shu discovered that every second the skill of the reincarnation ring is activated, the mental power consumed will increase exponentially. This means that Lu Shu does not have much time to maintain the illusion of the reincarnation ring. He must seize the time. Shadow Kill Dao 1. Lu Shu's figure instantly turned into a black knight and shuttled forward. Boom! The bronze door at the end of the corridor was smashed open by a punch. Lu Shu successfully arrived at a new area. Behind the golden room, there are tunnels extending in all directions. However, the vicinity of these tunnels is full of whirlpools of reincarnation. The closer you get to the core area of the abyss, the stronger the samsara energy magnetic field in the vicinity will be. Lu Shu put down the wick of a street lamp flower on the spot. Although it's useless, at least I know when I was teleported back to the original starting point. Otherwise, you won't even know when you enter reincarnation, which would be troublesome. For ordinary sacred tree masters, once they choose strategies that are too deep, they are likely to be doomed. Even those divine tree masters who do not have the ability to teleport may not be able to return to their own sacred tree island. Suddenly, Lu Shu sensed that the wick of the street lantern at the outermost part of the maze lit up again. Those sacred tree masters are still trapped in the maze, and they don't know what to do next. Lu Shu looked at those guys with blank expressions on their faces and couldn't help but smile. If he hadn't cleared away all the maze monsters around him, I'm afraid these guys wouldn't even have a chance to return to the starting point. Let's put those guys outside the abyss in as well. Through the ability of resonance, Lu Shu switched his vision to the Grey World monster. Peripheral. More and more sacred tree masters came to Lu Shu's Grey World monster. Fengyun Guild and Dark Knight Alliance, this stage has also begun join forces. There is still about half a month left in the countdown to the invasion of the Grey World. It seems like half a month is a lot of time. But if you want to conquer the Super Nightmare level dungeon, this time is actually not enough for many sacred tree masters. More. The number of divine tree masters has increased. When they cooperate with each other, Lu Shu's vanguard monster army is a bit difficult to stop. Retreat. Lu Shu passed his spiritual thoughts to the monsters in the Grey World. It doesn't matter if these sacred tree masters come down anyway. This maze is enough for them. Lu Shu has passed the test of the gold-level treasure box, even if it is a silver-level treasure box. The maze was enough to eliminate many people. The next second, a prompt appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. The fruit of life is hatched, Samsara Fox 100. Chapter 225. Sacred Tree Island. I saw a little fox with soft, white and translucent fur hatching from the sacred tree in the center of the island. Lu Shu opened his eyes. Each of these little foxes immediately jumped into Lu Shu's arms. Brat. Lu Shu smiled and moved the little fox away from his face. Compared to the Dunkong fox, the reincarnation fox's hair is closer to gray. The pupils showed ripples one after another. Even if with Lu Shu's current mental strength, when he saw this eye, he couldn't help but feel a feeling of his soul being sucked into it. What powerful eyes! From this point of view, Samsara Fox's abilities are mainly focused on illusions. Illusion, my pet army just lacks this ability. Lu Shu showed a hint of joy. Not only because of the Samsara Fox's ability, which is as simple as illusion, but also, he sensed that the Samsara Fox has a different aura. In the Grey World, this kind of attribute is probably its special attributes. For example, Holy Light, Divine Fire, Reincarnation. These are all very advanced attributes. Compared to the purification of Holy Light, the dispersion of Divine Fire, the attributes of Reincarnation are more focused on spiritual power. And in the next step in the maze of Reincarnation, if you have the help of the Reincarnation Fox, your battle will become easier. It just so happens that, at this time, all the Holy Spirit growth fruits have reached maturity. 100 Reincarnation Foxes all ran to it underneath the fruits of the growth of the Holy Spirit. Lu Shu saw the expression of desire on his face and couldn't help but smile and said, "Eat." With Lu Shu's permission, all these little guys jumped on the tree and shared the fruits one by one. The Samsara Fox swallowed the Holy Spirit growth fruit and evolved into a nine-tailed Samsara Fox. The next second, Samsara Fox's body suddenly became as strong as a mountain. The 9 tails that covered the sky and the sun hung high in the air, swaying under the cold moon of the island. Eyes filled with the power of reincarnation, gently glanced at the world, as if every flower and tree, any movement, had stopped at this moment. In the entire world, only the king stands here, and everything around him is a foil to the king. Any existence will pale in comparison to the reincarnation fox. At the same time, a new pet panel appeared in front of Lu Shu. Samsara Fox. Type, Elf. Power, Samsara I Technique, Samsara Transformation, Samsara Reincarnation. Physique, S. Speed, S. Spirit, SS. Comprehensive Potential, SSS. Samsara I Technique, as the name suggests, is related to I Power. These eyes can make enemies fall into the illusion of reincarnation. However, the illusion of reincarnation is different from ordinary illusions, it is the highest illusion. At this level, as long as your mental power is strong enough, you can turn fiction into reality, making it difficult to distinguish between true and false. When the Samsara I Technique reaches a certain level, it can really make the target fall into an illusion forever, unable to wake up, just like killing the opponent. Reincarnation is very similar to the silhouette of reincarnation. It is to turn the body into another form of reincarnation. In order to be immune to most physical attacks and magic attacks, after reincarnation, only a few supernatural powers can cause harm to the reincarnation fox. However, in the current Grey World, there are also many sacred tree masters who have obtained advanced attributes similar to divine attributes. Although you can ignore many sacred tree masters, you can't be careless either. Good. Lu Shu looked at the Samsara Fox with a satisfied expression and did not hesitate to praise him. Although the 3 attributes are not very strong. However, the Samsara Fox has no special requirements for physical fitness and speed. Instead, it is spiritual. The strength requirement is very high. It just so happens that Samsara Fox has a very outstanding talent in this area. Just after swallowing one Holy Spirit growth fruit, his mental power has reached SS level. Coupled with the inherent reincarnation attribute, no wonder it is just one the Holy Spirit growth fruit allows the Samsara Fox to evolve into an SSS level pet. However, this is not the pinnacle of the Samsara Fox's evolution. Lu Shu discovered that at the next level of the nine-tailed Samsara Fox, there is also the god of Samsara. God level. Could it be said that there is a god level beyond the SSS level? Is Samsara Fox the most likely to reach this peak? Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Even the divine dragon beast, at this level, is still far away from the god level. That's right. The SSS level is not the pinnacle. The god level above it is an ordinary creature. Transformation. Lu Shu couldn't help showing an expectant look. If this guy could reach the god level, then the future would be promising. After the reincarnation fox evolved, it came to Lu Shu's side. He rubbed it affectionately. Shoulders. Obviously. Even if their abilities have been highly evolved, due to the sacred tree, all pets have an innate sense of closeness to Lu Shu. This feeling is much stronger than that of their parents. Right here at this time, several prompts popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Ding! Your deep-sea fishing rod caught a legendary treasure chest. 2 legendary treasure chests. Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. Open these 2 treasure chests. A total of 2 god-level life evolutions appear in the legendary treasure chest. Do you choose to use god-level life essence? Is this still a choice? Lu Shu naturally chose to use it immediately. Ding! You used god-level life essence, the growth points of the god tree are 5,000, and the production cycle is -2 days. Ding! You used god-level life essence, the growth points of the god tree are 5,000, and the production cycle is -2 days. Check the time of the product on the panel. After 3 days of incubation, plus the use of 2 god-level life essences. Lu Shu's sacred tree only needs 3 more days to get new products. Little guy, get ready to fight. Although this copy is very dangerous, it is the best opportunity for you to experience it. Lu Shu said softly. The next second, the teleportation light curtain fell. 100 reincarnation foxes passed through the teleportation array and headed to the Grey World. Chapter 226. Grey World. The periphery of the abyss of reincarnation. Fengyun Guild, Dark Knight Alliance and other divine tree masters gathered here. The young man who led the way stuck out his head, secretly glanced at the battlefield in front of him, and asked in a low voice to his teammates next to him. These monsters actually retreated? Don't you have eyes yourself? Isn't this person already stepping back? What else do you want? Ahem, isn't this the first time I've seen a monster from the Grey World take the initiative to retreat? The young man leading the way coughed awkwardly. However, regarding the retreat of the monsters from the Grey World, the faces of the sacred tree masters present here did not look so good. Fengyun returned to the team and said solemnly. You should have seen it too. The monsters in the Grey World sensed that our combat power was higher than theirs, so they actually chose to retreat. This has changed from our experience in fighting. This means that intelligent grey monsters may appear later. They can even accurately judge our abilities and choose the best time to take action. And these monsters we face are not the strongest bosses in the Super Nightmare level dungeon, they are just elite monsters. Now, you can vote whether you want to go deeper and complete the mission. Fengyun's words made the teammates present frown. If it were in the past, no matter what kind of danger they encountered, the big guys headed by Fengyun would have said this. Come all come. After exploring the Grey World for such a long time, these sacred tree masters have long been accustomed to life and death with swords. They don't care about life and death, and just do it if you don't accept it. However, you can be reckless, but you have to use your brain to be reckless. Regarding the many unknown situations in the abyss of reincarnation, in fact, the most rational choice is to return. They gathered the sacred tree masters. After such a long time, even the elite monsters on the outside have not passed. Who knows what else they will encounter inside? Danger? In my opinion, we should abort this mission. Brother Long scanned the surrounding sacred tree masters and whispered among the team. Just now we were able to join forces to deal with these elite monsters, but these guys blocked our way forward. Therefore, we divine tree masters have the same interest, that is, only after killing monsters can we move forward. But if we reach the more dangerous area ahead, no one knows what changes we will face. There are already discord among different guilds. If we move forward rashly, there will be too many risks. In the Fengyun Guild, several members who still wanted to explore saw Fengyun and Brother Long, and after analysis, they felt that this matter was too risky, and they couldn't help but retreat. The young man who led the way was the first to come out and said, okay, I also think this matter is too dangerous, why not go home now? Everyone couldn't help but look blank at the young man who was leading the way. This guy is too embarrassing, isn't it? All the big guys are rational analysis. As for this young man, he is just a coward. However, 3 votes have been taken to decide to return. By you, what do you think? An old man wearing a Taoist robe and looking like a Fengxian Taoist asked Bai Yu. When he spoke, the people around him fell silent. He obviously had a good status in the guild. In fact, this Taoist's the ID is Master 3 Rings, who is the divine tree master with Taoist powers. The members of Fengyun Guild can use Taoist magic to repel the void beast, and of course the help of Master 3 Rings is indispensable. Bai Yu is the one with the most analytical skills here. A powerful divine tree master. He paused. After some thought, Bai Yu finally shook his head. If you explore further, the benefits will not be great. In my opinion, we have killed so many monsters, and although the dropped materials are all rare materials, there is no improvement. This shows that the void beast is just an appetizer in the abyss of reincarnation. If you want to get the real good stuff, you must fight to the back. But I saw that this abyss was the same as the quasi-nightmare copy we experienced. The closer you get to the center of the abyss, the stronger the magnetic field inside is, and the risk factor is far more than just killing monsters. Just like the natural disaster lord, he can summon natural disasters. As for what methods the Lord of Reincarnation used, I can't even analyze it with my supercilious eyes. Besides, I didn't see any of those guys in Muyu Pavilion today. You should also know what kind of sacred tree master Muyu Tingfeng is, right? As soon as these words came out, several big guys who had not expressed their opinions also proposed to withdraw from this operation. Fengyun nodded and said, Bai Yu's analysis is indeed good. Muyu Tingfeng is the strongest divine tree master in the prediction department, and her abilities are not as simple as we imagined. She didn't even come to this instance, which is enough to show that even if we continue, we won't gain anything. After some discussions, everyone in Fengyun Guild finally chose to evacuate. Their actions caused the surrounding sacred tree masters to start talking about it. Fengyun Guild also retreated. It's strange. Shouldn't these monsters be unable to defeat us and be scared away? Why did they choose to retreat at this time instead? I guess you were scared away by the difficulty of the Super Nightmare level dungeon, right? In the Dark Knight Alliance, some divine tree masters began to sneer. In their eyes, Fengyun Guild's retreat was simply an insult to the top divine tree master guild. A qualified guild, no matter what level of dungeon it encounters, should go explore. We haven't even reached the inner area yet, and we are already running away, for a moment. The sacred tree masters of the Dark Knight Alliance hurriedly promoted their guild in the chat box. Although their words made many sacred trees, the teacher felt disgusted. But some people felt that Fengyun Guild's retreat was indeed a loss of morale. Just keep going. And Yi said coldly. Seeing the Dark Knight Alliance, they directly entered the inner area. The nearby sacred tree masters and many guilds saw their actions and followed them. Chapter 227. And Yi opened the chat box. Not long ago, several members used the ability of the Dark Knight fruit to quietly enter the inner area. By now, there should have been quite a bit of exploration. Before, during the battle, and Yi never had the chance to ask about the situation. Now is the opportunity to ask what kind of danger lies ahead. Open chat box. And Yi, you guys, what progress have you made while exploring inside? Killer 233, there is progress, but there is no progress. Seeing this sentence, and Yi was instantly speechless. What does it mean? How about playing with contradictory literature with me? Killer 233 looked at the chat box that had been silent for a while without reply. He seemed to feel the anger of An Yi and immediately explained. Killer 233, as we walked along, we didn't find any monsters from the Grey World, but we encountered a maze. Killer 233, this maze is very weird. We walked forward for a long distance, but when we came to the door of a room, we returned to the starting point. Killer 233, there are no other monsters nearby, and some passages are empty. There is no place to explore. And our progress is also stuck here. In fact, after Lu Shu conquered all the silver-level rooms, those rooms became an ordinary fork in the road. At most, there's a little more space. There are no traces of anyone fighting. Moreover, everything in the maze of reincarnation will be restored. Even if Lu Shu makes a huge pit inside, it will be completely restored to its original state within a few seconds. This is also the reason why other sacred tree masters cannot judge from the traces on the scene that any sacred tree master has fought. And Yi frowned deeply. Is this your progress? Yes. The other person quickly replied. Let's go and take a look first. And Yi pondered for a moment, and then walked towards the maze. When the others saw Yi walking so fast, they also quickened their pace. They were not fools. Knowing that the Dark Knight Alliance dared to walk so fast, they must have something to rely on. Very much so. They may have obtained the guide to the copy. These divine tree masters followed them, naturally wanting to gain some benefits. However, the Dark Knight Alliance is not a good person. Seeing these people following them, they immediately turned into a shadow and moved towards the distance. Escape everywhere. The Dark Knight Alliance itself is very good at assassins and knight abilities. They really want to play hide-and-seek and hide-and-seek games. This is their specialty. The other sacred tree masters were left behind and couldn't help but feel angry. However, there didn't seem to be any danger along the way. Some divine tree masters were searching nearby and were not in such a hurry to go down and try to pick up the leaks. Some sacred tree masters stopped and watched, feeling that there might be unimaginable risks inside, and some sacred tree masters led the entire guild down there, seemingly fearless. Anyway, this time the abyss of reincarnation has pulled many sacred tree masters over. It can be said that the forest is getting bigger. There are all kinds of birds. Among them, a star's light suddenly descended into the abyss of reincarnation. From the star's light curtain, several boys and girls wearing star costumes walked out, as if they were reflecting the Milky Way. They were the sacred tree masters of the Star Pavilion. The young man at the head was wearing luxurious sky blue silk and satin, his eyes reflected countless stars, and with a confident smile on his lips, he stepped into the abyss of reincarnation. This man is none other than the president of Xingqian Pavilion. Yu Xuanji. After scanning the surrounding area, he smiled lightly and said. It seems that everything around here has been wiped out. We arrived a little late. You complained. It's all my fault that Yun Zhongjuan. He said he wanted to refine some elixir, but it took too long. Yun Zhongjuan was unhappy when he heard this and retorted righteously. The elixir I refined will be of great help to this copy. Can the alchemist be called late? Everyone has nothing to do with Yun Zhongjuan. Well, the profession of alchemist, his personality is like this. Not to mention, if Yun Zhongjuan is given time to prepare, the role he can play may not be worse than Yu Xuanji. You sighing. I can't help it. I've come here. There's no way I can come back empty-handed again, right? Always take a look at what it looks like down there, and record some short videos to open the eyes of the young guys in the guild who couldn't come over. Let them see the grandeur and splendor of the super nightmare level copy, and maybe it can also increase their spirits. What strength? Shu. Yu Xuanji suddenly put his finger on his lips to signal the surrounding members to be quiet. His eyes suddenly became focused, and he looked in the direction of the reincarnation maze with a thoughtful expression. The surrounding members also paid attention. Seeing Yu Xuanji's strange behavior, he couldn't help but ask. President, have you discovered anything? After a long time. Yu Xuanji narrowed his eyes slightly and said, I sense that there is a very huge star power hidden under this abyss. But I don't know whether this star power comes from the copy or from the divine tree master. All in all, I secretly feel that there is a quite transcendent power below, which has the same origin as our superpowers. Although dangerous, it has an inexplicable attraction to me. The other members all showed extremely surprised expressions. President, are you saying there is the power of stars down here? Yu Xuanji nodded and said solemnly. It seems like we have to go down. The people in the Star Pavilion suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew towards the entrance of the Samsara maze. Their appearance immediately caused some of the sacred tree masters present to exclaim. Who are these people? Their powers are too impressive, right? Xingqian Pavilion, you may have never heard of it. It is a very small guild of divine tree masters. Although the scale is small, this guild recruits sacred tree masters with special abilities. If a fight really breaks out, even though there are only a few of them, even some big guilds will still be wary of them. I didn't expect that this time in the abyss of reincarnation, even Xingqian Pavilion would come to stir up the troubled waters. Wow, what a surprise! The abyss of reincarnation. 100 reincarnation foxes came to Lu Shu's location through teleportation. And there happened to be a platinum-level treasure chest room in front of him. Chapter 228. Ahead, an overlapping corridor appeared. The corridor winds up like a ladder to heaven, and the surrounding space seems to be distorted by an abnormal samsara magnetic field. It looks like a twisted and overlapping oil painting. In fact, this is because the vicinity is filled with whirlpools of reincarnation, projected in the form of silhouettes, and placed between fantasy and reality. If it were an ordinary sacred tree master, it would probably be difficult to pass through this corridor. Even if the divine tree masters from earlier come over and block the whirlpool of reincarnation with their bodies, they still can't help Lu Shu pass such a long distance. There are many more samsara vortexes around here than before. Even if I activate the shadow-killing avenue ability at full strength, it will take at least 5 minutes to pass. Let's go to the other gold-level treasure chest rooms first. Lu Shu quickly made a decision. In fact, if the samsara fox takes action and Yumi is possessed, there is a certain chance that the samsara fox can pass through this corridor. However, considering that this is the first time for the samsara fox to go like this, Lu Shu first plans to test this advanced nightmare-level copy. He will pass over other gold-level treasure chests along the way. Although the reincarnation maze outside can block most of the sacred tree masters, who knows if the other party has any means. Can you come here? In this world, there must be special powers that Lu Shu doesn't know about. Therefore, why leave the gold-level treasure chest to others? Just get it yourself, even if it is sacrificed to the 5-color altar, it is also a good idea choose. Basically, you only need a few pieces of reincarnation equipment to light up a colorless sacred stone. Such a good thing, after passing this village, there will be no such store. Of course, all gold-level treasure chests will be given to got it. Do you want to keep it for others? Arrive at the other gold-level treasure chest room. Once here, the vortex of reincarnation filled the area again. When Lu Shu came to the door of the gold-level treasure chest room for the first time, he relied on several Dark Knight Alliance divine tree masters outside to use their bodies as shelter to resist the vortex of reincarnation and was able to pass through the vortex of reincarnation. However, now he has not only collected the 6th piece of reincarnation jewelry, but he also has a reincarnation fox by his side. It can be said that it is much easier than before. Lu Shu's eyes moved, and he carved a teleportation array on the ground, teleporting all the samsara foxes. Samsara fox, let me see your abilities. Ouch! The samsara fox chirped. Then, the pupils like the vortex of reincarnation suddenly transformed into a strange ripple. The surrounding whirlpool of reincarnation seemed to be pulled by a force from the same source, and it suddenly became honest and calm. Come down. Lu Shu did not use any of the abilities of the 6-piece set of reincarnation. He just stepped out and came to the center of the magnetic field. As a result, he found that no matter how he moved, these reincarnation vortices stayed peacefully around him, without any thoughts about myself. Good guy. He even controlled the vortex of reincarnation. Lu Shu looked at the reincarnation fox in his eyes, full of surprise. He thought that these little guys would only interfere with the vortex of reincarnation at most. Unexpectedly, they directly sealed the vortex of reincarnation. From this point of view, even if leading to the platinum-level treasure chest, this little guy is not a problem. Come to the room with the gold-level treasure chest. The surroundings are also the test of the illusion of reincarnation. However, the last time there was no reincarnation fox, Lu Shu had passed it easily this time. With the reincarnation fox, these illusions have no impact on Lu Shu. The huge reincarnation maze and all the gold-level treasure chest rooms are now like Lu Shu's back garden, where you can wander around and think about it. Go wherever you go. Loot all the gold-level treasure chests nearby. Open the treasure chest. In front of Lu Shu, reminders appeared one after another. Ding! Congratulations on opening the gold-level reincarnation treasure chest and obtaining reincarnation jewelry, legendary level. Ding! Congratulations on opening the gold-level reincarnation treasure chest and obtaining the reincarnation ring, legendary level. Ding! Congratulations on opening the gold-level reincarnation treasure chest and obtaining the reincarnation necklace, legendary level. After opening all the treasure boxes, Lu Shu has collected all the reincarnation suits. Open panel. Set effect. Reincarnation 8-piece set sad face 88. Set effects, reincarnation resistance 1550, immune resistance 90, reincarnation perception 1250, reincarnation gain 1270, reincarnation critical hit rate 70, blessing 500, divinity 200, reincarnation invalidation 100 seconds. It takes 100 seconds to invalidate reincarnation. Plus various resistances. Now if I meet other sacred tree masters, they will be unable to do anything to me just by relying on my equipment. Lu Shu couldn't help but smile knowingly. The ability of the reincarnation suit is simply extremely powerful. It's much more powerful than the nether suit. Moreover, the various invalidations and special attribute bonuses are the real big deal. Now, If other sacred tree masters encounter Lu Shu, it will be like encountering a monster that can't be hit and has extremely terrifying abilities. Just a few seconds in the line will make others do it for the rest of their lives. Nightmare. However, Lu Shu left the street lantern wicks outside and found that these sacred tree masters were still trapped in the outer layer of the maze, so he paid little attention to them. After pocketing all the gold-level treasure chests, Lu Shu walked towards the room with the platinum-level treasure chest. Samsara Fox, the ability to activate the Samsara Eye technique. Hearing Lu Shu's command, Samsara Fox activated the pupil technique without hesitation. This corridor gradually became material from the original shadow. Lu Shu walked towards the corridor, the whirlpool of reincarnation. He trembled, because the magnetic field here is stronger, so the Samsara Fox may not be able to completely control it. However, the Samsara Fox seems to be a little angry. With his own attributes, how dare he stop talking? The next second, 100 of them, the Samsara Fox, became serious and jointly launched the Samsara Eye technique. Chapter 229. The next second. The whirlpool of reincarnation suddenly stopped. When Lu Shu saw this scene, he showed a slightly surprised expression. The challenge mechanism of this dungeon actually triggered the bellicosity of Samsara Fox. It can be clearly felt that the reincarnation fox has become stronger than before in controlling the reincarnation whirlpool. The surrounding whirlpool of reincarnation could be shaken before, but now it is as if it is dead and cannot move. Boom! The platinum door is opened. Lu Shu and Samsara Fox entered it. At this moment, a silver blade swept towards Lu Shu. Pick up. No need for Lu Shu to say more, Pikachu stood up instantly. The next second, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan copied the power of the Samsara Fox. The silver blade was frozen in the air before it completely attacked, unable to move an inch. Well done. Lu Shu praised. It is indeed a Pikachu. After following him for such a long time, his fighting consciousness has been fully activated. No need to say more, he also knows what to do next. Hiss. In front, there was the sound of time and space silver snakes swallowing snake letters. Compared with the treasure box room in front, there were more of them. And, using mental power to sense and go. Lu Shu sensed that the time and space silver snakes in the platinum treasure chest, stronger than before. Is it because of the proximity to the abyss? Etc. There seems to be a quilt monster here. Lu Shu's brows frowned slightly. By sensing the surroundings with his mental power, he could clearly sense that there was a hidden monster lurking in the platinum-level treasure chest room, which seemed to be in the gap between reincarnation, watching Lu Shu. Shu's every move. When he reveals his flaws, he will launch the most deadly attack. Moreover, the monsters here are not so aggressive towards the pet army, but they are all aimed at the sacred tree master. Lu Shu silently judged, it is very likely that these lord-level monsters coming out of the Grey Realm Abyss have a certain understanding of the divine tree master. Therefore, based on the structure of the abyss, they will show stronger aggression when they sense the breath of the divine tree master. Expand your attack formation. Directly kill the nearby space-time silver snake. Lu Shu ordered. Pikachu, Yumi, and other pet troops are already accustomed to fighting, and they have already made an attack formation without saying anything. The little white fox sneaked into the gap in time and space, preparing to block the escape of the time and space silver snake. Position. However, the reincarnation fox came to Lu Shu, his eyes full of worry, and he gestured with his eyes from time to time. Lu Shu smiled, knowing that the reincarnation fox was worried that the hidden monster would cause danger to him. Explained with a smile. Don't worry, I have my own means of attacking these monsters. Hearing what Lu Shu said, Samsara Fox no longer questioned anything, but acted according to the battle plan. The spacetime silver snake sensed a dangerous aura around it, and its figure slowly became blurry, trying to hiding in the gaps in space. However, the next second, 100 reincarnation foxes appeared nearby. Those deep black hole-like pupils stared at all the monsters. At this moment, all the time and space silver snakes discovered it was as if their bodies were stuck in a quagmire, unable to move at all. They wanted to make more reactions. At this time, Shendraman activated 7 heavens. 100 Shendramans jointly activated the most powerful divine power flames. The entire room was covered and enveloped by the whirlpool of flames. The silver snake of time and space let out a series of wails, and its body twisted and curled up and fell to the ground, turning into a piece of charcoal. Ding! You killed the time and space silver snake and received X10 advanced reincarnation fragments. However, just as the pet army was slaughtering the spacetime silver snakes in the room, in the shadows, a group of bat-like monsters with silver bodies suddenly appeared next to Lu Shu. They opened their mouths, exposed their sharp fangs, and bit into Lu Shu's neck. The speed of flight was as fast as a shadow passing by. Even the top divine tree masters would have difficulty catching the traces of the space-time bat so quickly. Are you coming? Lu Shu smiled softly. A monster panel had already popped up in front of him. Reincarnation silhouette. Time and space bat. Type, reincarnation shadow. Danger coefficient, S. Perception range, 1,500 meters. Power, 3,200. Speed, 5,150. Defense, 2,920. Skills, Void Escape, Reincarnation Silhouette, Tear, Abyss Amplification, Triple Time Speed, Group Action, Ancient Poison. Description, the projection of one of the ancient poisonous beasts. They can hide in the whirlpool of reincarnation. If they are bitten by their poisonous fangs, ordinary people will definitely die. Lu Shu opened his eyes. Using the power of resonance. At this moment, his pupils have become like a reincarnation fox. All the space-time bats have stopped moving at this moment. With Lu Shu's mental power, he can completely control the reincarnation eye technique, making all space-time bats unable to move. Kill. Lu Shu's indifferent voice fell. The sky-blue hidden dragon, who had been staying by Lu Shu's side, chose to take action at this time. The endless thunder light immediately engulfed the surrounding space-time bats. Zitzi. A violent burst of lightning thunder and lightning swept across. All the time and space bats no longer exist. So what if there is 3 times the time speed? No matter how fast the speed is, it is not as good as Lu Shu's glance. Ding. You kill the space-time bat and get X10 advanced reincarnation fragments. After killing all the space-time bats nearby, Lu Shu's high-level reincarnation fragments and a number of treasures were obtained again. I'm afraid it won't take long before all the monster legions have their reincarnation attributes upgraded. Clear the room with monsters. Next, a prompt appears in front of you. Do you want to open a platinum-level treasure chest? Chapter 230. Is there still a choice? Lu Shu immediately chose to open the platinum treasure chest. Congratulations on getting the Fong of Reincarnation. Fong of Reincarnation. Category, Holy Relic. Collection level, 10. Function, collect all the holy relics of reincarnation to start a new reincarnation career. I see. Platinum-level treasure chests can yield materials. These materials are the props for unlocking careers related to reincarnation. However, for myself, career reincarnation is not just as simple as having one more career. We can also gather more Dao patterns. Lu Shu's eyes showed a hint of expectation. The power of Dao Wen has been obvious to all along the way. It's not just as simple as having more skills. Lu Shu noticed that any magical power or profession, after being transformed into Dao Mark, the attributes have made a qualitative leap. It's like turning into high-level attributes similar to the reincarnation attributes. It has higher power. Even when facing some special monsters, you can also deal with them. They cause damage. This is the key to why Lu Shu values the Dao patterns so much. At this moment, Lu Shu's heart moved. Through the wicks of street lanterns scattered on the outer layer of the maze, he sensed that the other sacred tree masters in the maze had already arrived at the location of the gold treasure chest room. Interesting. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. Let me see if you can use some special means to pass the test of the whirlpool of reincarnation. Outside the maze, more and more sacred tree masters came to the vicinity of the golden treasure chest. After all the silver-level treasure chests nearby have been completely wiped out by Lu Shu. Right now, the only thing left is this treasure chest room, which is the only passage that must be passed through. If they can't even pass this level, it means they are not qualified to compete with Lu Shu for the abyss of reincarnation. The Divine Tree Master of the Dark Knight Alliance has been the first to be stopped by the vortex of reincarnation. You maintain the encirclement formation and send me inside first. These reincarnation vortexes have a very slow delay time when they encounter the Sacred Tree Master. As long as you send me there, I can use the power of teleportation to pick up all of you. Understand? Enyi said in the team. As expected of the president, he discovered the key to this maze so quickly. The boys next to him spoke immediately, with flattering expressions on their faces. Dark Knight showed a slightly satisfied look. During this period, his Dark Knight alliance has been shrinking. However, looking around, there are many small sacred trees. The master guilds are all stuck here. In fact, they can also use the human sea tactic. However, most of the sacred tree master guilds cannot find a faster person. You know, in fact, the vortex of reincarnation touches. Even though there was a delay when it came to the Divine Tree Master, the delay was not even 1 second. The distance in the corridor was not short, and when only a small amount of time could be gained, it was simply not enough to send people there. Unless you are following the path of speed, such as Lu Shu's shadow-killing avenue and Enye's professional abilities. In this way, the time gained is meaningful. The next second, Enye began to move. Beside him, the gods of the Dark Knight Alliance, the Tree Masters, directly formed an encirclement, protecting Dark Knight in the middle. Formation, now. Dark Knight shouted angrily, and a thick layer of night suddenly appeared around him. It was like a huge ink covering the entire ground. All members of the Dark Knight Alliance were covered in this night, forming a fast-moving formation. In this way, no member will be left behind because he cannot keep up with the speed of the Dark Knight. When the other Sacred Tree Masters saw this scene, their eyes moved slightly. Fengyun guilds, the Divine Tree Masters, have withdrawn from this dungeon exploration. Could it be that, the prestige of the Divine Tree Master Guild will be taken back by the Dark Knight Alliance again? Xingqian Pavilion. Yun Zhongjuan frowned and turned his face. Looking at Yu Xuanji. President, is the Dark Knight Alliance really going to end like this? Yu Xuanji waved his hands gently, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, they won't succeed so easily. At this moment, a curtain of stars suddenly burst out from the center of the night. It's the power of teleportation. What happened? Why are these people from the Dark Knight Alliance using the power of teleportation while they are still in the vortex of reincarnation? No, this is not a teleportation performed by members of the Dark Knight Alliance. What is that? I feel a power from the stars. Besides, the onlookers of the Sacred Tree Master couldn't help but exclaimed when they witnessed this unexpected situation. Ye's face changed instantly. He felt that his body was gradually dissipating. No. To be precise. This whole night is blurring. But the blurred background looks very different from when it was swallowed up by the whirlpool of reincarnation. Instead, it looks like it has turned into bright stars in the sky. Dark Knight gritted his teeth, just when he was about to stop. As a result, everyone was surprised to find that Enye's figure had completely disappeared. Instead, he turned into everyone in Xingqian Pavilion. Dark Knight, thank you. Yu Xuanji smiled faintly and left a word. Then, he waved slightly. A galaxy-like light curtain suddenly appeared around him, covering all the members of the Xingqian Pavilion. Under the protection of the stars. Yu Xuanji with everyone around him, he passed through the whirlpool of reincarnation with great ease and came to the opposite side of the golden treasure chest. Star Pavilion. You bunch of beasts. I remember you. From behind, there were also extremely angry shouts and curses in the Dark Night. Ha ha ha. It's better to come here first and talk about it later. By the way, your Dark Knight Alliance's reputation is so bad, there shouldn't be many Divine Tree Master guilds that would let you pass through this corridor so easily. Yu Xuanji laughed heartily. Then, the figures of the group of people disappeared into the golden treasure chest room opposite. Everyone in the Dark Knight Alliance returned to the starting point. Chapter 231. In the World Public Screen chat box. Many Sacred Tree Masters are also constantly uploading related videos. Although there is no benefit, but the Sacred Tree Masters responsible for the live broadcast are originally weak. When I came to the extremely dangerous Super Nightmare level dungeon, I basically came with the mentality of picking up the slack and joining in the fun. Of course, they are responsible for live broadcasting related videos, and they can also gain a lot of popularity. Maybe in the future, the trading interface will be helpful in promoting the superpowers you have grown. Therefore, in the maze, the picture of the Dark Knight Alliance being defeated was also transmitted to the video. Seeing this scene, many Sacred Tree Masters couldn't help but laugh and commented one after another. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that the Dark Knight Alliance has deceived countless people, including today. I don't know which guild those handsome Sacred Tree Masters belong to, but I want to join them too. I know these Sacred Tree Masters, they are from Xingqian Pavilion. Star Pavilion? What kind of guild is this? Why have I never heard of it before? At this time, someone popularized science and said. Xingqian Pavilion is a guild with a special profession and is very niche. Their guild's profession is much less rare than the assassins of the Dark Knight Alliance. Therefore, the size of this guild may not even have 100 people, or even no more than 50. But because the Sacred Tree Masters they accept are all top-notch Sacred Tree Masters, and their professions are all their own, the resources can also be shared. Therefore, even with a small number of people, a fairly powerful combat team can be formed. After hearing the Star Pavilion's request that only astrologers can join, most of the Sacred Tree Masters cancelled the idea. Some people secretly sighed. No wonder Xingqian Pavilion dares to provoke such a behemoth as the Dark Knight Alliance. As a small guild, when they control a certain scale, they are not afraid of others targeting them. The Dark Knight Alliance's effective method is to send a group of assassins to target the sacred tree masters of other guilds. However, there are only so many people in Xingqian Pavilion, and each of them comes and goes without a trace, and their strength is even more powerful. If you send your subordinates rashly, you may be giving others experience points and equipment. Also, because the Star Pavilion has very high requirements for members, ordinary sacred tree masters cannot be added at all. There is no need to worry about expanding the recruitment, and there is no need to worry about provoking the Dark Knight Alliance, which will affect its recruitment. That's why you dare to be so bold. For a while. Because Xingqian Pavilion directly cheated the Dark Knight Alliance. Using star teleportation, the stars moved, and the positions of the Dark Knight Alliance members and the Star Pavilion were exchanged. It can be said that it has become famous recently. The Dark Knight Alliance just wanted to rise, was suppressed in an instant. And Ye's face was so angry that he was so angry. When he returned to the golden treasure chest room, almost everyone he looked at had a strong murderous intent in his eyes. It seemed that everyone feels as if they have offended him. However, except for the Star Pavilion, there are still only a few in the Divine Tree Master Guild who dare to provoke the Dark Knight Alliance. Therefore, after finally summoning all the members, Dark Knight plans to repeat the old trick and continue to the gold-level treasure chest. Gold chest room. Yun Zhongjuan couldn't help but admired. President, I am really impressed by the star-shifting skill you just performed. Chen Hua, Ayu and others also cast admiring glances at Yu Xuanji. Even Yi dares to provoke him. As expected of their president. Come explore now. Yu Xuanji said solemnly, we are probably the only ones who dare to provoke in Ye's guild. Even if someone wants to harm the Dark Knight Alliance, at this time, they will not take action again. Instead, let the Dark Knight Alliance come in and fight us to the death, so that they can stand by and reap the benefits. Let's set up the star array first, and wait for the idiot in Yi to come over. Then we'll get rid of him first, and then we'll loot all the good things around here as soon as possible. Everyone nodded. At this moment, Yun Zhongjuan's expression suddenly changed and he said, it seems there are no treasures here. What? Everyone else showed doubts. Generally speaking, after passing through that long corridor and entering such a special room, shouldn't you be able to get some rewards? How can you kill them all the way first? It's like playing a very boring adventure game. Not even a reward is set. Generally speaking, the output of conquering the Super Nightmare level copy should not only be that little. Yu Xuanji's face looked a little solemn, after a long silence, he slowly said. Have you ever thought about the possibility? Maybe, before we arrived, there were already Divine Tree Masters who had swept the area. The maze outside was so big, but no monsters appeared, and no risks were encountered until entering the room at the end of the long corridor. Don't you think this place looks like a dungeon that has been conquered by the Divine Tree Master? The words just fell. The members of Xingqian Pavilion who heard Yu Xuanji all showed expressions of extreme surprise, as if they had seen a ghost. President, are you kidding? When this copy of the Abyss was opened, everyone rushed in almost at the same time. Although we arrived relatively late, if someone came in early, others would know about it. Yu Xuanji did not answer this sentence. In fact, he was not sure whether his guess was correct. It was just a guess, but, in this maze, various phenomena that were not in line with the common sense of the copy made you mysterious thoughts can only be directed towards this room. At this moment, a teleporting light curtain fell. The Divine Tree Master of the Dark Knight Alliance had already appeared in the room of the golden treasure chest. The next second, the star formation, headed towards this group of people enveloped the past. Chapter 232. Damn it. The moment it was teleported, and Yi immediately cursed. He had actually calculated that Yu Xian would lay down a star formation the moment it fell. But he didn't expect that the power of this formation would be so powerful. So powerful. The endless light of stars falls down like nothing. Even if it blends into the night, it cannot completely avoid these injuries. The power of the stars itself is a higher level attribute. Even if it blends into the night, even with the physical immunity effect, he could not ignore the huge damage caused by the falling stars. Soon, the Dark Knight was once again shrouded in darkness. The next moment, his figure immediately left the outside of the star array. However, those few, the Dark Knight killer who was able to come with him died in the fall of the stars. When Dark Knight saw the members of his guild dying, his face was so gloomy that he seemed to be dripping with water. He just wanted to move, but found that he was surrounded. Do you want to use the teleportation array to call all the members of your guild? Yu Xuanji held a feather fan and looked down at the dark night. My formation is designed to deal with your teleportation by bringing your subordinates here. Now, you're the only one here. Even with your strength, a few of us working together can't do anything to defeat you, but there is still no problem in preventing you from using the teleportation array and bringing the allies behind you. Anye's eyes narrowed slightly. It is indeed a fish mystery. Good calculation. Yu Xuanji cupped his hands and smiled. Grant. Grant. When passing through the whirlpool of reincarnation, Anye asked his subordinates to stand beside him and successfully protected him through the corridor to the vicinity of the gold-level treasure chest. Then, he used the teleportation array to pick them up. This means that Anye cannot move all the members to the room opposite the corridor at the first time. Only a few can come. Yu Xuanji sets up a star formation, which is enough to kill all the members except Anye. Die. With only Anye left, he has to focus on dealing with the entire star pavilion. Naturally, he cannot spare any means to use the teleportation ability. What do you want? Anye asked in a cold voice. Just a few of you can't kill me. Of course I know this. Yu Xuanji put away his feather fan, calmed down his playful expression, and then looked forward. In fact, up to now, it is difficult for us to leave here. What do you mean? Anye squinted his eyes and noticed that the surrounding situation was not optimistic. If Yu Xuanji could leave, why would he set up a star formation here just to prevent him from coming? You'll know after you try it. Yu Xuanji sighed. Anye moved forward for a certain distance. However, only 3 seconds passed, his body returned to its original position. What happened? Anye frowned. He didn't believe in evil anymore. Streams of ink-colored air emerged from his body. Anye turned into a shadow and rushed towards the passage on the opposite side of the room at a faster speed. The result, the same something happened. Even though he had traveled a greater distance, it only took 3 seconds for the dark night to reappear at its original location. No need to keep trying. If you can't pass here within 3 seconds, all your efforts will be in vain. Even if your speed is not enough to cross this corridor, then we may be trapped here. Yu Xuanji sighed and said. Anye suddenly sneered. This room should contain items that can be used to get out. But when I came here, there was nothing here. I'm afraid you have already obtained the key props, and then want to use me to get out of here. Hearing this, Yu Xuanji immediately sneered. If I get the key props, will I still need you? Forget it, believe it or not. When we came to this room, there was nothing here. Anye narrowed his eyes slightly. You mean, after exploring the super nightmare level dungeon for such a long time, there is not even any profit? Don't you think those places in front look weird? Yu Xuanji asked directly. Anye was not a fool. He thought about it for a moment. The maze outside is so big that not even a single monster or treasure box has appeared. It is not a strange thing if they don't appear here. However, it doesn't conform to the common sense of dungeons. Or maybe, could someone else have logged in first? So what are you going to do now? He took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. Yu Xuanji smiled and said, there is only one way now, that is, you claim to cooperate with me. You killed my subordinates and now you want me to cooperate with you? Anye sneered. Yu Xuanji shook his head. No, it's not cooperation, it's just a claim. If we don't do this, people outside will just wait for us to fight to the death. Even if they had their way, they wouldn't come in. Only by recruiting enough sacred tree masters to enter here together and join forces can we solve the problem. Anye didn't speak and was silent for a moment. He seemed to be thinking. Finally, he took a deep look at Yu Xuanji and said, okay, I don't want to stay in this ghost place either. World public screen. Someone from Xingqian Pavilion suddenly sent a video. Everyone opened the screen. I discovered that Yu Xuanji and Anye were exploring this dungeon together. Suddenly, the whole place exploded. How could they still not understand that Anye was cooperating with Yu Xuanji? In this way, even if we wait until the end of time, we won't be able to reap the benefits. If these two guys join forces, I'm afraid they won't be able to reap all the benefits of the dungeon very quickly. Ever since, the sacred tree masters who were still outside used all their magical powers to reach the room with the golden treasure chest. Yu Xuanji looked at the figures entering here one after another and showed a cheerful smile. Now, everyone is a grasshopper on the same rope. Chapter 233. Yu Xuanji is quite interesting. Lu Shu also saw this scene happening on the field through the street lamp wick left in the golden treasure chest room. To be precise, he knew more exactly what happened in the maze than other sacred tree masters. Including what Yu Xuanji said to Anye and the methods he used. In this world, there are still some sacred tree masters that should not be underestimated. Lu Shu couldn't help but sigh. Human wisdom is often the most powerful weapon. Yu Xuanji pulled all the sacred tree masters into the room with the golden treasure chest. There were many benefits. Once he came, he wouldn't no longer need to be afraid of the threat of the Dark Knight. With so many people around, the Dark Knight Alliance cannot easily attack him even if they transfer all the guild members. Secondly, as long as you enter the gold-level treasure chest, you will basically fall into reincarnation. In the illusion, everyone can't get out even if they want to, even if they use the teleportation array. In this way, everyone must concentrate their efforts to break through the confinement of this maze. For Yu Xuanji, there is no chance of escape. It will only be bigger. I'm just afraid that this room won't be able to trap them for too long. Lu Shu secretly thought in his heart. Although the illusion of reincarnation is very powerful, there are so many people on the opposite side. With so many sacred tree masters united, they can really find a way to break through the illusion. This means that Lu Shu's movements must be faster. Otherwise, these people will catch up. Next. Lu Shu's eyes turned to the collection panel. Teeth of Reincarnation. Collection degree, 35. After this period of exploration, Lu Shu almost rummaged through all the nearby platinum-level treasure chests. However, the collection degree is only about 1/3. We still have to conquer the more difficult diamond-level treasure chests. With the help of some Samsara Fox, Lu Shu's strategy has made rapid progress. Boom! Ahead, there was a sound of the door being opened. At this moment, the whirlpool of reincarnation no longer poses any threat to Lu Shu. As the door to the diamond treasure chest is opened, suddenly, an extremely angry voice came from inside. Ridiculous intruder! I didn't expect you to come to this place. But then, this will become something you regret for the rest of your life. Lu Shu looked towards the palace through his white eyes. But he saw a god and demon holding a flute and as big as a mountain, with several ancient beasts living around him. These beasts, seen with the naked eye, are much more powerful than the monsters outside the maze. There are some ancient beasts that spit out the power of stars. Interesting. Lu Shu's eyes narrowed. Outside the palace of reincarnation, all the strange beasts appeared. But now people appeared. From the beginning, Lu Shu had been wondering what the reincarnation was in a copy of the abyss of reincarnation. You know. Before, the monsters projected by the gate of reincarnation all had the characteristics of civilization. But in the real abyss of reincarnation, the characteristics of civilization have become extremely rare. They are all ferocious beasts scattered everywhere. Lu Shu gradually wondered whether the abyss was projecting scenes of prehistoric civilization in the grey world. And the man in black holding a flute was an ancient and special profession, taming. Beast Master. The next second, a monster panel popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Reincarnation Silhouette. Diamond Level Beast Tamer. Category, Shadow of Reincarnation. Danger Coefficient, SS. Perception Range, 3,000 meters. Power, 5,200. Speed, 4,150. Defense, 5,320. Skills, Reincarnation Silhouette, Return of All Beasts, Abyss Amplification, Beast Blood Boiling, The Power of Totem, Triple Amplification, Violent Beasts. Description, they are beast tamers from the ancient times. They keep company with the most dangerous beasts in the wilderness and master the power of ancient totems. However, appearing in the form of reincarnation projections, with the increase of the abyss, they will become an extremely difficult enemy. Come on, my child. Tear them apart. The Taoist beast tamer roared angrily. The monsters around him made all kinds of strange noises and rushed towards Lu Shu. Hee hee. Lu Shu smiled and said, I would like to see which one is more powerful, your beast or my pet. The meaning of this sentence was immediately conveyed to the hearts of every pet. All pets felt Lu Shu's heart. Those pairs of pupils showed a militant meaning. Similar professions are also about controlling pets. How could it fail? Lu Shu didn't need to say more. Pikachu instantly copied several of Dragonman's strongest skills. Yumi possessed Dragonman's body and chose the strongest combat power of the pet army. Tian Songqing the hidden dragon spread its wings and flew high into the sky, causing bursts of thunder. The little white fox lurked in a void, like an assassin, ready to activate the ability of the dark fruit at any time. The black hole of the dark fruit is no better than the properties of reincarnation. Worse. It can still play a sufficient role in dealing with these reincarnation silhouettes. As for the reincarnation fox, there is no need to say more. Solving these reincarnation silhouettes is originally the strongest point of the reincarnation fox. The pair of reincarnation pupils, just glancing back slightly, many of the projections of the ancient beasts that were watched could not even move, and stood directly on the spot. Boom! On the field, there was an explosion of frenzy immediately. Seventh Heaven. Divine Dragon Beast and Pikachu, at the same time, used the attack method of Divine Fire. The endless flames swept away towards the surrounding ferocious beasts. The projections of countless ancient wild beasts suddenly turned into bubbles and dispersed. However, the trend of monstrous divine fire continued unabated. After killing all the projections in an instant, he swept towards the beast-taming Taoist. No! The Taoist beast tamer's eyes turned red. He saw countless ferocious beasts dying in the sea of fire. The abyss aura on his body became more and more violent, and his expression gradually lost his rationality. I'll let you die here. The next second. A prompt appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. The beast-taming Taoist activated the power of totem and summoned ancient ferocious beasts on a large scale. Chapter 234. The next second. On the field, various light curtains rendered the hall full of splendor. From the light curtain, the shadows of thousands of ferocious beasts came out, and the roar of the beast tide was deafening. The Taoist beast tamer communicated with the ancient totems and summoned the ancient beast tide from the power of time. As the light curtain continues to emerge, the number of beasts is increasing. In the blink of an eye, the entire hall was covered. The power of reincarnation. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. He immediately realized that it was not that the Taoist beast tamer really summoned so many ferocious beasts. It was just that from the power of reincarnation, he recreated the scene of the beast tide. It creates a huge pressure on the enemy. To untie the bell, you must tie the bell. If you want to deal with the monster like a sea of ink in front of you, you must first deal with the beast-taming Taoist. Thinking of this, Lu Shu immediately faced the large army of pets around him, to conduct. Pikachu, copy the skills of Samsara Fox. Samsara Fox, use the Samsara Eye technique to control the beast-taming Taoist first. Little White Fox, Dragon Beast, Azure Hidden Dragon. You are responsible for covering Pikachu and Samsara Fox, and destroying the monsters next to them. We directly use mental attacks to eliminate the beast-taming Taoist. The large forces immediately launched their own actions. Among them, Lu Shu also activated resonance with the Samsara Fox. He copied the Samsara Eye technique. This kind of pupil technique can make the opponent fall into the illusion of reincarnation. If the level is high enough, it is not a problem to make the opponent die directly. Lu Shu felt the power of the Samsara Eye technique, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Only when you resonate with the Samsara Fox in person and experience the power of these eyes can you know how powerful the Samsara Eye technique is. Lu Shu, he said sternly, use all your skills to attack the beast tamer. Dragon Beast immediately used 7 heavens, and the flames from heaven seemed to fall to the earth, sweeping across the entire hall. All the nearby reincarnation beasts died in the fire. The Spacetime Python and the Spacetime Bat came out from the shadows, but it was intercepted by the Little White Fox in the air. The Azure Hidden Dragon kept making ferocious roars, and any monster that heard its roar shrank back and was so frightened that it was difficult to move. However, the monsters in the light curtain, but they are still emerging. It is unimaginable how endless monsters these beasts will be. The power of reincarnation can turn illusions into reality, which is why this attribute is so high level. Lu Shu did not choose to directly go forward and kill the beast tamer because he will constantly summon ferocious beasts, so that your pet army will be submerged in the beast tide, making it difficult to escape. The best way is to directly let Pikachu, Samsara the Fox teamed up and used the mental attack of the illusion to directly kill the beast tamer. The surrounding pet army was responsible for covering up to prevent other monsters from interrupting the attack. Humble bug. The Taoist beast tamer roared angrily. His eyes when he looked at Lu Shu were full of killing intent. However, that voice was just a bluff, used to embolden his courage. The Taoist beast tamer has already felt the crisis of death. Pikachu, Reincarnation Fox, follow Lu Shu to launch the Samsara Eye technique. It is conceivable that any sacred tree master will have a hard time surviving an attack of this level. Kill them. The Taoist beast tamer roared hysterically. Around him, light screens kept emerging. Those monsters rushed towards Lu Shu as if they didn't care about their lives. They must kill them before successfully launching the Reincarnation Eye technique. Late. Lu Shu said calmly, at this level, you are not worthy of using my Juxian sword. 100 reincarnation foxes and 100 Pikachus, the pupils emitted a strange light. Immediately afterwards, the nearby whirlpool of reincarnation suddenly twisted crazily. But that whirlpool was not directed at Lu Shu, nor at the pet army, but at the Taoist beast tamer. No, impossible. The Taoist beast tamer's voice was full of fear, and he looked at Lu Shu with incredible eyes. You despicable intruders. How is it possible? How can you use the power of reincarnation? As the whirlpool of reincarnation continues to erode the body of the Taoist beast tamer. Die. Lu Shu's indifferent tone seemed to have pronounced the fate of the Taoist beast tamer. The next second, the Taoist beast tamer was completely swallowed up in the whirlpool. The surrounding ferocious beasts turned into phantoms and disappeared into the air. After the summoner died, these summoned ferocious beasts are just projections of reincarnation. They are not real life forms, and naturally they will not stay here anymore. After killing the beast-taming Taoist, Lu Shu unlocked the synthesis route of this monster, and instantly obtained 100 high-level reincarnation fragments. To synthesize an animal tamer, 1,000 advanced reincarnation fragments are needed. Lu Shu opened the warehouse and found that he still had more than 5,000 high-level reincarnation fragments that were unused. After all, I have conquered all the monsters along the way and killed some of the monsters, but they have not been synthesized immediately. The beast-taming Taoist has the ability to summon ferocious beasts, and can be used as an elite monster to fuse with his own monster army. Of course, the ability to summon monsters does not require too many, just one is enough. No matter how much, it will still be meaningless if quantitative changes cannot lead to qualitative changes. Synthesize it. Lu Shu said silently in his heart. The next second, the beast tamer walked out from the light curtain summoned by the monster. However, the way it looked at Lu Shu had changed from that of an enemy to that of a serving master. After all, it was a monster he summoned. Next, Lu Shu found a relatively powerful monster and fused it with the beast-taming Taoist. Soon, after the fusion was successful, there were more monsters in the monster legion. A summoner who summons the silhouette of reincarnation. It can be said that it has increased a lot of combat power. It's time to open the treasure chest. Lu Shu's eyes fell on the diamond treasure box in the room. Chapter 235. Do you want to open the diamond-level reincarnation treasure chest? Lu Shu immediately chose Turn On. With a burst of bright light, it burst out from the treasure box. Soon, a scepter in the gray vortex slowly emerged from the treasure chest. The whole body carries a strong aura of reincarnation. At the same time, in front of Lu Shu, the panel information of this item appeared. Reincarnation Scepter. Category, Weapon. Grade, Holy. Artifact, Attack Power 10,000, Puncture 1250, Critical Hit Rate 80, Reincarnation Ignore 100. Skills. Control Reincarnation. You have the ability to control the attributes of reincarnation and can use the power of reincarnation. Reincarnation Illusion. Your mental power communicates with the reincarnation scepter to create illusions, making the opponent fall into your illusions and unable to extricate themselves. Reincarnation Field. Summons a reincarnation field, which strengthens all reincarnation-related skills, and comes with the illusion field formation. Another sacred weapon. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. The last time he obtained a holy weapon was a long time ago. The holy sword that specifically killed demons gave Lu Shu the confidence to break through the abyss-level dungeon. However, this holy sword of reincarnation, the weapon, is not as simple as an exclusive weapon. It can transform its own attributes into the attributes of reincarnation. Simply put, as long as it holds the scepter of reincarnation, Lu Shu can activate skills related to the attributes of reincarnation. For any sacred tree for a master, this is a very powerful weapon. By summoning the realm of reincarnation, my reincarnation fox can also get certain effect bonuses. Lu Shu played with the scepter of reincarnation for a while, and couldn't help but tisk twice. He was quite satisfied with this holy weapon. When he opened the panel, Lu Shu unexpectedly discovered that the collection progress of the reincarnation profession had reached 165 points. After getting this scepter, the progress actually increased a lot. This shows that it is much faster to open the diamond-level treasure chest. Maybe, I don't need to be obsessed with platinum-level treasure chests. Open the diamond treasure chest directly to get weapons of the same level. Moreover, it has great benefits in speeding up the progress of unlocking reincarnation professions. Only after my reincarnation profession is unlocked can this scepter truly unlock its power. Lu Shu thought secretly in his heart. The reincarnation scepter is obviously used for the reincarnation profession. If he only uses it with the reincarnation fox or spiritual power, it can be said to be killing a chicken with a sledgehammer. Next, Lu Shu continues to conquer other areas. Diamond-level copy. At this moment, a surprising voice suddenly came from the wick of the street lamp left behind. Have you noticed that the number of nearby samsara vortexes seems to have decreased a lot? Lu Shu's ears twitched slightly. This conversation came from the Divine Tree Master outside the maze. They were originally trapped outside the silver-level treasure chest room, and they were stuck outside because they could not pass through the vortex of reincarnation. But now, Lu Shu saw their actions from the wick left in the gold-level treasure chest. Came here. Wrong. They were able to come here not because they found a solution, but because of the vortex of reincarnation outside, and their numbers suddenly became thinner. Lu Shu left the wicks of street lanterns in many places. Anyway, there are many of them, and they can be produced from time to time. Of course, such a dangerous copy is a waste of time. Through perception, Lu Shu unexpectedly discovered that in most parts of the maze, the number of reincarnation vortexes is indeed reduced. All these changes only started to happen after I obtained the reincarnation scepter and opened the diamond treasure chest. Could it be that? Does all this have anything to do with me getting the treasure chest? Lu Shu showed a slightly surprised expression. The diamond-level treasure chest is already a particularly high-level treasure chest in the samsara maze. Above it, there is probably only the reward for killing the boss of the samsara abyss, the lord of samsara, and opening the king's treasure box. The talent is higher than the diamond-level treasure chest. I seem to understand. The treasure chest in this maze is connected to the entire abyss of reincarnation. If the treasure box in the maze is obtained by the Divine Tree Master, it will be equivalent to dividing the magnetic field of the abyss. The number of nearby samsara vortexes will naturally decrease. After I deal with the boss, the whirlpool of reincarnation in this place will completely disappear and become a safe area. However, the reduction of the whirlpool of reincarnation is originally a good thing, which means that the dungeon area is safer. But it will be easier for other sacred tree masters to come to the core area of the dungeon. If I kill the boss next, this is not a good thing for me. Lu Shu continued to be lost in thought. Although the matter of grabbing monsters has not happened to me, from the verbal criticisms of various masters in the chat box, it can be known that there are some sacred tree masters who specialize in stealing monsters secretly. The so-called monster grabbing means that the Divine Tree Master Guild specially went to attack a certain dungeon, but someone learned the information and quietly followed it. Wait until the opponent is about to kill the boss, and then take action immediately to give the boss the last blow and get the highest reward. Commonly known as grabbing monsters. This phenomenon often occurs among sacred tree masters, and some guilds have even been born that are specifically responsible for grabbing monsters. It's really disgusting. After all, it's hard to guard against a villain. Well, in that case, let the guardian of the diamond-level treasure chest play with you. Lu Shu left a teleportation array on the spot. The next second, the Taoist beast tamer led the army of reincarnation behind him and stationed in this treasure box room. In order to be more secure, Lu Shu not only called the Taoist tamer come here, the lord of the netherworld and the souls of hundreds of sacred tree masters are all called out. He also specially asked the pet army, including a small white fox and the reincarnation fox, to stay here and be responsible for supporting the monster army at any time. With the pupil skills of the reincarnation fox and the elusiveness of the little white fox, even if these sacred tree masters join forces, they may not be able to compete with this monster army. Chapter 236. Maze. Near the platinum chest. Yuxuanji and others walked side by side with the large troops of the Divine Tree Master. When we arrived at this place, some reincarnation monsters had already appeared. The area in the platinum chest room is very large, and there are also reincarnation bats hidden in the void. This kind of monster is difficult to deal with. On the contrary, they have become enemies and obstacles for the sacred tree master guilds behind. Of course, although these scattered monsters can cause unexpected attacks, they can hardly pose a threat to top powerhouses such as Yi and Yuxuanji. There are no ordinary people among the sacred tree masters who can come here. President, what do you think of the current situation? In Xingqian Pavilion, Yun Zhongjuan was frowning all the way, and suddenly turned his head to look at Yuxuanji. You think that the monsters around here are too weak, and the energy field is fading, right? Yuxuanji smiled, but he spoke in the guild channel. In other words, of the people here, only the internal members of Xingqian Pavilion could see what Yuxuanji said. His actions immediately attracted the attention of others. Did you, Xuanji, discover something? Therefore, he chose to speak on the guild channel instead of saying it directly, for fear that others would hear. Xingqian Pavilion recruits all-star magicians, proper insiders, and basically everyone in the guild. There will be no moles, so there is nothing wrong with speaking directly in the channel. President, did you find anything? You immediately raised the questions in her mind. I noticed that deep in this maze, the power of the stars was still moving forward. Yu Xuanji spoke in the guild channel. In the past, I was not sure whether this star power came from the Divine Tree Master or the magnetic field of the abyss itself. But now, it is basically certain that this star power comes from the Divine Tree Master, and the other party has conquered the depths of the maze. What? Everyone in the Star Pavilion was shocked. Before coming down, Yu Xuanji once said that he sensed a star power appearing in the abyss. Moreover, it was bigger than himself. Everyone thought that this was the magnetic field of the stars. After all, how can there be anyone in the Divine Tree game who is more powerful in the power of stars than the president of the Star Pavilion, Yu Xuanji? But as we continue to go deeper into the maze and explore, it can be said that Yu Xuanji's induction of this power is getting stronger and stronger. It is also confirmed that this star power comes from the Divine Tree Master. Besides, my most fundamental judgment actually comes from this copy. Under normal circumstances, monsters will appear in the Abyss dungeon, or they will face the threats posed by the natural magnetic field in the Abyss. But the reincarnation bat that appeared just now made me realize that there should be monsters in this place. The reason why they appear so rarely is not because there are few monsters here, but because many of them have been killed by other sacred tree masters. Yu Xuanji's speculation made the members of Xingqian Pavilion fall into hard thinking. Who is it that can conquer such a long distance before all the sacred tree masters? Yu Xuanji smiled and said, however, this may not be a bad thing for us. If it were the original strategy, the maze's reincarnation vortex, magnetic field, and monsters lurking in the dark would definitely be a huge threat to us. But since that person is walking in front of us, it means that we no longer need to face the threat of reincarnation monsters, especially elite-level monsters. Elite-level monsters generally guard important places. For example, treasure chest rooms at various levels. From the silver area, to the gold area, to the platinum area, they all need to pass the test of the treasure box room before they can open the passage and continue moving forward. Kill the monsters killed are either stronger or more. But if there is a mysterious master to open the way in front, Xingqian Pavilion will not have to face this danger. To be precise, other guilds think so too. Even Yi is planning how to grab monsters. After all, if they didn't encounter any danger along the way, wouldn't they be able to go to the boss area smoothly? When the melee breaks out, it'll be up to them to see who can grab the boss. The final blow. Awe. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the front. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. He's from the Dark Knight Alliance. Their assassin was exploring the way ahead and suddenly died. Look, there are a lot of monsters ahead. The faces of the sacred tree masters present changed. They immediately rushed in the direction of the screams. In fact, the distance where this man died was not very far away. It was in the main hall in front of him. President. In Xingqian Pavilion, the eyes of other friends immediately fell on Yu Xuanji. Yu Xuanji frowned. Don't be afraid, go and have a look. Following the footsteps of the large army. When a group of sacred tree masters stepped into it, they saw a large army of monsters appearing in the palace. A monster appears. Everyone was stunned. Everyone in Xingqian Pavilion couldn't help but cast their eyes on Yu Xuanji. Didn't it mean that someone had already opened the way in front? Why did these monsters appear again? This is different from what was promised. Ah! What a slap in the face. Yu Xuanji was silent for a moment, frowned and said, that's strange, this should be the only way to pass. If you want to move forward, you must first pass the test of this level. However, the power of the stars I felt was inside the palace. According to Yu Xuanji's guess, under normal circumstances, this place should have been conquered by the sacred tree master in front. Unless, that person has never been here at all. Or, he sensed someone coming from behind, so he deliberately without conducting a strategy first. Could it be that Yu Xuanji's judgment was wrong? It was too late for everyone to think too much. At this moment, summoning light curtains lit up above everyone's heads. The Taoist beast tamer summoned a large number of monsters. The beast tide moved towards these sacred tree masters and killed them. Chapter 237. Oops. Quickly organize a defensive formation. Damn it. There were no monsters just now. Why are they all suddenly coming to kill them now? What a ghost. The sacred tree masters on the field began to curse, and each used the fruit's power to resist the surrounding monsters. However, when various Taoist spells, talismans, and killing formations were unfolded, many people discovered that these skills seemed to be less useful against the monsters in front of them. Yu Xuanji raised his hand to summon a star, trying to suppress it. As a result, vicious beasts continued to emerge from the surrounding light curtain. The light of the star had no choice but to deal with it. He aimed at the direction of the beast tide and blasted it. Dark Knight's face didn't look very good at the moment. His Dark Knight Fruit's superpower was more focused on assassinating a group of people. Against this kind of group battle, the effect was much worse. The use of Dark Knight domain also this is not what Dark Knight wants. The consumption of mental power by this skill is even more terrifying. If all the skills are used to deal with monsters, what can be used to guard against the Divine Tree Master? The reputation of the Dark Knight Alliance is not an ordinary one recently. Without saving any life-saving means, I always feel like there is a knife hanging behind my back, and I feel uncomfortable in front, back, left and right. Have you noticed that these monsters are very similar to the elite monsters we encountered outside the maze? Among the crowd, someone suddenly shouted. Dark Knight's eyes moved slightly, and he said coldly, I asked these monsters, why are they retreating? It turns out that we just moved to the rear to move reinforcements. Very good. These monsters will all die in my hands today. Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes at Dark Knight. Before, the Dark Knight Alliance only joined forces with Fengyun Guild to barely fight against these elite monsters. Now they are arrogantly saying that they will take care of these monsters. Come on. You, if it works, why are they still hiding behind them? Yu Xuanji and the others looked thoughtful. Xingqian Pavilion is far away and belongs to the later batch. Wait until the monsters summoned by Lu Shu retreat. They arrived at the scene later. Therefore, they missed the opportunity to see the monsters. Now, other sacred tree masters actually said that these monsters had appeared outside the maze before. This made Yu Xuanji feel a little strange. Monsters in the Grey World actually have human thinking patterns. When encountering an enemy they cannot defeat, they choose to retreat to their teammates to join up and fight on more familiar territory. I had never heard of it before. President, be careful. Just when Yu Xuanji started thinking about how to break the situation. Behind him, Yu suddenly reminded loudly. Snort. Yu Xuanji also felt the murderous intention behind him, and immediately summoned a star-light curtain to block this fatal blow. Dang, dang, dang. A grey long knife came from the shadow to assassinate, but it hit the fish. The star shield around Xuanji did not cause any damage. Stars fall. Yu Xuanji summoned a screen of star-light with his backhand, fell down, and blasted the enemies behind him wildly. Boom. The bright starlight exploded instantly. If there are any monsters left in place, they will have the attribute of reincarnation, but also to die in the bright light of stars. However. But the shadow did not stay where it was at all. Seeing that the attack failed, it immediately retreated towards the rear, and by the way escaped Yu Xuanji's stars fall. Dark shadow. Yu Xuanji frowned. This monster didn't look like a monster from the abyss of reincarnation. It looked more like a member of the Dark Knight Alliance. However, Yu Xuanji noticed his attack and was mostly immune to the opponent's reincarnation attribute. He felt in his heart my doubts have been alleviated a bit. Although the painting style is a little different, they all have the attribute of reincarnation, which is the monster of the abyss of reincarnation. This guy. Everyone in Xingqian Pavilion also came over immediately. This enemy is a bit cunning. Yun Zhongjuan looked at the black shadow and said in a deep voice, it doesn't feel like a monster from the Grey World to me, but more like facing a sacred tree master. Yu next to her nodded, it feels like the Dark Knight is standing in front of me. You should be careful when dealing with him. This guy not only has the ability of shadow, but also his methods are quite weird. We are now in the depths of the abyss of reincarnation, and it is not surprising that the monsters we encounter have human combat experience. Yu Xuanji just increased the difficulty of the dungeon, taking into account Heiying's combat experience. After all, it is not strange that some monsters have the instinct to fight. This is not exclusive to humans. It's just. Yu Xuanji always feels in his heart, these monsters gave him a very strange feeling, not like ordinary grey monsters at all. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't think of the reason, so he could only deal with it. At this moment, in the distance, Anye's helpless voice came, Xingqian Pavilion, come here and cover it with firepower. There are too many of these monsters and we can't deal with them. Yu Xuanji quickly turned around, only to find that there was a dense swarm of beasts all around, and the enemy seemed to have no end in sight. He couldn't help but feel his scalp numb. Why are there so many monsters? There is a summoner there that I need to kill first to stop the beast tide, but now there are too many enemies and I can't get through it at all. Anyi said anxiously for the first time. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Good. Yu Xuanji was about to go there. At this time, the Black Shadow suddenly launched an attack on Yu Xuanji. Everyone in Xingqian Pavilion was not watching. Yun Zhongjuan, Yu, Chenhua and others took action one after another. But at this moment, in the void, ghost monsters wrapped in chains suddenly came to kill them. The positions of everyone in Xingqian Pavilion were separated. The attack came so suddenly that even Yu Xuanji didn't even react, and the team was defeated. At this moment, the Black Shadow's blade slashed towards Yu Xuanji's neck. Chapter 238. Not good. Yu Xuanji felt nervous. Being swept away by this sudden attack, he could only be forced to stay away. But in this way, he was further away from the large army of the Divine Tree Master. This monster actually knows my combat intentions and plans. Yu Xuanji frowned. The master's moves are not as brilliant as he imagined. Those fancy moves are just a showpiece. They may be somewhat effective against ordinary Sacred Tree Masters, but when you really face a Sacred Tree Master, you have to attack where the opponent is least good at. To put it simply, it means to make the opponent very uncomfortable. The Black Shadow in front of him gave Yu Xuanji this feeling. Uncomfortable. It was really too uncomfortable. The opponent always saw through him. The next intention was to target Yu Xuanji in advance and block Yu Xuanji's route of action. The Beast Tide was about to break through the defense line of the Divine Tree Master. At this moment, among the crowd, a huge Buddha's voice suddenly shook the entire hall. Moo! I saw a monk wearing cassocks, spitting out a mantra from his mouth, which turned into rolling thunder and swept across all directions. All the monsters killed from the reincarnation were suppressed under the sound of Buddha. Several surprises appeared in the crowd. The sound of calling. Turns out to be someone from the ancient Buddha Guild. They finally took action. Who are these people? Don't you know? In addition to Fengyun Guild, Ancient Buddha Guild is also a very powerful guild, somewhat similar to Xingqian Pavilion. It recruits extremely powerful Sacred Tree Masters and has specific professional requirements, that is Buddhism. However, the scale of the Ancient Buddha Guild is very large, and it also benefits from the number of Sacred Tree Masters who have unlocked the Buddhist profession. Therefore, when the Buddha's sound vibrates, it can cause a very powerful attack on the enemy. Unexpectedly, this group of people also came to the abyss of reincarnation. I never noticed it before. Some people say that the Ancient Buddha Guild has always been very low-key, but I feel that they use their powers to block other people's attention. Only then did everyone turn their attention to the Ancient Buddha Guild. They were all secretly shocked. No one knows when these old bald donkeys caught up with the large army of Divine Tree Masters. It's like it appeared out of thin air. But in fact, the Ancient Buddha Guild has always been there, but its presence is very low, so low that it is like the power of invisibility, which can automatically be ignored by others. This kind of power is extremely terrifying, because it does not confuse other people's perception, but prevents others from producing correct perceptions, and even thinks that this is a normal thing. It can only be said that the ability of the Ancient Buddha Guild is really unusual. The Abyss of Reincarnation. From the other corner. Lu Shu had seen everything that happened on the field through the wicks of street lamps, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Interesting. The Ancient Buddhist Association. I don't know if you can withstand the attack of the Beast Tide. The next second. Following Lu Shu's thought, all the beasts swept towards the members of the Ancient Buddha Guild. Dear donors, please give me a helping hand to keep these beasts at bay. Sakyamuni, the president of the Ancient Buddha Guild, said. Others came over one after another. At this juncture, everyone needs to use the group damage skills of these bald donkeys to suppress the terrifying Beast Tide. Otherwise, if someone else continues to kill them so endlessly, the defense line will no longer be able to hold, and the fight will fall into chaos, and the one who will suffer will definitely be the Divine Tree Master. At this moment, traces of space fluctuations appeared in the void. Then several Sacred Tree Masters just wanted to approach the Ancient Buddha Guild, but they were completely separated by an entire terrain. This is the power of reincarnation. Naiha Bridge, the road to reincarnation and death. Our road was blocked by the Naiha Bridge, and we couldn't cross it at all. No, the power of reincarnation is essentially an illusion. We must find a way to break the illusion. Which monster is using illusion? I do not know. Where is the Divine Tree Master of the Investigation Department? Get in position immediately. Find the monster that casts the illusion of reincarnation. The scene became chaotic. That's right. The reincarnation fox and the little white fox hiding in the dark took action. The little white fox used the skill of Space Rift, and hid in a corner where no one could see it with the reincarnation fox, ready at any time. Take action. Under Lu Shu's instruction, Samsara Fox activated his pupil ability and directly blocked all the Sacred Tree Masters who wanted to support Bald Donkey. At this time, the Sacred Tree Masters on the field really I feel speechless. Why is this level so difficult? Either there are no monsters, and once a monster appears, the difficulty level will be hell mode. It is simply too torturous. And the other party seems to know what the weaknesses of the sacred tree masters are, and what their intentions are. Whatever they are afraid of, come to them. Sakiya's face changed slightly, and he obviously did not expect such a change to happen on the field. At this moment, several light curtains flashed next to him. From the light curtain, countless reincarnation ferocious beasts rushed forward. The momentum made people feel trembling from the heart, as if an army of thousands of horses forged by a torrent of steel were straddling the eyes, ready to step out at any time. The iron hooves that crushed everything trampled all the sacred tree masters into dust. However, Sakyamuni looked solemn and shouted angrily. Hey! The vast sound of heaven, the Buddha's Dharma is boundless. The phantom of the Buddha suddenly appeared in the sky. The supreme power was fully displayed. The phantom of the Buddha, with indifferent eyes, looked down on all living beings, suddenly turned his hands over, and a pair of giant hands like God suddenly looked towards. He looked at the ferocious beasts below and crushed them away. Sakyamuni's expression was silent, his eyes neither sad nor happy. With that palm, all the reincarnation monsters were instantly beaten to death. Amitabha. Sakyamuni shook his head gently, his eyes calm. It was like watching a group of ants being trampled to death by a giant. His expression remained calm and unmoved at all. However, in the eyes of other sacred tree masters, this scene made them. I couldn't help but my eyelids twitched. This bald donkey still had such a powerful trump card, and he actually asked them to go up. Let's let these monsters force the bald donkey to reveal more of his trump cards first. Chapter 239. Sakya frowned slightly. This move may not be a good thing for the ancient Buddha guild. The most taboo thing for any big guild is to have a big tree that attracts wind. They have always maintained a low sense of existence, that's why they can develop so steadily. But now that he is forced to use his full strength and show such terrifying power, he may attract the attention of other sacred tree masters. World Public Screen. The scenes at the scene are also continuously transmitted to all the sacred tree masters in the form of memory videos for viewing. Damn it, are the members of the ancient Buddha guild so awesome? This Buddha's light that fills the sky is going to kill everything in an instant. No wonder people can get such a high ranking list. I have to accept it. Why do I feel that this abyss of reincarnation is so dangerous? These monsters are too powerful. They keep coming. Fortunately, I didn't go there. I can guarantee that no sacred tree master will be able to obtain the first kill reward of this super nightmare level copy this time. Yes, this monster is too scary, right? It is completely beyond the reach of humans. You should also pay attention to the ancient Buddha guild in the future. These bald donkeys look kind-hearted, but when they attack, they have the power to destroy the heaven and the earth. It is simply outrageous. Last time, there were a few bald donkeys who came to ask for help saying they were going to starve to death. I naively gave them a few bags of primary fertilizer. These dead bald donkeys were outrageous. They were so powerful, yet they even tried to deceive me. This beginner's primary fertilizer. Ding! Someone continued to upload memory videos. In the picture, a large number of sacred tree masters were trapped in the illusion of reincarnation and were unable to help the ancient Buddha guild. In fact, if these people are really determined to break through the illusion of reincarnation and try their best, a group of them will definitely be able to come out. After all, it was just a reincarnation fox sent by Lu Shu that released the illusion of reincarnation. Although the mental power is very strong, it is not practical to trap so many sacred tree masters at the same time. But, the strength shown by Sakyamuni made other sacred tree masters reluctant to help. This guild is already so powerful, but it still wants to help. Help me. Take care of yourself first. Anyway, we are in the illusion of reincarnation. We are just trapped, and there is no threat to our lives. We can still sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers and tigers. Some people are eager to get rid of the reincarnation monster, so that the ancient Buddha guild can weaken a large part of its strength, to increase the influence of its own guild. Sakyamuni chanted a Buddhist sound again. However, this time, the Buddha's voice uses the mighty power of the Buddha's Dharma to break through the false illusions and free these sacred tree masters who are trapped in the illusion of reincarnation in order to help themselves. As a result, after the Buddha's voice subsided, the people around him got a chance to wake up briefly. If in this case, you quickly get rid of the illusion, you can return to normal state. It's a pity, most of the sacred tree masters have defaulted to standing still. Pretending that Sakyamuni had never chanted the Buddha's voice at all, just watched quietly in the illusion. Sakya was so angry that he almost vomited blood. These damn guys. I spent 1/3 of my mental energy trying to help them free themselves from the shackles of illusion, but what did I get in exchange? Are they watching the game? I'm so angry. I thought that the most I would encounter would be a bunch of pig teammates, who would be a little bit of a bummer at worst, but I didn't expect that these are all actors. Sakya has the desire to kill people. At this time, thousands of beasts rushed towards Sakyamuni. Sakya didn't even have a chance to get angry. All his skills could only be thrown in the direction of the beast tide. By this time, the scene was basically Lu Shu's monster army unilaterally suppressing the Divine Tree Master. If Fengyun Guild were here, they might still be able to fight, but they would also be involved. The ancient Buddha Guild was isolated. Although Xingshan Pavilion was very strong, the number of people was too small and they could not carry the banner. Moreover, the sacred tree masters here are at odds with each other, and at this critical moment of life and death, they are still thinking of plotting against each other. The situation suddenly became Lu Shu's advantage. Live footage of the memory video. The sacred tree masters suddenly understood Fengyun Guild's previous approach. I thought Fengyun Guild was all a bunch of cowards, but when I saw this scene, I felt I was wrong and I had to apologize to them. Have you noticed that no one from Miyu Pavilion, which used to compete with the Dark Knight Alliance, appeared in the Abyss of Reincarnation this time? Sure enough, a reliable guild would not challenge such a copy that exceeds its own level. I have to say that Fengyun Guild's decision-making ability is still very good. They have already been in the Abyss dungeon and conquered so many distances, but they still decisively chose to retreat. Their command ability is really too strong. I am already a fan. They're gone. Some guilds have reached such a high level of progress and then start to get ahead. They have to get enough benefits before going back, only to be wiped out by the group. I have seen this happen too many times. For a time, Fengyun Guild didn't even expect that because of their timely departure, they would gain a group of fans. It's also absolutely amazing. However, when Fengyun and others saw this scene, they were a little lucky that they had made this decision. This time, I'm afraid no one will be able to pass this copy. Looking at the scenes in the video, Fengyun couldn't help but shook his head. If someone can really pass through this terrible copy, then it's really a ghost. If someone can really kill through this abyss of reincarnation, all he needs to do is come to Fengyun Guild and give up his position as president. Other big guys sit next to him, but this big boss can sit on his head. You opened a diamond-level treasure chest. Get the Sword of Reincarnation. Collection progress, 75. A panel prompt appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Now, he is already in the abyss of reincarnation, at a very central position. There is one last diamond room left. Lu Shu murmured. There are only 3 diamond-level rooms in total. When you finish conquering the next room, you can completely unlock the complete reincarnation profession. Condensate the reincarnation pattern. Chapter 240. At this time, Lu Shu's ears suddenly echoed with several notification tones. Ding! You have obtained the Advanced Void Returning Fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained the Void Returning Technique Fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained the Blood Succession Limit Fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained Holy Spirit Growth Fruit X1. Is my fruit ripe? Lu Shu's mind moved slightly and he turned his attention to his true body. In the maze of the abyss of samsara, there was no light. After exploring so many places, he realized that he had already waited for the next fruit to mature without knowing it. Inside the island, Lu Shu stood up and looked in the direction of the sacred tree. On the tree, 4 crystal-clear fruits grew out, shining with a dreamy luster. Good. Lu Shu nodded. Finally, the fruit was ripe. And after so many days of cultivation. At this time, the sacred tree had grown much more than before. The lush trees stood like a city. At the very center of the island. Like a giant, standing between heaven and earth. Looking at it, the huge sacred tree seems to hold up an umbrella that covers the sky and the sun. The golden branches and leaves blow by a breeze, emitting, wow. The sound was like a wave. It was like the mysterious music in the forest. Lu Shu jumped lightly, and his body immediately rose into the air and came to the top of the sacred tree. From such a high place, overlooking the below, you can have a panoramic view of the entire island. A harmonious fairy scene. The army of plants stands in the coastal area, like an insurmountable defense line. From time to time, some peas and other plants are produced, and the sunflowers absorb a lot of sunshine nourishes the earth. On the other side of the island, there are dense spiritual grasses planted. The moon rabbits jump and wander among them, absorbing the pure white crystal spiritual energy and nourishing the growth of the spiritual grasses. All these spiritual grasses are it is used as Lu Shu's daily gourmet raw material, and is paired with a variety of high-quality ingredients to produce fresh braised pork, magnolia salad snacks, xianxiong sago and other delicacies that combine modern cooking techniques and spiritual herbs. When it was put on the auction house, it immediately caused a frantic rush by all the divine tree masters. In the field of gourmet food, Lu Shu basically monopolized all the market. In fact, many divine tree masters began to doubt that Lu Shu's is the fruit the gift of food. However, can this kind of talent really achieve the first place in the rankings? It is really incredible. And on the other side of the island, in the fairy lake, a new fairy was born during this time. Every night, the sunflowers enter a state of rest, and the fairies begin to become active, absorbing the power of starlight and decorating the lake as if it were a dream. Very good. Lu Shu looked at the scene of his island and couldn't help but nodded, feeling extremely satisfied. It is already rare for the sacred tree island to develop to such a scale in such a short period of time. In addition to the fruits of the technique, the other 3 fruits were all buried in the soil. Soon, the spiritual energy fruit tree grew, and a related information panel appeared in front of Lu Shu. Advanced deficiency returning fruit tree. Variety, subspecies spirit tree. Product, deficiency returning fruit. Cycle, 0-5 days, 500-1000. Production times remaining, 1. Blood succession limit fruit tree. Product, deficiency return fruit. Period, 0-5 days, 500-1000. Holy Spirit growth fruit tree. Product, return to deficiency fruit. There's still half a day left. During this period, Lu Shu was not idle. He threw the fruit of the void returning technique into his mouth. Recently, his practice has fallen into a bottleneck period. However, after swallowing the fruit of the void returning technique, Lu Shu's recent insights have gained new insights and sublimations. He feels that some kind of shackles in his body are gradually loosening. All he needs is an opportunity to break through to a higher realm. Even, during this period the precipitation took a little longer than I thought. If I can break through again, maybe something unexpected will happen. I just need to wait until my advanced void returning fruit is completely mature, and that will be my chance to make a breakthrough. Lu Shu secretly said. Half a day seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. At this time, the weather on the sacred tree island has arrived in the evening. It's the season of crisp autumn air. A cool breeze whistled from the west of the island. The autumn mood was getting stronger and the weather became a little cooler. The fresh sea breeze blew towards Lu Shu's face along the west wind. The sound of ripening fruits seemed to be heard in the evening wind. With the blessing of a 100-fold increase, all subspecies of Lu Shu's spiritual trees have reached maturity. Reminders rang in my ears. Ding! Your advanced deficiency-reducing fruit tree has reached the production cycle, and the deficiency-reducing fruit 100. Ding! Your blood succession limit fruit tree has reached the production cycle, and the void return fruit 100. Ding! Your Holy Spirit growth fruit tree has reached the production cycle, and the void return fruit 100. Take the deficiency-reducing fruit first. Lu Shu picked out 100 high-level void-returning fruits. However, he was not in a hurry to swallow them. Don't forget, there is another very important step, synthesis. White lights flashed one after another. Start. With the skill of synthesis, Lu Shu merged all of these 100 high-grade void-returning fruits into the best-quality void-returning fruits. Just take them all. Lu Shu felt that his state was at a time when he needed a breakthrough. He did not hesitate and swallowed all the void-returning fruits at once. It was Dao Wen who gave him enough confidence. That's right. Having condensed 6 kinds of Taoist patterns, Lu Shu's current cultivation bottleneck period is relatively not that big. It can support him to make a breakthrough in the fastest way. All 10 top-level void-returning fruits are consumed, in the next second. Lu Shu felt an incomparably pure and majestic power emerging from his body. Chapter 241. Boom! The thunderous sound of breakthrough echoed endlessly in Lu Shu's body. Not only that. Directly above the island, a thick layer of dark clouds suddenly gathered. Countless spiritual energy in a radius of 100 miles is condensing towards the center of the island. The place where these spiritual energies meet is Lu Shu who made the breakthrough. The Tianji formation began to operate crazily. Under Lu Shu's body, a huge yin-yang array appeared. The diagram circled rapidly, gathering all the spiritual energy in the world like hundreds of rivers returning to the sea. Gathered together into Lu Shu's body. So cool. Lu Shu couldn't help but let out a long breath. He felt that the cultivation level in his body was rising rapidly. He didn't slowly stop until he reached the 5th level of void return. At this time, several thunders sounded in the sky. Lu Shu gently raised his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying energy swept across the world. The surrounding dark clouds, with a gentle wave of Lu Shu's hand, erupted with terrifying aftermath that spread thousands of miles. All the heavy clouds were swept away immediately. The sun shines on the earth again. However, what makes all this is not the natural changes in the laws of heaven and earth. It is Lu Shu's terrifying cultivation level that washes away all the dark clouds scattered around, thus allowing the island to regain its sunshine. In this state, it can be said that turning one's hands into clouds and turning one's hands into rain. Truly mastering the general trend of the world, the sun, moon, and stars flow for it, and has the magical power to call for wind and rain. Is this the true power of the realm of returning to the void? Lu Shu took a long breath, feeling very happy with the strength he now possesses. Jumping upwards, he can soar thousands of miles, reaching the sky. With a sword, he can break mountains and rivers, and freeze thousands of miles. This is the truly powerful person, the state of strength he possesses. Far beyond words can describe, only those who have reached this state can know the natural and unrestrained way. Breaking through to a higher state, Lu Shu felt that his state of mind had become different. Buzz buzz. With a thought, a peerless sword appeared in Lu Shu's hand. He just shook the sword lightly, and the terrifying sword intention caused traces of fragmentation in the surrounding void. It seemed as if just one sword strike, if you go down, even the sky can be broken. Yes, this divine sword is Lu Shu's strongest weapon, the Zhuxian sword. Its attributes will increase simultaneously with the improvement of Lu Shu's realm. To achieve the goal of returning to the void after reaching the realm, Lu Shu can exert the full power of the Zhuxian sword to a greater extent. Open the panel to view. Zhuxian sword. Category, weapon. Grade, myth. Attributes, attack power 20,000, puncture 30-50, critical hit rate 90, immune ignore 70, retaliation ignore 70, restraint ignore 70. Skill, 1 sword Zhuxian. Use time limit, none. Cooling time, none. My Zhuxian sword can be used at will. Lu Shu's eyes lit up and he noticed the use time limit and cooling time. The numbers that appeared behind them now turned into none. This meant that he relied on a 5th level of void return to be able to use it at will. Release the full power of the immortal killing sword. This divine sword, in his own hands, can finally fully exert its full power. Take a deep breath. Lu Shu suppressed his extremely happy mind. There are still blood inheritance limited fruits left, which are not used. Blood succession limited fruit. Type, Sharingan fruit. Function, fusion of the same Sharingan fruit can lead to evolution. Finally got the Sharingan fruit again. There was a hint of joy in Lu Shu's eyes. You know, his Pikachu has awakened the eternal kaleidoscope. One step further, it is the Samsara Eye. However, the Samsara Eye technique is a little different from the Samsara Eye. The Samsara Eye is not, it has the attribute of reincarnation, but it can make a qualitative leap in attack. Let's call these little guys back first. It's almost time to decide the outcome with the abyss of reincarnation. However, before attacking the boss, the pet army needs to rest and replenish supplies first. You also need to think about how to use these 100 living growth fruits. Lu Shu thought secretly in his heart. Anyway, I just finished conquering a diamond room, and these pets were all exhausted. They called back for supplies first, then opened the last diamond treasure chest, and then continued to conquer. By the way, the sacred tree will also produce new products. Lu Shu opened the sacred tree panel and checked the information. Sacred tree. Stage, Junior Sacred Tree. Sunlight, 1010 day, 10, 1x100. Spiritual energy, 1040 day, 10, 4x100. Subspecies Spiritual Tree remaining capacity, 12, total 15. Products, Advanced Void Returning Fruit, Star Fruit, Golden Light Fruit, Living Growth Fruit, Production Cycle, 10 days, 100, 001000, Growth Points, 139,200, 41, for x1004140 day, next stage, Intermediate Holy Tree, 200,000 growth points. The star fruit should be related to the power of the stars. What is the golden light fruit? Is it a new superpower fruit? Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The golden light fruit and the shining fruit sound a bit similar. But they shouldn't be devil fruits. I don't know what they do. After a period of time, following a teleported light curtain, it descended on the sacred tree island. The pet army is finally back. The reincarnation fox and the little white fox on the battlefield also passed the level and teleported back. These little guys are exhausted after so many days of fighting. Lu Shu had already prepared an exquisite and sumptuous banquet, and was waiting for these little guys to come back to entertain them. However, Tian Songqing Hidden Dragon did not grab the food. This guy's eyes are instead looking at the fruits of the growth of the Holy Spirit. Do you want to? Lu Shu asked with a smile. The sky blue hidden dragon immediately nodded. A smile appeared on Lu Shu's face. This shows that the time for the sky blue hidden dragon to finally evolve has arrived. Chapter 242. The next second. The azure hidden dragon burst out with a terrifying aura. Golden runes emerged from those wings that covered the sky and the sun. The body became extremely huge, as if it could cover the sky and the sun. An imperial power with infinite power, shocking all directions. What a powerful force. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly, feeling the blood of the Cyan hidden dragon, and he once again underwent a terrifying transformation. The Emperor Cyan hidden dragon. At this moment, 100 golden dragons hovered high in the sky, bursting out with unparalleled divine power. The sky trembled. The earth trembled violently, as if it was about to crack at any moment. Thick dark clouds, thunder suddenly appeared, and spread thousands of miles, making the Emperor's green hidden dragon look like a god, majestic and inviolable. Roar! The Emperor's green hidden dragon looked up to the sky and roared, emitting a shocking dragon roar that echoed across the world. It seemed that his birth heralded that there would be more supreme-level beings in this world. The island became a place of lightning and thunder, everything felt insignificant and trembling under the power of the Emperor's green hidden dragon. A panel immediately popped up in front of Lu Shu. Emperor's green hidden dragon. Type, Dragon. Abilities, Dragon Roar Strike, Angry Dragon's Claw, Dragon's Bloodline, Double Amplification, Green Hidden Dragon Domain, Thunder Fruit, Emperor's Domain, New. Physique, SSS. Speed, SSS. Spirit, SSS. Comprehensive Potential, SSS. All attributes have reached SSS level. A trace of shock flashed across Lu Shu's eyes. If he reaches the SSS level, and then evolves one step further, that would be the God level. However, how to evolve to the God level is still unknown. Lu Shushan he took a breath and smiled. The Emperor's green hidden dragon uses the Emperor's domain. After evolving into the Imperial blue hidden dragon, Emperor domain is a newly acquired skill. Lu Shu is very much looking forward to what effects the final evolved skill will bring. Domain. This is an extremely powerful skill. And the Emperor's domain is absolutely extraordinary. At least, it will not be worse than reincarnation, netherworld and other attributes. The next second, a huge Emperor's domain appeared around the Emperor's green hibernating dragon. The endless Emperor's power is majestic, shocking everyone. If a monster enters the Emperor's realm of the Emperor's Cyan hidden dragon, if it does not reach the S-level attribute level, it may be instantly suppressed to death by the Emperor's pressure. Even extremely powerful monsters, entering the realm of the Emperor's green hidden dragon will also be greatly suppressed. The realm is an extremely powerful skill. In the later stages, attributes are no longer the upper limit standard, the realm is. And reaching the God level after that, there will be a collision of various realms. Whoever can unlock a stronger realm will be the master of this world. Lu Shu has 100 Emperor green hidden dragons. Emperor Realm X 100. Even the boss of the Abyss of Reincarnation, I'm afraid it's hard for them to withstand such terrifying pressure. East China Sea. The golden dragon and koi carp, which had not been seen for a long time, suddenly poked their heads out and looked at the direction of the evolution of the Emperor's green hidden dragon with a deep gaze. Obviously, the same divine dragon's blood had alarmed. He picked up the golden dragon koi that had been diving. This guy returned to the island for a rare occasion, but he didn't stay too long. He vomited sardines all over the beach as a specialty he brought back to the island this time, and then continued. He went back. Lu Shu naturally sensed the actions of the golden dragon koi, smiled slightly, shook his head and said, "This guy even knows how to bring some seafood back. I thought he would never come back. The recent fish meat has almost been eaten up. This wave of sardine supplies has brought a lot of food reserves. Of course, Squirtle has killed a lot of abyss devil fish under the abyss. The meat is also extremely fragrant and tender. In the past 2 days, Squirtle has obtained some of the best life essence in the deep sea, which has increased the growth rate of the sacred tree a lot. Wudong Phoenix, Enlightenment Crane, Jade Rabbit, etc., during this period they became acquainted with each other, and together they stood on the crown of the sacred tree and watched the evolution of the Emperor's Cyan hidden dragon. These guys all have the blood of myths and are extremely arrogant. However, the evolution of the Emperor's Cyan Hidden Dragon still gave these guys brought quite a shock. The water of the fairy lake became clearer than before, with little stars bathing in the lake. Several fairies each occupied the corner of the fairy lake, silently, like a patron saint. He has always been guarding where he should be. Pet Army. The other little guys also showed joy when they saw that the Emperor Cyan Hidden Dragon had evolved again. This meant that the comrades around them friends, they are even more powerful. Pet Army NB. Among them, the happiest one is Yumi. 100 Yumi's eyes almost narrowed with laughter, almost like the Chinese New Year. Thighs. So many thighs. The happiest thing in life is to have a lot of thighs to hug. Hugging thighs is something that can make Yumi feel quite safe. The appearance of the Emperor's blue hidden dragon symbolizes hundreds of thick, long and big thighs were born. After Pikachu finished enjoying it, he saw the evolution of the Emperor's blue hidden dragon. His eyes moved and fell on the Sharingan fruit tree. Pick up. 100 little guys jumped to the bottom of the Sharingan fruit tree. These are yours, eat them all. Lu Shu said with a smile. His little pet is really well educated. He will not rush to eat, nor will he choose to eat secretly, he will review it every time. It is really very worry-free. Pikachu let out a cry of joy and excitement, and immediately rushed towards the Sharingan fruit tree. Ba! Ba! A burst of joyful chewing sounds. 3 times 5 divided by 2. Before long, the Sharingan fruit was gone. It was all divided. Pikachu burped. However, the next second, those eternal kaleidoscope eyes suddenly became mysterious and unpredictable. They looked somewhat similar to the eyes of the Samsara fox, but there are some subtle differences. Pikachu swallowed the Sharingan fruit and evolved the eternal Mangekyo into the Rinnegan eye. Chapter 243. Pikachu shook his head. When he turned around and looked at Lu Shu, at this moment, he felt dizzy. It's as if the mind has been greatly affected. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. Not long ago, he had broken through to the 5th level of Void Return, and his mental power had been improved again, and his cultivation level had become stronger. The spiritual ocean that protects the mind is more majestic than before. But just by looking at Pikachu, those eyes seemed to make him fall into an illusion. Of course, if Lu Shu protects his mind with all his strength, there will still be no problem in preventing Pikachu's Samsara eye. Pick up. Pikachu let out a cheering sound. He was happy that his strength had been greatly improved. These 100 Yumi were looking around everywhere. Oops. Oops. There are too many thighs, I don't know which one to hug. In the end, Yumi's eyes stopped on Lu Shu, and she was slightly startled. That's right. No matter how many thighs there are, Lu Shu is still the thickest. However, there is only one Lu Shu, it's quite embarrassing to not be able to accommodate 100 Yumi at the same time. Pikachu's mental power has actually been improved. Lu Shu opened the panel and was slightly startled. Pikachu. Type, Pokemon. Power, 100,000 volts, Shock Fruit, Chidori, Samsara Eye. Physical, SS. Speed, SS. Spirit, SSS. Comprehensive Potential, SSS. It turns out that Pikachu's mental power has reached SSS level. No wonder even my spiritual ocean is affected. It seems that from the eternal kaleidoscope to the Samsara Eye, the improvement is greater than I expected. Lu Shu opened the information about the Samsara Eye. In addition to using the familiar skills, he can also copy a complete set of copied skills. In other words, the current Pikachu can copy all the skills of any pet. Copy all the skills. But you can't copy 2 pets at the same time. Of course, this is normal. If you can copy all the skills of 2 pets, it would be incredible. However, just copying all the skills is already powerful enough. You know, Pikachu can replace any unit in your pet army, and can also cooperate with its own reincarnation eye technique and thunder power. It can be said to be the most flexible unit in the entire pet army. Plus that the SSS-level mental power and the copied superpower may be much more powerful than the other friends. At this moment, the reincarnation fox jumped out. Lu Shu showed a surprised look. He unexpectedly discovered that the eyes of Samsara fox looking at Pikachu were full of fighting spirit. Especially the eyes looking at Pikachu, seemed to want to decide the winner. Come out. Pikachu also showed a fighting spirit and stared at the Samsara fox. They all have very similar pupil skills. No wonder they have a fighting spirit between them. Seeing the fight between Pikachu and Samsara fox, Yumi immediately wanted to fight. He stood between the 2 guys, and started dancing happily. As if he wanted them to fight. He even volunteered to be the referee. Lu Shu was speechless. For a moment, he thought Yumi showed up to break up the fight. No. I wish these two little guys would fight. TSK, these little guys are not as cute as they appear on the surface. They are full of evil. It's okay to discuss and learn from each other. Lu Shu thought carefully, nodded and smiled, but remember, friendship comes first, competition comes second, don't hurt the other party. Pikachu and Samsara Fox both nodded, indicating that they understood the rules. 3, 2, 1. Start. Following the flag in Yumi's hand, she waved it down. The battle was about to break out. Samsara Fox took the lead in attacking. Around them, realms of reincarnation appeared. It seemed as if Pikachu was going to be trapped deep in it. However, Pikachu didn't care at all. Moved, he also used the pupil technique. The pattern of the pupils turned out to be the same as that of the reincarnation fox. The Samsara Fox was slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, Pikachu could completely copy his own pupil technique. The next second, Pikachu launched the same reincarnation eye technique. The reincarnation whirlpool appeared all over the body, cancelling out all the reincarnation attacks. No matter how the reincarnation fox attacked, Pikachu stood aside with a godly look, and even yawned, as if he was always ready waiting for the Samsara Fox to attack. The next second, the Samsara Fox's fighting spirit was also aroused, and its pupils became extremely deep. What a powerful spirit! Lu Shu secretly said. When the Samsara Fox becomes serious, it's really unusual. But Pikachu was unmoved, and its pupils became darker. It actually used the same pupil technique to offset the Samsara Fox's attack. Samsara Fox's little face was about to turn red, but no matter how he used his eye skills, he couldn't do anything to Pikachu. Suddenly, Pikachu turned into a bolt of lightning and came behind Samsara Fox. Seeing the little his slap, with the light of lightning, was about to hit the Samsara Fox's little head. The Samsara Fox panicked, and in a hurry, he used several Samsara whirlpools, trying to wrap up Pikachu, turning offense into defense, and turning passivity. To take the initiative. But Pikachu's speed was far beyond Samsara Fox's imagination. In a flash, he disappeared from the front. Then he came behind the opponent and stroked Samsara Fox's head. It turned out to be a head-touch kill. As if in the blink of an eye, the battle was over. Yumi was stunned for a moment before she realized what was happening. Then, the winner was announced as Pikachu. The reincarnation fox looked a little depressed and came to Lu Shu, looking like he was asking for comfort. Don't worry, your current mental strength is not as good as Pikachu's, and defeat is normal. Lu Shu smiled and comforted the Samsara Fox. Pikachu also came and touched the Samsara Fox's head. The little guy opened his heart and laughed happily. He continued to play with his friends. After all, Samsara the Fox's spiritual power has just reached the SS level, and the Ninetales is not the end of its evolution. There is still a longer way to go. The future is promising. Chapter 244. After Pikachu and Samsara Fox had a friendly discussion, Lu Shu entered the Shintong Pavilion to gain some insights again. After coming out, his cultivation continued to be consolidated. Although his strength has not increased much, he has become more proficient in mastering the power of the 5th level of Void Return. It became easier to use the full power of the Juxian sword. After coming out, Lu Shu gave all the 2 special life essences to the sacred tree for absorption. The production date was shortened by 2 days. The growth progress of the sacred tree has also accelerated again. Now, we are halfway to the intermediate holy tree. Subsequently, Lu Shu summoned all the pet troops and prepared to return to the battlefield in the Grey World. It's time to come to an end with this nightmare-level copy, Lu Shu secretly said in his heart. Now, the Emperor's blue hidden dragon has completed its final evolution. Pikachu's eternal kaleidoscope has successfully evolved into the Samsara Eye, and his mental power has also been upgraded to the SSS level. It's time to go to the reincarnation of the Grey World. Abyss, get rid of this copy boss. The battlefield over there is a bit interesting. Lu Shu communicated his mind to the Monster Legion. A battle was still unfolding in the platinum-level treasure chest room. However, to Lu Shu's surprise, these sacred tree masters actually began to cooperate. The scene in front of him shifted to the battlefield. Sakyamune took a long breath and continued chanting exquisite Buddhist sounds, repelling all the surrounding beasts. Following Sakya, there was also Yuxuanji. Since the little white fox and the Samsara fox returned to the sacred tree island, the group of sacred tree masters who were trapped in the illusion had to wake up from the state of pretending to be asleep to help Sakyamune relieve the pressure. If Sakia is really dead and there are not enough AoE methods to suppress these monsters, then the next wave of attacks will only be them. We must make enough space so that all sacred tree masters can use teleportation skills to return to the island. Yu Xuanji put away his usual cynical expression, and his tone was rare and solemn. Obviously, these monsters that appeared in front of him have completely exceeded Yu Xuanji's initial expectations. Who would have thought that these monsters are so perverted? They are not human at all. Can pass. Good. Shakyamuni nodded and agreed. On the field, there is only one divine tree master like Yu Xuanji, who is more reliable. At the beginning of the Dark Night, he could also create the Dark Night domain and suppress some monsters. Later on, this guy is starting to mess up. He can only use the shadow teleportation technique to avoid the center of the whirlpool of the beast tide. All assassin skills are used to save his life. He can retain as much mental power as he can. As long as you can save your life, that's all. However, no one will really blame Yi for what he did. Although it is indeed a mess, the condition of others is not much better. In the face of such a terrifying monster attack, even outside the sacred tree master who watched the video also felt that he was lucky to survive this battle. Fortunately, I didn't go to this instance. It was really scary. I haven't harvested any treasures yet, but my life is about to be handed over. I feel that there is no dungeon more deceptive than this dungeon. The monsters are so disgusting and the output is so little. What kind of sinkhole dungeon is it? I feel like all the sacred tree masters who went to conquer this dungeon were at a loss. There is only 1 week left before the next invasion of the Grey World. There is no more time for them to explore. Yes, now they can only think about teleporting back to their sacred tree island, and they will also face reincarnation monsters invading their island. By then, these sacred tree masters will not be able to join forces. I am afraid that the next list will become that's interesting. It depends on whether many bosses rely on killing nightmare-level monsters to get on the list, or whether many bosses on the rankings fall instantly. It all depends on what the situation will be like this time. The sacred tree masters on the world's public screen expressed their opinions one after another. The vast majority of people are no longer optimistic about this divine tree master guild. The gap is too big. They knew it was a Taoist beast tamer who summoned endless waves of beasts. However, there were various strange shadow monsters nearby, blocking the attack intentions of the sacred tree masters. To be honest, the sacred tree masters here have conquered so many dungeons and have never seen such a weird monster. Every attack lands on the other person's most uncomfortable position. The sense of immersion was so strong that many spectators on the scene felt a little aggrieved. Who likes to watch people get beaten? It just so happens that these beaten sacred tree masters are still the bosses they used to call. Now I'm afraid they have to respect these monsters as bosses. It's so scary. However, the guilds of the sacred tree masters united and displayed really impressive methods. Yu Xuanji, Sakyamuni, and the magisters from several major magic guilds around them jointly released terrifying bombardment formations, destroying the beasts. The tide is blocked out. The sacred tree masters here saw that something was wrong, and someone gave them a chance to teleport, so they all used teleportation to escape from here. Take me with you. After resisting for a moment, Yu Xuanji suddenly let go, and all the people following Xingqian Pavilion retreated. This guy, I knew he would run away early. Shakyamuni gritted his teeth, turned around and looked at the Buddhist monks around him, and asked, has the teleportation array been completed? Not even close. Get it for me quickly. I can't hold it anymore. At this time, Sakyamuni couldn't care less about maintaining his cold, aloof and indifferent pretense. He just said, fuck, and his tone of voice was cursing. Fortunately, the actions of the Buddhist disciples quickly, he created a super large teleportation array and teleported everyone away. This group of monks seemed to be sanctimonious, but when they actually did things, they were also very shrewd. A group of monks were also dishonest. The rest of them were not honest either. Some of the sacred tree masters retreated, while others died under the bombardment of the monster legion. The scene was extremely cruel. Chapter 245. Damn it. Those bastards. We helped them fight for so long, and then they abandoned us. No. I don't want to die yet. Ah. A screen came from the last few memory videos uploaded to the chat box. The sacred tree masters who saw the video were all frightened, as if they were immersed in an abyss full of ruthless killings. The audience who witnessed all this said nothing, just sighed for a long time. Alas, the Grey World is so cruel. When it comes to life and death, who would really cut off their wives for others? Everything is just an advantageous relationship. These sacred tree masters are dead, and they can only blame themselves for what they deserve. Yes, they are not strong enough and have to challenge the dungeon that they cannot challenge. If others are unwilling to save them, who can blame them? The frontline sacred tree masters have all retreated. It seems that this time, no one can pass this super nightmare level copy. It's over, it's over. I feel like I've watched all the fun in vain. It's not bad, at least I saw that several guilds I didn't like died in this copy, and I still felt a lot of heartache. Everyone in the chat box was filled with sighs after watching the last memory video. In addition to the melon-eating audience, outside the maze, as well as the sacred tree masters who did not enter the deeper treasure chest, they also took a breath of cold air and were glad that they did not go in rashly. Otherwise, you will be the one who dies. They were not members of a super guild. This time, most of the people who died in the dungeon were skirmishers, and no one helped them create a chance to teleport. Ruthlessly devoured by monsters. There were also some lower-status sacred tree masters in the guild who were ignored and died on the front lines. The number is not small. All I can say is that this scene is so cruel. Seeing these memory videos, the sacred tree masters who had not gone deeper shook their heads and then exited the copy. What's the point of staying here any longer? Those people on the front line are about to be wiped out. They are not any better than Yuxuanji and others. Just go back to where they came from. The teleportation light curtains on the field lit up one after another. However, when the last person left, I wonder if it was an illusion. The abyss of reincarnation in front of me seems to be shaking. The picture is distorted. The man rubbed his eyes and saw that the whirlpool of reincarnation around him disappeared in an instant. Moreover, there seemed to be a scalp-numbing wailing sound coming from deeper in the maze. He was immediately frightened to the point of confusion, and quickly stepped into the teleportation array. He didn't even dare to think carefully, and returned to his sacred tree island as quickly as possible. The moment this coward used the teleportation array to leave, the entire abyss of reincarnation began to twist. It seems like a huge change is about to happen. Congratulations on opening the diamond treasure chest. Get the reincarnation trial. You have gathered all the reincarnation props. Can they be integrated into the ultimate reincarnation career? Now. In an ancient reincarnation hall. Lu Shu stood here quietly. In front of him, there was a terrifying monster with wings all over its body and a ferocious face. But at this moment, it fell in front of him, and its flesh and blood shattered into pieces. That's right. Not long ago, Lu Shu led his army of pets to fight back from the sacred tree island and cleared the last diamond-level treasure chest room. The strength of the pet army could have eliminated the diamond-level treasure chest monster. After returning from the sacred tree island, the strength has improved a lot. It goes without saying how easy it is to deal with these monsters. Fusion. Lu Shu thought. The next second, all the reincarnation items flew above him. A whirlpool of reincarnation completely wrapped Lu Shu's body. He was about to start a new career. However, Lu Shu did not immediately choosing to open it, he put 10 fruits of enlightenment into his mouth. Condensing the pattern of reincarnation. The next second, the boundless reincarnation suddenly entered Lu Shu's body. A brand new superpower was formed. But this attribute is too familiar to Samsara Fox. At this time, Samsara Fox looked at Lu Shu, full of surprises. He felt that Lu Shu also had such power. This made Samsara Fox very happy. The relationship with Lu Shu seems to have become much closer because of this. There is also a feeling of coming from the same source. Boom. Finally, Lu Shu successfully condensed the pattern of reincarnation. His eyes, at this moment it has also transformed into the same form as the Samsara Fox. Moreover, it seems to be even stronger. Is this the power of reincarnation? Lu Shu smiled softly. He raised the sword of reincarnation and waved it forward gently. Suddenly, a grey boundary sank forward, as if everything in front of him would be swallowed up by reincarnation. Success. Lu Shu took a long breath. He has condensed the Samsara pattern, and he can also use the Samsara pupil technique. With his mental power, if he uses the Samsara pupil technique, he will be much more powerful than the reincarnation fox. Moreover, Lu Shu feels that after condensing into the reincarnation pattern, it can display more unexpected reincarnation skills. Even the reincarnation fox's use of the reincarnation attribute is not as high as Lu Shu's. Next, it's time to end this copy completely. Lu Shu opened the panel. At this time, there are less than 5 days left before the invasion of the Grey World. The boss of the Super Nightmare level copy is definitely not that easy to kill, and it takes enough time. But for now, there was not much time left for Lu Shu. A violent vibration suddenly came from this abyss. After clearing 3 diamond-level treasure boxes, all the whirlpools of reincarnation disappeared. However, the structure of the maze there was a sudden change. After several shocks, a bronze door appeared in front of him. A legendary room. Lu Shu's eyes condensed slightly. He felt the aura of boss inside the door. Chapter 246. Is it finally here? I felt that there was an extremely huge breath of reincarnation inside the door. After awakening to the path of reincarnation, Lu Shu's perception of the attributes of reincarnation was like a part of his own body. With his thoughts, boom. The bronze door opened. The picture in front of him suddenly became illusory and distorted. It was as if reality and dreams began to merge together. In front of Lu Shu's eyes, the general outline of a library gradually appeared. The ancient stepped-long corridor. An empty, spacious and majestic palace with medieval theological-style architecture. Library cabinets are displayed around it. And the books placed on it. This is the area for the final boss battle. However, with Lu, the picture that Shu imagined in his mind was completely different. This is actually a library. Lu Shu showed some doubts. Once again, he saw traces of civilization in the Grey World. However, these civilizations appeared in a copy that should be full of monsters, as if elegant art was combined with brutal killing, bringing an unparalleled visual impact to people. Same breath. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the back of the hall. Lu Shu immediately turned his head. In his field of vision, a middle-aged man wearing papal attire gradually walked out from the back of the library. His pupils were exactly the same as Lu Shu's. As he gently closed the book, the whirlpool of reincarnation around him began to converge crazily towards him. Lu Shu frowned. From the other party's body, he sensed an extremely huge aura of reincarnation. Immediately afterwards, a monster panel appeared in front of me. Lord of Reincarnation. Category, Reincarnation Silhouette. Danger Factor, SS. Perception Range, Reincarnation Domain. Power, 7,200. Speed, 7,150. Defense, 7,120. Skills, From the Abyss, Endless Reincarnation, Reincarnation Amplification, Eternal Calamity, Time. Description: It is a powerful force from the abyss. Biological creatures were also the managers of pre-catastrophic civilization. However, it believes in the power of the abyss, and therefore manages these glorious prehistoric civilizations for the abyss. Be careful of the powers that come from the long river of time. The Lord of Samsara has long been integrated with Samsara. As long as he is in the realm of the abyss, he is almost invincible. Lu Shu frowned slightly and his expression became a little solemn. He felt a strong sense of oppression from this boss. Turning to the pet army behind him, he commanded. Pikachu, copy all the skills of Samsara Kitsune. Yumi, possess Pikachu's body, ready to cover at any time. The enemy this time is very powerful. Emperor Green Hidden Dragon, wait for my order. As soon as the battle begins, launch the Emperor domain as soon as possible to suppress the Lord of Samsara's combat power. Samsara Fox, you and Pikachu act together. Little White Fox, you enter the void crack first. Be ready to use your skills to pick up your teammates at any time, and take action in times of crisis. Divine Dragon Beast, follows the Emperor's Green Hidden Dragon, providing cover when necessary and jointly attacking. Upon hearing Lu Shu's command, all the pets immediately nodded and formed a battle formation. Buzz! A powerful force of reincarnation filled the surrounding area. The Lord of Reincarnation snorted coldly and said, if an ignorant person breaks into my palace, it will only lead to death. You know nothing about the existence of the abyss, nor do you have any understanding of this world that is about to be destroyed. Everything you do is in vain, it just accelerates the death of your humble existence. Lu Shu felt that the Lord of Reincarnation, compared with other bosses, obviously has a higher level of command. Moreover, he seems to know some secret things. Everything about the Grey World may be hidden in this library. Since in the description, the Lord of Samsara is called the manager of the Library of Prehistoric Civilization, then he naturally knows a lot of things. But Lu Shu is too lazy to talk so much nonsense. In any case, the Lord of Samsara is a copy monster. In the eyes of the Divine Tree Master, this is the enemy. Expect the enemy to tell you information? Just dream. Why not just kill this guy and then synthesize it, so that you can know everything you want to know? Face the enemy. Lu Shu has always been too lazy to talk nonsense, or talk so much nonsense. Fighting. Lu Shu gave an order. First, the one who took action was the Emperor's green hidden dragon. The Emperor's domain. The mighty imperial power roared from the Emperor's green hidden dragon's body in an instant. The imperial power turned into the sky. Golden ripples occupied the entire library, forming an inherent domain. The Emperor's chi instantly crushed the Lord of Samsara. 100 Emperor green hidden dragons jointly activated the Emperor's domain, causing you can imagine how strong the suppression effect is. Even the Lord of Reincarnation, in his own domain, could not help but frown tightly. He felt a pressure. Snort. Stupid bug. You actually want to use this ridiculous skill to suppress me? Perish. The Lord of Samsara waved out his palm, and the space in the middle seemed to have a big crack in an instant. 100 Emperor green hidden dragons suddenly felt like they were going to be trapped in the big crack, and their figures became distorted. The Emperor's domain was instantly shattered. Realm of Reincarnation. Lu Shu's eyes darkened slightly. No, not just the realm of reincarnation. And a power from time and space. The Lord of Reincarnation directly disrupted the time and space here, using the reincarnation domain to separate his pet army into different areas, and wanted to defeat them one by one. If the Emperor's green hidden dragon falls into the crack, it will be difficult to get out again. Samsara Fox. Pikachu. Lu Shu thought. The next second. Samsara Fox and Pikachu used the power of reincarnation together to pull back the Emperor's blue hidden dragon. Although this is the domain of the Lord of Samsara, but with the mark of Samsara, Lu Shu, together with Samsara Fox and Pikachu, fought against the power of the Lord of Samsara. Chapter 247. You are tarnishing the power of reincarnation. The Lord of Reincarnation's eyes froze slightly. His attributes were actually possessed by humans. In his eyes, it was as if his own sacred treasure had been defiled by others. Lu Shu directly opened the reincarnation path pattern. Reversal. The same reincarnation attributes have the effect of cancelling each other. The Lord of Reincarnation wants to make the realm of reincarnation send all the Emperor's blue hidden dragons into the cracks of reincarnation, and they will never recover. But Lu Shu could use the power of the reincarnation pattern to pull back the Emperor's green hidden dragon. A Yumi jumped out from Pikachu's body and possessed Lu Shu. Mental power, SSS-level. With his mental power, Lu Shu is fully confident to compete with the Lord of Samsara. Coupled with the help of Samsara Fox and Pikachu, such a huge power of reincarnation is actually on par with the Lord of Samsara. Buzz. Emperor the Imperial Green Hidden Dragon once again expanded the Emperor's domain. The pressure belonging to the Emperor shrouded the Lord of Samsara. Bang! One of the Lord of Samsara's knees hit the ground heavily. The pressure made it impossible for the Lord of Samsara to bear the power. His back was bent and he had no choice but to kneel down. You will pay the heaviest price for your stupid behavior. The eyes of the Lord of Reincarnation have become completely cold. The eyes that want to kill cannot be hidden. Humiliation. As a noble species born in the abyss, I will be beaten to the point where I can't even stand by a small human being. Can't stand up. Why is it so embarrassing? The Lord of Reincarnation activated the skills from the abyss, enjoying 10 times the abyss increase, resistance 500, and all attributes tripled. The next second. The Lord of Reincarnation has an extremely huge abyss energy condensed on his body. The black air flow swirled around his whole body. Bang bang bang. A torrent of reincarnation rolled up around him, turning into a long grey river, colliding with the golden-shrouded Emperor's domain. The Emperor's realm couldn't resist the Lord of Reincarnation who had gained the abyss, and the layers began to crack. That coercion, now falling on the Lord of Reincarnation, is like drizzle, unable to cause much harm to him at all. Lu Shu frowned slightly and said to himself, the Lord of Samsara's attribute increase is really too great. 3 times the increase is nothing, but the 5 times the resistance directly makes the Emperor's Cyan Hidden Dragon's coercion has lost its effect. The attributes of the Lord of Reincarnation are already very high. Even if there is no increase, it can only be suppressed and weakened. Now, the pressure of the Emperor's blue hidden dragon has very little impact on the Lord of Samsara. In the competition in the field, as long as any one party occupies if the opponent has the upper hand, it will be difficult to successfully suppress it. Endless reincarnation. The Lord of Reincarnation let out a low roar. The surrounding void once again experienced strange changes. Overlapping pictures suddenly appeared in front of Lu Shu. An extremely deep abyss appeared around Lu Shu. The Lord of Reincarnation has launched endless reincarnation, projecting the power of the abyss. Please be careful when dealing with it. The light curtains of reincarnation rose from the side. From the light curtain, countless monsters appeared. Among them, there are many diamond-level treasure chest room monsters including beast tamers. They are coming from all directions. This is the number of monsters 10 times more terrifying than Lu Shu's monster army. At this extremely critical moment, Lu Shu did not feel the slightest panic. His eyes of reincarnation are searching everywhere for ways to break the situation. Endless reincarnation can be said to be a realm. Since it is a field, there is a way to crack it. I control the pattern of reincarnation, and my status in the attributes of reincarnation is not lower than that of the Lord of Reincarnation. The endless cycle of reincarnation seems so big that there is no room to get out, but it is actually hidden in the gap between fantasy and reality. As long as you find these breakthrough points, you can fight your way out of the realm of the Lord of Reincarnation and break the situation. Lu Shu immediately used his mind to communicate with the little white fox. All the pet army entered the crack in the void and followed Lu Shu. Next, Lu Shu activated the ability of the Eye of Reincarnation. In front of him, a person appeared a white air vortex channel. These channels are actually the gap between reality and illusion in the illusion of reincarnation. As long as you enter there, you can avoid attacks. Roar! A raging roar came from behind. These monsters seemed to be going crazy, fighting towards Lu Shu. They were bound to die. Lu Shu did not panic at all, and passed through the whirlpool with great dexterity. I came to another space. The monster in front of me disappeared instantly. It seems that my guess was correct. A smile appeared in Lu Shu's eyes. Endless reincarnation looks very powerful, but its essence is just a large number of reincarnation illusions superimposed together, creating an impossible breakthrough. Feel. But as long as you find the gap between illusion, and then find the gap between illusion and reality, you can successfully break through. You can simply understand the illusion of reincarnation as one layer after another. These monsters are just monsters drawn on the layers. They are virtual, not reality. As long as you break through this layer and come to another layer, then the above the monsters on one layer will naturally disappear. But the Lord of Samsara is not a vegetarian. Sensing that Lu Shu had arrived in another illusion, he immediately continued to create endless reincarnation monsters nearby, trying to destroy Lu Shu. Chasing to a desperate situation. However, how could Lu Shu, who also had the Eye of Reincarnation, give the opponent this chance? He continued to find the gap and kept crossing. Seeing that the monster was about to catch up, Lu Shu teleported and took him with him. The pet army came to another space. Finally, a light door appeared in front of Lu Shu. That's it. Execute the shadow-killing avenue. Lu Shu's body turned into an afterimage and passed through the light door in an instant. The library and the Lord of Reincarnation reappeared in front of him. The endless reincarnation was broken through. Chapter 248. You have actually broken through the power of reincarnation. The face of the Lord of Samsara sank, and he looked at Lu Shu with a little more caution. Endless reincarnation can be said to be the most signature skill of the Lord of Samsara. Even the large army of divine tree masters in front of him were stunned. Come here, if these people are trapped in the realm of endless reincarnation, I am afraid that few of them will survive. Let alone break through. But Lu Shu broke through the endless reincarnation so easily, which shocked the Lord of Reincarnation. At this time, it was Lu Shu's turn. Zhuxian sword, come out. The endless sword light suddenly turned into thousands of sword intentions, and the surrounding void was cracked layer by layer by the Zhuxian sword. The entire Samsara library, he began to tremble violently. It seemed that he could not bear the power of the Zhuxian sword. After being promoted to the 5th level of returning to the void, the Zhuxian sword fell into Lu Shu's hands, possessing invincible power. Even in the realm of reincarnation, the Zhuxian sword, it seems that they are about to cut off reincarnation and destroy the void. The face of the Lord of Reincarnation has become extremely solemn. His pupils reflected the shadow of the Zhuxian sword, and he made a hoarse and unpleasant voice. You actually have this weapon. This is impossible. Lu Shu swept his sword, and the sword light suddenly struck straight down towards the figure of the Lord of Samsara, like a galaxy falling to the ground, submerging the Lord of Samsara's entire body. An indifferent tone echoed in the Lord of Samsara's body in the ear. The only one who is ignorant is you. Die. The Lord of Samsara was provoked by this tone for the first time in his life, and he was so angry that he almost went crazy. But the opening sword from the Zhuxian sword made the Lord of Samsara completely shut his mouth. The bright sword light made the Lord of Samsara, his body was covered. A torrent washed away his whole body. The Lord of Samsara flew backwards into the distance. He couldn't resist the power of the immortal killing sword at all. Superior. Lu Shu gave an order. All the pet troops moved towards the Lord of Samsara and used various skills. Samsara Fox and Pikachu followed Lu Shu to release the power of the Samsara Dao mark, and together they suppressed the attributes of the Lord of Samsara. The Emperor's azure hidden dragon breathed out a stream of dragon's breath, and as the divine dragon beast released its most powerful skills, the sacred flames intertwined with the Emperor's dragon's breath, turning into world-destroying dragon flame power and sweeping through the Lord of Samsara's body. Yumi opened the Book of Magic, turned to the final chapter, and released the ultimate secret of the magic book. The golden ripples continued to impact the Lord of Samsara, imprisoning the enemy's actions while constantly causing damage. The little white fox broke the void, activated the ability of the dark fruit, and used the power of the black hole in the void to devour the whole body of the Lord of Samsara. The Lord of Samsara still wanted to resist tenaciously. The grey field of Samsara and the terrifying joint attack of the pet army formed two different areas. Areas are facing each other, and the void is cracking layer by layer. The divine light is intertwined with each other, and the terrifying power permeates the surroundings. Even the entire library scene seems to be reflected on the shaking lake surface, and it begins to shake. A dream is about to be broken. This dream is a dream created by the Lord of Reincarnation for himself. It is the abyss he created with great effort and thousands of years. But all of this is about to be shattered under Lu Shu's terrorist attack. The entire reincarnation, the maze had lost its final stable structure and began to fall off layer by layer. All the whirlpools of reincarnation no longer existed. All the treasure chest rooms no longer existed. In the end, the maze disappeared. An abyss made of rocks, in its most primitive form, it appeared in front of Lu Shu. All the reincarnation monsters here, including any illusions created by reincarnation, all disappeared. At this moment, Lu Shu broke up the abyss of reincarnation. In front of him, the figure of the Lord of Reincarnation, half kneeling on the ground, his face extremely pale, looking at Lu Shu, his eyes were full of murderous intent. But beneath that murderous intent, there was deep fear lurking. At this stage of the fight, the Lord of Samsara was not a complete fool, he already felt that his strength was no match for Lu Shu. However, he was a Lord-level monster from the abyss, and he controlled the civilization before the disaster. How could he lose to a weak species like humans? No. The Lord of Reincarnation will never accept such a result. You damn ant, can you actually force me to use this method? Ha ha ha, a humble existence also wants to use a mortal body to kill the real god. The abyss will make you pay all the price, and you won't have any hope of being able to kill me. A roar full of unwillingness echoed throughout the abyss. If there are any S-level or lower sacred tree masters staying here nearby, they may be directly shaken to death by this terrifying sound. The spiritual power of the Lord of Samsara is also extremely terrifying, being able to cast such a terrifying illusion is no worse than Lu Shu's mental power after possessing Yumi. It emits such terrifying sound waves and carries spiritual attacks that spread in all directions. The weak sacred tree master is afraid that he will die immediately if he hears the sound. Lu Shu frowned, this guy actually has the means to fight back. He felt that the aura of the Lord of Samsara was still rising crazily. The next moment, the figure of the Lord of Samsara dissipated like a curtain. It turned into an endless projection and fantasy. The Lord of Reincarnation launched the eternal catastrophe and assimilated himself into the abyss. The Lord of Reincarnation activated the river of time, hiding his own body in reincarnation and crossing the timeline. Lu Shu's figure immediately retreated hundreds of miles away. This is the power of the teleportation tree, which activates instant teleportation. Do you regard yourself as an abyss? Lu Shu's brows frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the Lord of Samsara would adopt such a desperate method. Directly at the expense of his own body, he turned into an abyss. In this way, it would be difficult for Lu Shu to kill the Lord of Samsara. But the Lord of Samsara also sacrificed his own body and became a monster without consciousness, which is equivalent to death. The only difference is that the consciousness of the Lord of Samsara is dead, but not completely dead, but replaced by another. It exists in one form. But it is extremely difficult to kill the Lord of Reincarnation in this form. I glanced at the panel. Countdown to the Grey World Invasion, 1 day. Chapter 249. Lu Shu communicated with all the cultivation levels in his body, transformed into thousands of magic, and the sword light spread everywhere. Holding the immortal killing sword in his hand, several rays of world-destroying sword light continued to slash towards the realm where the Lord of Reincarnation had transformed. Unfortunately, it didn't have any effect. Even if a large army of nearby pets is called and all the combat forces attack the Lord of Samsara together, it will be of no avail. Lu Shu even brought over the monster army, but even if it was fused with the Divine Tree Master, the combined superpowers still couldn't deal with the abyss of reincarnation. After the Lord of Reincarnation and the power of the Abyss are completely integrated, it can be said to have returned to a special energy form. It has no entity at all, so it is naturally difficult to kill the other party. How should I do it? Lu Shu frowned. There was nothing he could do against the Lord of Samsara in front of him. Even the Zhuxian sword couldn't deal with the Lord of Samsara who had completely assimilated with the Abyss. Even if the monster army was added, it was far from enough. Mainly the Lord of Samsara. The current form has changed. If you can find something to restrain this energy, there is a way to kill the opponent. But now there is not much time to stay in the Grey World. Next time, the storm of the Grey World is coming. Can't stay here longer. There is only one day left before the Grey Realm invades. This time, I'm afraid it won't be enough for me to kill the Lord of Reincarnation. Just when there seemed to be no solution to the situation, a flash of inspiration occurred. Lu Shu suddenly thought of something, clapped his hands and said with a smile. Wrong. I have been to the Abyss of Reincarnation. As long as I return to the island, I should be able to wait until the Lord of Reincarnation himself comes to attack my island. If the Lord of Samsara is still conscious and knows that he is no match for me, he can choose to refuse to capture my island. But now the Lord of Reincarnation has become unconscious. He will only act according to his own instincts and take the initiative to capture my island. There is nothing I can do against the Lord of Reincarnation here, because this is his territory. But when I get to my sacred tree island, that is my territory. When the time comes, I still have this unconscious energy body. Is there nothing I can do about it? Lu Shu was overjoyed. It turned out that his previous idea was pedantic and he could just go back to his island and be done with it. Although he wasn't sure if that was the case, there was no better solution at the moment. Boom! Gray! The world began to shake violently. A new round of storm is coming. At the same time, a reminder came to Lu Shu's ear. All Sacred Tree Masters who are still staying in the Grey World, please return to the Sacred Tree Island immediately, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Sacred Tree Masters who have passed the previous tests are basically masters of time stuck. They can definitely return to their own Sacred Tree Island before the Grey Realm invades. Those who cannot do this have either been eliminated before, or, they should never leave the Sacred Tree Island again in this life. Usually at this time, the chat box will become particularly lively. After the tense and exciting battle in the Grey World, all the Sacred Tree Masters at this time, according to tradition, all poured into the world public screen to discuss the situation in the Grey World this time. Damn it, luckily I didn't enter the maze this time, so I stayed on the Sacred Tree Island. Damn it, it's really a pity that I wasted so much time on this nightmare dungeon, and ended up not getting any eggs at all. I have to admire Fengyun Guild for giving up earlier, preparing for the next battle earlier, and winning points higher in the rankings. It is actually very cost-effective. I heard that Muyu Pavilion has been preparing for the rankings recently, and no one of them went to the Super Nightmare level dungeon. Then I am afraid that Muyu Tingfeng will return to the list this time. Yes, being behind in the rankings last time probably made Mr. Muyu Tingfeng feel unhappy. This time he didn't even participate in the Super Nightmare level dungeon. He was probably preparing to compete in the rankings. It's a pity that this time, it seems that I couldn't see the figure of the tree-pulling man in the Super Nightmarish dungeon. Upstairs, how do you know that the tree puller did not participate in this instance? Is there anything else to say? If the tree puller was there, how could the other Sacred Tree Masters be so embarrassed? As for each guild joining forces, can't they even defeat elite-level monsters? That's right. If the tree man takes action, it will definitely shock the whole audience. How can those bald donkeys and Yuxuanji show off? Many people started talking about it. Hear these conversations. Sakyamuni from the ancient Buddha guild is full of fire. What is a dead bald donkey? If this guy dares to go out in front of him, he will definitely use a Tgthegood palm to suppress this guy forever. Let him know that he can eat randomly but not talk randomly. Yuxuanji was also a little unconvinced. At that scene, even if the tree lover took action, he might not be able to get there better than them, right? I have never experienced how terrifying these monsters are, so I have no idea. Yuxuanji didn't bother to say anything to these people. With his status, it is naturally impossible for him to lower himself to this level and talk nonsense with people of these statuses. However, I don't know how strong the monster I encounter this time will be. Actually, this problem is not just that Yuxuanji is a little nervous. Sakyamuni masters including Sakyamuni, and Yi and others who have entered the Abyss dungeon will feel a little uneasy. After all, after entering the reincarnation dungeon, the monsters inside have not been cleared away. Under such circumstances, they will come to capture their island. Of course, with so many sacred tree masters dividing the monsters, the situation should not be so tragic. It should be. But the pressure brought by the beast-taming Taoist is still not small. Even with the territory advantage of the Sacred Tree Island, except for a few more confident Sacred Tree Masters such as Yuxuanji, Sakyamuni, and Enyi, no one else has much confidence. Lu Shu carved a teleportation array on the spot, and the next second, his figure returned to the Sacred Tree Island. The pet army ran to the Sacred Tree to absorb the energy of nature and speed up the recovery process. Lu Shu smiled. This time, I couldn't attract too many monsters in the Grey World, but I did attract a super nightmare level boss. The ranking should be stable. Chapter 250. A floating island, with the sacred tree glowing like white jade against the backdrop of the eastern sunrise. A woman in white gauze, with a hazy and mysterious veil, sat cross-legged under the floating island, her pupils reflected the heavens, and her lips as clear as cherries evoked an inadvertent smile. Mu Yu listens to the wind. At this time, the countdown displayed in front of her had almost run out of time. The Grey Realm invasion is coming. Mu Yu Tingfeng said softly. She was very confident about her ranking this time. During this period, Mu Yu Pavilion did not interfere with the Super Nightmare level copy. However, Mu Yu Tingfeng organized the members of the guild and found a quasi-nightmare copy in another corner of the Grey World. After precise calculations and arrangements, Mu Yu Tingfeng was confident that he would pull the quasi-nightmare copy to the island strategy station and kill it. At this moment, a pop-up appeared in front of his eyes. Created a private chat box interface. Lu Feng, Sister Mu, are you confident that you will get the first place in the rankings this time? Mu Yu Tingfeng, several guilds went to capture the Super Nightmare level dungeon, but they failed and lost a lot of time. They had no chance to win the Nightmare level dungeon, however, it is still hard to say if they want to win the first place. Lu Feng, Shuren. Mu Yu Tingfeng said, it's a pity that there is no news about him recently. I don't know what he is doing. Lu Feng, Sister Mu, Nightmare level dungeons are hard to find. Since Lu Shuren has successfully conquered Nightmare level dungeons, he probably won't choose to bring a boss of this level to the Sacred Tree Island. Mu Yu Tingfeng, you mean, he will directly choose to sweep the dungeon? Lu Feng, that's right, and there has been no news about the treeman recently, and there is no trace of him appearing in the Super Nightmare level dungeon. It may be that he has encountered a bottleneck period and started to enter the sweep mode. The so-called sweep mode means that when the strength has reached a certain level, there are no new copies to conquer, and there is no room to pull monsters. After all, pulling these monsters over has little significance for the ranking list. Usually at this time, the Divine Tree Master will choose to directly conquer the dungeon and obtain the props produced in the dungeon. In this case, the benefits will be higher than pulling monsters. Pulling monsters can only earn items exploded from monsters, but if you sweep the dungeon, you may get items produced in the dungeon. For example, open various treasure chests. If you pull monsters, you will miss out on these benefits. In Mu Yu Tingfeng's eyes, since Lushuren has completed the Super Nightmare level dungeons so long ago, when faced with these dungeons now, he will most likely choose to sweep them away instead of choose to pull monsters. But the number of Nightmare level copies is very, very rare. Therefore, the probability that the tree lover will choose to pull a Nightmare level copy is not high, and it is more likely to choose to sweep. Therefore, under this situation, Mu Yu Tingfeng felt that he had pulled a quasi-nightmare level dungeon boss, and he had a certain chance of winning the top spot in this ranking. Of course, this is only possible if the tree-pulling people follow their guess and choose to sweep away monsters instead of pulling monsters. If they choose to pull monsters, then there is no chance at all. This time the Grey World invades. Many sacred tree masters were attracted by the Super Nightmare level copy. On the contrary, there is no time to pull monsters. Therefore, Mu Yu Pavilion has a great advantage in competing for the list this time. Raising trees. Mu Yu Tingfeng took a deep breath and silently recited this mountain-like name in her heart. Recently, a lot of things seem to have happened. All the sacred tree masters were focused on the appearance of the Super Nightmare level copy. However, the movement of the tree-pulling man has become less and less. The last time he appeared, he was exploring the sea. Mu Yu Tingfeng's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. By the way, Lu Shuren recently explored the sea to a depth of 10,000 meters. Also unlocked a very special achievement. It shows that during the recent period, the tree-loving people have been exploring the sea. Mu Yu Tingfeng seemed to have thought of something, and her heart suddenly became excited. Her chance has finally come. Since the Lu Shu people are exploring the sea, of course there will be less exploration of the Grey World. No wonder they haven't found anything recently. Is there any big trend in the Grey World related to the tree-lumping man? I almost forgot, this guy is conquering the deep sea. I guess he is tired of killing the monsters in the Grey World, it's too boring. So, the tree-lumping man went to the deep sea to play instead. But if you don't pull monsters like this, your points will definitely drop. You have the opportunity to win god-level rewards. Mu Tingfeng was excited in her heart, and she thanked Shanhai and the tree lover for choosing to change the direction of the strategy. I am even more grateful that I made the most correct decision. Instead of going to a super nightmare level dungeon, I chose to recruit monsters from a nightmare level dungeon. This may be the closest I have ever been to being number one on the list. I really want to see the god level rewards. What on earth is there? Unless the person who pulls the tree knows the art of clones. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for him to conquer the deep sea and the Grey World at the same time. This time, I will definitely try my best to get the first place on the list. Mu Tingfeng sighed inwardly. She felt that she was too conservative this time when pulling monsters. If the score can be stabilized again and a small goal is achieved, then there is a high chance that the tree raider can be defeated. After all, the opponent's attack this time the score may not be as high as last time because of the deep sea strategy. The nightmare level dungeon is a bottleneck for pulling monsters. At 90 million, it is estimated that the tree player will not be able to reach this score this time. Come quickly. Mu Tingfeng suddenly looked forward to it. This battle will end soon. She is full of hope for this ranking. Ding. You have obtained the advanced void returning fruit X1. Ding. You got star fruit X1. Ding. You got the golden light fruit X1. Ding. You have obtained holy spirit growth fruit X1. Sacred Tree Island. A series of prompts popped up in Lu Shu's ears. After using the special life essence caught from fishing. After returning to the island, the new sacred tree fruit had just finished growing. Chapter 251. Are you mature? Lu Shu's eyes looked in the direction of the sacred tree. In addition to the familiar Holy Spirit growth fruit and advanced void return fruit, there was also a golden fruit and a star-studded fruit. The figure was light. With a slight leap, Lu Shu came to the crown of the sacred tree as lightly as a falling goose. From the lush golden leaves, he picked the 4 new fruits. He landed on the ground and buried the 4 fruits respectively. Around the sacred tree. In the fertile soil, the sapling broke through in the blink of an eye, and then grew into a robust subspecies spiritual tree in an instant. The sacred tree emitted a crystal shimmer, nourishing the 4 spiritual trees. Soon. In front of Lu Shu, spiritual tree panels appeared one after another, with some information recorded on them. Holy Spirit Growth Fruit Tree. Variety, Subspecies Spirit Tree. Product, Holy Spirit Growth Fruit. Cycle, 0-5 days, 500-1000. Production times remaining, 1. Advanced Deficiency Returning Fruit Tree. Product, Advanced Deficiency Returning Fruit. Star Fruit Tree. Product, Star Fruit. Remaining production times, 1. Golden Light Fruit Tree. Product, Golden Light Fruit. The countdown to the invasion of the Grey World is approaching second by second. Lu Shu sat quietly under the sacred tree with a calm expression on his face. He had no worries at all about the monster coming from behind. This time. Before conquering the abyss of reincarnation, most of the dungeons Lu Shu dealt with were sweeps. Basically all the monsters were killed. Therefore, there will not be many monsters coming to capture the sacred tree island this time. The real key is the boss of the super nightmare level copy. Just this one monster is worth thousands of lord level monsters. The dark clouds in the sky soon began to hover. There are gusts of wind around. World public screen. It's coming, a new round of Grey World invasion is about to begin. I've been pulling a lot of monsters lately, I hope they can be merciful. Upstairs, you are doing well. I also went to a super nightmare level dungeon. Now I hope those elite monsters don't come over and take over my hometown. Yes, those monsters are really terrifying. Only specific powers are effective on them, and they are also extremely difficult to kill. They are even harder to deal with than the Divine Tree Master. Sorry, I feel that none of the 10 of me can be a match for this monster, and I have embarrassed everyone. I'm sorry, I feel that even 100 of me are no match for this monster, and I have embarrassed everyone. I'm sorry, I feel that even 1,000 of me are no match for this monster, and I have embarrassed everyone. After just 1 second, the entire screen was filled with color. These sacred tree masters are really scared. Especially some divine tree masters who follow the big guys but are not very strong themselves. When following the guild, there are people who can help share the firepower. By hiding behind the team, they can avoid direct combat with those terrifying monsters. However, Back on the Sacred Tree Island, I was really alone. If I were assigned a monster that I couldn't deal with, wouldn't it be the end of my life? Although there were not many monsters attacking in front, they always felt like there was a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. It will land at any time. It might be the second day, it might be the third day. In short, as long as the attack trend of grey monsters is not completely over, their hearts will be hung up, and they will bear the torment of being pursued by the god of death. The first day of the invasion of the grey world begins now. All Sacred Tree Masters are asked to prepare for battle. As the announcement sounded, the next second, endless monsters are coming from the edge of the island. There are more than I thought. Lu Shu glanced at those monsters and stopped looking at them. After all, the grey area he explored was too big. There may be some copies that he didn't explore, but he had touched on this area, and there were still some from neutral areas that had not been solved. Monsters will also come to attack. As for these monsters, they are only a level when they are exhausted, and they cannot even reach S-level. No matter how many there are, they are just trash fish. Lu Shu does not take them seriously at all. The large pet army, there is no need to use it. Now, the monsters on the first day can easily block the scale of the attack of these monsters by relying on the frontline defense of the psychic cannon and the plant army. Oh, no, the rebound of the city wall defense line in front is enough to shock a large number of monsters died. It was like a giant net with electric mosquito swatters on the outermost edge of the island, covering the entire island. The monsters that attacked on the first day were mosquitoes at best, and they just fell on online, they were immediately electrocuted to death. The few monsters that were lucky enough to get through were also bombarded by various artillery fires in mobile defense fortresses mounted by the plant army. After a half-day battle, the new subspecies of the spirit tree, they have all reached the first production cycle. Amidst the sound of gunfire, a few crisp and sweet prompts echoed in Lu Shu's mind, like listening to fairy music. Ding! Your advanced efficiency-reducing fruit tree has reached the production cycle, and the advanced efficiency-reducing fruit 100. Ding! Your golden light fruit tree has reached the production cycle, and the advanced void return fruit 100. Ding! Your star fruit tree has reached the production cycle, and the advanced void returning fruit 100. Ding! Your holy spirit growth fruit tree has reached the production cycle, and the advanced void return fruit 100. How about taking that fruit first? Lu Shu's eyes lingered on the fruits of 3 different subspecies of spiritual trees for a while. Of course, there is no need to consider the fruits of spiritual growth. They are for his pets. If you eat them yourself, they should be of no use, right? Before he could make up his mind, the little white fox took the lead and came to the Holy Spirit growth fruit. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly and asked, "Do you want it?" Chapter 252. The little white fox nodded immediately. Those little eyes looking at the fruits of the Holy Spirit's growth are also full of longing. 2. This little guy hasn't been strengthened for a long time. Maybe it can bring me some surprises. Lu Shu noticed that the little white fox has a strong desire for Holy Spirit growth fruit. This little guy has not swallowed the growth fruit for a long time and has greatly improved. Maybe this time the little white fox is there any new progress that can be harvested? Lu Shu nodded and said with a smile, "Go and eat." After receiving the permission, the little white fox immediately became excited, with little stars in his eyes. He immediately ran over and picked all the fruits of the Holy Spirit's growth. Chirp! Chirp! A pleasant chewing sound sounded. Before long, each little white fox was assigned a Holy Spirit growth fruit. The next second, Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. He noticed that something seemed to have changed in the little white fox. At that moment, the little white fox, the body suddenly became illusory. It was as if it had merged with the surrounding void. The little white fox showed a drunken expression, and seemed to be a little confused about what happened to him. Those ruby-like eyes walked around in a circle, shaking his head, his figure flickering in and out, as if he was going to disappear at any time. After a while, 100 little white foxes flashed and jumped crazily on the field. The breath of void. Lu Shu showed a surprised look. The little white fox has actually evolved. He quickly opened the pet panel and checked the little white fox's information. Void fox. Type, elf. Abilities, void teleportation, hostility perception, void crack, dark fruit, void annihilation, new, void domain, new. Physical, SS. Speed, SSS. Spirit, SS. Overall potential, SSS. You won't know until you see it, but you will be shocked when you see it. Even the name has changed. This is a complete evolution. 2 new skills have appeared. Lu Shu looked at the skill panel of the little white fox. Void Annihilation. There is no doubt that this is a very strong attack skill. Compared with the dark fruit, it is probably even stronger. Void, this is very high-level power. In the past, the little white fox could only integrate the body into the void, but could not truly control the power of the void. But now, the little white fox even possesses the realm of the void. Maybe, after reincarnation after the battle in the abyss, the little white fox and the samsara fox acted together and also experienced the realm of reincarnation. Therefore, they had a new understanding of this higher-level power system. Coupled with the effect of Holy Spirit growth fruit, it was a matter of course. Next, he understood the power of the law of the void. He can truly control the power of the void. In addition to Samsara Fox, Pikachu, Emperor Green Hidden Dragon and Shendraman, the little white fox also has high-level power attributes, and is no less powerful than Samsara Fox. Other friends. Little white fox, try your skills in the void field. Lu Shu was full of expectations for this skill. The next second, the color of those ruby-like eyes suddenly changed. An extremely strange purple. It seemed to reflect the extremely deep void. Tightly then, Lu Shu was surprised to find that with the little white fox's body as the center, the surroundings were suddenly shrouded in a strange void. Lu Shu tried to attack the little white fox. As a result, this attack penetrated directly through the little white fox's body. It's over. It's not over yet. The little white fox thought, and Lu Shu's figure also became blurred. If there is a monster attacking Lu Shu here, it will detect the opponent's attack and pass through it. Lu Shu's body. The void field allows any character in the field to enter a state of void, making them immune to most attacks. Not only that. In the realm of the little white fox, it will be extremely difficult for any being to move. Because the surrounding void has become the domain of the little white fox, any movement needs to be approved, otherwise it will require confrontation with the void domain. This domain is even more powerful than the Emperor's domain of the Emperor Cyan Hidden Dragon. Lu Shu made a very high evaluation and judgment on this. The little white fox had not made any great progress before. However, once he understood the law of the void, it was really a blockbuster. It can be said that among all the pet armies, the void domain of the little white fox is the most powerful skill. Pikachu ran over, opened the Samsara Eye, and eagerly tried to copy the skills of the little white fox. However, it failed. Pikachu showed a little frustration, and his eyes were a little confused. Why can other powers be copied, but the realm cannot be copied? Lu Shu thought about it, pondered for a moment, and then explained, the realm is a natural affinity for the law. This level of attack has exceeded that of the alien. Abilities and skills are innate skills. Only when one has awakened such a talent can one be able to display this type of field. This level of field cannot be copied, same. Even Pikachu cannot copy the realm of the Emperor's blue hidden dragon. What can be copied is superpower. But the domain has reached the level of Dao Mark, so it is not an attack that can be copied by pupil technique. Knowing this, Pikachu was not too depressed. After all, this guy's Samsara Eye has reached the realm level, but it has not yet fully exerted its full power. After using it properly, it will be no worse than the void domain of the little white fox. Samsara Fox was also in the corner, secretly determined to work hard. If you can evolve some more, maybe you can awaken to the realm of reincarnation. This way, you won't be at a disadvantage when facing Pikachu's Samsara Eye. The last time Samsara Kitsune was defeated, it was because Pikachu copied all the skills in the entire series of Samsara, and his mental power was even higher. But if the skills in the Samsara field are unlocked, then Pikachu can't copy them. And the fighting power of Samsara Fox will become completely different. Chapter 253. Boom. The other end of the Sacred Tree Island. The sound of artillery fire continued one after another. The monsters on the sideline finally changed from the ink-colored tide to gradually becoming scattered and sparse. From the beginning, countless monsters were killed, and now, almost the next day is coming, and almost the same number of monsters are dead. Lu Shu originally didn't want the pet army to take action, but after these little guys had a good rest, had enough to eat and drink, they were all eager to try. It's as if I can't find a monster to fight with one day and feel uncomfortable all over the day. Go for it. Lu Shu couldn't help but smile bitterly and agreed. Originally, he wanted the pets to conserve their strength so that they could deal with their old friend who was about to visit later, the Lord of Reincarnation. Since these little guys are warlike, let them, it doesn't matter if you go to the battlefield to kill. In addition to swallowing the fruits of growth, fighting is also a good way to promote evolution and growth. Anyway, dealing with these monsters is effortless for today's pet army. It doesn't consume much mental energy. coupled with the suppression of the ancient stone monument and the effect of the Tianji formation. After the pet army joined the battle, the situation instantly became one-sided. Grey World Monsters. A group of toys that break when touched. Soon. The Grey Realm army came to attack the next day. However, for now, there is nothing that Lu Shu needs to pay too much attention to. Even if you don't need your own command, with the current strength of the pet army, it is really easy to kill these monsters. Unconsciously, the points reached 30 million points. Compared with last time, the points accumulated this time are not very many. But the real boss is still the Lord of Reincarnation on the third day. Lu Shu first focused on his high-level void return fruit. Make a synthesis. 10 top-quality void-returning fruits appeared in Lu Shu's hands. Choose to swallow them all, with a burst of breakthrough sounds. Returning to the 6th level of virtual reality. Lu Shu let out a long breath. We are only one step away from the 7th level of void return. The further back we go, the slower the upgrade speed becomes. Lu Shu is not in a hurry. His eyes are on the golden light fruit and star fruit. Let's take a look at star fruit first. With a thought, Lu Shu immediately swallowed all this dreamy star-like fruit. Suddenly, the star pattern seemed to be pulled by something. Lu Shu's whole body began to gather the power of the stars. A star's light, it broke through the thick dark clouds and illuminated Lu Shu's body. At that moment, he mobilized the power of the stars in the 9 heavens to temper his body. The star body is completed. Suddenly, Lu Shu opened his eyes. A robe of stars appeared all over his body. When draped on his body, he looked extremely magical, like a messenger coming from the stars. With a wave of his hand, the power of stars filled the sky rolled out. On the Zheshenshu Island, the 9 heavens galaxy fell around the island, turning into thousands of meteors, and smashed towards the monsters from the Grey World. Boom! Thunderous explosions echoed around. Endless fire, countless monsters were crushed to death by the falling stars, and all were annihilated in the brilliance of the stars. What a powerful group killing ability! Lu Shu looked at his right hand. He didn't know when a star pattern was engraved on the back of his hand. With just a thought, he could communicate with the power of the stars and kill all the monsters. Especially on the Sacred Tree Island. The combined reaction with the Tianji formation, the power it can exert is even more terrifying. Even an S-level monster may not be able to withstand the blow of this star. My star pattern has become even more powerful. Lu Shu took a deep breath and said. Even if we don't rely on the increase of the Sacred Tree Island. When we arrive in the Grey World, the blow caused by casually casting the star pattern is comparable to the star array carefully arranged by Yuxuanji. You know, the star formation is a headache even in the dark night, and Yuxuanji needs to spend a certain amount of time to arrange it in advance, but this is just a casual ordinary attack by Lu Shu. If he tried his best to communicate with the stars, the power. I'm afraid it would be even the abyss can't bear it. Lu Shu felt great killing it, but the pet troops on the front line felt a little bored. All the monsters were almost killed by this blow, who else to kill? Fortunately, the next day the monsters were not over yet. After waiting for a while, there was a second wave of offensive. Lu Shu also kept the power of the stars instead of destroying these monsters, giving the pet army more room to experience. His eyes where it was placed in another fruit, the golden light fruit. Swallowed it down. Lu Shu's body suddenly burst into a divine golden light. It's actually a purification skill similar to Buddhism. Lu Shu felt a little surprised when he felt the power of the golden light. It was very similar to the Buddhist sound chanted by Sakyamuni. But when used in Lu Shu's hand, the power was doubled. Of course, the golden light is different from the Buddha's light, but in nature similarly, it has the ability to purify all ghosts and eliminate demons. But the golden light is purer than the Buddha's light. Even teammates around you, if they fall into some abnormal state, can be purified and relieved with the golden light. Both offense and defense are correct. Moreover, the range the area is huge. It can even produce a golden light field, causing the effect of the Emperor's green hidden dragon's Emperor's field. Lu Shu suddenly felt that this golden light might still have some room for exploration and development, and it could even be used on the immortal killing sword. Enchanting a layer of golden light sword energy greatly increases the power of the Zhuxian sword. What a good thing. After struggling for a while, Lu Shu figured it out. There are many ways to transform this golden light, it all depends on how you use it. It can assist, attack, defend, purify, it has endless functions. It can be used anywhere. If we evaluate the power level, it can definitely be ranked as an SS-level power. Just when Lu Shu swallowed star fruit and golden light fruit. The battle on the second day ended quietly. After some rest, the third day of battle is finally here. Tisk, it's finally here. Lu Shu looked at the other side of the island. The breath of reincarnation. The Lord of Reincarnation is coming. Chapter 254. The third day. Grey World Invasion. Many sacred tree masters who had participated in the super nightmare level dungeon began to become nervous. In the past 2 days, no monsters from the abyss of reincarnation appeared. Does this mean that the third day is coming? World Public Screen. Brothers, this may be the last time I speak here. Because of my ignorance, I provoke copies that I shouldn't provoke, so goodbye. Don't be so sad upstairs. I not only provoked this copy, but also entered the maze. I am the worst person. Don't say anything, I even entered the room of the beast horde. At that time, the entire Divine Tree Master Guild joined forces and couldn't get through. Now I will most likely be gone. Damn it, aren't you one of the top 100 guys in the rankings? 2 days ago, I remember you said that this time the Grey Realm rankings would be achieved by pulling in these monsters. Why did you change your mind today? I knew these big guys were pretending to be pigs and eating tigers, it was disgusting. Gone. I really believed his lies. It seems that I am still too naive. The gap between people is really big. What I am facing is the death of pulling monsters, while others are ready to accept the points from pulling monsters to climb the rankings. Is this the difference in the world? Some are happy and some are sad. Some divine tree masters are waiting to rely on super nightmare level monsters to restore blood to this list. In order to conquer these achievements, they gave up many days and just soaked in the abyss of reincarnation. This time, if I don't get something out, I really can't say anything. Certainly. Another group of weak divine tree masters thought it would be good if they could save their lives, points. They haven't even seen the rankings, so they want a few points. Even if you kill these monsters, you still can't get to the top of the list. Mu Yu Tingfeng was also watching the messages in the chat box. She knew that these divine tree masters could pull monsters. However, Mu Yu Tingfeng pulled a boss, and its quality was not comparable to other elite-level monsters. Moreover, there are so many sacred tree masters going to the abyss of reincarnation this time, even if the monsters capture the island, they will still be divided among them. Mu Yu Tingfeng is full of confidence in this competition. The invasion of the Grey World on the third day is about to begin. All sacred tree masters are asked to prepare for the battle. As the radio sounded, the sacred tree masters throughout the sacred tree game have begun to deal with various monsters from the Grey World. Not long after, in the chat box, several very familiar IDs appeared again. Qingfeng buddy, hey, why did the third day's battle end like this? It seems that the so-called Samsara Abyss monster did not appear. Zifeng, you haven't encountered any monster attack from the abyss of reincarnation? I thought I was the only special case. Eat my old grandson's help, damn it, I didn't get a share either. What's going on? Something feels wrong. Emperor Mo Tian, can it be said that all the monsters were separated by those big guys? The IDs of these people are all sacred tree masters who have entered the abyss of reincarnation. Their conversations had attracted much attention before this. After all, under normal circumstances, these people have all entered the abyss of reincarnation. If they fail to eat this copy, they will naturally be attacked by monsters. As a result, they all came out to speak, saying that they had never experienced attacks from monsters. This is impossible, right? Unless they colluded and deliberately deceived people, they had actually eliminated the monster. But why is there any need to do this? Just when everyone was confused about this and not sure whether it was true or not, more and more sacred tree masters who had entered the abyss of reincarnation ran out and said that they had not been attacked by any monster. Everyone thought it was even weirder. Not to mention the monsters in the maze, right at the entrance of the abyss, many sacred tree masters have been attacked by void beasts. There are so many of these reincarnation monsters that it is impossible to kill them all. Even if you have never entered the maze, you should encounter attacks from such monsters as long as you have been to the abyss of reincarnation. How come no one has encountered a monster yet? Could it be that these monsters were all attracted by the big guys? At this time, those familiar big shots also ran into the chat box to speak. Sakya, I asked all the members of the ancient Buddha Guild. This time, no one who went to the Abyss dungeon was attacked by monsters. Dark Knight, my Dark Knight Alliance is also in the same situation. Yu Xuanji, this is really interesting. Feng Yun, although we left early, none of the members of our guild have been attacked. I saw all these big guys coming out. Everyone was even more shocked. Today's chat box has cards. All the top players on the rankings showed up. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that the abyss of reincarnation was so weird, everyone would definitely not have come out so spontaneously. But the situation now is very strange. Why didn't any of the monsters in the abyss of samsara attack the attackers? This does not conform to the logic of pulling monsters in the Grey World dungeon explored before. Doesn't the nightmare level dungeon have a mechanism for pulling monsters? In other words, what changes have occurred to the Grey World copy mechanism? There are more and more sacred tree masters who have dealt with this invasion of the Grey World. After the battle, during this boring waiting period, everyone will open the chat box to see how others are doing. When everyone saw the information panel, so many big guys came out to bubble up, and they were completely shocked. What important news did you just miss? After reading through it, I realized that in this reincarnation copy, there was a strange phenomenon of being unable to pull monsters. Tens of thousands of divine tree masters are all discussing the same thing. But no one person's point of view can convince each other. Just when everyone was at a loss for words, suddenly, a system prompt, in the form of a broadcast, echoes in everyone's brains. Congratulations to the Sacred Tree Master, Shuren, for killing the boss of a super nightmare level dungeon for the first time, the Lord of Reincarnation, and receiving an exclusive reward. Chapter 255. When this broadcast came down, all the Sacred Tree Masters were completely dumbfounded. A super nightmarish dungeon. Achievement reward for killing the boss for the first time. Lord of Reincarnation. What the hell? At this moment, there is only one question left in the minds of all the Sacred Tree Masters: when did the Tree Master get the first kill reward? Wait, shouldn't it be, when did this guy reach the abyss of reincarnation? I didn't see him along the way. There was a brief moment of silence. The chat box once again set off a storm and frenzy of information flow. World public screen. Damn it. The tree lubber actually got the first kill. When did this happen? Did any of you notice that the tree raider entered the dungeon? I do not see it. The question is, weren't our frontline teams in the Grey World forced back by that wave of beasts? That's right, even our Divine Tree Master Guild joined forces and couldn't break through that room. When did the Tree Master break through? There is no way he can go ahead of us. Logically speaking, if the tree puller is walking in front of us, then there should be no monsters in the treasure chest room. It's so unreasonable. Did they wait for us to leave before going to the dungeon to pull monsters? It's possible that Mr. Lu Shu waited for us to be gone, quickly pulled a wave of monsters into the abyss of samsara, and then took advantage of this invasion of the Grey World to get rid of all the monsters. However, if it's about pulling monsters, how do you explain that we didn't get any monsters? What does upstairs mean? What this means is that if the tree-pulling people are pulling monsters like everyone else, then you should encounter monsters. But since no one has encountered monsters, it means that the tree-pulling people have most likely eliminated all the monsters. Now, the brains of all the Sacred Tree Masters are in a state of downtime. Combined with this broadcast announcement, everyone finally understood why after everyone went to the abyss of reincarnation, they didn't drag any monsters into the Grey World battle. It turned out that they were all killed by tree pullers. But, from the time everyone's memory videos were uploaded to the time when the large army teleported away collectively, no tree-lifting man was seen in the abyss. It was as if he just walked in front of everyone silently and passed all the checkpoints. However, it is not scientific to skip the checkpoints. Everyone understands the technique of pulling monsters only to pull the boss, as long as someone has a way to jump through the level, no matter what method or ability it is, and reaches the boss room and then retreats safely, the boss will be pulled. Normally, this method should be used by people who lift trees, and there is nothing wrong with it. But something weird is coming. The other Sacred Tree Masters didn't even pull in an ordinary mob. This is against common sense. The more people enter the dungeon, the monsters will be divided equally. Even if you win the boss, it doesn't mean that all monsters will go to that island. Many super guilds use the guild members to share the small monsters, and the guild leader specializes in recruiting big monsters to capture these dungeon resources. But the tree-lifting man's skills are beyond everyone's common sense. No one can explain why. Only the tree raider managed to win the boss. Others can't even pull the mobs. Of course, there is also a possibility, that is, after everyone leaves, the tree lubber appears again and kills all the monsters. But the problem is, how many days are left until the Grey Realm invades? Unless the full map second plugin is enabled, it is impossible to clear out so many monsters in such a short period of time, right? Now, many Sacred Tree Masters felt their faces burning. Especially those who said before that no Sacred Tree Master can clear the Super Nightmare level copy, are now silenced and speechless at all. You can't do it if you say no. The first one on the list, just use the achievement reward, kill the dungeon alone, and tell everyone, a super nightmare level dungeon, that's it. Star Pavilion. Yu Xuanji's eyes flashed with shock. He has experienced the monsters in the treasure chest room and knows how terrifying the enemies in this dungeon are. He once thought that there was no sacred tree master who could pass through the elite monsters in a nightmare level dungeon. As a result, Lu Shu, however, directly received the achievement reward for the first kill of the boss. This makes Yu Xuanji's 3 views shattered. Wrong. Suddenly, Yu Xuanji seemed to have thought of something. That's right. Before entering the maze, he had felt an extremely majestic star power in the depths. He originally thought that this power might be brought by the copy test. However, after the Tree Man's first kill achievement appeared, Yu Xuanji had to consider that maybe the Tree Man would also use the power of the stars. If this guy comes to join Xingqian Pavilion, I'm afraid he will give up his position as general. Yu Xuanji couldn't help but smile bitterly. His Star Pavilion was established to gather all the sacred tree masters of the star magician profession. Of course, as the president, he also believed that the power of his stars should be placed in the sacred tree. The game is definitely number 1. But the appearance of Lu Shu made him give up this idea completely. There are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. Seeing this super nightmarish first kill achievement, Yu Xuanji had to accept it even if he didn't accept it. This is their guild has once again passed through several Grey World invasions, and they are probably insurmountable levels. Even if they take a step back and challenge ordinary nightmare level dungeons, there is no chance for Xingqian Pavilion. The gap between them and the first place on the list is really huge. It makes people's scalp numb. Mu Yu Pavilion. Mu Yu Tingfeng was dumbfounded. She never expected that the person who achieved the first kill of the super nightmare boss this time would be the Tree Man. Etc. That guy pulled a nightmare level dungeon boss. What else does it matter to me on the list? Mu Yu Tingfeng lowered her head and looked at the quasi-nightmare level boss that fell under her body, and she suddenly felt unsatisfied. Accurate and super. Just one word is missing. But, it's not on the same level at all, right? Chapter 256. Time goes back to before the achievement rewards popped up. Sacred Tree Island. In front of Lu Shu, a large phantom of reincarnation was projected. This is what the Lord of Reincarnation looks like when he transforms into a realm. If you follow the normal dungeon strategy, the Lord of Reincarnation has merged with the abyss and has become an unkillable existence. However, when I came to Lu Shu's island, I'm sorry. This is my territory. Buzz. The buzzing sound of the avenue resounded throughout the world. A huge yin-yang diagram appears on the sacred tree island. That heavenly gate burst out with magnificent light, covering the realm of reincarnation. The ancient stone tablet exudes an aura of vicissitudes of time, and that supreme pressure suppresses the Lord of Reincarnation. Immediately, the strength of this boss was weakened by several levels. The phantom composed of reincarnation began to shake like water waves and became less stable. Even, I want to escape from here. Lord of Reincarnation. On my island. Even if the gods and Buddhas come, they will still be killed. Lu Shu shouted loudly, and the sound waves turned into true energy and flowed, reverberating in all directions. A surge of Lingyun's sword intention suddenly burst out from his body, as if it was going to break the heavens. Come out with the Zhuxian sword. Open the sky with one sword. The sword light wherever you pass, strange phenomena occur. The avenue of shadow killing, the avenue of stars, the avenue of holy light, the avenue of the undead, the avenue of reincarnation, the many patterns trigger the power of the supreme heaven, and together they crush the Lord of Reincarnation. Boom. Boom. There was a loud noise. The phantom of reincarnation began to crack inch by inch, and it seemed that it could no longer withstand Lu Shu's attack. This is not over yet. The pet army took action at this time. Yumi, possess Pikachu. Pikachu, the ability to use the Samsara Eye. Let's work together to solve it. With a thought from Lu Shu, all the pets connected with each other, activated their skills at the same time, and jointly bombarded the Lord of Samsara. The Emperor's green hidden dragon's body was covered with golden light, summoning the Emperor's domain, suppressing and cutting. The pupils of the Samsara fox reflected the endless reincarnation, and followed the realm of reincarnation began to fight in different directions. The little white fox summoned the realm of void and enveloped the realm of reincarnation. The two different realms began to collide fiercely. The earth cracked, the mountains and rivers shattered, the void shook like a curtain, and the colors of all things were like a splash. The oil painting he turned over seemed like a dream coming into reality. Pikachu's pupils gave off a strange and incomparable luster. The next second, a powerful force that truly belonged to reincarnation completely tore the Lord of Reincarnation into pieces. Only Pikachu's eyes were visible. Wherever he looked, it was as if the world was being reshaped, all the rules were disrupted, and the stones on the ground cracked crazily, like a planet expanding and shattering in an instant, rewriting the history of a star. Destiny. The realm of reincarnation also began to fall apart under this power. What a powerful force! Lu Shu couldn't help but exclaimed. This is the power of Pikachu's own Samsara Eye. It's not the ability to copy the Samsara Fox. The last time, when he accepted the challenge from the Samsara Fox, Pikachu didn't use all his strength at all, he just copied the opponent's skills, the fight was over. But now Lu Shu fully understands that Pikachu's strength is no longer the same as in the past, and completely exceeds the average SSS level. The destructive power brought by these eyes, I am afraid it is much stronger than the void domain of the Emperor's green hidden dragon and the little white fox. Finally, again in a violent burst. The Samsara domain that invaded the sacred tree island can no longer withstand Lu Shu's attack, completely collapsed. At the same time, the Lord of Reincarnation also died. It turned its body into this realm of reincarnation. When the realm is completely defeated, the Lord of Reincarnation will naturally die. Congratulations on defeating the final boss of the super nightmarish dungeon, the Lord of Reincarnation. The first kill reward has now been unlocked for you. Reward, Reincarnation Realm. You kill the Lord of Reincarnation and drop special item Samsara Library, get 100 million defense points. The next second. At the place where the Lord of Reincarnation died, the power of reincarnation suddenly turned into a whirlpool and rushed into Lu Shu's body. When the surrounding pet troops saw the gray airflow heading towards Lu Shu's body, they immediately became anxious and hurriedly blocked the way. Don't worry. Lu Shu immediately used his mental power to stop the pet's behavior. Then, the power of reincarnation was integrated into Lu Shu's reincarnation pattern. The color of the pattern was deeper and brighter, and it seemed that there was something extra this attribute. Lu Shu glanced at the reincarnation pattern meaningfully and murmured. I see. Is this the second stage of Dao 1? Above the realm, there is the way of heaven. The initial formation of Dao patterns can be called magical power, but this is only the previous stage to the final Dao realm. Supernatural powers, laws, realms, heavenly ways. Now that I have killed the Lord of Reincarnation, my reincarnation pattern has reached the realm of realm first. Raising his right hand. With a thought. Lu Shu communicated with the pattern of reincarnation, and a huge palace was suddenly projected to the surroundings. Everything became distorted. The so-called reincarnation is like a dream, but because of following the law of recurrence becomes real. In the realm of reincarnation, no one can kill Lu Shu unless the opponent can break the reincarnation. Lu Shu can also make the opponent's mind trapped in the reincarnation, unable to extricate himself, causing huge and incomparable lethality. It can also make the attacks in the realm of reincarnation real and constantly wear down the opponent. It is extremely powerful. This is the power of the realm. Each realm is different. Lu Shu's reincarnation realm, among all fields, they are definitely among the top ones. After a little exertion in the field, Lu Shu felt that 1/5 of his mental power had been consumed in an instant, and he became a little tired. Further steps are needed. Improve your cultivation and raise your mental power to the SSS level, so that it will become easier to use the field. Open the panel. Pass these 3 days of battle. Defense points, 138 million points. Chapter, 257. 100 million defense points. Not bad. This time, if nothing else happens, the number 1 spot on the list should be stable. Lu Shu calculated silently in his mind. Although he didn't deliberately pull monsters this time, the Lord of Samsara returned a wave of blood to himself and stabilized the number 1 spot on the list. With these 130 million defense points, for now, there is a high probability that no sacred tree master can get 9-digit defense points. Especially this time, many super guilds returned empty-handed. No one can compete for this ranking. Correct. There is one more special item. Samsara Library. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly turned to the newly acquired items. After killing the Lord of Samsara, he also dropped the Library of Samsara. This reminded Lu Shu of, when he reached the deepest part of the abyss of Samsara, he and the Lord of Samsara, the realm of reincarnation where the Lord fought, looked like a library. Unexpectedly, after killing the Lord of Samsara, the library actually dropped. This surprised Lu Shu. After a while, Lu Shu finally figured out how to use the Samsara Library. He needed to summon the Samsara domain first. The Samsara Library is bound to his own Samsara domain. With just a thought, the library will be projected in form, appearing in front of oneself. Tisk. Lu Shu couldn't help but marveled. This picture is like a 4D holographic projection. And it's real. It's interesting. The scale of the library is very large. Under the sacred and majestic building, there are rows of huge bookshelves, there are countless books stacked up. It seems to store a vast civilization. Lu Shu walked in the library and found that the names of these books were all marked with coordinates. Could it be that? Are these books recording information from the Grey World? Lu Shu was extremely curious about this. The map of the Grey World is composed of coordinates. Do these coordinates correspond to the civilization history of an area? From a large number of books, Lu Shu selected one of them. Book 101,120. In 1000, people here obtained the secret of immortality through immortal magic. In 1021, the Taoist immortal fell into a state of obsession. In 1051, the place known as the fairy world was completely destroyed, leaving a few inheritances sealed in the small world. In 1100, demons and the Nether clan came from the west and began to occupy this area and dig into the abyss. The above message is brief. And, it's very trivial. But it briefly described the civilization's past glory and decline process. Although it is not clear what happened in it, why the Taoist immortals became possessed, and how the abyss of the Grey World was conquered. However, Lu Shu got a very important concept from these brief messages: Shao World. The location of this coordinate is very close to the immortal vault Holy Land that I have been to before. Basically, I am certain that the small world mentioned in this book refers to the Holy Land I arrived at. It turns out that the Holy Land hidden in the Grey World is called the Small World. In the exercises I practice, I actually occasionally mention the Small World. It is said that monks who have realized the ultimate realm can create a world, so it is called a small world. If you want to create a small world, you must understand at least 3 or more laws, and be infinitely close to the realm of heaven before you can create your own world. Unexpectedly, the Grey World already had the civilization of Xianxia so long ago. But why did such a top monk die in this Grey World? What kind of secrets is hidden in this world? Lu Shu frowned deeply. With his current strength and reaching the realm of the domain, he can kill the boss of the super nightmare level copy. But now it seems that these levels are just a so-called title. As for the Lord of Reincarnation, if placed in a core area of the Grey World, I'm afraid he would be nothing more than a minion. All the monks close to the heaven are dead, so how did the Grey World come into being? And this world used to be like this, what does it look like? Lu Shu suddenly felt that his current strength was far from enough. He continued to read more books in the library. The contents were similar. However, in the Grey World, there was not only the civilization of immortals, but also magic, superpowers, priests, astrologers, all kinds of professions, blooming. The history of each coordinate seems to be a different civilization. However, the history of these civilizations has one thing in common without exception: everything disappeared. Destroyed by a catastrophe. The more he looked through the books, Lu Shu discovered that the time of destruction was basically in 1100. In other words, 1,100 years ago, the civilization in the Grey World was still very glorious. However, disaster happened at this time. All the brilliance of civilization began to decline invariably. It was also at that time that the abyss began to be created and even spread to every corner of the Grey World. So, how long did it take for the Divine Tree Master to appear after that disaster? And why is there this special game? Lu Shu closed the book in his hand, his eyes were slightly solemn, and his expression was lost in thought. In fact, there is no need to read the following content. It is roughly the same as the first one. Just replace the fairy with magic, or maybe other types of civilizations. As for the more detailed process, the books in the library have not revealed it. This is just the information controlled by the Lord of Reincarnation. But this guy seems to be very powerful, but what is his status in the Grey World? Knowing this after a period of history, Lu Shu had a good idea. It was impossible to expect the Lord of Reincarnation to know too much. But, in addition to these contents, Lu Shu also learned a lot of information about large-scale dungeons from these coordinates. For example, a piece of Imperial Mausoleum of an Eternal Emperor. Chapter 258. 999,999. In 985, one emperor unified the world and established the immortal Qin. In 1000, he set out to conquer the endless sea to find the magic of immortality. In 1005, the mausoleum was built and commanded tens of millions of soldiers from the underworld. In 1020, the emperor's eastern expedition ended in failure and died on his return. In 1050, Xian Qin collapsed and the country perished. In 1100, the Qin Emperor's tomb transformed into a new abyss, occupied by the undead. After reading this information, Lu Shu frowned slightly. One emperor through the ages. Imperial Mausoleum. The art of immortality. These historical allusions were naturally familiar to Lu Shu in his previous life. But why does it appear in this world? Since it is Xian Qin, it is obviously not ordinary. But when he thought about this world, which had multiple civilizations and power systems, and the integrated sacred tree master profession, Lu Shu didn't feel very strange about this. In addition to the tomb of the Eternal Emperor, Lu Shu also found some familiar history, such as the story of the sword in the stone. For example, the sacred mountains of Olympus. These are documented. However, the coordinates are extremely far away. Basically after 500. Lu Shu also noticed a rather special situation. This period was something he had not noticed before. At the beginning, all the sacred tree masters were within 100 coordinates. Place for activities. A few are able to travel beyond 100. However, as of now, there are not many sacred tree masters who can go to coordinates beyond 500. Could it be said that the farther the distance, the more powerful copies there are and the more realistic the situation is close to this world? A trace of doubt flashed in Lu Shu's heart. Until now, he still didn't understand where the grey fog came from. The map structure of this world only uses coordinates to continuously expand outward. As for the outside, what it is, we need to continue to explore to know. At this moment, a reward panel popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. You successfully resisted this attack from the grey world. Defense points, 138 million. Comprehensive evaluation, SSS-level. SSS exclusive rewards are being unlocked for you. The treasure chest rewards for the Grey Realm invasion have been distributed. Lu Shu could not wait for this for a long time. Of course I chose to open it immediately. Opening the SSS-level rewards, a dazzling array of prizes suddenly popped up in front of Lu Shu. You have obtained a holy level Ortianjin or X25000. You have obtained a special building, Solar Mirror X1. You have obtained the city defense item Holy Light Cannon X20. You have obtained a rare seed, Flame Watermelon Pitcher X100. You have obtained a rare seed, Frozen Archer X100. You have obtained a rare seed, Thunder Grass X100. You have obtained a rare seed, Sanzi Sunflower X100. You have obtained a rare seed, 3-year-old Peas X100. The area of your sacred tree island has expanded by 50 million square kilometers. Ranking rewards will be issued when ranking points are announced. 20 new holy light cannons appeared on the new tower, majestic and domineering. Together with the original 10 holy light cannons and other artillery pieces. Lu Shu's firepower from the city defense cannon alone was extremely terrifying. If these artillery can concentrate their power, they can kill even S-class monsters. The fire defense line of the sacred tree island has been strengthened again. In addition to these 20 holy light cannons, Lu Shu also discovered a huge mirror above the sacred tree. This mirror is a bit special. When the sun shines on the mirror, it suddenly reflects a golden and hazy brilliance. Immediately afterwards, golden light poured into the sacred tree. The golden branches of the sacred tree are particularly bright and dazzling under the reflection of the sunlight. People can't help but recite a poem, this tree should only exist in the sky. The solar mirror can increase the sunlight absorbed by my sacred tree. Under the effect of a 100-fold increase, it is of great benefit to growth. Lu Shu secretly said in his heart. In addition, the addition of new magical plants has also improved the overall strength of Lu Shu's plant army. The addition of Sanqing Sunflower has allowed Lu Shu to obtain even more sunlight. More. This time, the amount of sunlight absorbed by the divine tree can be said to have made a qualitative leap. Open the sacred tree panel, and after the last product harvest, new products are about to be produced. Sacred tree. Stage, primary sacred tree. Sunshine, 2010 day, 21x100. Aura, 1540 day, 15, for x100. Subspecies spiritual tree remaining capacity, 15, total 15. Products, life fruit, Holy Spirit growth fruit. Production cycle, 10 days, 100, 001000. Growth points, 145,200, 41, for x1006640 day. Next stage, intermediate holy tree, 200,000 growth points. Are new fruits of life coming? Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. However, what caught his attention more was actually the growth points. His own sacred tree can now obtain 6,000 growth points a day. It is only 200,000 points away from upgrading to an intermediate sacred tree. It only takes less than a week. It can be said that this speed is quite fast. The addition of the solar mirror and the Sancheng sunflower, as well as the expansion of the divine tree island, have enabled Lu Shu to grow faster. Very big improvement. Boom. At this moment, Lu Shu heard a violent collision in the distance. As the island expanded, it collided with the territories of other sacred tree masters. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The battle for the island is coming. As expected. The next second, an interface panel appeared in front of me. The battle on the sacred tree island begins now. Time remaining, 10 days. Number of matches, 20. Please launch an attack on the sacred tree island you want to attack within 10 days. Chapter 259. 20 people. Lu Shu's expression was slightly startled. He didn't expect that there would be 20 people participating in this island battle at the same time. It was also his own island. The area suddenly expanded too much, and many sacred trees were destroyed. All the masters are involved in this battle. Looking at the number 20 on the panel, Lu Shu suddenly fell into deep thought. If it were in the past, Lu Shu would naturally be too lazy to care about the life and death of other sacred tree masters. Just get the opponent's sacred tree and that's it. However, after obtaining the Samsara library and knowing more information about this world, Lu Shu changed this idea. The struggle between the sacred tree masters may not be so as important. What we really want to explore is the truth of this world. The so-called rules may be just a pretense, not the real way to become a god. The phrase, the last person who survives can become a god, has a very strong misleading. Survived in the end. Does it only refer to the tree master, or does it include the grey world? If the tree master himself cannot survive the battle in the grey world, then what is the point of defeating others? The answer is meaningless. Therefore, if the interpretation of this rule only interprets the battle between the sacred tree masters and a competition for various resources, it is only standing on the bottom first level. Knowing the structure of the grey world, Lu Shu suddenly had other thoughts about other sacred tree masters. Give it a try. The corners of Lu Shu's mouth raised slightly. Although he didn't know what the result would be. However, Lu Shu planned to make some changes. And the strength he now possesses is enough to support him in making these attempts. Island Battle Chat Box. In the lonely information panel, a message suddenly popped up. Anil, hello, Moses. Anil, is anyone here? Anil, I'm not really the only one, am I? Anil, are there any good brothers or sisters who would like to form an alliance and form a team? Anil, woo, although my strength is not very strong, I'm not very weak either, and I won't be a hindrance. Anil, isn't there anyone? Let's forget it. Anil, ask me again, is there really no one? Anil, 10 minutes have passed, you must have seen my message, no one really paid attention to me. Anil, hey, I'm so lonely. Anil, forget it, let me keep the island by myself, at this time. During the battle on the island where Lu Shu was located, a divine tree master with the ID Anil appeared in the chat box, sending a message on it, wanting to invite others to form a team. However, no one paid attention to her words. In fact, this is also normal. Everyone's attitude towards unfamiliar sacred tree masters is usually a bit more wary. On the surface, it is said that they are forming an alliance, but who knows if there are other partners behind the scenes. This chat is just to get some information. However, Anil is really not a divine tree master who is good at lying to others. These are her true words. At this stage, it is really incredible that such an innocent girl can still survive. Such people often have that destiny. Anil is the girl who has this destiny, because her divine tree talent is very good. People with capital can always get a lot of nourishment, no matter what kind of distress they are in. But Anlu seems to be unlucky this time. Because during this island battle, she met the number 1-inch tree raider on the list. Anlu has no chance of winning under any circumstances. But this time, God seemed to be on her side again, because at this moment Anil, an invitation panel suddenly popped up in front of him. The sacred tree master, Shuren, invites you to have a private chat. The moment he saw this name, Anil hesitated for a while. This guy obviously saw the message he posted on it, so he came to chat privately, right? However, what Anil hopes more is that everyone can talk in a public chat box. In this way, if someone wants to use words to deceive him, if there is a kind person among the 20 people, then he can remind himself not to scammed. Well, I have to say that this idea is a bit silly and adorable. Anil originally wanted to refuse, but she always felt like she had heard this name somewhere before. Could it be? Suddenly, Anil's pupils shrank. She trembled and opened the list of the last Grey Realm ranking list. At the top, the name that had won countless first places was like an emperor, towering over everyone. After changing the list several times, but it always stands here and never collapses. Is it really him? Anil looked at the invitation link in front of him in disbelief and murmured, could it be the same name? Or is there someone pretending to be someone else or something? However, when the Divine Tree game starts, it will detect whether the ID is repeated. Theoretically speaking, there is no possibility of duplicate names. Anil checked carefully again and confirmed that this tree-lugging man is indeed Lu Shu people, not Lu Shu people, nor Lusharu, nor Lumu and Murin. The strokes are exactly the same. There is no difference at all. In my battle for the island this time, I actually met the tree lover who was number 1 on the list. Moreover, he also sent me a link to invite me to chat. Oh my god, who can tell me if this is all a dream? After a while, Anil took a deep breath to calm down the ups and downs of emotions just now. His lips turned white and trembled, and he carefully clicked on the option with his mind. Accept. Anil knew that no matter how powerful his powers were, he would never be as strong as the Tree Master. That was the invincible Tree Master who killed the super nightmarish boss. Then, here's the problem. He found himself an unknown person. What do you want to do? Chapter 260. Anil's heart began to beat, puff puff. Coming to the Divine Tree game, this was the first time she felt so nervous. Calm. Calm. First find out the identity of the other party, whether he is the tree lover boss or not. Anil took a deep breath and used psychological suggestion to signal her to calm down first. Then, she sent a message to the other person in the chat box. Are you the top tree-laying guy on the list? After waiting for about half a minute, the other party did not send a reply. Anil felt like an ant on a hot pot. During the half-minute of waiting for the message, it was like talking to a boyfriend who had dumped her once, asking if he could be given another chance. The result was extremely unbearable. Could it be that I misunderstood? The other party's identity is not the tree-lugging boss. Just when Anil was a little disappointed, thinking that the other party would never reply to her message, suddenly, the surrounding void changed. Illusion. Anil unexpectedly discovered that her spiritual ocean encountered an unprecedented suction force. She instinctively wanted to resist this force. A voice like a babble suddenly echoed in her ears. Relax, it won't do you any harm. If I wanted to kill you, you would be dead. The next second, Anil felt like he was being swallowed by a black hole. The surrounding pictures shook like a curtain, gradually dotted with colors, like a newly made oil painting. Here it is. Anil's eyes were filled with shock. Fantasy. The other party could let himself fall into the illusion so easily. Moreover, Anil is now located on his own sacred tree island. There is a defense line surrounding it that even the Grey Realm army has difficulty breaking through. The opponent was able to bypass the defense line so easily, and could easily fall into the illusion created by him, while Anil was shocked, he also gradually understood that the gap between himself and the opponent was not ordinary. With a wry smile, Anil could only accept this fact calmly, and gradually became convinced of the identity of the other party, that is, the tree-lugging boss. Except for the top boss on the list, who else in this world can break through the defense line of his own island so easily, and easily pull himself, who is proud of his spiritual power, into other people's illusions? Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise. In front of you, a magnificent palace was built in the blink of an eye. Anil found herself in the center of the hall, and a throne made of bronze appeared in front of her. On the throne, a mysterious figure was shrouded in grey mist. Only its general outline could be seen, but its true face could not be seen. But Anil recognized the other person at a glance, bowed respectfully, and said, "Dear Mr. Lu Shu, hello." The other party nodded slightly. It seems that, he recognized himself. Anil took a deep breath. There is absolutely no chance of survival for me in front of a strong man like Mr. Lu Shu. The power of life and death lies in the hands of others. Anil is very smart. She knows that at this time, she must show that she is of sufficient use value in order to win this glimmer of hope. Just when she was about to speak and introduce her abilities, the figure suddenly raised the corners of her mouth and showed an interesting expression. Your ability is interesting. It turned out to be the ability to create chaos. Even if you have enough mental power, you can turn an opponent who is not as good as you into a puppet on a string. Moreover, you have not joined any Divine Tree Master Guild, so you will not be affected by the contract. Your personal ability is also very strong. You can defeat S-level Lord-level boss. You also have unique coordination abilities. Your mental power is innately strong, and the growth rate of the sacred tree is faster than imagined. Unexpectedly, there are talents that have two abilities at the same time. In this way, you are equivalent to having 4 divine tree talents. When she heard the last sentence, Anil almost knelt on the ground. At this time, when she looked at Lu Shu, her eyes were no longer in awe, but in deep shock. It was like a mortal had witnessed it for the first time. God, feel the transcendent power, feel worship, trembling from the heart, and surrender from the soul. Can you tell me how you knew? Lu squeezed out the question through her teeth with trembling lips. These are her secrets. She has not told any of the sacred tree masters. Yes, Li's power is very weird. It can create real-life chaos. For example, turning a normal person into a rag doll, or a sheep. Of course, this ability to temporarily bend the rules depends on Anil's mental power. However, her divine tree talent happens to make her mental power very strong, and also has a very fast growth rate. Generally speaking, when the divine tree master draws talents, one talent represents one ability. But Anil's luck is very bad. She drew a person with 2 abilities. Talent is equivalent to having one more divine tree master talent than others. Of course, there are also shortcomings, that is, the dual ability talent is not outstanding enough alone, but because Anil's other divine tree talents are strong enough, the dual talent just happened balance. But only Anil knew about this. And, in order to keep these secrets, she did not join any divine tree master guild. However, how did the other party know all this information? And he accurately judged himself killed an S-level lord boss. Isn't this ability too terrifying? Anil felt a chill. It was as if he had no secrets in front of the other party, and his whole body was completely looked at. There was nothing that could be covered up. Lu Shu did not answer this question. This information was naturally seen through the Divine Tree Master panel. His voice sounded directly in Anil's brain. I will not form an alliance with you. When these words fell into Anil's ears, her expression suddenly turned pale. Chapter 261. Tree-playing boss. I can provide you with my fruits without any demands from you. If that doesn't work, just sign a contract. Anil's heart skipped a beat, thinking that her strength could not impress the big boss Lu Shu, and she was facing the crisis of death. She was about to speak and was busy proving her worth so as to win a chance of survival. Lu Shu interrupted, you don't need to form an alliance with me, you just need to sign a contract, become a member of my guild, and fulfill the above conditions. Within these 7 days, I will not attack your sacred tree island. Anil was stunned for a moment. Obviously he didn't expect that the other party would ask him to join his guild. Is this true? No, any member who joins the guild needs to sign a contract. Many super guilds have contracts as terms. Moreover, there are many hidden pitfalls in the terms. This is also the reason why Anil did not join the guild. The other party forced him to join his guild. Even if there are any unequal conditions, I am afraid he can only be forced to accept it. At this moment, Lu Shu waved his hand. A devil's contract suddenly appeared in front of Anil. When Lu Shu cleared the first kill achievement of the Abyss level dungeon, he got a special skill, which was about the devil's contract. This contract type ability, with the addition of demonic attributes, allows the contractor to formulate various terms without any restrictions. Many divine tree masters are very secretive about this contract skill. Devil's contract. Anil's face turned pale slightly. After seeing the type of contract clearly, she only had one thought in her heart. I'm afraid this life is over. She will have to work for the Lu Shu boss. However, she doesn't know what the other party will do with her appearance. Hidden, does he look handsome in real life? If he is handsome, then it seems acceptable, right? However, after seeing the conditions clearly, Anil was stunned. There are no unequal conditions in the contract. Except for the basic ones, those terms. Don't do anything harmful to the guild. No intelligence or information about the guild may be disclosed without permission. You cannot leave the guild without the consent of the guild leader. Other than these very basic conditions, the only thing that can be called slightly unequal is 1. Regular guild tasks cannot be refused unless there are special circumstances. Anil noticed that special circumstances were added to this clause, which shows that it is still a bit humane. Special circumstances include the sacred tree master's own lack of ability, facing death threats, as well as various conditions and physical reasons. If there are these circumstances that make it impossible to complete the task, you can choose to refuse without violating the treaty. The contract and interpretation rights of the Divine Tree game are not led by the guild, but are acquiesced by the text. Some Divine Tree masters with text powers, after understanding the rules, play and use words. But at this stage, everyone knows what the potential meaning of these words is, and what kind of effect they will have when combined. Anil knows a lot about this information. It can be said that this devil's contract does not have devil characteristics at all. In fact, compared to many super guilds, these conditions are very conscientious. But, with the name of the big tree master, if a guild is established, there should be many sacred tree masters to join. Why should we sign this contract during the battle on the sacred tree island? Anil's mind was a bit hard to turn around. I just felt that what the other party did was not in line with common sense. Lu Shu smiled lightly and said, the remaining 14 people will also join my guild like you. 14. Lu was slightly startled. There should be 20 people for this island battle. In other words, Boss Lu Shu only planned to recruit 15 people, and the remaining 5 people were dismissed due to lack of strength and talent. Did you refuse? Lu Shu seemed to see through Anil's thoughts and explained one more sentence. Those 5 people have joined some guilds with relatively complicated terms, so there is only one fate for them. Die. You can open the panel and see. Anil hesitated for a moment after hearing Lu Shu's words, and then summoned the system panel in front of him. Suddenly, her pupils shrank slightly. Not long ago, the remaining number of people above was still 20. However, just in the blink of an eye, when the panel was opened again, the number of people was only 15. What does it mean? While Mr. Lu Shu was talking to him, he had completely destroyed 5 sacred tree islands while talking and laughing. Those 5 sacred tree masters were also completely dead. And the reason is that they joined a complicated guild. This complex refers to the conditions of a super guild. Most super guilds have very strict conditions for joining. They are very strict about confidentiality, and they are not allowed to decide whether to stay or leave privately. Therefore, Lu Shu's approach was also very simple. Since it was impossible for these people to join his guild, just kill them and that would be it. Among these 5 people, there are members of the Dark Knight Alliance and the Ancient Buddha Guild. Basically, if they dare to leave the guild privately, they will be completely destroyed and will be useless after that. I don't really want them to know anything about me, so they don't have any choice, and you do. Lu Shu's indifferent tone echoed in Anil's ears, but it made her heart freeze. At this moment, Anil finally understood that in fact, the other party did not give her any choice at all, either join or die. And he was so you do it because you don't want too many people to know your secret. So, instead of publicly establishing a guild, you use the Divine Tree Island War to achieve this? Okay, I choose to join. Anil immediately agreed. To avoid making people wait too long. These are all things that have no choice, what else is there to choose? But after understanding these things, Anil felt that she could survive even if she did not join, and she would still choose to join. What kind of person is Mr. Lu Shu? Why did he establish the guild? About all of this, she is very curious. Chapter 262. So, Mr. Lu Shu, no, President, should I sign the contract now and immediately? Anil blinked and asked curiously. No. Lu Shu shook his head. Wait a moment, I have to negotiate with a more important member. Important member? Anli's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. It should be the other members of this island war, right? I don't know who it is, but even the guild of the big tree owner is considering joining. In Anli's eyes, come on, the guild created by Lu Shu boss will definitely not be worse than any other guild. Well, although it is a bit early to say this, the price of not joining is that you will die immediately. Moreover, Lu Shu boss is obviously he said that the identity of the other party was more important, and he might also be a powerful divine tree master. I wonder who got the attention. Anil was not in a hurry and waited patiently for the result. Anyway, he will be a member of a guild next time. Can reveal the result. At this time. Another sacred tree island. A white-haired woman opened her white eyes, and a luster flashed in her pupils. Who? Lu Shu's illusion had no effect on her. The white-haired woman's spiritual ocean was stronger than imagined. Those white eyes also made the other party not afraid of Lu Shu's spiritual attack. Suddenly, the white-haired woman's expression, she was slightly startled, with a look of horror in her eyes. She sensed that the barrier defense on her sacred tree island had been broken through in a short period of time. Master Sanjia's superpower was actually solved so quickly. Who is the other party? How could it be possible to break through the defense barrier of my sacred tree island so quickly? At this time, the white-haired woman's eyes were filled with shock. She thought that even the top 100 experts in the rankings might not be able to completely defeat herself. However, the barrier of the sacred tree island disappeared just like that. It's like a piece of paper, it breaks with a poke. Until now, the white-haired woman didn't know who the enemy was. She only noticed that her spiritual ocean had been severely invaded. Fortunately, her superpower is a pupil magic power, and the natural mental power is stronger than that of ordinary sacred tree masters. Otherwise, it would really be a trap. At this moment, one by one, the void beasts suddenly appeared around the white-haired woman. Then, there was also a huge monster army coming. In the blink of an eye, the white-haired woman was surrounded. These monsters. The white-haired woman's pupils dilated instantly, and an incredible look appeared on her face. She recognized these monsters. In the abyss of reincarnation, the white-haired woman has fought against these monsters many times. Moreover, through the video, she has also seen the reincarnation monsters defeat the proud alliance of the Divine Tree Master Guild. Even super masters such as Yi, Yishuanji, and Sakiya were defeated by this legion in a joint attack. What happened? Why did the monster from the abyss of reincarnation appear here? The next second, the white-haired woman fell into a realm of reincarnation. In front of her eyes, a magnificent building appeared in front of the white-haired woman. On the throne, there is a figure sitting. Could it be that this man controls the monsters in the abyss of reincarnation? The white-haired woman suddenly realized something, and her heart was filled with shock. Combined with the previous announcement, and the various memory videos in the chat box, the white-haired woman was not stupid. She instantly realized the identity of the other party, and soon maybe he was the tree lover. And, he also mastered the method of controlling the monsters in the grey world. All the mysteries seemed to be cleared from the clouds, placed in front of the white-haired woman. She gave a helpless smile and understood the matter. All passed. It turns out that the abyss of samsara has long been conquered by the Lu Shu people. The elite monsters they encountered were all legions that the opponent had already controlled, and their strength may be even stronger than the monsters in the abyss of samsara. The Divine Tree the Division Alliance was not defeated by the dungeon, but by the hands of Lushran. When this shocking fact was placed in front of the white-haired woman, she felt an extremely powerless feeling. List 1, well deserved. One person can easily suppress the alliance of Divine Tree Masters, which is really admirable. Going against the other party. The white-haired woman thinks that she doesn't even have the courage to resist now. What's next? The matter was completely dominated by the other party. Lu Shu said lightly. You have two choices. Or, join my guild. Or, your sacred tree belongs to me. As long as the sacred tree master dies, the sacred tree will belong to the killer. Even a fool can understand what Lu Shu's words mean. The white-haired woman seemed to have some difficulties, and said with a wry smile, I have joined a guild. Fengyun Guild. Lu Shu's next words made the white-haired woman freeze on the spot, her eyes as if she had seen a ghost. That's right. In fact, this woman, Lu Shu had some dealings with when he was in the grey world. It was Fengyun, one of the members of the guild, Bai Yu. Those white eyes gave Bai Yu extremely powerful and subtle powers of observation, making him a divine tree master with strong analytical skills. But what Lu Shu also knew was that the white eyes could continue to evolve, possessing super terrifying powers. Through the Divine Tree Master panel, Lu Shu discovered that Bai Yu had high potential. Of course, he also knew that the other party was a member of Fengyun Guild. But Lu Shu obviously had other methods and threw out a contract, said, my contract is a devil's contract with enforceable power. Even if you join Fengyun's guild, the conditions of your guild are relatively loose, so there is no problem in signing my devil contract. However, my contract will take effect prior to Fengyun Guild's contract. You will continue to retain your status in Fengyun Guild, but in reality, you have joined my guild. If you betray, you will bear an even heavier price. Bai Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Devil's contract. According to legend, this is a contract with extremely strong execution. The ordinary guild of Divine Tree Masters cannot come up with such contract skills. But thinking about the identity of the other party, it is the first on the list tree-lifting man, all this seems to have become a natural thing. But, Bai Yu is still struggling in her heart. It seems that there is something more important than her life. Chapter 263. Betrayal of Fengyun Guild. A trace of struggle flashed in Bai Yu's eyes. Fengyun Guild was good to her, and she also had feelings for it. However, if she doesn't join, there is only one thing that will happen to her next, that is death. Bai Yu, there was a hint of struggle in her eyes, but she finally sighed. I can agree to these requests. However, I still have some feelings for Fengyun Guild. If something happens in the future, can I let them go a few times? In exchange, I can provide information about Fengyun Guild and, if necessary, guide them not to conflict with your guild. Lu Shu smiled and said, I'm not interested in other guild affairs. However, I can accept your conditions. Bai Yu's eyes moved slightly. She originally thought that Lu Shu founded the guild to deal with some guild forces. But now, judging from the strength Lu Shu himself has shown, it seems that there is no need to fight other guilds when creating a guild. So, what is the purpose of creating a guild? My tasks are usually related to some information about the Grey World. Lu Shu added one more sentence casually. But this sentence made Bai Yu suddenly realize. I see. The top boss on the list doesn't take any guild seriously at all. Was his goal from the beginning just the Grey World? Also, the area of the Grey World is really too big. The tree man may not be able to explore so many places at the same time. In addition, there are still sea areas to explore, which will take more time. Since the goal of the tree puller is not against Fengyun Guild and other divine tree master guilds, but for the Grey World, then, if I stay in this guild and get some information, I may be able to target my friends in Fengyun Guild. Generate help. There may be some deeper reason why the Lu Shu people don't advertise the guild's recruitment on such a large scale. Thinking of this, Bai Yu nodded and said, I can agree to join this guild. Of course, Lu Shu could see Bai Yu's little thoughts. However, this is actually a good thing. A person who values feelings will be more valuable to himself if he is cultivated. If the other party only chooses to join his guild out of a desire to survive, then such a cooperative relationship will not be stable, and Lu Shu will not reuse such resources. Sign the contract. Lu Shu unfolded the devil's contract in front of Bai Yu. At the same time, these words also rang in the ears of more than a dozen other people. Bai Yu's identity is quite special, she is a member of Fengyun Guild. But Fengyun Guild's regulations do not. It is so harsh, and even a strong person like Bai Yu is unwilling to betray. It shows that this guild still has something. At least, it can be said to be quite friendly in treating the sacred tree master. Fengyun Guild will also be in the future. She will play a more important role in the divine tree game. Therefore, Lu Shu brought Bai Yu over. In addition to her own powerful abilities, she can also notice the trends of Fengyun Guild on the one hand. Therefore, it is worth spending a little money for Lu Shu. Time. After Bai Yu settled the deal, the others were almost there. A screen of light flashed past. When he opened the interface again, Anil found that there was an additional guild identity on his panel. Guild, Akatsuki Organization. Akatsuki Organization. Anil was stunned. What is this name? However, the name sounds quite impressive. It has a hint of dawn in it. Could it be that, this guild is for world peace? But it sounds like it is not that simple. No matter what, I am a member of the Akatsuki Organization today. Anil took a deep breath and encouraged himself in his heart. The guild is the #1 boss in the rankings, Boss Lu Shu. As long as he shows enough value, maybe this wave will be a blessing in disguise and he can take off. Anil has always been so optimistic. She opened the guild panel, glanced at the other guild members, and suddenly her eyes fell on Bai Yu, showing a slightly surprised look. Why is she here? At this moment, Anil was shocked. She knew that Bai Yu was an important member of Fengyun Guild. She didn't expect to be dragged into the Shao organization. Anil suddenly felt that the organization she joined was not that simple. It's much more powerful than I expected. Lu Shu counted the list. A total of 15 people joined their guild. Bai Yu and Anlu are more worthy of training as sacred tree masters. The other 13 members have a relatively large gap in strength, and most of them were pulled over because they were defeated by their own monster army. Unlike Bai Yu and Anil, they don't know their identities yet. Lu Shu planned to use several tasks and spend a period of time to test them. Only qualified people can stay in their own guild. Anil and Bai Yu are both relatively powerful divine tree masters who can be used by themselves as long as they are trained, but the other dozen or so people are not so stable and need to take their time. Lu Shu was not in a hurry to reveal his identity. People's hearts are unpredictable. But no matter what, the first step of the guild is finally done. That's right. Lu Shu actually made this decision after reading the books in the Samsara library when he founded the guild. The Grey World is so big that even if you have an army of pets and clones, you won't be able to explore so many places at the same time. But by creating a guild, cultivating your own truly trustworthy divine tree masters, and going to these dungeons to explore, you can explore the entire outline of the Grey World at a faster speed. Once we know what kind of world the Grey World is and what its entire structure is, perhaps this game has just begun. Lu Shu had a premonition in his heart. In the Grey World in the future, unexpected changes would occur to the divine tree master. We must get ahead of these changes and learn more about the Grey World, in order to win this game with greater confidence. Chapter 264. 7 days have passed. This divine tree island war is over. You killed 5 sacred tree masters in total. Is the island integrated? A series of information appeared in front of Lu Shu. He glanced at it and chose fusion. There are 5 more sacred trees on the sacred tree island. One of the sacred trees is related to the assassin-type superpower fruit, but compared with his own shadow-killing avenue, it is much worse. The quality of the other sacred trees is naturally even worse. At this time, Lu Shu's sacred tree evolved into an intermediate sacred tree. There is another reminder in front of me. Your sacred tree grows to an intermediate sacred tree and can absorb the power of other sacred trees. You can use the excess sacred trees as nutrients to speed up the growth of the sacred trees. You can actually choose to digest other sacred trees and accelerate growth. What a good thing. Lu Shu was immediately overjoyed. He didn't know how to deal with these 5 sacred trees. Now, this power has no effect. It's a pity to throw it away if it's tasteless. It's useless to keep it. But it can speed up the speed. The growth progress of his own sacred tree is very good. Lu Shu immediately chose to convert these 5 sacred trees into the growth points of his natal sacred tree, accelerating a wave of growth again. Your sacred tree absorbs the origin of other sacred trees, and has 10,000 evolution points. 5 prompts popped up in succession. Lu Shu suddenly felt comfortable. 50,000 growth points. This is a big improvement for our intermediate holy tree. It's not over yet. After 7 days of growth, the new product has matured. They are fruit of life and fruit of growth of the Holy Spirit. As usual, Lu Shu continued to turn these fruits into subspecies spiritual trees, and the harvest quantity was x 100. Soon, the fruit of life tree has grown. Lu Shu placed all 100 golden fruits of life under the sacred tree and waited. It will take another 3 days for the new pet to join the pet army, and this Holy Spirit growth fruit can also help the new pet quickly keep up with the progress of the army. Open the sacred tree panel. The above information has been updated. Sacred tree. Stage, intermediate sacred tree. Sunshine, 2010 day, 21x100. Spiritual energy, 1540 day, 15, for x100. Subspecies spiritual tree remaining capacity, 13, total 15. Products, powerful fruit, diamond fruit, void fruit, the best rejuvenating fruit. Production cycle, 10 days, 15001500. Growth points, 255,200, 41, for x1006640 day. Next stage, advanced holy tree, 500,000 growth points. So many new fruits. Lu Shu was a little surprised when he saw the products on the panel. After reaching the intermediate holy tree, there are finally many new products. They all look like superpower fruits. However, the name of this powerful fruit sounds, why does it sound so vulgar? It doesn't look like the fruits that can be produced by an intermediate holy tree. But the name is just a title, and it still depends on the specific use effect. Wait for a while, and you will know what these fruits are. Is it easy to use? After the island battle ended, many sacred tree masters discussed the results of this time in the chat box. Especially the members of the Super Guild. The unfolding of the island battle gave the Super Guild a lot of trouble. A good publicity opportunity. After all, by joining a super guild, you can exchange for rarer sacred tree fruits, and you don't have to be conquered by the sacred tree masters of the same guild, because you are bound by the guild contract. It can be said that many super guild members, all made harsh words. For example, XXX Guild hereby swears that this island battle with 5 people, I will definitely still be there 7 days later, etc., among them. At the beginning of the 20-person island battle where Lu Shu was, one of the people from the Dark Knight Alliance was exposed. It immediately attracted attention. Last time, wasn't there a divine tree master from the Dark Knight Alliance who participated in the island battle with 20 people? Is there such a thing? There are so many divine tree masters, damn. Not only from the Dark Knight Alliance, I remember the battlefield of 20 divine tree masters, and there was also a bald donkey from the ancient Buddha guild. Yes, that sacred tree master named Monk Baiyun also said that he wanted to save these people. I don't know whether he saved people or was saved by others. Are those 2 brothers still there? Come out and say something. More and more sacred tree masters are joining this topic. Many people are looking for the 2 people in night, hoping to get some information about the battle situation on the island. However, the real situation is, the terms of the Dark Knight Alliance and the ancient Buddha Guild are relatively strict, not as loose as the Fengyan Guild. As long as they accept Lu Shu's devil contract, these 2 people will be completely useless. In fact, it is no different from death. Therefore, Lu Shu gave these 2 people a pleasant surprise, killed them both directly. In this way, there is no need to suffer the pain of becoming a disabled person. What pain does a dead person have? At this time, both Yi and Sakyamuni looked ugly. Of course they sent messages to the members of their own guild. But the response he got was a cold death reminder. Died. After the Dark Knight Alliance and the Ancient Buddha Guild issued harsh words, people just disappeared. Did you say that if you join the guild, you will definitely win the island battle? Wouldn't this wave slap your own guild in the face? Who in the end won this 20-person island battle? And Yi and Sakyamuni both had this doubt in their minds. Originally, they thought it was a strong man from the opposite guild who killed a member of their own guild. But since neither the Ancient Buddha Guild nor the Dark Knight Alliance came out to speak, it meant that their members were also dead. In this large-scale island battle involving 20 people, who is the winner? Why didn't anyone come forward to reveal the information? I am afraid that this question will remain a mystery for a long time to come in the Divine Tree game. It has troubled the Dark Knight Alliance and the Ancient Buddha Guild for a long time, and there will be no answer. Chapter 265. Fengyun Guild. In fact, there is another person who may know the truth about this matter. Moreover, this person is in Fengyun Guild. That is Bai Yu. When most of the Sacred Tree Masters were unable to access the truth about the island war, Fengyun sent a message to Bai Yu. Fengyun, Bai Yu, what was the result of that island war? Bai Yu, I'm not very clear about the situation either. Fengyun, not sure about the situation. Didn't you say that you were matched into an island battle with 20 people? Bai Yu, yes, but I guessed that there were too many Divine Tree Masters, and there were also people from the Dark Knight Alliance and the Ancient Buddha Guild, so I chose to stick to the island and didn't pay too much attention. Bai Yu, I'm very lucky these 7 days. No one came to challenge my Sacred Tree Island. This matter just passed. Bai Yu, as for how the Divine Tree Master of the Dark Knight Alliance and the Bald Donkey of the Ancient Buddha Guild died, I'm not very clear about this matter, and I don't know what their results will be. Fengyun, is that so? Bai Yu, by the way, President, I want to tell you something. Fengyun, what happened? Bai Yu, I plan to go to the coordinates of 100, 521. Fengyun, you went so far away. Bai Yu, there are some things I want to explore. Fengyun, this matter is really too aggressive. You should know that the current comprehensive ability of the Sacred Tree Master is not yet able to explore such a far range. Bai Yu, so, I want to explore alone. Fengyun, a person. Bai Yu, I am confident to become stronger. Fengyun, Bai Yu, you should understand what it means to go to coordinates so far away. Bai Yu, I know it very well, but I have a reason to do it. Fengyun, must. Bai Yu, well, I have actually decided on this matter and have thought about it for a long time. When the time comes, I will definitely bring stronger capabilities to Fengyun Guild. Fengyun, okay, then you go. Bai Yu, thank you very much. Ended this conversation. A trace of doubt flashed across Fengyun's eyes. He suddenly sighed and said silently in his heart. Bai Yu, I hope you won't disappoint me. A chat panel popped up in front of me. I'm really not Long Outyan, President, what's Bai Yu's reply like? Fengyun, she doesn't know the specific situation, and Bai Yu will go to a faraway place to explore alone. I am really not Long Outyan, huh? Why is this thing so sudden? President, did you agree? Fengyun, I believe him. I am really not Long Outyan, President, is there something wrong with Bai Yu? Fengyun, we'll know when the rankings come out. In fact, both Fengyun and Brother Long had some guesses about this. Bai Yu did not take the initiative to contact the members of the guild after the island battle. According to normal logic, she should report the situation of the island war immediately. But now the answer is vague. The members of Fengyun Guild are all the masters of the Divine Tree Master. Soon, I noticed this abnormal situation. But Bai Yu's message could be replied to, and he didn't choose to quit Fengyun Guild, but suddenly made a request to explore far away. Fengyun and Brother Long were both a little surprised by this, but they didn't act too unreasonably, so they didn't say anything. Maybe Bai Yu wanted to use this move to tell the members some information that was not convenient to disclose. But at present it is still unknown what the situation will be like. The only way is to wait for the leaderboard. According to Bai Yu's points, she should be sure to be on the list. As long as her name appears on the rankings, there will be no chance of her being dropped or controlled. Because once a Sacred Tree Master is mentally controlled, it is equivalent to death in the rankings and will not be included in the rankings. Fengyun Guild wanted to use this to determine whether Bai Yu was mentally controlled. They chose to wait for the result. Sacred Tree Island. Bai Yu closed the chat window and sighed slightly. Taking the initiative to ask to explore far away is actually the only thing Bai Yu can do. As for the members of Fengyun Guild, what they think, they can only rely on themselves. A trading panel appeared in front of me. Trader, Tree Raider. There is an extra super fruit on the panel. That's right. Lu Shu's first task is to ask by you to go to the location of coordinates, 100, 521, to carry out an exploration mission. And there, it is rumored that it is a desert with the ruins of the pharaoh and the undead, and it is also an extremely dangerous copy. In addition to the power of the abyss, the dungeons beyond that position are likely to retain the remains of the ancient civilization before the Grey World cataclysm. The level of danger will definitely not be lower than that of the abyss of reincarnation. Lu Shu's location is located in the abyss of reincarnation near the coordinates, 222, 222. The location he wants to go to next is the tomb of the Eternal Emperor at 999, 999. For most of the next time, we have to rush on the road with all our strength, and there are still many things to explore along the way. So, there was no time to explore the more remote areas. You need a guild member to do it on your behalf. Bai Yu was also very skeptical about this task at first, and wanted to refuse it due to lack of ability. Most of the sacred tree masters know that the farther the coordinates are, the more dangerous the area is. But Lu Shu made Bai Yu have to accept this task on the condition that he would sponsor the superpower fruit. Moreover, the first fruit that was traded was the monster fruit. Bai Yu hesitated for a while, but finally had no choice but to accept it. She is also very curious, what type of fruit is the top one on the list? Give it a try. After the transaction was completed, Bai Yu swallowed the monster fruit. The next second, her expression suddenly became extremely wonderful. This turns out to be a monster fruit. Chapter 266. It turned out to be monster fruit. A trace of shock appeared in Bai Yu's eyes. She never thought that the fruit given to her by the tree master would be a monster fruit. The monster army that challenged the entire Divine Tree Master Alliance gave Bai Yu it left an extremely deep impression. It can be said that, in Bai Yu's eyes, Lu Shu's core ability is to control the monster army and conquer the Grey World. This is definitely the natural ability of Lu Shu. Now, Shuren actually gave the fruit of his life power to himself. Doesn't this trust him too much? Bai Yu suddenly didn't know what to say. Originally, she had doubts about joining the Akatsuki organization. But now, Lu Shuren has given away the life fruit as a gift, which completely eliminates Bai Yu's doubts. Now, she just wants to serve the Shao organization wholeheartedly. It's so cool. Isn't this more promising than Fengyun Guild? Eat it. Even if the natal fruit of the first one is not as good as the first one, then there is no problem in competing for the second one in the future, right? Bai Yu was suddenly full of expectations for the future. The next second, she gently bit down the monster fruit. Her face changed. It's getting exciting. You can actually unlock an exclusive monster synthesis route. Moreover, there is also the ability to fuse monsters. No wonder that elite unit seems to have such strange abilities, just like the Divine Tree Master. It turns out that it is the result of the fusion of many monsters. Bai Yu took a long breath. The power of this monster fruit was much more powerful than she imagined. Bai Yu was so moved that Bai Yu didn't know what to say when he gave herself such a fruit. Well, of course, she didn't know about the monster fruit, it was just the ability that Lu Shu obtained by killing a random tree master. It's not a natal fruit at all. If she knew this, Bai Yu would be even more shocked, right? At this time, Bai Yu's ears echoed with a sound. Attention all sacred tree masters, the Grey World rankings are now released. After the rankings are announced, the Grey World will be reopened, and all players can return to the Grey World to continue exploring. All the sacred tree masters also became excited after hearing this prompt. In the past, the rankings were released immediately, but because of the addition of the island battle, the rankings and rewards will not be announced until the island battle is completely over. This is to prevent some sacred tree masters from occupying a reward list if they die during the island battle. The island battle is the final battle on the list. You must survive the island battle to be eligible to receive rewards. The sacred tree masters in the chat box were also managing as usual, wildly guessing this time's ranking list. But, this time, no one doubts the first one on the list anymore. Even experienced dog bettors would no longer be so foolish as to spend a packet of primary fertilizer on betting that Tree Man is not the first on the list. And the plates with all kinds of exciting Lu Shu points were almost full. All bet on Lu Shu. Not long ago, the system played the achievement reward for Lu Shuren's first kill of the Super Nightmare level dungeon boss. At what point in time was this announced? The exact time when the third day of Grey World invasion ends is announced. What does it mean? Lu Shu relied on the skill of pulling monsters to kill the super nightmare level dungeon boss on his own sacred tree island. What it brings is a high defense points reward. Now, when everyone kills an abyss level boss, the defense points they can get are terrifying. A super nightmarish boss. How high does this defense score need to be able to accommodate a boss of this size? Some people may question whether the tree lover is number one. Even Mu Yu Tingfeng has lost his temper at this time. Although she has been focusing on pulling monsters these past few days, she still pays attention to the situation of the super nightmare level dungeon from time to time. That monster army left a profound impression on all the sacred tree masters, and even left a psychological shadow on the sacred tree masters who had gone to the abyss dungeon. At that time, everyone felt that absolutely no one in this game could win this copy. In just a few days, the announcement of the first kill of the tree-lugging people taught them how to behave. Mu Yu Tingfeng could only smile helplessly in her heart, sighing inwardly that she was truly a tree master, specializing in doing things that other sacred tree masters could not do. I can only succumb to the bottom of the rankings, which is really not unfair. I just don't know what kind of talent Lu Shuren has awakened. Is it really that awesome? Could it be 3 SSS levels? However, now, the ability of the Divine Tree Master is not only derived from talent. Whether it is the additional Divine Tree obtained by killing other Divine Tree Masters, or the opportunities and rewards obtained from the Grey World, it can form a wonderful chemical reaction. At this time, guessing the opponent's talent is no longer necessary. Thoughts are swirling. The rankings of the Grey World have begun to be announced. The 100th place, Baiyu, defense points, 10 million, comprehensive evaluation, a level. When the 100th place on the ranking list was announced, Baiyu was slightly taken aback. She actually didn't expect that she could achieve such high points. However, this time in the Grey World, Baiyu followed Fengyun Guild and cleared out many dungeons. She also followed Lu Shu to the Natural Disaster Dungeon and the Abyss of Reincarnation. The range explored is so vast. Even if all the dungeon monsters are wiped out, there will still be many monsters attacking the island since there are many areas to explore the Grey World. The points exceeded 10 million, just reaching the end of the ranking list. As the lists continue to be announced, Feng Yun, Sakyamuni, and Yi and others are also on the list. However, their ranking is not as high as expected, also because they were delayed a lot of time by the Abyss of Reincarnation. Just then, the rankings have been announced to the top 3. Second place, Mu Yu Tingfeng, defense points, 100 million, overall evaluation, SSS level. When Mu Yu Tingfeng's ranking and SSS level evaluation came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Chapter 267. World Public Screen. Mu Yu Tingfeng unexpectedly returned to second place in the rankings. Damn it, you are worthy of being the second child in 10,000 years. This time she actually received an SSS level evaluation, which means she is closer to the top scorer. So how many points does the first one have? It should be 100 million, right? It's not surprising. After all, the boss of Lu Shu killed the boss of the nightmare level dungeon. Yes, it's not strange for more than 100 million. Just wait and see. Mu Yu Tingfeng was in a good mood when she saw that she had received an SSS level evaluation. Obtaining an SSS level evaluation has already met my psychological expectations and even exceeded them. Unexpectedly, it was not SS level, but SSS level. Good. However, see the contents of the chat box. Mu Yu Tingfeng couldn't stand it anymore. What does it mean to be the second child of 10,000 years? Really, why do you call yourself Dick? Can't we just call him runner-up? It has to be so ugly, it really makes people speechless. Shaking her head helplessly, Mu Yu Tingfeng turned her eyes to when I reached the ranking list, my expression became more focused. Next, it's time to announce the number 1 ranking. At this time, everyone is waiting for the next name to come out. It took a few seconds, but it seemed as long as a century. Finally, the next name appeared in everyone's field of vision as expected. Among first place, Lu Shu, defense points, 138 million, comprehensive evaluation, SSS level. When this name appeared, everyone was breathless. This time the Grey World rankings have come to a successful conclusion. It seems that only when this name appears, all the turmoil will gradually calm down. Of course, after so many firsts, everyone is used to it. But everyone will still be curious, what exactly is the God-level reward? The tough tree-raising man, the tough God-level reward. In this game, except for the tree-raising man, no one knows what the God-level reward is. Unless someone can grab the tree-raising person's first place on the list. If it were in the past, many super guild bosses, strong players in the rankings, and top divine tree masters such as Fengyun would feel that they had a chance to compete for this ranking. However, after hearing the news that the tree man had killed the Lord of Reincarnation, everyone felt that this list would be unshakable in the short term. And for a long period of time in the future, only tree-pulling people will know what the god-level rewards at the top of the rankings are. Rewards for the Grey World Invasion rankings have been distributed. In the ranking of this Grey World Invasion, you ranked first. Prizes are being distributed. Several prompts popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. The god-level rewards in the rankings are distributed on time. As more mythical buildings are gathered together, Lu Shu's island will only become more stable. I wonder what I can unlock this time. The next second. Several prompts popped up in front of me. You have obtained a god-level treasure Huang's scripture. You obtained the mythical treasure, the sword in the stone, incomplete. You have obtained the mythical building, Nanshiman. You get a mythical creature, a magical horse. Finally come. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. God-level reward. First, he set his sights on Huang's heavenly scripture. After flipping through it, Lu Shu quickly understood the information of this book. I see. This book is a book of formations compiled by the ancient god Lizi. It can activate various formations, transform into the general trend of heaven and earth, kill opponents, and can also arrange extremely mysterious Bagua formations. The formations inside include various mysterious formations used by the gods in the sky, as well as exorcism formations used by the demon gods. Whether it's my monster army or pet army, they can arrange the formations inside, giving them more attack and killing methods. Not only that, this formation is also related to the Tianji formation. If I can understand this book, I can even move the heavenly secret formation on the sacred tree island to the Grey World, and then I can trigger the power of the ancient stone tablet to suppress other bosses. In this way, those monster bosses that have command and cannot be pulled to the sacred tree island can be suppressed through formations. The more Lu Shu read through the Huang's heavenly scripture, the more mysterious it felt. He still cannot fully understand the contents of the book. Perhaps, he will have to reach a higher Hadao realm, or even become a land god. Can you use all the contents in this book? If the Tianji formation can be moved to the Grey World, it will have a strong increase in combat power for Lu Shu. You must know that bosses at the level of the Lord of Reincarnation have already it was the successful birth of Lingji. Even if he took the initiative to pull monsters, these shrewd guys would probably not follow them stupidly. In this case, Lu Shu would have to go to the dungeon in person to kill these monsters. And if the Tianji formation can after being transferred to the Grey World, Lu Shu has a trump card to restrain monsters. After the Lord of Reincarnation transformed into a domain, Lu Shu relied on the suppression of the Tianji formation and the ancient stone tablet to crush the opponent's domain. But it's not always possible to meet the Lord of Reincarnation at such a coincidental time. Just to put the opponent into the state of the domain, the time for the invasion of the Grey World has come. In the future, the intervals between the invasions of the Grey World will become increasingly long. I don't have time to spend such a long time waiting. Next, there is the sword in the stone, a mythical weapon. It is very similar to the Zhuxian sword, but the sword in the stone is not a weapon owned by Eastern mythology, and it is incomplete when obtained. Lu Shu discovered that to unlock the full power of this sword, there was still one stone missing. This stone is at the coordinates, 300, 255. Through reading the Reincarnation Library, Lu Shu knew the legend of the sword in the stone, which is located at 300, 255. The distance is 222, 222, spanning a distance of more than 100 coordinates. But next, Lu Shu's exploration the direction is 999, 999. This is just the way. Chapter 268. A thought came to my mind. A green and black long sword appeared in Lu Shu's hand. However, this long sword is still in an unopened state. Using mental power, one can still feel that there is a divinity in it. If the complete sword in the stone can be unlocked, its power should be quite high. Lu Shu muttered silently in his heart. However, he would have to wait until he went to 300, 255, to know what was going on. Next, a reminder appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Should the mythical building, Nanshiman, be installed? 2 heavenly gates. The first time he got a reward, Lu Shu got a heavenly gate. However, the display of mythical architecture is incomplete. Now I got another Tianmen. Lu Shu chose to place this Tianmen opposite the first Tianmen. After merging several islands, the range of Lu Shu's sacred tree islands has expanded again. There is enough area to accommodate such a huge sacred tree and the Tianmen that is like the gate of the giant kingdom. A golden light curtain, suddenly accompanied by the buzzing sound of the avenue, echoed between heaven and earth. The magnificent Tianmen spans the other end of the island. The two heavenly gates face each other far away. The Tianji array suddenly started to move. On top of the giant yin and yang diagram, the two heavenly gates erupted with pure white light, making the entire island look like daylight. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. He noticed that there seemed to be a mysterious power in this Tianmen that was constantly resurrecting and awakening. The strange phenomenon caused by Tianmen caused a mist to suddenly evaporate from the fairy lake, and after a while, the fairy mist shrouded it. The entire island became hazy and dreamy, like a fairyland above the heavenly palace. East China Sea. The body of the golden dragon and koi carp suddenly jumped up from the deep sea and rushed back towards the sacred tree island. That rascal actually came back. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. The golden dragon koi obviously sensed the appearance of Tianmen, so he rushed back from the East China Sea. In this case, Lu Shu simply helped the other party. Use the shadow killing pattern. Lu Shu immediately arrived at the location of the golden dragon koi. After not seeing him for so many days, the body of the golden dragon koi was already as big as an island. If it jumped up, it would be like a kunpeng, covering the sky and the sun. Although Lu Shu is now, he was also very strong, but he really didn't want to carry such a big guy around, so he simply carved a teleportation array on the spot and teleported the golden dragon koi directly back to the sacred tree island. As a teleportation light curtain descended. After many days, the golden dragon koi finally returned to the island. However, just after returning to the sacred tree island, the golden dragon koi didn't even have the slightest intention of reminiscing about the past, and its body jumped up again, and actually jumped to the Tianmen on top. Fish leaping over the dragon's gate. Suddenly, this word appeared in Lu Shu's mind. The next second, the holy white light suddenly shone on the golden dragon and koi. Lu Shu was surprised to find that the aura on the golden dragon and koi it is becoming more and more mysterious. The mythical bloodline contained in his body seems to be awakening and reviving after crossing the Tianmen. Is the golden dragon koi about to evolve? This incredible idea appeared in Lu Shu's mind. In the white light, the body of the golden dragon and koi carp suddenly seemed to expand, and continue to evolve in the direction of the mythical true dragon. Not long after, the five-clawed golden dragon was actually born. The golden vertical pupils bloomed with a divine light, and the dragon's body crossed the sky of the island. The dragon traveled for 9 days, with a posture comparable to that of a god. Before Lu Shu could take a closer look at the golden dragon after the body of the koi transformed into a dragon, the next second, a light curtain emerged again. The body of the golden dragon and koi suddenly became smaller, and the next second, a figure walked out of the light curtain. He turned into a human. Lu Shu was surprised now. It's not surprising that a mythical creature can turn into a human form. However, Lu Shu never thought that this day would come so quickly. A figure wearing a golden dragon robe emerged from the light screen. He walked out. The figure had the appearance of a young man, with a flawless face. There was a sense of majesty in his handsome face. Although he looked only 12 years old, he exuded the aura of a king, especially the golden pair. The vertical pupils do not look like human eyes, but like gods looking down on the people on the ground. Ordinary people look at them and can't help but tremble from the bottom of their hearts, and kneel down to worship. The golden dragon koi actually turned into a human. Lu Shu felt a little incredible. And, he still transformed into a boy. This was a path he had never imagined. But he didn't know if the other party could speak. Lu Shu tried to ask, "You are because of Tianmen, so just evolved?" The golden dragon and the koi fish nodded. However, he did not speak. Is it because he just transformed into a human and can't speak yet? Lu Shu pondered for a moment, then asked, "Then the phoenix and the moon rabbit can also transform into humans?" Golden dragon koi nodded, but then he shook his head. What does this mean? Lu Shu was a little confused. He nodded again, then shook his head. What about playing with contradictory literature? Is it okay or not? Suddenly in the meantime, Golden Dragon Koi said, "I can do it in the future, but not now." It turns out this guy can talk. Lu Shu was a little speechless. He thought the Golden Dragon Koi couldn't talk, but it turns out he was pretending to be cold. However, when this guy spoke, he still had a babyish voice, just like the Shota in the anime, it does not match the majestic appearance. Lu Shu then asked, "In the future, when does it mean?" Golden Dragon Koi said, "Wait until you unlock more heavenly gates, or your bloodline awakens and evolves again." At this moment, Lu Shu understood what Golden Dragon Koi wanted to say. He looked up. The aura erupting from Tianmen had gradually subsided. This aura was absorbed by Golden Dragon Koi. No wonder he was so anxious to come back. It turns out that it can evolve. Lu Shu suddenly felt something strange. For the first time, a human being who could speak appeared on his sacred tree island, although the other person was not originally a human being. Chapter 269. Lu Shu thought. The next second. A mysterious white horse with 2 wings was summoned from the light curtain. This is the mythical creature that Lu Shu received as a god-level reward this time, the divine horse. A pet panel appeared in front of you. Shenma. Level 1. Skill, divine speed. Evolution points, 100. Evolution points required to upgrade to level 2, 250. Click on the skill panel and Lu Shu will view the skill description of Shenma. Super speed, move x2. Move. Lu Shu noticed that the attribute mentioned in the skill panel was movement instead of movement speed. These two concepts are different. Movement speed refers to the speed bonus when you physically move in the direction of space. However, there are other kinds of movement. For example, the teleportation of Shadow Killing Avenue. As well as the teleportation of superpower fruits, these are all included in the scope of movement. Lu Shu didn't expect that Shenma's ability could actually double the effect of any of his moves. Moreover, this horse is only at the first level. If you upgrade to a higher realm, you can really move at will. Lu Shu's eyes flashed with excitement. Don't underestimate the properties of mobility. The Grey World is really too big. It takes a lot of time to move one coordinate. And the attribute blessings brought by the Shenma will allow you to move very fast when exploring the Grey World in the future. It is helpful for him to quickly reach various coordinates related to mythology, and to reach the position, 999, 999, faster. It can be said that the appearance of Shenma fully meets Lu Shu's current needs. The eyes of the golden dragon and koi fish suddenly became much deeper. The horse in the heavenly palace. Lu Shu was slightly startled. He noticed that in the words of golden dragon and koi, he said, heavenly palace. What place are you talking about? A former mythical area. Are you creatures from heaven? You can say that. So what's in this place? I am not sure. So do you know any information about Tiangong? I just know this place exists. Lu Shu had a headache after hearing this conversation. He finally thought he could get some information about the Grey World, but it turned out that Golden Dragon Koi didn't know anything about it, so he might as well not say anything. Golden Dragon Koi suddenly said, I'm just a blood follower. There is a connection to this place, but when it was born, it was on this island. This information comes from the memories in the bloodline, which are only revived through further awakening, but are not real experiences. Lu Shu was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that the information about the Golden Dragon and Koi came from the awakened bloodline. Open the panel. Golden Dragon Koi. Category, Mythical Creature. Level, 8th level. Blessing Aura, Luck 500, Domain Luck 300. Skill, Dragon. Transformation Evolution Points, 112500. Evolution Points required to upgrade to level 9, 100 million. It turns out that after crossing the Tianmen, the level of the Golden Dragon and Koi only reached the 8th level. It hasn't evolved to its final form yet. Perhaps, after his bloodline is fully awakened, he can recall more information about Tiangong. Lu Shu's eyes became a little deeper. Next, we must lock in the first place on the leaderboard. God-level rewards can only be in your own hands. In this way, you can gather the needed mythical buildings faster and help your mythical pets awaken. Unlocking the secrets of the Grey World will become fast enough, suddenly. The Golden Dragon and Koi Carp looked in the direction of the East China Sea. In the deep sea, there is a sleeping force. It must be found as soon as possible. I have enough strength now, and it's time to dive into the deep sea. Sleeping power. Lu Shu naturally knows that this sea area is not that simple. After the grey fog dissipated, a deep sea area appeared in the abyss of the sea. There are rich treasures there, related to the sacred tree. Many sacred tree masters are familiar with the deep sea making various guesses. But no one has explored such a deep area as Lu Shu. Until now, Lu Shu only knows that there are so-called gods in the sea, the power of the abyss, and various treasure chests, but what exactly is the deep sea? Existence without knowing anything. What do you mean by deep sleep? Lu Shu looked at Jinlong Koi, hoping to ask for some information. But the other party shook his head again. Come on. You know this guy doesn't know. Jinlong Koi said, I just feel that this power is very important. The divinity related to my bloodline is related to the lost heavenly palace. This sentence made Lu Shu slightly startled, and he carefully appreciated the value in it. No wonder the golden dragon koi ran under the sea all day long after it was born. It turned out to be attracted by this force. However, this force, the power, is not that simple, it has something to do with the heavenly palace. It is also the place where mythical creatures come from. Although the golden dragon and koi don't know what this power means, it is an ideal direction to follow it. Okay, in that case, then you will follow my pets and explore the deeper areas of the abyss? Lu Shu pondered for a moment and asked Golden Dragon Koi for his opinion. This guy has been running alone all day long. I'm a little doubtful whether this guy is willing to move with the large army. Jin Long Koi said yes without hesitation. Nod. Well, this guy still cherishes his life. Otherwise, if he sensed danger in the abyss, he would not have dived below 3,000 meters for such a long time. After transforming into a dragon, the Golden Dragon Koi, although there is no numerical value panel, Lu Shu senses that the aura on this guy is extremely large and pure. Even the basic attributes are not comparable to Squirtle and Neptune Princess. With the Golden Dragon Koi joining the Deep Sea Army, Lu Shu's exploration in the sea area received another strong boost. The teleportation light curtain fell, and Lu Shu sent the Golden Dragon Koi to the Poseidon Palace, where he met up with Squirtle and Poseidon Princess. At this moment, the fruit of life suddenly throbbed. Chapter 270. Boom. A sound like a heartbeat throbbed from the fruit of life. Lu Shu's eyes immediately shifted. After the incubation of the sacred tree in the past few days, the fruit of life will finally give birth to a new life. Not sure what kind of pet it would be. Suddenly, Lu Shu had an inexplicable premonition in his heart, the newly born pet this time might be a little different. The next second. Click. Click. With the fruit of life, a burst of eggs-like energy burst out. The sound of the shell breaking. In the golden light curtain, figures with pure white wings walked out of the fruit of life. They have human bodies, their faces are exquisite, and they look to be no more than 14 years old. About 20 years old, but full of a holy atmosphere. At the beginning, only hazy shadows could be seen. But then, white light covered them, and holy gauze skirts appeared on their bodies. Swinging under the skirt is a pair of slender and white thighs. The pink and crystal clear feet, stepping on the fragrant grass around the sacred tree island, are like elves born in nature, close to heaven and earth. At a glance, the newly born creature seemed to be born specifically for the sacred tree. The moment it was born, it was integrated with the sacred tree island. Lu Shu took a deep breath. It turned out to be human. No. It just has the appearance of a human. That's it. Opening the new pet panel, the information revealed in front of him made Lu Shu know what the newly hatched fruit of life was. Angel of life. Type, angel. Powers, nourishing, shinza, rapid growth, life essence. Physique, S. Speed, A. Spirit, SS. Comprehensive potential, SS. Turns out to be an angel. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. He didn't expect that the newly born pet this time was actually the legendary angel type. No wonder it has the appearance of a human. It should be after the level of the sacred tree has grown, so more advanced species can be born. Lu Shu checked the panel and found that this was the first time he had obtained an angel-type pet. This type has never appeared before. This should be because the level of the divine tree has been improved, so the race is hatched from the life fruit also it can be improved. From the moment it was born, the angel of life has had SS-level growth potential, which can be said to be extremely powerful. However, from the perspective of skills, it seems to have nothing to do with combat, and it is not able to assist like Yumi. Type, but more towards the development type. Father. The moment they were born, the angel of life came to Lu Shu and bowed deeply. Although the language in their mouth seemed to come from a different world, because the angel of life and the divine tree were connected together. Yes, Lu Shu can understand the meaning of this language as long as he uses his mental power. How was your language formed? Lu Shu's eyes moved and he asked this question. Logically speaking, language is a product that requires civilization and wisdom to be born. It is obviously impossible for the angels of life to have such abilities from birth. They can have wisdom, or they can, like Pikachu and Angeman, they use resonance to convey their meaning, but Life Angel uses ancient language, which is very different from other pets. Combined with the background recently explored in the Grey World, Lu Shu can be sure that the words of the Angel of Life have an origin. Kingdom of God. The words of the Angel of Life, like the sound of nature, echoed in Lu Shu's ears. Even a few simple notes gave people a feeling of, like listening to fairy music, and the ears are temporarily bright. Kingdom of God. Lu Shu showed some doubts in his eyes, and then asked, is it the same place as the heavenly palace? The Angel of Life shook his head. The kingdom of God is the kingdom of God, and the heavenly palace is the heavenly palace. That is to say, the kingdom of God and the heavenly palace are not the same place. The golden dragon, koi, and carp come from the heavenly palace. The Angel of Life comes from the kingdom of God. Lu Shu pondered for a moment and suddenly laughed. This is interesting. In addition to the grey world, there is the abyss and sea, the kingdom of God and the palace of heaven. What else is there in this world? Put away your thoughts. Lu Shu looked at the Angel of Life, his eyes moved to the Holy Spirit growth fruit tree, and said, you put those fruits, eat it. But unexpectedly, all the life angels shook their heads in unison. Lu Shu was a little confused. Don't you like eating that kind of fruit? Father, we do not need to swallow the growth fruits of the Spirit to grow. From the moment they are born, angels are connected to the sacred tree. Only when the sacred tree grows can we grow. The Angel of Life answered seriously, and the heavenly voice echoed around the island of the sacred tree. Even the sacred tree seemed to be affected, and the golden branches and leaves of the tree glowed slightly. So that's it. Lu Shu almost understood. The growth of the Angel of Life is tied to the divine tree. This can also explain why the powers of the Angel of Life seem to be born to nourish the divine tree. Show us what you're capable of. As soon as Lu Shu finished speaking, 100 life angels quickly revealed their unique talents. The light of life, full of natural flavor, turned into a majestic life essence and landed on Lu Shu's sacred tree. Up. The next second, several prompts popped up in front of me. The Angel of Life is nourishing the sacred tree, and its growth rate is 50 times 100. The Angel of Life condenses the essence of life, and the speed of the products of the divine tree is increased. The Angel of Life is using Shinza, your plant army is strengthened, and the growth rate of the spiritual grass in the elixir garden is increased. As the Angel of Life summons streams of life essence, nourishing every corner of the sacred tree island. Lu Shu used his spiritual consciousness to explore and immediately sensed the defense line outside. The body of the plant army suddenly increased several times. All the plants seemed to swell and become larger than before. The growth rate of the sacred tree has increased by an additional 5,000 points every day, almost doubling. Chapter 271. Lu Shu looked at the Angel of Life in surprise. Can your abilities increase the growth rate of the sacred tree so much? Father, our ability can condense the most natural breath of life, therefore, it can promote the growth of the sacred tree. Wait, after your level increases, will the growth rate provided to the sacred tree also increase simultaneously? This is natural. The Angel of Life nodded humbly, as if this was not a very powerful ability. But Lu Shu's eyes couldn't help but light up. What an ability! At this stage, it can provide an additional 5,000 points to the sacred tree every day. The growth rate is already terrifying, okay? It's almost doubled. Now, the growth value that Lu Shu's sacred tree can obtain in a day has exceeded 10,000 points. If the daily growth rate is still stuck at 100 points, a sacred tree master with about 1,000 points, if he knows his situation, he must be completely crazy. What makes Lu Shu even more surprised is that, as the level of the sacred tree increases, the Angel of Life brings the sacred tree to the sacred tree. The extra growth speed can also be increased simultaneously. It is simply invincible. The only pity is that the life angel cannot grow and evolve by swallowing the Holy Spirit growth fruit, and it grows simultaneously with the level of the divine tree. Therefore, when the life angel was first born, the level was higher than Lu Shu imagined. However, the subsequent growth rate was slowed down because of this. But Lu Shu was not dissatisfied. After all, the life angel joined, making the growth rate of the sacred tree become quite astonishing. 10,000 points per day. Even if it grows from an intermediate sacred tree to a high-level sacred tree, it now does not take a month. This progress is definitely higher than other sacred trees incomparable to any teacher. Angels of Life, do you have a name? Suddenly, Lu Shu's mind moved and he thought of this question. We can't always call him the Angel of Life, right? Since the kingdom of God has a language, will the Angel of Life be given a name when it is born? The Angel of Life was stunned, and then replied. Father, when people in the kingdom of God call us angels, they usually refer to us by the power of control. What we control is natural life, converted into the language of the sacred tree. It is probably Anna. Lu Shu nodded. Okay, then I will call you Anna from now on. Okay, Father. Anna showed a hint of joy. She seemed to be even happier because Lu Shu called her name. Maybe, being able to call the angel's name would be an honor for them. What happens next, it was quickly decided. Anna would not join the pet army, but stay on the sacred tree island to assist the growth of the sacred tree and take care of the flowers and plants around the island. Ever since Anna passed by, the flowers and plants have grown extraordinarily. Bright and fragrant, the jade rabbit feels a lot more comfortable these days. The rabbit originally had to take care of the flowers and plants in the elixir garden, but after the angel joined in, he was completely free. Now, his daily task is to bask in the sun and lie down, enjoy the moon on the top of the mountain, and occasionally chase the enlightenment crane and wudong phoenix. However, these two guys, one is a cultivator and the other is a cold monster. As for the few phantoms in the fairy lake, they don't look big. The appearance of intelligence is actually because his personality is incomplete and his consciousness is only in a vague state. He can respond to some things, but he is not yet able to communicate. Over time, the jade rabbit feels so bored. As for the 100 Annas, although they can communicate, their task is to take care of the sacred tree island. Although there are 100 of them, every Anna has so many things to do every day, how can they have time to chat with the rabbit? As for the golden dragon koi, they have gone to the deep sea. It wasn't the last time he came back, but you two didn't know that there was such a member on the sacred tree island. At this moment, you two discovered that there was a mysterious white horse under a subspecies spiritual tree. Just as you two was when I was about to walk over and talk to Shenma. Bah! Bah! The Shenma ate all the fruits on it. The next second, his figure suddenly jumped up, from a white horse, in the blink of an eye. Jianhua transformed into a dragon. White dragon horse. Lu Shu came to the area with a look of surprise in his eyes. Unexpectedly, after swallowing 100 Holy Spirit growth fruits, the divine horse would evolve into a white dragon horse. Now, all my sacred tree islands will turn into dragons. I don't know what happened to the properties. That's right. Lu Shu chose to feed all 100 Holy Spirit growth fruits to the white dragon horse. Of course, this fruit will not be given to the jade rabbit again. The jade rabbit is now useless all day long with nothing to do. Anna has taken over all the work. Is it possible to feed such a precious fruit? As for the pet army, most of the members have been improved very well and do not need the help of the Holy Spirit's growth fruits yet. The deep sea army is still advancing. Lu Shu has just passed through the 15,000-meter sea area and killed a Protoss at the entrance to the abyss. Now he has entered a no-man's land, and there are no deep-sea devil fish everywhere. If there is no need to fight for the time being, then Lu Shu plans to let the deep-sea troops control the Poseidon Palace and slowly dive down. According to Jinlong Koi, this area is an undersea tunnel, leading to another deeper sea area. Very few creatures will stop here, and they need to go through a period of displacement. In the meantime, be extra careful. Even if he controls the Poseidon Palace, it may not be safe. Squirtle could actually consider swallowing the Holy Spirit growth fruit, but Lu Shu thought about it and didn't intend to stop and waste time in such a dangerous place. Therefore, let's talk about the undersea tunnel. Since no one is taking it, then it should be given to Shenma. Lu Shu was surprised to find that after the divine horse evolved into a white dragon horse, its speed became extremely spooky. Even with Bai Longma's own speed, Lu Shu would never be able to catch up if he didn't use Shadow Killing Avenue. And this attribute can also be superimposed on Lu Shu. As a result, Lu Shu is almost invincible in terms of speed.